105.3 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
What is this, Bobby?
It's Funeral March by Chopin.
Chopin. Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. I don't understand why we're playing. What happened?
The city died over the weekend.
Oh. I didn't hear about this news.
You know, it was 19 years ago today that my mom passed away.
Oh, happy anniversary.
This is the worst thing that's ever happened to me in early February, was the Luka Doncic trade.
God. So she almost died on Groundhog Day. I mean, you almost had to relive it every year.
Every year.
And then 6 more weeks of life.
And now I'm bracketed here by Luka Doncic.
Wow.
I've never seen a city
turn
like this.
This is one of the worst things that's ever happened. It's Sean and RJ here, 105 through the Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton Atticus Russell, I don't remember his middle name, I was alongside. Sean is out today. He'll be back tomorrow as we head to New Orleans for the Super Bowl and Radio Row. We leave after the show. He needed to pack, or Amanda pack for him because he doesn't know how to pack. He's admitted that one.
Small hands.
Very small
barely
hands.
Pick up the things that he's got to put in a
Very
suitcase.
difficult to fold jeans in a trifold when you have small hands. But today is all about the people. It's about the people today.
Oh, dude. The fan text is already starting to blow up.
The phone calls. We were going to take the phone calls.
Yeah, you go ahead and line up. Go ahead and get in line on the phones because we'll be taking them next segment. But
877-881-1053. This is going to be a day for you to just vent. Because the further we get away from it, the less sense it actually makes.
Right. Yeah, this was something where I was sitting on the couch with Kristen on Saturday night.
That late? You were up that late, sitting on the couch.
We were watching TV. We were watching this, I can't remember what it is. There's some Ted Dance. A Man on the Inside is the name of it. It's this Ted Danson.
My favorite place to be.
It's this Ted Danson show where he plays like a retired professor that wants to, becomes a spy inside of a retirement home or something like that. I don't know. I got distracted very easily because I was sitting there, strong little buzz, enjoying my Saturday night, not a care in the world. Then I opened Twitter just to see, I wonder if there's anything going on in the world. And then I see a tweet posted 1 minute earlier from Shams Charania, and I sent it to you guys, and I was sure it was a hack. Like, I was like, this isn't real. There's no way they did this. And then it's like, oh no, the trade actually happened. Well, then I was like, okay, well then Luka must have been unhappy and demanded out. It's like, no, he wasn't unhappy. Mark Stein comes back a little bit after that and goes, nope, Luka didn't request out. Then I understood what happened. Okay. LeBron stomped around and ordered the NBA basically to give him Luka as a retirement present. And then I see LeBron didn't even know what was happening. And that was left when I was left to grapple with the reality of Nico Harrison just made one of the most incompetent, inexcusable deals in the history of professional sports.
Incompetent's a good word. I was, we were sitting there. We had some friends over, and because we had it was our friend Carly's birthday, so we had our friend Wes and Natalie over. They'd come in from Oklahoma, and we were just sitting there. We were playing catchphrase, the game catchphrase, right? We weren't really playing the game. I just had control of I'm a good clue giver. I had control of the thing, and I was, trying to get you to say what the word is or whatever, the phrase.
Sure.
And Wes is in the bathroom. He comes out. He was in there for like 5 minutes. Comes running out and says, "Look at the Mavs just traded Luka for Anthony Davis." And I was like, "No, they didn't. That's what is this MLB on fax? Is that what did you see? What site did you see that?" He goes, "No, it's Shams." And he shows me the article, and I was like, "Man, AI is too good.
Yeah,
AI is just too good." So I go and I look elsewhere, and I'm starting to see it. And I think I saw a Brad Townsend or McMahon tweet that confirmed it. And I was like, what?
That's the thing. No one believed this. No one thought this was real. There was I saw a tweet over the weekend. It said, imagine being the GM / front office who makes a trade so appalling and bad that nobody believes it can possibly be real, despite the league's lead reporter with 2.5 million followers insisting and pleading with everyone that it's legit. That's what you did. You made such a historically bad trade. And there's no justifying this. There's none. I told you guys over the weekend, my entire mantra is going to be, I don't care. I don't care what reason they give. There's no amount of context that makes this okay. None. If you want to say, man, I can kind of see a scenario where trading Luka makes sense if you get XYZ return. All right, fine. I still think trading Luka would have had this city melt down regardless. But
there were ways to do this to make it work.
Trading Luka for Anthony Davis and a single first rounder 4 years away.
You broke every rule. The rule number 1, you don't trade young for old. And rule number 2, you never give up the best player in the deal. Like that, you're gonna lose. You lose every trade when you do that. There was a way, if you were hell bent on trading Luka, hell bent, there was a way to do it and make it somewhat pass the eye test with the fans. And that is, I don't know, shop them around. Call Milwaukee. Hey, do you mind giving us Giannis?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, just like Luka gets you basically any player in the league that you want. Any player.
This is there was a tweet that one of the writers for Forbes Sports had reached out to an NBA executive and said, if you had known Luka Doncic was available, what would you have offered in a potential trade? And he responded, everything.
Everything. Listen, I mean, I want you to close your eyes for a second and imagine that you own a house.
Oh, so nice.
And now you're going to sell the house. But the only person you call to sell the house is Peyton.
You get $7.
Oh, that's what happened here.
Yeah.
They called one guy.
Yeah. What you called one team. And look, it sounds like some of the chatter has been about, oh, okay, well, they really narrowed their search because, you know,
they just they zoned in on Anthony Davis. They literally zoned in on him.
They wanted Anthony Davis, or maybe they didn't want a Jimmy Butler situation like that. They needed to move in silence to get a deal done. They're trying to compete right now. That's the thing. You can say all of that. And again, my response is going to be, I don't care. I don't. It's like, we were tired of his conditioning issues. I don't care. He was getting hurt all the time. I don't care.
Yeah, those are 2s on a scale of 1 to 10. They don't matter enough.
He didn't play defense. I don't care. He didn't give consistent effort. I don't care. There's nothing you can say that justifies the way you handled this trade.
Right.
And Nico Harrison
at least get De'Aaron Fox. Nico was available. At least get him.
Yeah, Nico Harrison or De'Aaron Fox goes for 3 1s and 3 2s yesterday. Nico Harrison went from, if I would have told you on Friday when you guys left here, I was off, but when you guys left on Friday, if I would have said a single decision will be made over the weekend that bumps Jerry Jones from the most hated sports executive in DFW, you wouldn't have thought it was possible. Because even if you thought, oh, okay, the Mavericks will trade Luka, you thought, okay, but I mean, even still, if they trade Luka, that won't be as bad as Jerry, because surely they'll get like 6 firsts or something.
Right.
Nobody could have conceived they would have done this.
No, if you had told me that, I guess, like, thinking about it, I'd be like, all right, maybe the only thing that would make that would be that of that magnitude is the Mavs trading Luka. Mm-hmm. But I never would have thought that they would have gotten just this. Yeah. Maybe, I would have thought, hey, you know what? The Rangers signing Alex Bregman would have pissed off a lot of people.
Yeah. But not this.
Not this. I'm still stunned.
Peyton, where were you?
I was sound asleep. Quite frankly, I wish I was still asleep. I went to sleep a little early Saturday night. Mackenzie was out with the flu, so I was like, you know what? I'll get some extra sleep on a Saturday night, not doing anything. So around 10:15, 10:30, I crawled up in bed, went to sleep, woke up to about 50 text messages from friends. I was like, what went on last night? What did I miss? And I looked there, and I didn't even read all the messages. I just kind of skimmed through it. I said, Mavs, Luka, Lakers, what? And I looked on Twitter, read y'all's messages. I still can't believe it. I was stunned. I was 7:30 in the morning. I had 100 text messages. I couldn't believe it.
Just move to Vegas.
That's what it feels like.
The fans are so, I don't know that you can, like, first of all, like, you have to win the title, at least one title, to make this work.
Oh, more.
Because, like, Luka, theoretically, he was going to get you. He was going to fall into a title over the next decade.
You were going to be competitive for a title for a decade.
Every year you were competitive for a title. I mean, now you might get one, right? I mean, they're still going to be a good team. You might get one, but you need multiple for this to work.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to get one.
I don't think they are either. They might. I mean, they're going to be a good team.
They might. I mean, stranger things have happened, like Luka getting traded on a Saturday night to the Los Angeles Lakers. I mean, that's the thing, too, about that. This is the Lakers. Mike is going to have a cow when he walks in here. The Lakers. Of all teams, it was the Lakers. You just went, hey. I mean, look, you remember David Stern stepped in and said, no, you're not doing this Chris Paul deal.
Yeah.
We're not doing this. I'm stepping in. This is the kind of thing where it's like, you need to stop it. This is so bad. Stop it.
Yeah, you can't reconcile with the fans. There's no way. There's no way to reconcile this. They're just put the papers in. Put the papers in, move to Vegas, and get an expansion team. There's no way to reconcile this.
And that's the thing. Nico said yesterday, I think when the wins come, people forget about this. No, they're not going to.
That old sailor's idiom.
Is it?
When the winds come.
No. That's wins with a D.
Oh,
this is
wins.
W-I-N-S.
Oh, W-I-N-S.
This I've never seen. Sandler was talking about it. We had a bunch of different people tweeting about it, and it's the reality. I've lived in Dallas, for 25 years now, whatever it is.
Short timer.
Yeah, no, actually, it's longer than that. It's 30 now. So
okay, all right, now you got me.
It took me a sec.
20.
Time flies.
28, I think.
This is. I've never seen the city react to a single piece of sports news like this.
No, there was a couple times that I'm reminded of. I remember I was running the board at ESPN when I was just going online and I saw this New York Newsday post. This is before Twitter, that A-Rod was traded. And I immediately called up Randy Galloway. I was like, yo, I'm seeing this online. And, like, blogs weren't really a thing. This is like 03, right? 04. And he did some digging on it. And obviously, like, that was obviously true. That stunned everybody. That took but I mean, obviously, A-Rod was not your guy. He was a mercenary. We all knew it.
No one was devastated, I don't think, when A-Rod got traded.
We all knew that he was. I mean, there was fans that loved him.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
Sure.
But Luka was our guy. Like, Luka was homegrown. You always like your homegrown players more.
You tripped into another. You were the Green Bay Packers going from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers. You tripped into Luka Doncic right out of Dirk Nowitzki. And you just willingly walked him over to the Los Angeles Lakers for the next 15 years. Why? Why did you do? There is no explanation for this. And then last night, they're down 91-46 at half, or just before the half, they're down 91-46. It's a joke. Yeah. It's an embarrassment. It is one of the most.
They played yesterday like they were still shocked.
Nico Harrison up there at that press conference yesterday. The decision, it is one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen from an executive.
And there's conspiracy theories. And look, I call this a whole heat check because conspiracy theories are on a bit of a heater right now. Like they're getting some, and they did a heat check this weekend with this. It was like, we're just going to throw everything against the wall. I know there's a conspiracy. There's no conspiracy here. This is just a dumb move.
Yeah, this is
a dumb move.
This is either, because everybody, the fan text keeps saying there's got to be something here. There's got to be something's going on.
I hope there is, because this doesn't make sense otherwise. Bassik is up, by the way.
Morning, Mike.
He just tweeted, I woke up early this morning. Too early. I don't think I've ever done this, but I went through everybody I follow. If it had to do with anything Mavs or NBA, I unfollowed. I'm officially done with the league. I deleted the NBA app. I will always love the 80s, 90s, and Dirk NBA.
Do you think Nico had any clue this was going to be the pushback?
I don't know how you couldn't.
Unless you're
Are you just completely
dumb.
Oblivious?
If you're dumb. That's the only way. And this is a pretty dumb trade.
You cannot have risen to what he did and be dumb. I don't
know. Didn't he botch the Steph Curry? Did he botch the Steph Curry relationship?
Maybe.
Back in the day?
Maybe.
And now he's blown up this way to the point that you didn't even tell Jason Kidd you were doing this.
That's enough. I mean, there's so many ins and outs. What have you?
There are 1,000 layers to how bad this is.
It's a whole,
and it all
stinks.
It honestly ends with he needs to be fired. This is a single move that deserves being fired.
This is literally. This is crazy. This is crazy. I'm still stunned. All right, let's go to the calls. Let's take some people. Let's go to the people. 877-881-1053. Vent. Any of your reactions, what you were doing, all the things. Your turn to vent. Sean and RJ, 105 through the Fan.
Like snakes in Sean's yard. Eek! The Odyssey app is a guarantee to be there. Listen to the boys anytime. Proudly presented by Comerica.
Morning, Paula.
Morning, Ron.
Another day in Adminville, am I right?
What are you working on? Oh!
You okay?
Your tabs. You have so many open.
Yeah, gotta order lunch for the big client meeting. With great responsibility comes tabs.
I can help. Close all those tabs and open just one, easycater.com. Online ordering from local restaurants, plus tools to save time, stay on budget, track expenses.
One tab to rule them all.
EasyCater, the smarter way to order food for work. Order now at easycater.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Attention, men who are frustrated about their decline in the bedroom.
Hey guys, it's Chris with Dallas Premier Health. Don't watch your love life dwindle to nothing and disappoint your partner. Whatever you call it, failure to launch or an equipment malfunction, we all know it happens. But there's a way better option than getting hooked on ED pills. At Dallas Premier Health, our acoustic wave therapy is fast, long-lasting, effective, and 100% safe. It's doctor recommended and proven to work with over 50 clinical studies. No shots, no drugs, and no pain or side effects. We get to the root cause of your problem, which is really just a blood flow problem. And once we fix that, your love life will come roaring back. So move past the shame, embarrassment, and frustration. Call 972-703-9630. And when you book your visit this week, we're going to give you a special gift. One acoustic wave treatment totally free. You'll also get a free consultation and painless blood flow evaluation on your visit. This is an $800 value. Call now 972-703-9630. That's 972-703-9630. Or visit us at DallasPremierHealth.com.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort. Now, I know you're probably spelling comfort in your head and asking yourself, is that possible? Am I just a really bad speller? Look, I don't know your spelling aptitude, but Skechers most definitely put the S in comfort. Because Skechers is the comfort technology company and has developed fits and features that change everything you know about comfort. Like hands-free Skechers slip-ins, the ultimate in comfort and convenience. It's footwear you just step into and they're on, with no bending down. Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
that's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else.
Visit TolberGarageDoor.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105. This will be the fan segment here, brought to you by Cards for Kids. Donate today at cardsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal and jewelers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, I think the long term is the time frame. I think he fits our time frame. If you pair him with Kyrie and the rest of the guys, he fits right along with our time frame to win now and win in the future. And the future to me is 3-4 years from now. The future 10 years from now, I don't know. I don't think they probably bury me and Jay by then, or we bury ourselves.
That is Nico Harrison, infuriating commentary about the future that makes us better now.
469 just was texted and said, for Nico to say we're built to win in the future is a huge slap in the face. Dude is on crazy drugs.
You're trading young for old. Anthony Davis has 3-4 years of peak play left, and unless they're worried that Luka's going to eat himself out of the league and only have 3 or 4 more years, they're betting against him. It's crazy.
There was a Tim Bontemps had an article yesterday for ESPN, and he said he spoke to one Eastern Conference executive, and they're like, "You better be damn sure he's going to break down. You better be certain You better be certain Luka's going to break down, because if not, you just did the dumbest thing ever."
Mm-hmm. And you'll send him to LeBron, and LeBron will show him how to stay in shape. Maybe, who knows? Maybe he won't.
Dude, this guy is the king of. I'm gonna get pissed off and level up and do the. Yesterday there was a tweet that said Nico Harrison is a brave man for admitting Pelinka thought he was trolling. The Mavs owner laughed at him when he brought the trade up. Luka didn't want out and didn't indicate he wouldn't resign. He doesn't care about 10 years from now because he won't be here. While that performance yesterday didn't make anything better.
Any sense. It didn't make any sense. We've had some wild press conferences in this town over the last 10 days. That's for dang sure. All right, enough of us. Let's go to the people. 877 881-1053. I almost gave my phone number out. 877-881-1053. Austin and Dallas, you're up first, man. Good morning. What's happening?
Good morning. I'm just going to cut to the point, man. I'm a 32-year-old, and I've grown up. When I really started in sports, I got to see the Mavs lose to the Heat the first time around, and then see Dirk come back and just win it, and just to see it, trading. I don't know, man. I don't know how I can be a fan of two fan bases that have screwed the pooch this bad, man. It's just, I'm honestly at a loss for words. My friends are at a loss for words, and man, I just want to see. Yeah, seeing our guy grow up and win, because we all knew, hey, it's just a matter of time. And just for seeing that, man, and win now, I don't know how you can say that. You can be 300, and if you're putting up triple doubles every night, you're fine by me. I don't understand. That excuse just doesn't make any sense to me.
Man, I agree with you. There's a lot of things like that you just put up with for the superstar. If you not every. So his defense is not great, and we know it's not. And forget not great. It's downright putrid at times.
Yeah, when he's locked in, it's solid. It can be. He can, because of his size and his strength, he can be a decent defender when he wants to.
When he wants to be. But the problem is, Monday through Friday, he doesn't necessarily want to be.
Sure.
And there were some plays in the NBA Finals where he just completely gave up. But not getting there. They still got they got to the finals. In his short time here, they made the West Finals early, and they got to the NBA Finals. They're ahead of schedule.
And he had some massive moments in the playoffs against the Clippers and others that showed, okay, this dude is a... And I think Austin touched on something important, and it's something you kind of were referencing earlier. He was ours. That's the headline. Have you seen the headline in the Dallas Morning News this morning? The front page of the Dallas Morning News is just a giant shot of Luka and his accomplishments, and it says Luka was ours. That's the big sentiment that I think is so devastating to people. It's we drafted him, we grew with him. He was supposed to be here for 10 to 15 years. This was never supposed. No. We were never supposed to know a reality where in his prime he was not here.
Absolutely. Anthony in Oak Cliff, you're up next to the fan. What's up, man?
Oh, yes. I'm calling in a former baller and coach, and I kind of think y'all going too far. I was stung at first as well, but after about 5 or 10 minutes thinking about it, Luka is great. However, y'all talking about some major deficiencies. We questioning his conditioning, we questioning his heart, and we're going to make him a super max player. That's what he's talking about when he's talking about the future. It gives us flexibility. And if I'm not mistaken, Anthony Davis had a 40-20 game about a week ago. So we acting like we're not getting anything back. Luka was great, man, but y'all got to calm down.
Okay,
man.
Anthony, do you not agree that they could have gotten more? If you just bring in another team, do you not agree that the Lakers would have had to? So it's a bad trade regardless.
They possibly could have gotten more, but we got a great player to win for a few years here that we needed. We needed that presence inside. We needed rebounding, and we got flexibility. And y'all bringing up major questions, man. Defense. So we would have to keep building teams around hiding him on defense and all those type of things. And we just can't. I was emotional too. However, it's logical too, man. Y'all can't just be one-sided. It's just like with Dak. Keep that same energy. With Dak, everybody want to get him out of town. Right? He was second in MVP. But with Luka, build around him. Oh, this and that. All this. Yeah, it's the same thing. Keep the same energy. Don't be hypocritical. This was a gutsy move. Yes, it could blow up in our face, but yes, it also could be a positive.
All right, appreciate the call. They did get Anthony Davis is a tremendous player. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, but there's no positive to it.
The positive is that you get a tremendous player back. That's it.
Sure.
That's where it ends. It ends where, when healthy, this team will be a nightmare defensively to deal with.
Yeah, it's just
they will be to deal with the Mavs. When the Mavs defense is going to be punishing to other teams. There's no doubt about that.
There's a lot of people who think AD's the best defender in the NBA. Like he's fantastic. That's not the point. The point was you could have gotten that guy and more. You should have gotten more still.
Yeah, that's it.
So there's no justify. Again, my mantra today will be I don't care. Well, this and I don't care. It should have been more.
It has nothing to do with Anthony Davis. It has to do with everything else that transpired throughout this. You want to trade Luka? Fine, trade. I mean, I'm not gonna. I don't agree with it. But I'm not going to lose my mind.
He's not untouchable.
It's just the simple fact that you got really limited value beyond Anthony Davis in return. They basically said that Anthony Davis and Luka are dang near equals.
Yeah.
And they're not. They're just not equals. They're not equals. Anthony Davis is not a top 5 player in the NBA. He's the best defensive player in the league. He'll pop, but the guy's nickname is Street Clothes for a reason.
Yeah. Oh no, this is, to me, that's the thing, is that he can be a great player. There's no doubt Anthony Davis is a great player when he's healthy, by the way, when he's on the court, which isn't always the case.
He's played a lot of games this year, to his credit.
And last year, he played, 77 or something? He played a lot. But the issue is, you're talking about it still, no matter how you spin it, even if you say, fine, I'll take everything you just said there, Anthony, they still should have gotten more. And Anthony just said they should have gotten more. Any way you break it down, it's a bad trade. And it was executed within the organization awfully.
877-881-1053. Spencer in Dallas, good morning.
Hey, good morning. We're talking about I don't care. If that's your mantra, why are we taking phone calls? I mean, I don't know. I think to the last caller's point, we are going extreme. We're going extreme. Nico's done some good things, right? So I think we trust him and trust this move and see where it takes us. And I don't know, is there, I haven't heard, or is there anyone on the fan that thinks, this was good? To the point, could we got more? Sure, but I don't know. I just want to see what happens. And then we talked about earlier when the last time a city reacted like this. I heard someone over the weekend say the Herschel Walker trade. The city reacted big like this. So maybe that was the last time, but appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Spencer. Appreciate it. The Herschel deal, that's one of them.
Landry getting fired.
There's been a handful.
I remember as a kid, a lot of people being, I was upset. I was devastated when they traded Juan Gonzalez. When Juan Gonzalez got traded for Justin Thompson and Gabe Kapler, I was beside myself on there. But no, look, Spencer, and that's the thing, is that the issue here again is not even the idea of Luka's just untouchable, you can never trade him. I wouldn't have wanted to trade him, period. But
you had to get more.
If you're going to trade him, there are certain circumstances where you can't trade him. Universally, the league is telling you, everybody through these reports, all these other executives are saying, what the hell did they do? That should stand out to you. That the entire league, who's not even involved in this trade, is going, what the hell did the Mavericks just do?
I mean, you want there's a handful of moves in DFW that were just really, really bad. Obviously not bad, but the Herschel one wasn't necessarily a bad. It was a great move. It worked out.
It was incredibly risky.
Acquire for Dantley.
But again, what did they get back for Herschel Walker? They got like 10 first-round picks.
Yeah, they got a ton.
They got the return they were supposed to get for the player.
A ton of picks. Marvin in Dallas. Good morning, Marvin. How are you, man?
Good morning, guys. Well, let me start off with I was born in Los Angeles. I'm a Lakers fan.
Oh, no.
But not at the demise of the Mavericks. I live here in the city. I get to wake up every day and have a great bandwagon team. I get to go to the games at the American Airlines Center. I get to watch the Mavericks in the playoffs with my family, enjoy great games. But I'm not at the demise of the Mavericks. This was a terrible, terrible moment on Saturday night to watch and to see and have to call everyone and be a part of. In no sense does this and will this make sense in the next 5 years. I don't care if a championship comes around. Like you said, we got Luka. We grew up with him. He considered himself a Texan. In no way do I want to see the Lakers succeed because of this trade. I want to see the Mavericks suffer. I want. What do you guys always say? Misery loves
company.
Misery loves company. I want to see the Mavs fans come in and revolt. I want everyone. I want Nico out. I mean, it stresses me out this morning knowing that the next 5 years we have to go back into a rebuild. I know Anthony Davis is great, but I don't think the longevity is going to be there. Again, guys, you guys appreciate the fans. Hope to call back soon.
Thanks, Marvin. Appreciate it, man. It is almost universally there was the same reaction of, what? Are you kidding me? This is not good. This is bad. Very few people were like, oh, no, this is a good deal. And, the ones that were, it was, they thought the team was soft with Luka, right? They thought that they were not, just soft in general defensively. They wanted the more defense. I get that. I get all that. Has nothing to do with that. None of that ever is the issue. The issue is just the process this thing played out. Same thing with the Cowboys. It's not Brian Schottenheimer.
Oh.
It's the process of which you got to Brian Schottenheimer.
I feel like there was more support in general for the Schottenheimer hire than this trade.
Yeah.
Which there wasn't much of that.
Well, because there was, at least half the town wanted McCarthy out anyway. So you were getting a change. No, who wanted Luka gone?
Nobody.
Nobody asked for this. Not even him.
And for the handful of fans who are out there who are like, he has too many deficiencies, move on from, none of them wanted this return. Nobody would have said that's enough.
You get your 10 first-round picks. You could have, I guarantee if you called Milwaukee, they're not going to, you could have said, hey, you know what? Give me Giannis back. I mean, I'm not saying that Milwaukee does it, but that's the level of return.
I saw somebody
that's good that works for Luka.
I saw somebody yesterday said this is the kind of trade that if you suggest it on an internet message board, they laugh at you and lock the thread.
Yeah, it does. So people tried this on 2K.
And they couldn't,
and it didn't work. It didn't even go. EA Sports said this thing doesn't even work. Sean and RJ here, 105 through the fan. We're going to continue with your calls, 877-881-1053. Also, how did the league-wide, we're going to go through some of the league-wide reactions to the Luka trade and how stunned players and media and coaches were. It's all coming up next on Sean and RJ on 105 through the fan. Let's get.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
get something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Today for your chance to go to Vegas, baby.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3, the fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Good morning, DFW. It's Sean and RJ here, 105 through the fan. Sean out today. He is packing for New Orleans. We're going to New Orleans today. I guess when you're sitting first class, you have to pack a little bit more. So that's what he's doing today.
He's living the life, man.
Yeah. Man. We're gonna walk by him on the plane, going back to our peasant seats.
Yeah, why does he get that set up? Why are we being treated like second class?
He paid extra for it.
You know what? It shouldn't matter. We should be able to enjoy the same things as Sean.
We should be able to. We don't. So that's the reality of this one. But exclusive. The Mavericks traded Luka Doncic and Maxi
and Markieff Morris
for good measure.
Inside a second-round pick to the Jazz.
Yes, for Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and a first.
Which, by the way, Max Christie looks like he might be a decent role player.
Yeah, he really might, actually.
So, I mean, that's
not the worst thing.
That's another thing that's nice, that's in your favor. Again, still, it's not enough.
It's not enough.
It's not enough.
And hey, listen, you can't knock the fact that you're getting a first-round draft pick in 2029. I mean, whatever eighth grader currently is going to get drafted by the Mavs in 2029. I mean, I'm here for it.
That 30th pick is going to be sweet.
Oh, man. Yeah, I know, right?
When Luka's just drunk off his ass at an L.A. parade celebrating another title.
And doesn't that 29 just recoup the one that you already gave away?
Yep. You still don't have any first-round picks based. I mean, you got the one coming up, then you got like none in between. So
cool.
Okay, awesome.
How did Brian Windhorst react to this news on ESPN?
It's not really about LeBron. This is about the Dallas Mavericks and Luka Doncic. This move, in the moment here, believe is one of the most stunning trades, one of the biggest and most stunning trades in the history of the league. And obviously, because it is involving a legacy franchise and a legacy player like the Lakers and LeBron, we're going to tend to focus on that. But that's not where the fascinating part is here, is my phone has exploded with agents and executives and players and all people with the game. The focus in the league is the Dallas Mavericks' decision to trade Luka Doncic here. This is basically a rebuke of him. This is them saying that they don't think they can win with him. They're worried about the kind of defense he plays. They're worried about the kind of way he keeps himself in condition. They're worried, obviously, about his ability to focus at the biggest moments. As you know, Phil, I have felt this way about Luka before, but I have always felt he would get past it. I would felt that there would be part of his story. He is 25 years old and he has already qualified for the Supermax, which he was eligible to sign this year. There was no way he wasn't going to sign that contract. He was going to be committed to the Dallas Mavericks. This was a player who was locked in. It was going to be a question of, could he win 2 or 3 MVPs? Could he win 1 or multiple championships? And it was the Dallas Mavericks who are pulling the plug on that.
All right, that's Wendy here on ESPN, and like he had an NBA GM tell him. I'm sorry, it was an all-star how much do the Mavs have to hate Luka to make this trade?
Dude,
that was the question. How much do the Mavs have to hate this kid?
I'm trying to find. I need to get the audio clip for it. There was an interview Nico Harrison gave 2 weeks ago to Slovenian TV. Did you see this quote?
No. Yes, I did.
2 weeks ago. He says it's a tough job, but it's also an honor because I feel we are going to be champions, and it will be because of Luka. I'll be honored to deliver that championship. Wow. And that man knew the whole time that he was talking with Rob Pelinka about this. Got to give him credit. That's some
dude. This guy keeps seeing
game face.
Holy cow! What a poker face he has. All right, back to the people. 877-881-1053. Vent. Is this Beezy? Is this Beezy in Dallas? You're up here next to the fan.
It is, fellas. It is. Good morning. I love the show.
Thank you.
I got a juxtaposition. I don't know if I totally disagree. I recall this time last year we were talking about the genius of Nico Harris because the Gafford and Washington trade. So I think there's possibly a little bit of pettiness going on because of the little minor issues that they had with Luka. And as we know, he is guaranteed a Supermax contract coming up very soon.
Mm-hmm.
What a kick in the crotch to send him to California where he's expected $350+ million, where he's only going to get about 45% of it. That's saying a lot because their taxes out there suck. So I'm not sure how this is going to play out, but it really does say something about what Nico Harris and what the Dallas Mavericks front office thought about what they could do with Luka, with him being the great player that he is.
It does. I mean, first of all, this cost him $111 million,
$116,
and then you add the extra taxes on top of it.
Yep.
Because he can't get the Supermax now. Which, by the way, that's the dumbest thing of all the NBA contract. That's the dumbest, that you're not eligible for the Supermax because you get traded.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with what the hell does it do with anything?
I can't understand why it eliminates it, but I mean it's because of just the fact that they do something like this. How do you think it looks? Klay Thompson. It's a big deal. Klay Thompson got here.
Yeah.
Oh, and I know he hasn't been like a superstar. He's not the same guy anymore. But do you think Klay Thompson, when he signed here, was told, hey, by the way, as you're making this decision, Luka may not be here in the middle of your first year here?
Right.
Do you think players appreciate seeing, so they're taking millions out of Luka's pocket. They didn't inform their superstar Kyrie of any of this. They didn't inform their head coach. They didn't negotiate honestly with Klay Thompson along the way. This is all a bad look for Nico Harrison and makes the Mavericks look like an awful destination for prospective free agents.
It's lunacy. Andreas in Dallas, good morning. You're up next, brother.
Good morning, folks. To the calls earlier, Anthony and Spencer, you guys are morons. You don't know basketball. And now I'll get to my point. This was the worst trade of all time. I believe Kyrie Irving will not re-sign his player option. J. Kidd might ask out. More players will ask out. You set the franchise back 10-plus years. And Nico Harrison, you're a dead man walking in Dallas. That's all I got to say.
Dude, that is I couldn't have said it better. I mean, the
dead man walking meaning his job. Not actually.
Nobody actually means death.
I know.
Death.
I'm just saying. I want to be clear.
I don't think we need to be clear on that. Like, it's pretty obvious. Nobody actually means death.
Some people in the fan text do.
So yeah, it's really hard to rationalize this. It really is hard. It's really hard for me to look at this and say, they didn't get the proper return, and they made the decision to begin with. Like, that's just really hard for me to look at and say, oh, wow, that's a great idea.
You know what it reminded me of instantly was, you remember when Jeter and the trade ended up not being what people thought it was? But you remember when Jeter dealt Stanton to the Yankees, and everybody was like,
yeah,
that needs to be investigated. That feels like this feels like some sort of a favor.
Right.
Like that's the only thing that you can realistically describe this as.
Absolutely, yeah. Now, at least the Marlins could say this was a salary dump because they wound up dumping Yelich and Ozuna. Yeah. They dumped everybody, so at least you could say it was a salary dump. This was not a salary dump. They thought they genuinely think that they're better today.
Yeah,
they think they are a better team today.
Right now, today, for the rest of the season, maybe they are. Maybe.
But it's 10 years.
But it doesn't matter. I talked about this with you on the phone yesterday. if the Chiefs in 2019 would have said, we're trading Patrick Mahomes for Tom Brady, we think Tom Brady makes us better today. It's like, all right, you could have even won a title. That it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You don't do that. You've cost yourself competitive, like competitive championship play for a decade.
Yeah, this is not trading young for old in baseball where you trade a prospect for an older guy because you don't know how the prospect is going to hit. We know what Luka is. And correct me if I'm wrong, when Dirk was the same age, his nutrition wasn't, he wasn't on point.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Dirk said he was like 24 when it flipped for him. Why are we assuming who Luka is today is exactly who Luka is going to be for his career? That's insanity.
Yep. Ben and Palmer. Ben, you're up next. Good morning. What's up, man?
Man, I think y'all are tripping, dude.
Whoa.
Look, Luka has been off the court, like J Kidd said last night in the post, for 6 weeks. He was like, oh, what are we supposed to do to address the team with Luka not being here? He already hasn't been here. How are we not better this year?
It's not, but it's not just about this year.
Now we have a player who is playing. Right, but y'all keep saying for the next 10 or 15 years, in 10 years, Luka's going to be on a couch drinking a Pabst Blue Ribbon, smoking a Camel somewhere. He ain't in shape. He comes in overweight. He has calf injuries. Every time we get to the playoffs, this dude, his hamstring, his calf, his wrist, it's always something because he don't care about his body. He don't care about this city the way the city cared about him. Does he?
Okay, Ben.
I don't know about that. I have no idea about that.
Okay, Ben, let's operate again. Same sort of question I asked earlier. If you say all of those things, fine, and you want to move on from Luka, fine. It's still negligence to handle the trade the way they did and not maximize the value back because they could have gotten. Everyone around the league says they should have gotten more.
Yeah, if you want to say that the trade, you're fine with trading Luka, I'm not going to fight you on that one. Nobody's untouchable, but get more for him.
Jerry needs to take notes, and he needs to trade Micah Parsons. I'm going to put that out there right now, but he needs to get more than what Nico got.
Yes.
And he would.
Yes, he would. If Cleveland gave up 2 1s for Micah, I'm all in, and I appreciate the call, Ben. I'm not – trading Luka is not the problem. That's not the issue.
I don't want to trade him.
I don't want to trade him either. I think it's crazy to trade him, but that's not the issue. The issue is the process, the return, all the things.
Yeah, that's the thing. For those of you who were like, yeah, I wanted Luka out, I didn't buy into his conditioning, same sort of things that the Mavericks are saying about it. Fine. That does not justify what they got back. It does not justify the process. Those are all still damning things.
Yep. All right, that's 6 a.m. Club here on 105 through the fan. We're going to keep it going. We're going to keep 877-881-1053. We're also Bobby's going to let you in on what happened with the other team that has made news of late in the Metroplex. But more of your phone calls coming up next on 105 through the fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Mitchell, and it's 50 in the first quarter for the Cavaliers. Their 9th three, their 18th baskets, and the quarter comes to a conclusion with a record setter for the Cavaliers.
That's Mavs TV. Mark Followell with the call. The Cavs put up 50 in the. I can't remember. I've never seen that.
Dude, the defense.
I've never seen that before.
The defense was much better in the second quarter. They only gave up 41.
That's true. 144 to 101, and it took like a late surge for the Mavs to get to 101. Holy cow! I mean, this was 91-46 at half.
I want you to hear some of these stats. Remember, Nico talking about defense wins championships.
It does.
Evan Mobley, 22 points, 11 rebounds, 4 blocks, 24 minutes played. Darius Garland, 17 points, 10 assists, 2 steals, 23 minutes played.
Point a minute here for these guys.
Donovan Mitchell, 12 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 24 minutes played. Sam Merrill, 27 points off the bench in 23 minutes played.
Wow. Point a minute. Minute. PJ Washington reacts after the game to the Luka trade.
It surprised me. For sure I was shocked, but I think just want to wish him the best for sure. Obviously he's one of our brothers and went through the fires and the battles with him, so definitely wish the best for him. And obviously it's in this business, it's part of it, so definitely sucks to see him leave, but excited for him, and then also excited for us to get a guy in Anthony Davis and Max Christie as well. So excited to see how they fit, and can't wait for us to get them here and get going.
Well, he sounds excited.
I think the whole team was shell-shocked yesterday over this, like just stunned. Like I don't think they were prepared remotely to come to play.
No.
It had to completely wreck them emotionally.
Yeah, I mean, just from the fact that, I'm sure there have been times where Luka was a challenge or there were frustrations about it, but at the end of the day, that's still a core that went to a title together.
Yeah.
And a core that probably believed we're going to win this together.
At some point, they probably felt that, yes.
And now they're not going to get that opportunity.
Nope, they're not. Let's go back to the people. 877-881-1053. He's my guy. We got to do this. He's a good dude. He is a Laker fan. Laker Mike. Good morning, man.
Good morning. Good morning. It's a great morning.
in Mavs land. I love it, man. First of all, man, why do people talk about pro athletes' money? You're not going to spend a dime, so it doesn't matter what taxes he's going to pay, how much he's going to lose. Just shut up and watch the game. You're not going to get one single dime of it, so shut up. Go back to your jobs or whatever it is you do. Listen, everybody's on Nico, man, talking about he didn't consult the head coach and the other players and everything. Listen, man, when you got promoted from mopping floors to fries, did your boss come tell you? Did anybody come tell you, man, just shut up. You sound stupid. Listen, man, street closers, hey, man, you guys got a heck of a player in Anthony Davis. I'm not going to crap on him. Anthony Davis is a heck of a player, man. He's probably one of the best two-way players in the game, especially with the bigs. I'm not going to sit up here and say that either team got the best of the deal. I think the Mavs got the better deal as far as the present right now, but going long term, that first round draft pick, when it's up, Luka will just be 30. Worst case scenario, because Lakers can trade that. But looking at it right now, man, listen, Mavs fans are butthurt. They sound like the guy that broke up with the girl, and now they want to point out all of her flaws. Why wouldn't you want this trade if you love Luka so much? Why wouldn't you want to get rid of him if he's so fat and out of shape and going to be on the couch drinking beers in 2 or 3 years? Shut up and then watch the Lakers keep rolling. This is what Mark Cuban is coming back home to roost. Remember when he wrote the letter to void the trade for Chris Paul?
Yep.
This is what you guys did. I love it. I'm watching. I may get season tickets just to watch the Mavs suffer. Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, Laker Mike.
But I mean, first off, it should be pointed out, Laker Mike is his name. That's probably
he lives here. He's a great guy.
Yeah,
he lives here. He's got one flaw, and that's he's a Laker fan.
I will say, yeah, no, I mean, he gets it. I don't know which one I'll say is who got the better end of the deal. Okay, but then you just also said you want to get season tickets to watch them suffer, so you know the Mavericks didn't get the better end of the deal. He said, Laker Mike, you sound like right there. You sound like the guy in the fantasy football league who's trying to get you to accept an awful trade, and he's like, it's actually a bad trade for me. I shouldn't even be offering it.
NBA
you should probably
trades
just accept it.
NBA trades almost mirror fantasy football trades. The person who trades the top player in fantasy football always loses the trade.
The fantasy football commissioner, if this kind of a deal was being made, would stop it though.
Yeah,
you guys stopped Will from getting Sam Laporta last year.
I didn't stop him,
but I mean somebody intervened.
Yeah,
this is one of those things where you no, y'all are not.
Who
doing
did he
this.
try to trade for Laporta? Peyton, who was it that he tried to trade for
Cooper
Laporta?
Kupp or somebody?
Maybe.
Yeah, it was Cooper Kupp.
Yeah. Alex in Terrell. Alex, good morning, man. How are you?
I think Laker Mike could have stopped at L because that was his take. So I just want to point out something. Whenever I agree with Bobby Belt, about how bad this trade is, something is really bad because I never agree with Bobby. I do love you, though, Bobby. So I just want Ben, Beasley, Anthony, Spencer, and Laker Mike to know with all y'all's takes that is a diabolical 50-50 on for and against this trade. Hey, I got you down.
Man, I love the fact that the Tolos are taking lists of who had what point.
Oh, yeah, they're writing down names.
And they are naming names. I love this. Texas tweet. What's up, man? Good morning. You're up next.
What's up, baby? I didn't like the trade, but I had to realize these three guys got something coming. Tony Romo, Dak Prescott, and Luka. They all got dad vibes. And one thing they did good, the trade, we didn't get what we needed, but we did get a star player back because you usually don't get a star player back. What y'all think about that?
I mean, look, we did. They did. The Mavs got a star player, but there's no doubt about that. And yeah, I mean, Luka's got a dad bod. Let's be fair. He ballooned up to 260 something this year.
Look, I mean, you got a star player back. Great. As I've said, and we'll continue to say, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. And league-wide, the entire league is telling you it wasn't enough. When NBA executives are giving quotes to various writers off the record and saying, I would have given up everything we had I would have given, then it's not enough. And there's no it's negligence. It was the way this trade was handled was negligence.
Yep, absolutely. 877-881-1053. Here's Shams. Here's Shams on the reaction around the league.
This came out of nowhere. This is maybe the most stunning trade, definitely that I've been a part of in recent NBA history, as far as it was never clearly out there. And you saw two teams in Rob Pelinka with the Lakers, Dallas Mavericks, Nico Harris in there doing this deal. And I'm told Luka Doncic, Anthony Davis, LeBron James, the players, coaches, a lot of people on both sides with the Mavericks and Lakers had no idea. I can assuredly tell you it's a fact. LeBron James had no idea this was coming. Anthony Davis had no idea this was coming. I'm told Luka Doncic is still stunned about this trade.
Everybody
is. Nobody knew. Nobody knew it was coming, man.
I can't. The type of things that I can come up with that are on a similar plate in terms of just you did that. We're talking about like Gretzky to the Kings.
Yeah.
Babe being sold to the Yankees. Like, oh my gosh, people were putting up these images of like Luka's face superimposed on Babe Ruth in a Red Sox uniform. Like that's the kind of thing you did.
Mikal Bridges got 4 unprotected firsts and a protected first.
And you got 1 first and a 32-year-old aging player who's got trouble staying healthy.
Yeah, and the other thing is
a big man, by the way, who has trouble staying healthy, which is always the worst.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys you could have gotten, but if you're worried and you're upset about Luka's conditioning or this or that, fine. But you traded him for a guy who's also always hurt. He played a lot last year, and to his credit, he has played a lot this year. So maybe he's not always hurt anymore. But his history says otherwise. Jared in Dallas. Jared, what's up, man? You're up next. Jared. All right. How about Poncho in Corsicana? Good morning, man. What's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, man, I just want to say one thing. Well, 2 things. I did not know I was this invested in the Mavericks. When I heard about the news, bro, I was ready to call ICE and get my stuff deported. I want out, dude. I was so devastated. And to what Bobby was talking about, y'all, the thing about Nico, the thing about all these people that come in, they don't bleed the colors, bro. They don't bleed. They don't feel. They don't know about the city. Something like that you just don't do.
Yep.
Every superstar in any capacity, because I just don't watch basketball. I watch almost every sport. Every superstar has a flaw. Every superstar has something, but you put up with that. If he cannot play defense, okay, but he could do everything else. So you get somebody who can play defense. I don't know, man. This is just horrible. Those other guys, I don't know their names. I heard y'all. I don't know their names, but y'all guys are busters, bro. You don't do this kind of stuff. Love y'all, man.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Spieth Island over on Twitter. He's talking about like it doesn't matter. Just there. We got the call from Poncho saying, "Go find somebody to play defense then, or go do this and that." Yeah. Spieth Island shared a quote from Ryan Russillo on Bill Simmons' podcast. He just tagged us in it. He said he could be smoking effing cigarettes, bringing the ball up the court. You still offer him the effing max.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're paid. Defense is great, okay? And defense does have an amazing impact on your ability to win championships. There's no doubt about that. It doesn't compare to what he can bring offensively.
You know what?
Now, Anthony Davis does, to his credit. Again, he only averages like 3 or 4 points less a game than Luka does. All right? So from a points per game perspective, but the entire offense travels through Luka. The Mavericks, they chose Kyrie over Luka. Be fair.
Yeah,
right? They did. They chose Kyrie over Luka,
but it wasn't even a choice they had to make.
They didn't have to make it. But I'm saying, they could. They could have. They could have offered Kyrie.
I don't know that the Lakers take that.
I don't know that they do, but they chose Kyrie over Luka. Make no mistake about it.
This is one where, just think back to the Western Conference Finals last year, when Luka's crossing up Rudy Gobert and making his head spin and knocking down a big-time 3, were we sitting there thinking just like, God, I wish his conditioning was better?
Yeah. Ruben in Arlington. Ruben, you're up next year on 105 through the Fan.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
this is the biggest slap in not only just Dallas, but in the whole world. Like, this is the worst thing that could happen at this point in time. I was with my boys texting on the game, watching the LeBron play, and, you know what I'm saying, making sure I hit my parlay. And then this news comes around the corner, like, everybody's talking about Nico this, Nico that, Nico that. The reason why Nico is still going to have his job is because the owners that own the Mavericks, they don't care about all that. All they care about is building a little stadium, getting the casino in here whenever it's time, when it gets approved for Texas. And I just think that this is, like, going to devastate the whole, like, I don't know if Dallas going to be able to bounce back after this again. I mean, it's sad that even Patrick Mahomes can't even focus on the Super Bowl. He checks in talking about he's sick right now. Bro, I'm going to need you to get it together because I got dang near all my money on you for the Super Bowl.
Yep.
So it's just crazy, man. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. I couldn't even sleep last night. I'm out here doing Amazon Flex right now, delivering packages, trying to get it off my mind. I mean, this is just hard for everybody. And everybody that's talking all that positive stuff about it and everything, y'all just doing that because y'all doing good right now. But I promise you, your time is coming. Goodbye.
Goodbye. All right, Ruben, thank you so much. It's still the fan text. I have never seen this many texts, ever.
Oh, we had.
I have never seen somebody. Had a great point. You traded Prime Bird for Moses Malone in 1985.
Yeah, and a first. Come on,
and a first. I'm sorry. Yes, and a first.
Show some respect,
man. I love the passion. Love the passion of the fans. That's all those have got today. 877-881-1053. It is Sean and RJ. Is this the worst trade in NBA history? We also got best and worst of the weekend. More of your phone calls coming up next, and a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway. It's the commercial-free expressway on Sean and RJ next on The Fan. After we get you over the Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, the President's Day sales event. It is now. It is live. Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. Go see Scott Millsap. He is the GM over there. He's a Tolo. He's a basketball fan. Go talk this trade with him. I guarantee you, he.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chance to go to Vegas, baby.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton Russell in the back. Peyton Atticus Russell, I think is his middle name.
No, it's Alec.
Alec, that's
Remember,
right.
we were all stunned by that
yes,
recently.
That's right. Peyton Alec Russell. So we have been doing nothing but Luka Doncic reaction from you, the people, at 877-881-1053. This morning, Bobby Belt went downstairs because by the way, to make matters worse, we have no coffee here. The coffee machine is broke. I'm blaming Fred.
Unbelievable.
I'm blaming Fred from the weekend.
Dude, this is what a front page from the Dallas Morning News.
Dallas Morning News. I mean, I haven't seen one of those in a while.
Luka was ours. This is not the sports section.
Okay, hang on. That looks a little narrower than normal.
I don't know.
Did they shrink let me see. Did they shrink the newspaper here recently?
There you go.
I haven't seen a newspaper in a few years. No, that's about right. That's a great front page.
No,
they did a good job here.
But again, this is the main page right here.
Yeah.
Luka was ours. The back is still nothing but Luka reaction.
Oh, that's fantastic.
The entire paper is Luka reaction. And
that's
then you've
the whole
got,
paper?
I'm saying, no, the whole paper's over there. And then Sports Day over here, the headline is The Unthinkable. Mavs stunningly send star to Lakers in multiplayer deal. And they've got the comparison here. And this is what stood out to me. All NBA first team, 5 for Luka, 4 for Anthony Davis.
And Luka's been in the league 5 years.
Yeah, like you see how much longer they've been in the league compared to. And look, again, Anthony Davis, great player. I feel awful for Anthony Davis.
I do too. Anthony Davis doesn't deserve what he's getting.
He waived a no trade clause.
Exception.
Like he did. He wanted to be here. And Nico's got this is the disdain is squarely on one person. And it's Nico Harrison.
Mm-hmm.
That is your number one villain in DFW sports.
Like, shout out Anthony Davis. Like, we like you. We have no problem with you. You're fine. It's the process this went down. Speaking of Anthony's and Antonio in Houston.
Yeah, Antonio in Houston, who called last week, and we were getting reaction about the Cowboys and everything else, and he said, Guys, I had to stick it around in the car. I'm about to go in for a job interview, and we wished him luck. He called in during the break to let Peyton know he got the job. So Antonio in Houston got the job.
Hell yeah.
Congrats,
Hell
Antonio.
Yeah, we love that. All right. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep it going here. Because this has been great reaction from the people. Let's go to Bob in Frisco. Bob, you're up next here on the Fan.
Hey guys, how are you doing?
Good, man.
Been better.
I hear you. Hey, it's funny. I've been listening to the callers call in, and then like you guys, I was in your same boat. Not happy. I thought it was false at first, and shocked to find out it was true. But listening to some, especially one of the guys that mentioned, well, this gives us great flexibility. Flexibility is for losers. Like, if you're rebuilding, you're worried about flexibility. The Mavericks were not looking at that going into this year. So, like, when the Chiefs and the Eagles play Sunday, neither one of them are going to say, thankfully we had a lot of flexibility, which helped us win the... No.
Yeah.
You're looking for value in the deal. If you had a ton of teams looking to deal with Luka and a new contract, you're telling me they couldn't put a better deal together than what you got with the Lakers? And why is it you have to wait 4 years for their pick? Do they not have another number one that they can give you? And is there any, here's my question to you, is there any restrictions on that one? Like, is there something that if the Lakers fall apart and go flat?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I want to know that. You know, thankfully, Jerry Krause didn't say, you know, this Jordan guy's not doing it for me here in 1989. He drinks, he golfs, he smokes too many cigarettes or cigars. Give me Craig Elo and a pick. I'm like, this is really dumb.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of a comparison with MJ in 89. Like, who is a player in 1989 that was aging themselves out? Was Ralph Sampson still playing in 1989?
Yeah, I mean, the 89 was Kareem's last year.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit too. So let's just say in 1986.
I mean, Bird retired in 92. Bird was aged in 89.
Yeah, so let's say in 87, you traded Jordan for Larry Bird.
Yeah,
or Kareem.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of. Look, how about this? Good luck selling a season ticket next year. How are you going to do that? How are you going to sell that?
I'm going to be really.
They'll get the sales force will get it to their office in Dallas for the Mavs probably in the next 30 to 45 minutes. I wonder what their emails are going to look like.
I'm going to be really interested to see if we see a lighter AAC the first game they're back home.
Yeah, I mean, if you got tickets, you got tickets, right? Was you not going to go?
This is as angry as people have been, as I can remember. And by the way, the reason why it was this pick is because they've already traded their 2025 first. They've traded their 2027 pick. You're not allowed to trade your first rounder in back-to-back years. Right. So because of that, 2029 was the first one that was available.
Let's go to Mike in Fort Worth. Mike, good morning. You're up next on the Fan.
What's up, guys?
Yo, what's up?
Stick with me now. This is Jerry Jones. Just check this out. Just when I thought he couldn't do anything dumber, he does something like this and totally redeems himself. All right? He's got a hand in it somehow because he paid the Mavericks to do something fishy here to get all of the eyes off of him.
Yep.
All right? I had the Mavs at number one. Now, I don't know who's the closest to a dang championship in the Dallas Metroplex. The freaking Legends? Come on, man. Come out,
Stars, man.
Roll Tide.
Stars probably roll Tide.
Mavs might be closer to a title than the Tide, Mike, to be honest. Look, here's the thing.
Mavs are they're still in striking distance. They could still have a good season. There's no doubt about that. I firmly believe Anthony Davis is a tremendous player. Again, it has nothing to do with that. It's the value.
I do love that somebody sits there though and goes, "This has got to be Jerry's fault."
Man, I'll tell you this: the conspiracy theories around this are wild.
Oh, there's
the fact that there are that many conspiracy theories.
I'll be honest. Like, I don't care how petty it sounds or whatever else. If Sean were here right now, I'm sure Sean would be rolling his eyes over this. I would totally be in favor if the NBA said we're going to open an investigation to how this went, because this doesn't seem on the up and up.
Yeah, but can we not have like one event take place where people don't automatically go the conspiracy theory route? Can we just have one event?
No. Especially when it's something like this.
Like, at least it has to be believable.
There's no sense to this one, though. There's no sense to this movie.
It has to be a believable issue for a conspiracy theory to be able to take place. There's no, you can't even come up with one.
What's the Occam's razor? The simplest explanation is usually the right one.
Yeah.
Something like that. There's no simple explanation to this. It doesn't. There's no explanation that goes like, well, okay, well, I mean, it could be that, but no, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
it's an awful deal.
No, the only thing that makes sense is that you want to pull a major league movie, where you want to anger the fan base so much that nobody shows up, and then you can move the team to Vegas. Like, that's the one I saw yesterday.
There's a lot of people who feel like that's what's happening.
I saw one yesterday that the Mavs wanted to, the Adelson family wanted to move the team to Vegas. Silver said no, and he said the only way you can is if you trade Luka to the Lakers so we can get the TV ratings. That's the only conspiracy theory that I was like, you know what? I can buy that. I can buy that one. You wanted to get approval. That's it. But that didn't happen.
I mean, what if they have gotten here and they realize this gambling thing is a lot more difficult to get done here in Texas than we thought?
It's not going to happen. I know it's not going to happen.
And if that's the case, then they go, all right, well, then we need to get us back to Vegas. So if that requires driving away, because there's no way. Nico seemed stunned yesterday. Like I felt like the energy coming off of Nico was like, he knew it'd be criticized, but I don't think Nico anticipated where there are people outside the AAC laying down. There was a casket laid in front of the AAC.
That's why you need to float these things.
They people spray painted expletives towards Nico, and they came out and tried to power wash it off and couldn't get it off. I mean, it's bad.
Yeah.
This is as intense reaction about anything we've seen in DFW sports.
It really is. Jake in Sherman. Good morning, Jake. What's up?
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on. So I just want to start with, I don't know if it's fair to compare Luka to the player that Dirk was as far as loyalty goes, but it really sounded like that Luka was ready to be the next Dirk for us. And then if you rewind to the finals last year, it had a similar ending to what we had back in 2006. And as crushing as that was, for me personally, it felt like we were on the cusp of having that 2011 type run. And Nico just hit the biggest reset button of all time. Like, I don't even think anyone in the Jones family is capable of doing something this dumb. Everyone check in on your DFW sports friends, because we're going through it right now. That's all I got for y'all. Thank y'all for having me.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, we are going through it. Fans are angry, to say the least. And it's accepted. It's acceptable to be angry about this. Like, that's what you should be. Now, there are some that really love the deal. They're few and far between. Or I don't even know if there's even the people who've called in and tried to defend this, say none of them love the deal. They all eventually go like, well, yeah, they didn't get enough. But I was tired of looking about, okay, but they didn't get enough. Regardless of we've got two camps. All right, you've got the camp that says you should not have traded Luka. Then you've got the other camp that says you should not have traded Luka for that. Right.
If you were going to trade Luka, fine, but like you needed to trade us.
You got to get more.
817. What if Luka said he wasn't going to sign? Nico Harrison told you yesterday Luka never told them that. Luka never said he didn't want to sign. Luka never intimated to them he didn't want to be here. Luka, by all accounts, was shocked that he was dealt.
All right, here's Nico talking about the secrecy behind this whole thing.
We kept it between us. We had to keep it tight. J Kidd didn't know about it, but J Kidd and I are aligned, and we talk about archetypes, and we talk about the culture that we want to create. So I know the type of players that he likes without actually talking to him. Hey, would you like, so I know that. And J Kidd coached them when they won a championship. So I think when you're aligned with your coach like that, I know the type of players that he likes. And so I felt good about it making sense to where we're trying to go.
All right, do we have a problem that Jason Kidd had no idea this was happening?
I definitely have a problem with Nico Harrison pronouncing it archetype instead of archetype. I have a big problem with that. But
you know what I found out recently? That it's an archipelago, not an archipelago.
I knew that. Yeah, I didn't know you didn't know that.
I didn't know it.
But
I've seen the word, and I was like, what the hell? That's a new word. We didn't have that when in the 80s.
Do we believe him?
Yeah, I believe that kid had no idea.
I do too, but it does bring up to a point now of just like, well, I don't know. I mean, again, 2 weeks ago, we talked about Nico Harrison saying Luka's going to be the reason we win a championship, and I can't wait to bring it to you. The whole time he knows he's dealing him. So, I don't know. Maybe he was up there trying to cover for Jason. They're buddies. They're friends.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't think so, because Jason Kidd looked genuinely unhappy at the press conference.
I enjoy... I appreciate the structure of power where the GM makes the decision. He hands the coach the team. My job is to find the team, and your job is to coach it. I appreciate that, those boundaries being set.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot trade the best player on your team, who is also one of the 2 or 3 best players in the league, who is 24, 25 years old, without going to the coach and saying, hey man, just a heads up, like, this is, I'm not going to make this decision based on what you tell me here, but what do you think of this? Like,
yeah,
you're not going to the player, you're going to the head coach and asking, like, oh, hey, if Jerry was going to trade Dak Prescott, I mean, give the coach a heads up here.
Oh, if Jerry made any, I mean, Jerry got killed just for, like, there was a lot of criticism for why didn't you tell Mike McCarthy you were trading for Trey Lance?
Yeah.
There was a lot of criticism for that, for just adding a backup quarterback. And this is talking about you're moving arguably the face of the NBA or the next generation of the NBA.
Maybe.
As soon as LeBron's gone.
Yeah, I wonder who is the face of the NBA when LeBron is out. That's a good question. Let's go to Luke in Dallas. Luke, you're up next on the Fan.
What's up, boys?
What's up?
I don't know how management signs off on this purely from a revenue perspective. I've got 3 buddies with season tickets. All 3 of them emailed their sales guy and said, don't send me the renewal for next year. You've got jersey sales, and they just went from Bally's, where they had a contract of guaranteed money, to now they've got to sell subscriptions. All these franchises are, a profit deal, a for-profit deal. So I'm not sure how management would ever sign off on them purely based on revenue.
It's probably why Patrick Dumont allegedly laughed at Nico Harrison the first time he mentioned it.
I don't know how they salvage this from a revenue perspective. I mean, obviously, if they win, they salvage it. And if you're Patrick Dumont, if you are the Adelson family, you entrust Nico to do the job. But does that mean that, you blindly just go with whatever he says? Nico has earned the faith of the fan base and the faith of the ownership. He's been a tremendous...
Reasonable.
What?
Where reasonable. This is not reasonable to just say, oh, yeah, all right. There's certain things. It's like, I can have all the trust in the world in somebody. If they start driving a car off a cliff, I'm going to suddenly lose trust in that person, no matter how many times they've been great.
Yeah. It's, he's earned the faith. But, again, like you said, imagine if the Rangers went... Would trading Wyatt Langford for let's just say the Rangers said, we're going to trade Wyatt Langford for Mike Trout. Mike Trout's a broken down player.
Yeah.
At least he's got a little prime years left. Oh, you're talking about trading for an old person.
No, this is
not old, but like in the NBA world, you're trading age. You don't trade young for old.
This is you traded Juan Soto for Mike Trout.
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
That's it. You wouldn't do it.
And I mean, even so, Mike Trout is maybe somebody below Mike Trout even.
Yeah.
Because Anthony Davis is a great player, but he's still probably not the Mike Trout of basketball.
It's more like a Stanton.
Yeah.
Right?
Honestly, yeah, like Soto for Stanton is what you just did.
I'm good player, no doubt about it. He's got his genius about him.
And meanwhile, there are other teams around baseball going, if you would have told us Juan Soto was available, we would have traded you a Stanton and 5 of our top prospects.
Right. That is the one part of this that just infuriates me, is that they didn't shop. You literally went and said, I've got a house to sell. I'm calling my friend, not even putting on the I'm just calling a friend of mine and say, hey, I'm selling my house. Do you want to buy it?
This is why, what the Mavericks should have done, they should have done like Orchard and let Orchard shop around for the best offer.
There you go.
That's what they should have done.
Oh, ABC, always be selling. Well, that's ABS.
Always be closing.
Always be closing.
ABC.
ABC. Let's go back to the people. Tolo Cowboy, you're up next here on The Fan. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, RJ. Good morning, Bobby.
Morning.
Hey, my mouth is. I'm at work right now. My mouth is on the concrete. I didn't get no sleep last night. I got on my Luca Donic jersey right now. We have 2 of the worst GMs in America. Jerry Jones and the Cowboys, we all know how they go. And now Nico with this right here. He didn't let Jason Kidd know anything. You didn't get a haul for. First of all, you don't trade Luka. But if you do, you get a haul like Jerry did with Herschel Walker. You get a haul. People would have been throwing first-round picks to get Luka. And I just don't get it. But what I do want to do while I'm on here is, Luka, if you listening, Luka, I love you, man. You'll always be the face of the Dallas Mavericks. You are the franchise. I don't care if you are in L.A. I love you, Luka. I got your jersey. You'll forever be a Dallas Mavericks. We burying Nico right now. He talking about 10 years from now we gonna be burying him. No, we burying him right now. Nico, you trash. You a bum. You out of here. Cowboy Tolo out. And I have to change my name now because I'm not messing with the Cowboys or the Mavericks no more. I am no longer a Cowboy fan, and I'm no longer a Maverick fan. Go Stars, go Rangers. I am always and forever be Dallas. I love you, Luka. And Luka, hey, just do the best you can, man. Hopefully we'll see you again. And I know when you come to Dallas, you're going to bust our butt. I'm going to say it like that. I know you're going to bust our butt every time you come. I'm going to be for you. Every time you come to Dallas, you bust our butt, Luka. I'm going to be for you. Tolo, Cowboy, out.
All right. Well done.
We've got
done.
I saw Joe Hoyt had the tweet yesterday from DLLS. He had said that it was $49 is the get in the door price for the remaining games on the schedule, except for the game against the Lakers. The game against the Lakers is, I'm trying to find the exact number. I think it was like $300 or something is the get in the door
Luka
price
gonna
now
be
for the
back
Lakers.
for that?
I think people are just going to want to see if he's sitting on the bench, maybe.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you know what, if I go to the game, he'll be sitting, because every game in the regular season that I've gone to since Luka's been here, Luka sat that night. It was a night off. Every game. By happenstance.
We're getting comparisons, by the way, on the fan text, the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text, for what this trade is like. 972 says this is like trading Jamar Chase for Mike Evans and a 4th rounder. It's not bad. We've also got, this is like trading Micah Parsons when J.J. Watt was at the end, and for J.J. Watt in a second.
Yeah, I mean, AD's still got time left. I mean, he's still got prime years left, but he could see the end of them. You know, his career ain't over, but he can see it from here. And that's the unfortunate thing about this. All right, great calls. We continue them. 877-881-1053. First, let's hook you up.
So I'm going to sit right here.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Luke Bryan at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas on Friday, June 20th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
I was wondering all weekend, what songs were Peyton going to pick? How was he going to decide?
This is reasonable.
It's a reasonable one. I was trying to figure that out. But all right, we do it every Monday around this time. We are going to get back to the phone calls at 8 o'clock at 877-881-1053. Let's do our best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Was the worst the same for everybody?
Yeah.
Basically?
Yep. Luka. That's the worst.
I got one here. So you know how so around my neighborhood they've decided to repaint the lines on the road.
Mm-hmm.
They painted all the lines. And we've got this short, the street entering the neighborhood is about 100 feet long. It's very, very short. And I turn in, and I didn't realize that they were painting the lines on that little side street. Had no idea they were going to do that. And I drive right over it. Well, up ahead, making a U-turn I see the paint truck. So it was fresh. I mean, it had been down maybe 10 seconds. I didn't see it. I get out of the car, and there is yellow paint all on the side of my car. Kicked up from the paint on the road.
And this is the car. This is not the truck.
Yes, this is the one. This is my Maxima that I have. It's old. It's got 225,000 miles on it.
That Luke is going to be getting.
But it's my son's. Yeah, he's getting it when he gets his driver's license. He has his permit, but when he gets his license. I don't know them be able to get this paint off.
Getting a car with $225,000
miles
or 225,000 miles and yellow paint on the side is still a better deal for Luca than
what the other
they got
Luka
over
got?
the weekend. Yeah,
Or the other Luca?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it might be. It might be. That's awful, though. I have no idea how to get this off. If you know on the fan text, 877-881-1053, text in. Tell me how to get that yellow paint off the side of my car.
Yeah,
it's all over the place.
I mean, yeah. What are you supposed to just like? Can you power wash it, or is that going to get the paint job off?
I don't think it's going to power. I mean, I could power wash my car, but are you okay?
Water just dripped on me from.
The whole place is falling apart. The coffee doesn't work. The water doesn't work, but it's falling.
Cold
from the
water.
ceiling.
That was very cold water.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, that's concerning. I don't know where that came from. No, I don't know how you would. Yeah, because you might just have the yellow stripe on your car now.
Yeah,
that might just be the reality of it. I'll tell you, we had an issue over the weekend, so we're leaving for town after the show today. We're flying out to New Orleans. Should be a great time, and we'll be out there doing Radio Row coverage all week with some great guests. We're supposed to talk to I know Florio's going to be out there with us. I believe we're going to have Darren Woodson at some point during the week. DeMarcus Lawrence. So we've got a bunch of different things that we're going to be doing that are going to be really exciting. But I needed our mother-in-law to come watch the kids for the week because Kristen's coming with me.
Mm-hmm.
And with her coming with me and the mother-in-law coming to town, the mother-in-law was in Maine with Kristen's sister and who lives up there. So she was coming down and flying back on Sunday. She was going to fly back on Sunday initially. Well, then she changed some stuff around. She was going to be flying back Monday, and she was supposed to land at like 7:30, 8 o'clock this morning, something like that. Well, she texted Kristen over the weekend and said, hey, just wanted to let you know that American was offering, because the flight, she was going to go from Maine to D.C. to Dallas. She's like, American offered people the option to switch if they weren't comfortable flying into D.C. airspace because of everything.
Wait, was it the same air? Was it Reagan Airport or was it Dulles?
I don't know, but it was just if it was flying into there, they offered people the option if they didn't feel comfortable flying into there.
Wow.
And she took him up on it, and so she's like, so I'll be landing now at 1:30, and she's like, so I'll be there in plenty of time to Uber back and get to the place, and then I'll be able to pick up the kids at 3 from school. And Kristen started freaking out.
I mean, I think our flight's at 2.
Yeah, 1:50 or something. So she starts freaking out and going, I'm going to be sitting on a plane. Like, how do I know? Like, how am I going to be sure if she's delayed at all? How am I going to be? Why would I jump on a plane not knowing if she'd actually landed to pick up the kids and handle things yet? And by the time we land, it'll be past 3 o'clock. I won't even know if there's somebody there to pick up the kids. Like, I'm gonna have to get contingencies around. Or do I switch my flight? Do I do this? Do I do that? And so she started just freaking out because she's like, she's always like, mom can be a little flaky at times. Is her position. So she thinks like, how do I know that this isn't just the start of? Well, then I got worried about this, and I just decided to turn around and go back to Maine, and now I got nobody here to watch kids. So Kristen started thinking like worst case scenario, but it did bring up the question to me: would you feel uncomfortable flying into DC airspace right now?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't, if you could avoid doing that, you would.
If I could avoid flying into DC?
Yeah, like if you could get redirected, because this was going to redirect her to like, I don't know, Nashville or something.
So
her flight was going to land in Nashville.
I just said I'd be comfortable flying into DC.
Oh, I thought you just said, I said, would you feel uncomfortable?
Oh, uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah, I feel comfortable. I mean, it's... So I was talking to... I got a buddy who's a pilot, and he was a former crash investigator. And he's like in the military as a crash investigator. And he was like, this was such a freak accident.
Mm-hmm.
But he also said, like, if you knew how many close calls there were in general, you'd probably never fly again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't particularly want to fly, period, ever. I've gotten a little bit better about it when I go to Cowboys games, I've had to fly so frequently that just repetition has made me feel a little more comfortable about it. But me and my dumb brain, the way my brain works, where I'm just like, I'm going to get on a plane and then this will be the one. And the only reason why I don't feel the same way when I'm flying to the Cowboys road games is because I think about it, I'm like, well, surely like the Cowboys plane won't go down. Like it's such a dumb way to rationalize in my head. I'm like, like they're that won't happen to them. That'd be crazy. Like if that was a story, we'd all like the world can't handle a story like that.
Right.
So there's no way that one would.
He was saying that like the way this plane was turning, and he goes, you wouldn't know this unless you were like a pilot. Is that when the plane banks, it's like called belly up.
Mm-hmm.
You have an optical illusion that it's further away than it actually is because the way the thing is turning. And you have at night, it's a very dark night. There was no moon. You've got one beacon light on the bottom. That's all you could see. So that plane, that chopper, just it was a perfect storm of events that had to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, what they always say, it's takeoff and landing. Those are the two things where you're most like you most got to be locked in. And those were the two accidents we saw in the last week were takeoff and landing.
What was the other? Oh yeah,
the Philly one.
The Philly one.
The Shriners Hospital Learjet. And that was a couple minutes after takeoff.
Right, and he was also saying like to think that this was that flight was that it was done on purpose. He's like, you have no idea how impossible that would be.
The precision.
If
you're going to do that,
you're going a quarter mile per second at that time. They're traveling a quarter mile per second. In terms of the going towards each other, and he took a dig at the Army. He goes, "That's just math the Army doesn't possess."
Yeah,
because he's an Air Force guy. But anyway, that was the worst. Was the car for me, and then the flight.
Yeah, the flight. But we ended up working it out, and we'll be traveling today. Now, are you? I was trying to. I'm trying to figure out how we're gonna handle New Orleans though coming up.
What do you mean?
Because I saw Sean was already on Twitter yesterday asking for New Orleans restaurant recommendations. I feel like we're going to end up hearing about, like I feel like everybody's going to end up voting on us doing seafood places. And so I don't think I'm going to eat anywhere we go while we're in New Orleans.
You don't have to.
I'll go, but I'm not. I'm going to go, but I'm not going to eat.
So, Bobby, you can't go to the same restaurant that seafood's cooked at. Like,
if it is
having seafood at the table, you can't eat there at all.
No, if it is a seafood restaurant, I can't eat if they make other things there. I can't eat a burger at a seafood restaurant.
Can you get soup?
No, it'll taste like seafood.
But how? It's a different pot.
It doesn't matter. It's all cooked in the same kitchen. It's just like the same reason of like I can't go to the bathroom and then shower within that same bathroom within 2 hours. It all mixes together.
So strange.
I can't do it.
Peyton, do you have a best and worst?
Yeah, I mean, the worst outside the Luka news that really killed my Sunday. I mean, we talked about the neighborhood watch last week. The flu bug was going around, canceling school districts, and my fiance Mackenzie got the flu over the weekend, man. And I can't believe I didn't catch anything. Usually, it's like, the next day I catch whatever she has, or she catches whatever I have. And I'm surprised I haven't got anything yet, knock on wood. But she was out all weekend, so I kind of just hung around the house.
Man, I got a text from the ex-wife this morning that my oldest son Luca is sick, not feeling well. He's toughening it out though. You know why? Because today is his first high school baseball game.
Well,
snap!
And he's like, I'm playing it. I'm playing through.
Gonna get the whole baseball
he's
team
sick as a dog. He's got body aches. He's got a sore throat. He's just weak.
We're not worried about this Luca's condition.
No. But he's powering through. He's going to play his first. I'm going to miss it. I'm bummed. I think I'm missing 3 games this week. He plays today.
What time is it? What time's the game today?
I mean, after evening, 5, 6 o'clock, whatever.
So you couldn't take a red eye?
I didn't know the schedule.
Oh, okay.
We didn't have the schedule when they put the flight. And then I might be able to see Friday, but the game on Friday is in Aledo. So when we land Friday night, I don't know if I'll be able to make it out there. So I'm going to miss a couple of his games this week. I'm pretty bummed about that. All right, best and worst of the weekend here on 105.3 The Fan. I did take my bathroom sink apart, though. That was cool. I became a man. The drain was clogged, and the faucet was dripping like an old man in a urinal, like a very slow drip coming out of the faucet. Took that apart, took the drain apart, unclogged it. The vile smell of hair and toothpaste and whatever gunk was down there. Gross. But Works like a charm now. All right, Sean and RJ here, 105 through the fan. We're going right back to the people. 877-881-1053. This is your day to complain, your day to vent. Mavs trade Luka for Anthony Davis. Maxi's gone. Markieff is gone. Max Christie's back. But hey, got a first-round pick in 2029.
Hell yeah.
Can't beat it. More reaction from you, the Tolo, next on the fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, for you.
NFL.
8 o'clock hour here on 105 to the Fan. It's Sean and RJ. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Hayden Russell alongside. Sean is back tomorrow. We'll be in Radio Row in New Orleans. He's taking the day off so we can pack.
Yep, he's got to get everything packed up, ready to go.
Are you all packed, by the way?
No.
I am. Yeah.
I mean, I pretty much was. But, I mean, there's still other, like, I've got some stuff that I got to finish up. Kristen's pretty much packed everything, but, yeah. I
did like 6 loads of laundry yesterday. We haven't done laundry in probably 3 weeks. And I buy enough underwear so I don't have to do laundry.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
We did it all. So I wanted up my options.
So
I have all these clothes. I wear the same 5 shirts.
Me too. I'm the same way. I was trying to get ready. So it's gonna be gross in New Orleans.
No, it's gonna be warm.
No, I know. That's what I mean. Like muggy, gross. Like it's 70 all week, but the humidity all week is like 90%.
Oh.
It's gonna be. You're gonna be sweating through everything. It's gonna just be nasty.
I don't sweat. The only time I sweat is like if I'm in the sauna. That's it.
But you're gonna be in a sauna. This is gross. It's that Gulf air coming up and just the it's gonna.
I think it'll be all right. I mean, after what we've been dealing with here, I'll take 70 degrees. That was what it was yesterday. It was like 80 to 82, wasn't it?
And when you say after what we've been dealing with here, you mean like the Luka trade? Just like you'll take.
The
change
freeze
of scenery.
We've had like a 2-week frozen tundra that we live in. All right, back to the people. 877-881-1053. This is your chance to vent. Maya in Arlington, start us off. You're up next here on the Fan.
Hey, first of all, they need to get y'all some coffee in there. I don't even see how you guys are functioning without it. Second, I'm going to add not a conspiracy, but maybe a speculation. This is so outrageous and so unbelievable. It makes me think maybe behind the scenes there was some type of issue with Nico and Luka, because why would you set this man up like that? You told nobody about this trade. You got something for him, but you got nothing for him also. And then he lost all of his money. But like that, it doesn't even make any sense. So my speculation is something behind the scenes, and Nico had to show him, hey, you are tradable, and I'm going to do it. But that's all. Have a good day, guys.
Have a good day. I appreciate it. I heard some things yesterday. I need to vet it a little bit more.
It's not unreasonable to think, though, that maybe they had tension. Because, I mean, look, any superstar and any boss – are there's always a potential for it to go sideways, because I mean, look, you're talking about ego management, and that can always be sensitive, and so maybe there is a butting of heads there.
But my issue is he didn't ask out. He wasn't going to ask out. He was going to sign. So you didn't want to sign him? That was it, right? You just didn't want to sign him.
You don't believe in his ability to stay healthy, look. I mean, if this is just a rage trade of like you're mad that he didn't do the things you wanted in terms of conditioning. Not that you think he's going to break down, but you're mad that he didn't fall in line. That's even worse. But Brad Townsend talked to Nico Harrison yesterday, and he said he left Luka a text and a phone message and gave the quote, "My guess is he probably doesn't want to talk to me."
Yeah, you cost him $116 million, and you gave him taxes.
And he was comfortable here.
State income tax.
He was comfortable here. There was no indication that he didn't like being a Dallas Maverick. There was no indication at all that he did not like this city and this team and this organization. And it's still stunning. I mean,
it's very stunning.
It's you're going through those stages of grief where it's anger and acceptance.
But here's the thing. I don't foresee myself ever getting to the bargaining or acceptance stage.
The Mavericks certainly never got to the bargaining stage.
No. I am in anger and denial. And I plan on staying in anger and denial. I plan on staying there for a long, long time.
As you should.
I plan on being. I can't wait to talk to Bassik. Cannot wait to talk to Bassik this morning. From the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text from the 817. The only way this works is if Luka stays hurt, fat, and turns into Zion.
Yeah, that's a hell of a bet.
Yeah.
That is a hell of a bet.
You're betting that LeBron James can't get through to him. Good luck. That's his idol. Good luck. Juan in Grand Prairie, you are up next on the Fan.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm a season ticket holder, 10 plus years. One thing you don't do is you never trade a generational talent. You can trade an all-star. Heck, De'Aaron Fox was just traded. He got more back than the Mavs did. I mean, you can trade an all-star. You can trade an all-star, but you cannot trade a generational talent. Again, I said 10-plus years, so I saw the decline years of Dirk where we were literally gifted Luka. So I was like, okay, we're going to be straight for the next several years. You guys are letting Jason Kidd off the hook way too easy. He's absolutely complicit in this. You don't trade a star player like that, and the head coach doesn't know. You guys know there was rumblings about his history in Milwaukee where they fired him because he wanted too much power. He was trying to do stuff, behind people's back. I know those are rumors, but it looks like, hey, it probably happened.
Wait,
here
are
as
you
well.
saying that Kidd knew?
He had to have known. You do not trade an NBA star player without the head coach knowing. He knows Anthony Davis. He coached Anthony Davis, so he absolutely had to give the sign off to say, yeah, I think we could do that.
Man, I agree, but everything they're saying is that he had no idea.
He looked pretty upset up there yesterday. His body language looked like a guy who was not happy.
Yeah.
That's how I looked at it, Juan. I understand it's reasonable, I think, to at least ask the question, are they being upfront about it? Maybe Kidd did know.
Maybe they're not. Who knows? It would not. I mean, it would. I was surprised to find out that he didn't know. That was surprising. I was disappointed a little bit too. I get it. I like the boundaries. I like that there's a boundary between front office and coach. I like that. But when you are going to trade, if Milwaukee is going to trade Giannis, if Denver's going to trade Joker, or the Mavs are going to trade Luka, I mean, I think when you're talking about a magnitude of that type of player, you really got to make sure that the head coach is on board.
I mean, and you really got to make sure that you vet this out and get the best possible deal.
If you're going to trade for PJ Washington, if you don't want to ask the coach, I'm not going to lose my mind over that.
There's no way. There's absolutely no way that Jason Kidd can see that deal though and say, "Oh yeah, we got everything back we needed to." There's no way.
There's no way. I can't imagine that there is. Mark in Oak Cliff, good morning. You're up next.
Good morning, guys. I am keeping record of the calls, and that guy Anthony that called in, he won state with South Oak Cliff 3 times. He was the most creditable caller, and he was making a point about Nico because right now it's a lot of panic on Nico. And when I keep scoring, Nico was right about Kidd. Right, when the whole fan base was panicking, wanting to fire Kidd. Nico was right about getting Kyrie Irving when the whole fan base was saying he wasn't going to work for a whole year. So now when he trade the Golden Boy, everybody is up in arms. This is really more so about a lesson to your kids. What it tells your kids is don't lean on your talent. Don't come in with a dad bod when you can do better because people are always looking at you. And for all the fans that's out there like, I left the Mavericks and I'm no longer a Cowboy fan, we don't want you to. Because, see, you got to be able to ride when it's hard and when they make decisions that you don't like. And this is one that, yes, it's not popular, but no, you can't show with no dad bod, let people blow by you on defense in the finals, then get lead the league and ticks and all that kind of mess. You're not even playing all the finals because you got a tick. No, man, it's a lesson to your kids, and we need to learn from it.
Mark, and that's fine if you want to move on from Luka for all of those reasons. If you want to do that, totally understand. But they needed to get more, right? Pot him back up, Peyton, real quick.
AD is the one with the ring. Luka ain't got no ring. Like, AD is the one that actually brought it home. Luka has not. So, yes, we can squabble about trade value, but what he really said, if we really listen to Nico, it was about the character of the player.
Sure. But Mark, sure. I understand that. But look, the rest of the league is telling you we didn't know he was available. If he was, we would have given you more than that. And if that's the case, shouldn't that be upsetting? Not the fact that Luka's gone. I mean, that's upsetting to a lot of different people. But shouldn't it be upsetting that you didn't? It feels negligent to not call anybody else.
Yeah, but he was saying that we had to keep it close to the vest, so that limited his dance partner.
Why did he have to?
Well, it's one of those things to where I don't like. We can squabble about the trade value, fine, right?
But that's important though, Mark. Like I do think that's I like your point. I like your points that you're making. I think you're being reasonable, level-headed. All those things. I understand your perspective on it. I didn't want to trade him, but I understand your perspective on it. The issue here is that it was negligent not to maximize the value. It was negligent to narrow it up to just your buddy Rob Pelinka and nobody else that you were talking to. And you cost the team in the long run because of that. And so regardless of whether or not it was time to move on from Luka, it was a bad deal. Yeah. It was a bad trade.
Appreciate the call, Mark. Look, it's again, if you wanted to trade him, fine. You have to shop. It's obvious that they pinpointed that they wanted Anthony Davis. That's the obvious thing here. There's no other explanation as to why you don't go beyond that. Unless you didn't want the uproar to be so vast that this got leaked out and then the fan base reacted as they have reacted, and you didn't want to run the risk that ownership shut the thing down.
Man, I think
right? Because if this thing got leaked out, the reaction of the fan base would have been as it is.
But they could have prepared. Like, the fan base could have mentally prepared when it, instead of just getting the trigger pulled on Saturday night,
yes.
It's like, you blindsided them, and that was bad.
Bad, very bad. But I think the ownership shuts it down. If the fan base reacted, I guarantee you today, the ownership is, and they may not be regretting the trade, but they're regretting that they didn't leak it to at least take that into consideration before they made it. Or call the teams, man.
One more team.
They obviously wanted Anthony Davis. That's it. They said, it doesn't matter about trading Luka. We want Anthony Davis. And it doesn't matter if we get less value because we have pinpointed and targeted the person that we want. Thomas in Fort Worth, you're up next. What's up, man?
All right, man. Look, see, what nobody's talking about is Dirk. Dirk forewent his health his last year just so he could show Luka the way. Dirk can't even play with his kids no more. He's got a bad ankle. And he did that for us and for Luka. And now Nico's over here, I got to get AD. It's asinine.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's terrible.
It reeks of just not knowing what's going on, not being able to read the room. The fact that they didn't think that this was going to be this much uproar, they acted genuinely surprised yesterday. Genuinely surprised of the anger, the angst, whatever word you want to use.
Look, I mean, 682 says this. You could have got Boncaro and 4 firsts. Well, I don't think you can only trade, like you can trade swaps and some other things like that. But here's the thing.
Bridges got 5 ones, right?
Here's the thing. I absolutely think if you call them and say, give us Boncaro and a bunch of firsts, they probably say yes for Doncic.
Yeah,
and so that's the thing is that it's like, all right, that's great that you got AD. You could have gotten another young, big-time talent and a bunch of firsts from somewhere else. Or you could have gotten
they just wanted AD. It's obvious they obviously just wanted AD.
He wanted AD, and you've just narrowed yourself and limited yourself. It's negligent.
Mm-hmm.
It is so bad that when this trade got announced, that everybody's reaction universally, players, executives, analysts, us, fans, everybody said he was hacked. That was more likely that somebody got access to Sham's account and sent this out as a joke than somebody would actually do this.
People thought Shams' password was 12345.
Yeah, somebody on Reddit yesterday said, so I guess it turns out Shams' password was Shams' password 123.
Yeah, I mean, come on now, like that. It was that crazy of a move that people thought it's more likely that Shams was hacked than you actually made this trade.
817, has Mark Cuban said anything? Brad Townsend reached out to him for a comment. All he said was MFFL. That's all he said in response.
Huh.
Which is a little weak. That's lame. Just say something about it. Mark Cuban, who famously, apparently, the clip was circular, famously once said that if he had to pick between trading Luka and divorcing his wife, he would file divorce papers. That he would never trade Luka.
Dude, we have, like, the Adelson family is one of the richest in sports. Not just in the NBA, in sports. There's not a money problem here. This is not they couldn't afford to pay Luka the Supermax. They are one of the richest ownership groups in all of sports. only Ballmer with the Clippers, Walton with Denver, and then some, European soccer club. That's it. They have more money than anybody else. This was not a money issue. They actively wanted AD.
Mm-hmm.
877-881-1053. Got more of your calls. We're also going to hear from our boy Reggie out of Tula. Diehard Mavs fan. He wants to join. He wants to call in and talk about this move. He is he's down in Houston now, but we'll hear from him and you, the people. This is your day on the Fan.
Hectic morning. We've got...
remember that Uber Eats has frozen.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady. Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-323-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton Russell in the back. We're going to hear from Mike Bassik during Crosstalk at 9:40. I cannot wait for that. Tim McMahon of ESPN will join the show at 9 o'clock. We've been having your phone calls all morning. They've been amazing, tremendous content because you have been allowed to vent. And vent you have. Although some, more than I expected, are all in on the trade of Anthony Davis. Not even all in, just like
they defend it, and then as soon as we start talking through, like, yeah, but was it a good trade? Did they get it? Then they go like, well, all right, maybe it wasn't a good trade, but you know, there are a couple of people who are ready to get Luke out of town. It sounds like
a couple that were. So Bobby wanted he hit me up with this yesterday. Say, hey, we want to talk to Reggie about this. Reggie Atatula, longtime DFW sports fan, now working down in Houston, big time Mavs fan. Wanted to get your take on this. Good morning, brother. How are you?
Yo, man, I'm doing pretty well. Y'all talking to McMahon, and y'all obviously have Bassik. Why the hell y'all got me?
Because we got to have that Reggie. We got that Reggie. Look,
fellas, how we doing?
Look, we're. I mean, we've been better. We're not great.
Sure.
You were always, when you were here, Reggie. You were the basketball czar at the station. A lot of people felt like, and I know you had many a defense of Luka Doncic during his time here. Your initial reaction to the trade when it was announced, and can you come up with any legitimate argument why this was a good trade?
Look, man, I don't have anything novel when it comes to reaction. I was also like, what the actual you-know-what just happened here? Like, that was mind-boggling, and I don't think I want to be anywhere different than the various people in sports. Like, we saw the various people as they learned of this news. People who are used to the machinations of the NBA and such were all shocked by this, because this goes away from, like, all the basic tenets of what how you are supposed to comport yourself as an NBA executive, right? Like, just the basic idea is that you do not send away a superstar unless they force your hand. Talk less of a superstar in his prime, and this is what we saw. I am confused by it. There are moments where, and for those who don't know, I'm here in New Orleans for Radio Row, where you guys will be joining here shortly, and the whole way here, just periodically, I mean, whether I'm eating some crawfish etouffee or whatever, if we're on the road, just at one point or another, I would stop and be like, wait, that really happened. I am confused by it. Your secondary question was what again? I want to make sure I get this.
If there's any way that you can justify this as a good trade, like limiting yourself to just talking to the Lakers.
No, there's no way. Like this is the issue with it, right? I know that there's a lot of people in Dallas who had some issues with Luka and his conditioning. That is a conversation that we all had quite a bit. That was one of the things that was thrown out there. I still don't think that's a great reason to make the trade, but okay, let's say you hone in there. Or some level of feeling that they have developed that he was not going to stay, even though Nico Harrison has since come out and said explicitly that no, they did not feel that, which, what are you doing? Even if you felt like all of those things, you have to generate a market for a guy that you're going to trade. Why would you limit your options there? I mean, you have no leverage. You negotiated against yourself barely to send him away. And if you're talking about setting yourself up for the future, what you would do is you take this invaluable asset in the NBA where you're never going to get commensurate value in the NBA and at least get the most that you can get. And Anthony Davis, I do think that we've gone too far in our confusion about the trade and being like, well, why didn't you get more? Anthony Davis is a phenomenal basketball player. He's also 31 years old, right? Like, you were trading 6 years of prime basketball there, and you didn't get more assets on the other side of that. So trying to sell this on the idea of we're going to be better now and for the future, I don't know that I can see that. So no, just the basic way of going about this. Even if you were to a point where you were done with Luka Doncic, there's no way this was the right operation for it. I can't buy it.
What is fair value?
I think that is where it gets tough, because we've seen players like Rudy Gobert, as I like to call him, go for 4 first-round picks and some talent, some players. And the top line of this, right? Anthony Davis, you could easily say, okay, that's 4 first-round picks right there, just on the value, because I mean, he's still a top 10 players in this league. We don't really see that happen, but only one additional first-round pick feels less than what you got there, and you didn't get younger in this. Obviously, you traded away the younger. There's not really I don't know that there's a baseline for what a commensurate value is on a superstar this way. It's the reason why you don't trade them, right? It's the reason why you don't trade them unless somebody forces your hand to do so, and somebody has to be that guy.
Talking with Reggie Atatula here on 105 through the Fan, getting his Luka reaction to this one. We'll see him out at Radio Row here with 610 in Houston this week. Reggie, okay, so just basketball fit alone, Anthony Davis working with Kyrie, being worked into this Mavericks basketball team. What do you think about Anthony Davis as a basketball fit for the Mavericks?
It's interesting, but there's still work to be done. Like, I imagine that you guys are probably going to hear something or other before that February 6th deadline, because this, as it's currently situated, you still need some work, right? Both of these teams, both the Lakers and the Mavericks, need some work because they were teams that were, built around those guys being in those spots, and now you switch them. The Lakers need another center that they feel comfortable about, and I know that's not what we're talking about here, but the Mavericks now, you go from a situation where you have Derek Lively, who is a very good starting center in this league, and you bring in another center, like an all-defensive center and all that. And I understand Anthony Davis wants to play the 4, but even Nico Harrison had to admit that you're going to have closing lineups with him at the 5. Like, that's another reason why this trade is kind of weird. Like, you're in a way also limiting that asset of Derek Lively if you're going to admit that he's going to be limited in cap because you have a dude who is set to close ahead of him. And so you need to situate this better. You have Kyrie Irving, who is now going to be the offensive engine of your team, and that's fine to some degree. But correct me if I'm wrong, he has a bulging disc in his back right now.
Yeah, he's dealing with some stuff.
Right, like, and who is your secondary, playmaker? Have we now reverted to this conversation that we've had before? Because is it Spencer Dinwiddie again? Right, like, where are you situated here? So I think that there's going to need to be some rejiggering in some ways to kind of get yourself, or see if you can find another ball handler that helps what you're doing here. And then I think just the awkwardness of now having to play Twin Tower basketball and find the fit there, because I know that Nico Harrison has compared that one to the Cavs, but even the Cavs had to find, they did a little bit of soul searching in order to get to the place that they have been this year.
Hey, Reg, thank you so much, man. We're going to get back to these calls. We will talk to you tomorrow. We'll talk to you tomorrow in New Orleans.
All right, fellas, travel safe.
Reggie Atatula.
Got that, Reggie?
Down in New Orleans.
Got that, Reggie.
We are heading there to Radio Row after the show. We're going right back to the people, though. Calls have been great today. 877-881-1053. Sean in Dallas, you're up next, man. Good morning.
Good morning, y'all. I'll keep it sweet. I miss Reggie. I loved hearing him. I was glad I got to wait to hear him. But I think my first reaction when I saw the trade is, 1, it's not real. And then 2, did we at least get Finney Smith back? Did you at least bring back a fan favorite? So it made it sting a little worse when I saw the trade itself. And then the only thing, I don't like to be the conspiracy sports theorist, but I know the Mavs have been screwed in the past. We got new owners with big money in Vegas. They're talking about an expansion. Is this to get on the NBA's good side? You got the Lakers back. Now you get the Lakers-Celtics rivalry back where it used to be, possibly for years to come, with the Celtics team that they have set up, with now what the Lakers have set up. Are you going to get your ratings back? Are you building back that rivalry? And did the owners just build themselves some kind of padding for the future when they do potentially have an expansion team in Vegas with their casinos?
Man, that is the only conspiracy theory that I could possibly get down with.
That's a great point, though, by Sean. I didn't even think about that. The NBA probably is drooling over the idea of, like, Tatum and Luka, Celtics, like how that might be able to be might be able to spark that again for another decade.
The NBA absolutely loves the Lakers being great. The only conspiracy theory I can get down with is that this will the Mavs ownership group wants to move the team to Vegas because they can't get gambling here. They can't get the resort they want. And this was a way to have the NBA approve their move. That's the only thing I could possibly think of. Other than that, it really makes very, very little sense. It doesn't make basketball sense. It doesn't make financial sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. Like, none of it does. The fact that you didn't tell the coach about it is all done in secrecy. You didn't start a bidding war. You did this in the middle of the night on a Saturday night? Boy, you talk about a news dump.
Oh, yeah. Now, look, I mean, obviously, I mean, I guess it got done when it got done. But the whole way this has been positioned by the Mavericks is that they were basically just having a little light conversation and, Rob, would you ever consider taking Luka? Really? Really? Would I take Patrick Dumont? I'm thinking about trading Luka. No, are you?
No way.
The whole way it was even described as playing out tells you how absurd it is. And again, I'll go back to this. There's been a lot of talk about we got to learn to trust him. Yeah, he's earned our trust. Right. I can trust you driving a vehicle over and over again, and you've gotten me safely to a destination a ton of times. Or, man, the shortcut here that you took that I thought was going to keep us longer in traffic, it actually cut 10 minutes off our drive. You're right. I've learned to trust you in those instances. That trust goes out the window when you're driving us off a ledge and saying, oh, just trust me. Like, I've earned your trust to do this, to drive us off of a cliff.
Right.
Because that's what you did here.
That's what you did. That's exactly what happened. Zay in Fort Worth. Zay, good morning.
Hey, Nico. Congratulations, man. You did it. You've unseated Jerry Jones for the absolute dumbest GM in the DFW Metroplex history. I don't know how you did it. I don't know why you did it. I don't know what you was thinking. You, under no circumstance, trade the face of the city, the face of your franchise. He's 25 years old, and then you trade him for Anthony Davis. What is he going to do? He doesn't play. He's gonna get poked in the eye. He's gonna sprain his pinky, and he's gonna bust his elbow while getting a can out the cabinet. I'm telling you, man, this has to be one of the worst trades in the history of the NBA. I don't get it. I will never get it. It kind of feels like when Kobe died. It's gutless, man. Like it's a heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking for the city, man. It's, you hate to see Luka go, but man, best of luck, 77. Thanks, man.
Yep. Thank you, Zay. It is gut wrenching. It really is. There's very few redeeming qualities right now. Again, they might. I feel bad for Anthony Davis. I feel bad for Brian Schottenheimer. You know how he became the coach in a very fouled up way, and he didn't deserve the hate that came. It wasn't even directed at him. And Anthony Davis doesn't deserve the hate that he's getting because it ain't directed at him. The hate is not directed at Anthony Davis right now. Anthony Davis is a fine player. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame. He's a GOAT, man. He's awesome. It's not about that.
He will have some fantastic games the rest of the way.
Yeah.
He will play some insane basketball. He is a great basketball player. You traded as somebody I was talking to yesterday said, you didn't just trade a once-in-a-generation player. You traded a once-in-every-3 generations player for Anthony Davis, who's great, but is not Luka Doncic, and it did not get back the required value to make such a deal.
You didn't. You just didn't. It's the reality of it. You did not get back the value. Unfortunately, that's going to be on Nico's that's his Wikipedia page.
Yeah.
I guarantee you the Luka Doncic trade is going to be a complete chapter on his Wikipedia.
Somebody already adjusted his Wikipedia page yesterday. It said Nico Harrison is the general manager of the Dallas Mavericks, and then at the bottom it said he made the worst trade in the history of professional sports by sending Luka Doncic to the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah, to tie this thing together perfectly. It sucks. It really, really sucks. What do we have in below the belt?
Why Nico Harrison is the best thing that has ever happened to Brian Schottenheimer. That's next in below the belt on the Fan.
After we get you over to Zerez, get that carpet clean. Clean way, green way, Zerez way. Best carpet cleaner in the industry. They don't use soap. They don't use chemicals. It's their own system. You're going to want to get the Zerez treatment, the RJ Choppy Fan Special. Great offer for you, February. It is the month of love, right? Valentine's Day right around the corner. Get the carpet clean. 3 rooms pre-treated, clean, and sanitized for $109. And then a free hallway cleaned. And you take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Fantastic offer. Locally owned and operated. Based right here in Dallas, Fort Worth. You are going to want to get your carpet clean. I do it every year. Sarah and I get the carpet done every year. Carpet, tile, hardwood, and upholstery. We got the dog. We got Pudgy. And he sheds. Whoo, man. And we have a cloth couch, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. Get that stink out of the couch, the pet smell. Get the RJ Choppy Fan Special, 214-37-CLEAN. 214-37-CLEAN.
Uber Eats has a Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
so grateful that you are our teammates right here on The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3, The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Is Nico Harrison the best thing that could have ever happened to Brian Schottenheimer? Let's get into it here. A little bit of football talk in Below the Belt here on 105 through the Fan before we talk to Tim McMahon at 9 o'clock. And then we'll talk about some of these Cowboys hires that occurred over the weekend and get a little bit of a Senior Bowl update from Tommy Yarsh from DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. Chop.
Yeah.
If I would have told you on Friday, when we come back on Monday, there will be a move that will be infinitely more unpopular than the Brian Schottenheimer hire, would you just have naturally assumed it was a Cowboys move?
If you told me that there was a move over the weekend that was more unpopular than the Schottenheimer hire,
when you come back on Monday morning, there will be something that will be considered so much worse than hiring Brian Schottenheimer. Would you have just assumed the Cowboys did something?
I would have. Yeah.
Naturally, you would just go, who did they trade somebody? Did they say they
I mean, think about it this way. We had in DFW, we had a top tier NBA GM, MLB GM, and NHL GM.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a line drawn. And then we had Jerry. Nico had so much goodwill built up in this town. Every move he made was gold. Every move. He made everyone pipe down. If you didn't like this trade, it worked. If you didn't like this trade, it worked. If you didn't like this trade, it worked. They all worked. And then he does this, and it's, all that goodwill was flushed in one phone call. In one long-distance call. I don't know if they still charge long distance. I have no idea how that works anymore.
Call me after 9. My minutes are free.
Yeah. But in one phone call, he ruined all that. And you know what? It still might work. But even if it works, it has to work so much for this to matter. If they win one title, I don't think is going to do it. I don't think it's going to make this a worthwhile trade because the likelihood is that Luka would have won a title here anyway. And you would have gotten 10 more years out of him. You're not getting 10 years Anthony Davis. You're getting Jimmy. I mean, look at the guys who are 30. AD's what, 32?
Yeah, or about to be 32.
Look at the guys at 35. They start breaking down,
especially big guys.
I mean, is KD the same player? He's a great player. He ain't the same player he was 10 years ago.
Did you see him trash talking Gary Payton the other day?
Yeah, what was that about?
Where Gary Payton was just in the stands and was talking trash, and KD held up to him something like, when you were my age, you were the 8th man on the bench. Which is pretty solid. I liked it. But Brian Schottenheimer, here's the thing and it's funny, we had a caller earlier mention that they thought it was, they're like, this had to be Jerry. This had to be Jerry paying Nico Harrison to make a move to take the heat off of them because there's no other explanation for why you would do this deal. But the Brian Schottenheimer hire is it's back. It's like back burner news now to what's going on with Luka and this trade here. And then the other aspect of this is the hires that have been made in the last week are generally being received pretty strongly. Look, it takes a lot for we're 2 hours and 46 minutes into the show, Chop. This is the first time all show we are going to mention the Cowboys have a new offensive coordinator. He was hired over the weekend. That's the first time that's even been brought up on this show, was that they've got a new offensive coordinator because the Luka story pushed things so far back.
It has been almost 3 hours, and we've done nothing but Luka trade.
Yeah.
As it should have been. As it should be. As it should be. This is the biggest story in sports in a long time. In sports.
Yeah.
In a long time. I am still distraught over this. Yeah, I'm still angry. And again, I said I'm not going to get to the acceptance stage. I'm not going to get to the what's the other one? The not bargaining. I'm not going to bargain. I'm not bargaining, and I'm not going to accept. I'm going to be in denial, and I'm going to be in anger. Isn't there a fifth one?
Yeah, it's 5 steps. I don't know what it is.
I know what the other one is.
Yeah.
So it goes to show you that I never self-reflect.
Yeah.
I am not accepting, and I am not bargaining. I am angry, and I am denying. And I will do that for a long, long time.
Well, there is a lot of positivity heading towards the Cowboys, not just because of, by comparison, what's gone on with Nico Harrison and Luka Doncic and everything with that move, but it is some of the moves they made. They have now hired all their coordinators. They've got Clayton Adams, who they hired from the Arizona Cardinals offensive line coach, who got rave reviews from people in Arizona for what he did with their run game and what he did to really improve that offensive line. And the thought process here is that he'll be heavily involved in getting the run game plan. He's not going to call plays. This will be very similar to how Brian Schottenheimer was the offensive coordinator, and he was just helping with parts of the game plan or doing installs and different things, but he wasn't calling the actual plays. Same thing with Clayton Adams here. Clayton Adams, the last 2 years, has been on Connor Orr from Sports Illustrated. He's been on his list of names of future head coaching candidates past this year to know. They also go out and they are still looking for a running backs coach. Right now, they're interviewing a couple different people. Tashard Choice, former Cowboys running back, who you covered. I'm guessing you may have covered him in the locker room a little bit.
I did, absolutely. Love Tashard.
Big, giant personality, super optimistic. That's definitely a culture hire. I wonder, honestly, if they're going to be able to pay him enough money. That's honestly going to be the issue here, is that I don't know if they're going to be able to come up with the money, because he's making a good salary there at the University of Texas. They're also interviewing the son of Reginald Samples, the legendary DFW area Texas high school football coach, Rashad Samples, who is currently at Oregon as the running backs coach. So you're getting a sense, talking to some different people, there's an interest from Schottenheimer right now in let's hire new. Let's get new ideas in here, people. I don't know people you don't know. Let's get some new. And let's also take a look at some of these people in the college ranks and some of these people that have positive endorsements for him across the board. And so it's something where you're getting the new, fresh ideas you've wanted. Brian Schottenheimer's actually bringing that to the table right now. He's willing to say, let's challenge thought. Let's bring in rising stars, young rising coaches, and try to hire them to our staff, because that's what we want here. We want the best possible staff. One of the biggest issues that Mike McCarthy ran into during his time here in Dallas, and we had talked about it at the time, there was a level of insecurity there, I think, with some of the assistant coaches. That I think some of the assistant coaches like Dan Quinn and Kellen Moore, Mike Zimmer, I think it was easy. It's human nature. It's natural. But it was easy for him to kind of look over his shoulder. Mm-hmm. And I don't know that there was always just the security in, let's do this the right way. Let's approach this as trying to get the best out of this and worry about just elevating each other. Let's not worry about it as competition or anything else. And I think you're seeing Schottenheimer lean into that.
This all sounds great.
Mm-hmm.
How can this help us get Luka back?
It cannot. Damn. No, it can't. I mean, no, it can't. I'm sorry.
Nothing we can do about it?
Nope, nothing we can do about it. We're stuck.
We just bring him back here, just play football, and we can at least have him in town?
You know, they always said LeBron could have been like a tight end or a receiver or something like that. Do you think Luka...
Left tackle?
That's where you would have gone, left tackle? Boy, and it's...
I know, his footwork quick enough?
I mean, isn't it that he's always been kind of lumbering? Like that's his game a little bit.
He'd be a good tight end.
Sure.
He's tall.
Yeah. Like, I mean, go ahead and
Rico gathers.
Yeah, just kind of like stick a hand up there and catch. By the way, how much did it hurt? We were standing at the urinal earlier. Choppy and I.
Yeah.
How much did it hurt when I turned around and showed you that photo? That sounds bad. Of Luka holding up the LA.
He did the LA hand sign.
Now, reporters apparently had asked him to throw it up for the photo.
Apparently, Barkley said this morning that he doesn't think Luka and LeBron can play together.
Totally disagree. Especially, I mean, what we're talking about, LeBron's getting... This is about... The Lakers were actually thinking 10 years in the future.
The Lakers are thinking that, the Lakers always have a star. They always have a big name. No matter what, except for like the weird like Del Harris kind of interim era.
Yeah.
They always have a big name. Always.
Yeah.
And now they got one. They got one. And it's, man, it hurts. It hurts. And the thing is, he'll never be theirs. Luka is a dime. Luka is just he's in the pantheon of the Lakers. He's just another guy. He's just another guy.
First guy to ever wear 77.
Yeah, but
I guarantee. You know,
you know what I mean? Like he's just another guy for them. They've had Kareem. They've had Magic. They've had Chamberlain. They've had everybody.
Here's
Jerry West. He's just another guy.
You know, this just popped into my head because I was about to say only 77 in the history of the Lakers, so that undoubtedly will go up in the rafters. And then just made me think: is Luka getting retired here?
I mean, I don't know.
And that's probably a question for us to kick around this week with Sean when Sean's back. But I think it's worthy. I think he's worthy of it. I don't know. It was fast. In the grand scheme, I thought there was no chance we would ever talk about anything other than Luka's number being retired here one day.
6 years, 7 years,
6.5.
Yeah, I mean that. Yes. You should.
Yes. I don't know. We'll see if they do.
Yeah, I would think so.
I would hope so. Anyway, that's B-Lo, B-Belt
on 105 through the Fan. Tim McMahon of ESPN. He has all the ins and outs of this story. He will join the show coming up next, 9 o'clock hour on 105 through the Fan. After we get you some healthy, boys and girls, get you some healthy.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's the month of love, so love your carpet. 214-37-CLEAN. 214-37-CLEAN. 214-372-5326 or ZeroResDallas.com.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Knife and Plano.
Enjoy culinary excellence at Knife Steakhouse in Plano, helmed by Michelin star awarded chef John Tizar. Voted the best steakhouse in Dallas. Knife Steakhouse invites you to experience lunch and dinner 7 days a week. Elevate any occasion with exclusive private dining spaces and handcrafted cocktails. Visit knifeplano.com for reservations.
This is your skipper, Bruce Bochy. Rangers coverage like nobody else, right here on The Fan.
KRLD-FM at HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. This is Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. Fist pump time in the 9 o'clock hour. Final hour of the show. We head to Radio Row in New Orleans this afternoon after the show. Sean will join us there. He is off today. Bobby is in the bathroom right now, and we may not have him for a little while. That's okay. That's okay. He had to go downstairs for this one. Peyton Russell alongside. We are proud to be joined by Tim McMahon of ESPN right now. Talked to him yesterday. I was like, man, we got to get you on. First one we hit up. Got to get you on to talk about this. Good morning, Timmy. How we doing?
Howdy, partner. I mean, I appreciate you having me on, but it might be more entertaining if you go give a play-by-play of Bobby's situation down there.
Dude, that would be great. Go on down there, zoom him in. Get some video.
A boom mic. You need like a long boom mic. Don't want to get too close.
No, definitely don't want to. Let's just get your reaction to this. Like, were you awake when this happened? Were you nestled in bed?
Yes. I was awake trying to get to bed. I actually had traveled from San Francisco to Cleveland, so I was fortunate that I had already planned to briefly join the Mavericks on this road trip. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. I was completely shocked. I did the thing where I double checked, is this really Shams? That whole thing. I was able to get Nico Harrison on the phone, right after that and kind of get his explanation. And I'd actually, there had been people there who there had been a lot of huffing and puffing and griping and moaning about Luka this year. Let's just be honest, there had been, right? And there had even been if we have to trade him to put ourselves in position to win a championship, we'd do that. And I was just like, okay, sure you would, buddy. That sort of a thing. And I just kind of attributed that to people venting. But boy, they did it. And I was shocked. Just as shocked as, players, coaches, the executives. I can't tell you how my phone blew up, really for the next 36 hours. It was the most shocking trade in NBA history for the simple reason that you have never seen a player with that resume at age 25 who did not want to be traded get moved. You've never seen a team decide to dump a first-team All-NBA selection, 5-time first-team All-NBA selection at the age of 25, entering his prime. You've never seen a team decide to dump that level of superstar, and that's exactly what happened here.
Tim, this news over the weekend made me so sick that I'm only just now getting back into the.
Listen, I hope you're feeling better than you were a few minutes ago.
I'm going to be standing for the rest of this one. I'm not going to sit down. I know that. So, Tim, I'm curious. You just mentioned how shocking it was. What is the most surprising aspect of this? The very simple fact that they traded him. The fact that they only talked to the Lakers, apparently, or the fact that they played this so close to the vest that they're saying they didn't even tell Jason Kidd or Kyrie Irving this was going on.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you. I'm a little suspicious that J. Kidd had no idea. Certainly J. Kidd was among the many who had been extremely frustrated with Luka. Having said that, the most surprising thing is that you traded a generational talent as he's approaching his prime. That is what makes this shocking, and then the rest of the stuff, you can argue about the process. Certainly, I've heard from a lot of people in the league, and one thing I've actually heard a lot of is, hey, I understand wanting to move on from Luka. I understand wanting to get out of the Luka business, but you have to maximize the value of the return. And the criticism is that they didn't do that. Now, the counterpoint from Nico is, hey, we didn't just want to move on from Luka. We wanted to get Anthony Davis, and obviously this guy's got an incredible resume as well. I hear the people saying, yeah, he's 6 years older too, and that is a plain and simple fact. But, they targeted Anthony Davis as the guy that they wanted. And so, in their mind, there was not only no need to, open up the bidding to other teams, but a desire not to, because they didn't want a circus while this whole thing was unplanned. They didn't want to, have a Jimmy Butler-esque kind of situation. Very different personalities, but you know what I'm saying, just a daily saga. Personally, I think it's hard to stomach not being able to squeeze every bit of value out of the Lakers. The fact the Lakers had 2 available first-round picks, the Mavericks only got 1. We can even discuss, like, hey, they've got Don Connect, a nice rookie prospect. You couldn't have gotten him in the deal. And, talking to other general managers around the league, there is some who are saying, okay, you had that Lakers deal bird in hand. Why don't you take that and shop it? Call the Rockets, who have a ton of young talent and 1 million picks. They're not looking to change their core, but decisions are influenced by circumstances, and the circumstances of Luka Doncic being available would absolutely open up ears. Call San Antonio, again, a team, young talent, ton of picks. Call around the league and see if you can get a package that would far surpass the Lakers. They didn't do that. They got what they wanted from the Lakers. They made the deal, and now they, hope it works, because if it does not, the reaction already has been fierce from the Mavericks fan base. If this deal fails, it is a career-defining moment.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Tim McMahon joining us here on 105 through the Fan. I mean, is there any way to make this is there any good that comes from this? Can you make the case that they're better today?
You know what? I've had people I respect, other general managers in the league, say that you can make a credible case that this deal makes the Mavericks better this season. And part of that is, Luka hadn't been on the floor for a while. What's he going to look like when he gets back? All those sort of things. But, the Lakers or the Mavericks did bring in one dominant defensive player. And Max Christie, I know people in Dallas don't want to hear a whole lot about Max Christie right now. He's a promising 3-and-D wing, a guy who's probably the Mavericks' best on-ball defender once he steps foot in that locker room. So I have actually had, again, people around the league who I respect, one general manager in particular, say they can make a credible case that they got better now. The next thing the GM said was, but they didn't maximize the return.
Tim, what was the relationship between Luka and Nico like? I mean, was that one that was tense or damaged, or do you think this completely blindsided Luka?
No, listen, there was absolutely some tension and some frustration, a lot of frustration. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Luka is an unbelievable talent. I don't have to tell you guys that. You have TVs, you have eyeballs, right? The lack of discipline really wore on a lot of people throughout the organization. Nico certainly was very high on that list, but by no means alone in that. I can just tell you that, when Luka strained his calf on Christmas Day, there wasn't a big feeling of sympathy throughout the organization. It was, man, this is what happens when you don't care about conditioning, when you don't care about diet. What the Mavericks were kind of slick about, that calf contusion that he suffered just before camp, there was also a strain then. So we're talking 4 strains on one calf in 3 years, a chronic problem. And then after that, you remember he missed all of camp, he missed all of preseason, and he wasn't taking care of his body at that time. Look, Luka is such an unreal talent that he can average 28, 8, and 8 and play like crap. It's true. I mean that. It is absolutely incredible the way this guy can play by his standards awful basketball and still put up numbers that 99% of the league would love to have. But that's exactly what you got from Luka early in the season. He was playing terrible basketball. Down the stretch of games, the shot selection was awful. The defense was abysmal. Fatigue was a massive issue. He was playing in the high 260s. Yikes. All these things are related. You know what I mean? And so then he has the right wrist sprain. Yeah, he had a little wrist thing. They shut him down so he could shed weight. They did the same thing. Remember when he kept rolling his ankle early in Kid and Nico's first season? They shut him down for a while so he could shed weight. This was the same exact thing. So, yes, it was I can't believe we're still doing this bleep. That there was definitely that sort of a feeling throughout the organization. Then he gets back, and look, man, the Mavs were rolling between the time Luka came back and Christmas. They'd won, I think, 14 out of 17. Luka looked a lot like, the Luca Doncic who led the league in scoring last year, damn near averaged triple-double. I mean, the game he had in San Francisco against the Warriors was like, whew. Yeah, they were on the way. Then he gets hurt again on Christmas, and they knew, like, okay, it was clear then, like, this is the worst of the calf strains. And there was definitely a feeling of this is what happens when you don't take care of yourself. It keeps happening, and there was that kind of a frustration. And that absolutely was a massive factor in this decision. And then, it's also he hadn't learned. It hadn't been progress. That level of frustration, and we're going to give him a $345 million commitment this summer. There was a fear that they were going to get stuck in a Joel Embiid-like situation in Philly, where you've got a supermax of a guy who's not on the floor very often. So that, when I talk about the frustration with the conditioning, all those concerns, it's those concerns also leading into, the financial concerns, and that was the motivation of this deal. I don't think there's going to be any sort of like scandal that comes out or anything. People keep asking me that. There's nothing there that I know of. It's just, these very obvious flaws prompting Nico Harrison to make a historically unprecedented decision to trade this type of talent at this stage of his career without any pushing from the player or his agent.
Tim, what is your favorite conspiracy theory regarding this that you've heard?
Yeah, listen, I'm not even going to I don't need a clip of me even uttering words of a conspiracy theory out there. So I'm not participating in that at all.
Tim, is this, you mentioned just there about how it's an unprecedented decision. Is this the kind of decision from Nico Harrison that will, there's really no in between. It will either cement him in terms of just a legendary status for the foresight, or it will get him fired?
It's either going to be a parade level success or a massive failure, I believe. I guess there's a middle ground, and the middle ground would be it doesn't bring a championship to Dallas, but Luka's doesn't fulfill his potential with the Lakers, and he's, the kind of the Embiid type situation that I mentioned plays out. I guess there could be a middle ground, but there's no middle ground in people's feelings about it right now. That's for sure. And obviously, this is a deal that is a massive risk for no other reason that it was horribly received by the Mavericks fan base. I saw the protests and the kind of little impromptu shrine to the AAC, and obviously I've seen a bunch of stuff online, and I get it, man. Like some franchises never get a talent like this, and to have him for 6.5 years to experience a lot of success. They just came off a finals appearance. He led a pretty much a completely different cast to a conference finals just a few years ago as well. 5-time first-team All-NBA. You feel like the prime's just about to begin. Like, I understand the frustration from the fans. Nico says he thinks that if they win, the frustration will go away, and I think they'll have to win pretty big for that to happen.
Is this, you've covered sports in Dallas outside of just the Mavericks throughout your career. Is this the biggest, most vitriolic reaction you've seen from a fan base in Dallas over a decision in the DFW area?
Ooh, that's a good question. There's not another one that immediately comes to mind. I can say that. I feel like with the Cowboys and with Jerry, it's just kind of like a constant vitriol. So I can't think of like
slow burn.
Yeah, and I guess you probably have to go back to the divorce with Jimmy Johnson, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would say firing a coach who just won 2 or whatever. I don't know. I don't even remember if it's technically whatever. Moving on from a coach voluntarily who had just won 2 Super Bowls. I don't recall that vividly. Frankly, I was shipped off to a boarding school at the time, but I'm sure there was. But it was a different world then too. You couldn't just pick up a phone and start scrolling and see it all. You know what I mean? So in the modern times, I can't think of anything that can compare with this.
Tim, before we let you go, how many titles did the Mavs win with AD? How many does Luka get in LA?
Listen, I try to stay out of the prediction business.
Is one enough? If the Mavs win 1 with AD, is that enough to calm the?
If my buddy Brian Windhorst, a fan favorite among Dallas fans, even more so than me, I would say. He's got a saying that winning a championship means you never have to apologize, and that does apply. If they win a championship with AD, then the trade was a success. There's been 1 championship in franchise history. If they match that, the trade's been a success. Having said that, if you ask me who's got better odds, Luka in LA or AD in Dallas, it's going to be Luka in LA simply for the fact that he's going to have a longer runway. Plus, there are obviously some clear advantages to building a championship team with the most glamorous franchise in the league in a place where everybody wants to live. Having said that, the Lakers aren't winning a championship this year.
Yeah, you're probably right. Hey, man, love you. Thank you for coming on. We appreciate it. I know you're busy.
All right, appreciate you guys.
Tim McMahon, join us here on 105 through the Fan.
Always great.
Always
full of useful information.
Yes, he is. Hey, we're going right back to the phones. 877-881-1053. Mikey Bassik is coming in. What are you smiling about?
You went very Jersey there. Hey, we're going right back to the phones.
I did not go very Jersey. Mikey Bassik's going to be in here at 9. I can't wait. I can't wait to let him get unleashed in Crosstalk. Next to the Fan.
You can either go to Bobby's place after the show to hear more, or it's probably easier to hear everything you...
Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Did I just hear a noise in the driveway? With DFW Security, there's no need to worry. Grab your phone to lock doors, close the garage, arm your alarm, and check cameras. Make sure your home is fully secured with
DFWsecurity.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105 through The Fan. Crosstalk, the KNC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40. We're going to right back to your phone calls, though, because you guys have been great all morning long, bringing the passion. How much y'all are just disgusted with the deal. Some happy, more happy than I thought. 877-881-1053. I'm RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, Peyton Russell.
Got you down.
Michael and Cisco. Let's go out west a little bit. What's up, man? How are you?
Hey, guys. A little perplexed this morning. It looks like we're on the other end of this thing rather than in like in 89 when we traded Herschel Walker. At least we got back a Woodson, Maryland, Emmitt Smith, and 6 or 7 other people, a first round, and a couple of other things that led to about, three titles, 3 Super Bowls. But right now, if we traded Luka, the only thing that makes sense, if we traded him, because he's having injuries now that you wouldn't see for 10 years or more of these athletes and the girls that they put on their knees and their ankles. They're seeing it now pretty young in his career because it has to be just his weight factor and the fact that he doesn't care much about conditioning. But even if that was the case, why in God's name did we not shop him around? If we knew we were going to, we're not going to give somebody $350 million that is going to, play less and less every year going forward. I don't know what you think about that, but it just doesn't make any sense that we trade him for what we did. It makes sense almost that we traded him just based on what's going on with his health and the fact that he's having injuries now young in his career that he shouldn't be having for another, 8-9 years. But thank you, guys.
Thank you, Michael. Look, it's you want to trade him. You trade him. You get the best deal you possibly can. It says a lot that they were concerned about signing him long term. But
again, you better be right.
You better be right. You have to know that Luka at 25 has the same lack of desire to work out that Luka does at 28 or 30.
Yeah,
we were all that age once, and we were not athletes, but we all knew we could eat whatever the hell we wanted, and we didn't have to really work out. But you can't do that when you get older. Everybody figures that out. They all know it. You just can't.
Yeah.
Look. I said this yesterday. Look at Joker.
Mm-hmm.
Joker doesn't necessarily care about his fitness. I mean, he doesn't look shredded. He's
gotten better about stuff the last couple
as
years.
He's gotten older.
Yeah.
As he's gotten older. When he goes back to Europe, he's not thinking basketball 24/7. There's a cultural difference between European players and American players. There just is. Nobody wants to talk about that. There's a cultural difference. This isn't their life. But it doesn't mean that they don't put the work in as they need to. Luka is at the stage of his life where he doesn't necessarily need to be great.
Yeah, and this was even last segment to Michael's question about why did you get that return? Nobody can figure that out.
That's it. Can't figure it out.
I mean, Tim McMahon told us last segment. He laid out the reasons why you could envision maybe they wanted to move on from Luka. But even Tim laying that out was like, it's really difficult to stomach that's all you got. That's really hard to justify. And that's what they're left to do, is they're left to justify not only the trade itself, which was going to take a lot of work in the first place, but now they're left to justify the return, which they're not going to be able to. They will not be able to justify that return for Luka Doncic.
It's very tough to justify it. It really is. Robert in Dallas, you're up next on the Fan.
Morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, I've been with the Mavs since '83. All right. I've had my heart broken several times by him. My favorite player at the time was Aguirre. They traded him. Tarpley flamed out. Nash walked. But none of that equals this. This is a straight-up betrayal of the fans. They didn't take into consideration anything the Mavs fans felt, wanted, or even considered. It's a straight-up betrayal.
Yep.
I'm done with them. Thank you.
You're right, it is a betrayal. Even if it might work. I mean, it might be good this year. They're going to make a playoff run. They're going to be a nightmare defensively to have to deal with. I pity. They're like the Titans were a couple years. Remember the Titans were like, when they had Henry and A.J. Brown, there's a big team. There's a physical nightmare to have to go up against, especially in the cold. Like, they're going to be a nightmare to deal with defensively. But, again, you are breaking the two major rules of the NBA. Don't trade young for old, and don't give up the best player in the deal. You broke both of those rules.
Yeah, and I mean, it does have an air to me of outsiders. Like this is
Hall and Nash?
This is outsiders.
Hagee got it. He liked it.
This is outsiders with ownership. This is outsiders with your general manager who, because when they talk about that's a betrayal of the fans, it's wildly out of touch with Dallas area fans. And it feels like people who came in are essentially squatters in the area, just blow into town, not really having an understanding of Dallas or having put in the time and the work to build up the cachet to be able to do something like this to the fan base.
Yeah.
And
they rode into town and they blew it up. And it's like, you hear the conspiracy theories that like they're doing this to make the team so bad, old arena or older, right? I mean, we think older. 25 years is not an old arena, but it kind of,
If Cuban did this, Cuban would get killed for it.
He would get killed for it, but at least he's been here forever.
But Cuban would understand what he was doing and would have handled it differently.
Yeah.
This is a complete lack of familiarity with your fans and a complete lack of familiarity with the people who live in this city.
People actually are believing that they did this to make the team bad enough and have the fans not come to the game so they could convince the NBA to let them move to Vegas.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the popular ones that's out there now.
Is that Rachel Green? Is she the owner in Major League, the movie? Rachel Green, is that her name?
Oh, yeah. She had that haircut.
Yeah.
On Friends.
Right, absolutely. But like that's where we're at. That's where we're at with this. Shreve in Mansfield. Shreve, what's up? You're on the fan.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I think that what Bobby was saying was exactly kind of where my standpoint is. We all understand the trade sucks from a value proposition standpoint. Nico's demeanor during the press conference is really what is so egregious about all of this. His lack of empathy, lack of understanding the Mavericks fan base. Even if this, and I don't think the Mavs are going to be bad after this. I think they're going to be great. But what made the Mavs and Dallas organization who they are is one of the most respected NBA titles of all time. And why is that? Because we rode behind our guy and we saw him, get to the peak of all peaks. And we had that. And this egregious behavior behind not letting, or having empathy towards the Dallas organization or Dallas fan base as a whole just makes no sense to me. Biggest thing I can say is boycott. Let's keep it moving. Thanks, guys.
I appreciate it, Shreve. It is. That was a tough press conference to watch. It really was.
Yeah, because like he's talking there, Shreve. It's very dismissive of how the city felt about it. I think I'm brought in here to make tough decisions. I'm here to do there should have been a much more, I think, solemn approach that just says, guys, this is tough for everybody. This was a tough decision for us to make. Right. This is not something we did easily. But instead, he made it sound like everybody thought I was joking. I just basically did this over coffee.
Everyone thought you were joking. That's how insane the deal was. Everyone thought you were joking.
He sounded so flippant about it. Just it was over coffee. It started as a joke, and now it's real. But it's like, man, that is
what was in your coffee.
It is so dismissive of the way your fan base felt about it, and it's so tone deaf.
Oh God. Oh.
Even Jerry last Monday had enough of an awareness to talk about, look, I feel for our fans. I didn't sell anybody. They were all still angry, but he had enough of an awareness not to go up there and just go like, I was kind of joking. I was like, what if we are shot? And then I did it. Like, that's what Nico Harrison did yesterday. And it was a completely failing grade on the optics front.
You're right. Complete failing grade. AJ in Dallas, you're up next to the fan.
Hey, how you doing? So first point, this ownership group does have bad vibes about them. Just going to put it at that. Second, that conference. The way Nico was talking to Rob Pelinka, and it's like, I was surprised. I was so happy that Rob could, I'm paraphrasing here, that he, quiet his lips on this. Well, of course he'd quiet his lips. You're the only madman who would talk one way to another person to the Lakers organization. You don't try to even shop around. Like, he would. Of course he's not going to tell a soul. You look ridiculous, and you're smiling. Like, every goodwill you had, I swear to God, you better win.
Yep.
You better win a championship.
And, man, it might need one. Because, like, if the Mavs win one, let's say the Mavs win a title. Maybe let's say they win one this year. But in L.A., Luka wins 3 over the next 10 years. Like, even if you get a championship out of it, and McMahon's right, Wendy's right, you don't have to apologize when you win a title. But if the other team wins, if the guy you trade wins 3, you might have to at least write a condolences letter.
There were a lot of frustrated Rangers fans last year. That was the season after they won a title. In a year they weren't supposed to.
Yeah.
You've done, I don't think one does it.
I agree. I think you need at least 2 to make this a worthwhile trade. I really do. Let's see. Let's kick one more here. Claude in Arlington. Finish us off, man.
Hey, what up, Tom? Hey, man, thanks for getting me back, bro. Good looking out. Hey, I got a comment and I got a question. My comment is, and I can't even take credit for this, I was listening to Shannon Sharp earlier this morning, and, man, he said something, and I know it was more to it, but think about this. Rick Carlisle is not only an NBA champion as a player, he's also an NBA champion as a coach for the Mavericks. What the hell is really going on for make him want to walk away from a generational player? Why? Why would he walk away and coach the very next season? Just think about that. And my question is, Bobby, can you look up, because I feel like Dallas is not done, what is the contract details of Giannis? I really feel that Giannis and Kidd are going to look back up because everybody knows how Giannis feels about Jason Kidd.
Let's see, where is he at? I think he's got 3 years left on a max, which is what Anthony Davis has. He's 3 years left on, but he's got a player option there to end it a year early. But
I mean, look, it's.
By the way, I think Rick Carlisle.
The Carlisle thing is an interesting point.
It is, but here's the other thing. Actually. Carlisle is notoriously difficult for players to get along with,
especially young players.
Across the board. It wasn't always like great with him and Dirk, and so those sort of issues exist. I don't think anybody thought like that was unique. Like, wow, if Rick Carlisle can't get along with you, then there must be something wrong. It's like, Rick doesn't get along with a lot of people.
That's true. All right, guys, great, amazing phone calls today. But now we get to hear from the real superstar, Mike Bassik, unleashed during Crosstalk. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's day one. Bridals will actually be in New Orleans. Ryan Leaf, Mike Sando will be amongst our guests. The Nation 2 to 7 on The Fan.
A little Tex, a little Mex, a whole lot of damn good barbecue. It is Hurtado Barbecue, the official barbecue restaurant of the Texas Rangers. It is your go-to for the best Q around. Voted top 50 barbecue in the state. Hurtado specializes in premium Tex-Mex barbecue. Whether you're craving the El Jefe featuring 1/3 pound each of juicy brisket, pulled pork, spare ribs, chicken quarter, burnt ends, and sausage, served with 2 sides.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
It's a slam dunk prize for you and 3 of your buds. Picture this. The 4 of you fly to Vegas. Your flight and hotel are paid for, plus each of you are receiving $5K in cash so you can watch the first 2 rounds of college basketball's national championship. The best part, you don't even have to jump through hoops to win. It's so simple, and you probably do it already. From now until February 23rd, download the Odyssey app. Listen to your friends at the Fan for an hour, and you get your daily entry. That's it. It's all part of an Odyssey national contest. And if you listen daily already, just make sure you're getting it an hour a day. Download the Odyssey app today for your chance to go to Vegas, baby.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2022 and 2023.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ, 105 to the Fan. It's Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece.
How the hell did you let this happen, RJ?
Dude, I tried to call him. I called Nico, and I was like, dude, don't do this trade. And he didn't answer. Just like Luca didn't answer him. Just the same
Was
way.
that screenshot real?
I don't know.
I didn't see it on his Instagram.
I couldn't find it.
Okay.
I looked
That's great.
We were all searching, weren't we? We were all like, hold on.
Yeah. All right, Crosstalk here. With
My favorite part was Big 23 in purple and gold, as if that was LeBron calling him.
Big 23.
And maybe it was. That was
know.
amazing.
You never know. We have done phone calls the entire day. It has been.
Is anybody happy about this?
A few people.
There were like 3 or 4 that were like, yeah, get rid of him. But then every single one, you'd be like, all right, but was it a good trade? Then they'd be like, well, no. It's like, all right, well, that at the end of the day, the overriding theme here is not should you have traded Luka. I don't think you should have. But even if that is something that you come down on and say, yes, I should have done it, no one can agree that was a good trade. It was a bad trade.
Yeah. Oh, what has come up with the show before?
I think we're going to take phone calls pretty much all day today. We do have Devin Harris joining us at 10:20, though. So we'll talk with Devin and see if he can help us make sense of this. And an old friend of ours, I know this is like a 4-hour tease, but an old friend of ours, Frank Provenzano, former assistant GM for the Dallas Stars, what we like to call DFW's general manager.
Yes, he is.
He will join us, and he will talk about this because he has some really interesting information when it comes to some of the theories that are being thrown out there and why the Mavericks would do something like this.
The conspiracy theories?
Oh, yeah.
I think he might be here to debunk at least one of those conspiracies.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Look, I love a good conspiracy theory. At least I like to
that does not surprise me.
Yeah, I don't. It doesn't mean I agree with them. I just like to hear them. I like to hear a good conspiracy theory.
Marketplace of ideas.
I'm a big fan of the open market, but it's a little bit. Some of them are a little bit nutty.
I got it.
Mike Bassik, we open the floor to you.
Well, that ended me ever watching NBA basketball again.
What?
I'm dead serious. I won't.
That seems drastic.
I unfollowed. I woke up at 5. I didn't mean to. I just did.
Were you awake when this happened on Saturday night?
Yes, but I wasn't paying attention at all. I actually just got done watching the Royal Rumble.
Yes. What a shocking turn of events that was in and of itself.
My son called me, I don't know, 11-ish. I think it had already happened for a little bit of time.
About 10 minutes, 15 minutes earlier.
And he's like, are you kidding me? And I'm like, dude, who's telling you this stupid ass? I'm like, they didn't trade Luka. Like, are you a moron? And stop telling me stupid stuff like this. And he's like, and they traded him to the Lakers for Anthony Davis. I'm like, you got to come up with something at least believable.
Even in the make-believe world, Mike is like, that's stupid.
The trade did not go through on 2K.
Yeah.
On the video game, it didn't go through.
If you would have said Anthony Davis and Connect and Reeves and 4 first-round picks, then I'd be like, okay, maybe. You might be right.
But no. Yeah, I was. My buddy.
It's not just this trade. I want to make this clear. I've talked about this year. I have been struggling with this league. The sitting out of games. Yesterday, I didn't watch a second of it, but okay, you traded Luka. All right, so everybody's like, hey, nobody has to play in this game.
They were shell shocked. It looked like anyway. They were completely. Their mind was not on that basketball.
Looked like North Carolina on Saturday night. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, man.
But this league, I don't like the way it's played. I don't like the rules that you can't triple dribble, but you can double dribble now. Like there's no such thing as double dribble, but there's triple dribble. You can now do triple jumps, and they call that a Euro step. There's no such thing as traveling for the most part. Like I was like, gosh, I don't like watching literally. It sounds like a made up number, but 83 pointers a game, like shots. It's not fun for me to watch. But I was like, I still have a great team. I have this Luka guy. I get all his flaws. Mm-hmm. What Nico said, all those flaws are true. But now I'm like, all right, it's I barely have watched any other NBA basketball besides the Mavericks this year. And I mean barely. Like I'll watch 5 minutes. It's like, this isn't entertaining to me, and I don't feel like the players are that into it. So I don't need to watch anymore. It's good. They can do their thing. I don't need to watch this sport anymore.
What do y'all think the future of Mavs? And I mean, like, do you buy into this is a ploy just to get him out of town?
Look, I do not. And I will say I know there are people.
It's out there. I mean, a lot of people.
No. I'm not disputing that it's out there. I fundamentally do not believe this, but I don't know what the missing piece is, because there has to be something else besides like, oh, tumultuous summer, and oh, we didn't think he was conditioned that great. Hey, but he still play like 90 games and made it to the finals? Like, there has to be one other piece. I don't think that other piece is they're planning on moving the team eventually, but I understand why people are saying
I had told Choppy yesterday and said it earlier today. Like, my whole position on this is going to be, I don't care. Not I don't care that they traded him. My whole position is going to be whatever their reasoning is behind doing that specific deal. It's not good enough. Well, we didn't like this condition. I don't care.
Fair.
We didn't like this. I don't care. You screwed up. Well, we didn't want this getting out. We didn't want there being a gym. I don't care. Shop the deal. If you're going to trade him, get the value for it.
Yeah.
Because you made an impossibly bad deal for a once in every 2 generations player.
That's impossible to argue.
You sold your house, but you didn't list it. You just called your friend and said,
No,
do you want to buy my house?
Not even your friend.
You called your enemy.
You called that little sign that you saw at an intersection that said buying houses for cash.
Right.
And they were like, I will give you some ridiculous percentage of what your house worth. And you're like, sounds good.
Instead of being like Mike and saying, yeah, $2 million for my house. And then you were like, no, yeah, whatever price you give me. That was basically what they lined up for.
There's not a whole lot that makes sense here. And, the unfortunate thing is, like, I do feel bad for Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis is catching heat today, and it's not
as if he architected the trade.
It's not his fault. It's not his fault. If you want to trade Luka, I don't have a problem with it. But bring me a good reason to be excited about who you get in return. Anthony Davis is a good player for 2 or 3 years. He's still going to be at the top of his game, and then Luka's going to be on the top of his game for 10 more years.
So,
or whatever, 8.
I'm curious y'all's perspective going forward, because we're all about to go to New Orleans. I'm super amped to be in New Orleans. But, don't you still feel like the dominant story far, far and away is Luka and not the Super Bowl?
Super Bowl. I am bored out of my mind with this Super Bowl.
I mean, the matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we were in, but doesn't this happen a lot? Because wasn't Kyrie a pretty dominant story when we were at Super Bowl 1 year? Porzingis became a dominant story while we were at Super Bowl.
Gafford last year.
And PJ.
A couple years ago, it was also just Durant. Durant got traded to the Suns while we were out there.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
ask Thurman Thomas what he thinks about this trade. That's what I want your first question to be to Thurman Thomas.
Why not?
Okay.
9:00 tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thurman Thomas.
And then we'll work in my question in the middle of that.
Bobby has some of the most uncomfortable questions. He just wants to shoehorn in all these guests.
Such as?
Let me. You guys keep talking. I'll tell Hagee what it is in his ear.
It's so inappropriate. It's so vile.
Hey, when are we even going to – I'm not going to see it, but when are you guys expecting to even see Anthony Davis play for the Mavericks?
He's an abdominal, right?
Yeah.
What's his prognosis?
Week to week?
He's always week to week. He's Data Davis. He's always week to week.
I do feel bad for him because
I do too. I do too.
I hope he doesn't get booed, but he's not going to get cheered. Usually when you trade for a guy like this, there's like a standing ovation. Welcome to Dallas. We have very cordial fans here. I don't know how cordial it's going to be. That's going to be the tough thing for Anthony Davis is he's going to be here and go, gosh, I don't feel like people want me here. And it's not his fault.
He didn't make the trade. Yeah. Look, I'm with you, Bobby.
On my question?
No, not that. I turned my mic off for a specific reason, so nobody could have possibly heard that. But how you don't shop it around befuddles me. Like, maybe you're like, Anthony Davis is the guy we need. Right on. But, how you don't shop this around every single place in the world.
There's 28 other GMs who would have, foamed at the mouth for that phone call.
Rudy Gobert got 5 first-round picks.
Didn't Bridges get 5?
Yes.
Forbes had talked to...
Fox just got 3.
And Zach LaVine.
Yeah.
Who's having a great year.
If they had gone... Let's just say, Mike, they had done this. Let's just say they called Sacramento instead, and they got Fox back. And look, you can live with that because, you're not trading young for old.
Fox and 3 first-rounders is much better return.
Yeah. Oh, well.
It's tough. It's very tough to take. Gentlemen, have a safe flight. I can't say that to you guys.
Don't let Bobby ask those questions.
Oh, no.
I just told you one.
Listen,
I know.
And I bet they were worse than that.
No. Listen, open marketplace of ideas guy. I fully support his ability to ask creative questions.
I'm trying to take some heat
Okay,
off of
Dana
Nico.
White.
I'm trying.
Okay, Dana White.
Yeah.
I'm trying to take some attention off of Nico.
I'm going to ask Devin if he's moving to Vegas in 7 years with the Mavs, or is he going to stay here for the team?
That's a total long play. If they're going to wait 7 years.
Well, they have to wait till 2030. That's when the lease runs up, and that's when they're going to be like, we've tried with the state of Texas. They just will not make gambling legal.
I don't think they're going to. I don't think they're going to make it legal. Everything I've heard, it's going to be tough to get through. All right, it is the KNC masterpiece. Next to the fan.
Thanks to Comerica, you can listen to Sean and RJ anytime you want.
not the end of everything.
Okay.
It's just the end of everything you know. It's not the end of
Why are we
everything,
doing this?
It's just the end of everything.
Sad. This is a very sad time, Kevin.
I was already sad.
It's not the end of everything.
This is a song called Bicycle versus Car by Bob Schneider, and I think it
It's a great song.
completely embodies the moment, Kevin. It's not the end of everything. It's just the end of everything, you know. It does feel like we were on a bicycle and a car rammed right through us. Now, Mike, I know you got to introduce the show.
Is that what that song is about?
I know you got to introduce the show and everything, Kevin, but Mike, last week you
made fun of Anthony Davis. I can't believe he got hurt again, and now 5 days later we have him.
You fixed the.
I did not even think about.
You fixed the Rangers radio or TV network. You gave us.
I did. That was
you fixed
me.
all of it.
Yep.
And now it's time for everybody to ask you, how are you going to fix this? This is a situation that we need your help fixing. So I'd appreciate that, Mike. Thanks, Kevin.
Not fixable.
Let me have this soapbox.
I don't mind trading Luka, Kevin. I have no complaint about trading Luka. I understand all of his faults. To get what you got, is disgraceful.
Because if you were going to make that trade, ever in your mind, it was for 7,000 picks.
Okay.
Never for a player swap like this.
So let's use the other big NBA news of the weekend, which actually feels like oddly irrelevant.
I honestly don't know if I know what it is.
Exactly.
I stopped following shams.
And you know what, by the way, for people that are curious, yes, the Stars made what I believe could be a damn fine trade on Saturday.
They're all in.
But it doesn't.
They even said it on their Twitter.
It doesn't matter.
Got McDavid?
So
not that all in.
Yeah, we did, and we traded our backup goalie to Smith to make it happen. Yeah, it was great. So I'm gonna boil it down to like some of the essentials, and I know there were other players in this, like Huerter and Zach Collins and stuff, but essentially, De'Aaron Fox is going to San Antonio. Now, the Bulls are in this mix, and the Bulls do get a first-round pick back, or they just get their own first-round pick back in 2025. But to make this happen, the Sacramento Kings get Zach LaVine, a 2025 first-round pick. By the way, that's this year, kids, in case you're curious. I know it is top 14 protected, but that's this year. A second-round pick this year, a first-round pick in 2027, a second-round pick in 2028, and a second-round pick in 2028. Now, what I want to point out with that is that De'Aaron Fox is a darn good player.
He is
right?
a darn good player.
He is not.
It took a while.
Yeah.
It took a minute for him to really become who he is.
He is not in Luka's league. And let's point this out. Zach LaVine might be having the best season of his career. And in return for De'Aaron Fox, the Kings got Zach LaVine and count it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 draft picks, all of which they get before the Mavericks get their 1 pick. I'm going to say that again.
By the way, the Mavericks traded a pick too.
Yes, they did. I'm going to say it again for the people in the back. The Sacramento Kings got 5 picks, 2 firsts, and 3 seconds, all of which they get before the Mavericks get the 1 pick that they got for Luka. Now, I know Anthony Davis is a damn fine player. I'm not here to dispute that. I understand that the Mavericks had issues with Luka. But to make this trade and not shop it around, to me, Mike, you just said it. I'm in total agreement with you. It's GM malpractice, as one article said, and it's tough to argue against that. Mm-hmm. And I know there's going to be there's a whole lot more to this. I just feel like we're missing the one key piece that I just don't understand, that nobody can seem to tell me. Because I talked to a whole lot of people, and they're like, oh, it could be this, could be that, could be whatever this weekend. But I haven't got anybody who's definitively said, well, it's because of this. You just can't say that on air. I haven't found out what that piece is.
It's negligence. It is professional misconduct, dereliction of duty, if you will.
Yeah.
It's all of those things that you just said regarding malpractice. You don't do it that way. Every businessman out there goes and finds leverage somehow. Instead of taking the first, you go to a car dealership and they're just like, hey, we're going to give you this car for this price. And you're like, deal. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate that. No, No, that's not how you do it. You say, I'd like to, Alec, whenever you bought your car, did you take the first price that they gave you?
Nope.
See, you work it. You work the deal.
Yeah.
And they didn't work a deal at all. By the way, Myles Garrett has requested a trade. So maybe the Cowboys can win. Maybe the Cowboys can win the city back.
No. We can do this. We can do this. I will give you DeMarcus Lawrence. Don't worry about the fact that he's not going to be under contract. I can avoid year. I can pretend it's a contract year. Well, I will give you Marcus Lawrence and conditional 6th-round pick. Let's make it happen, Cleveland.
Improvement.
Thank you, Jerry.
Yeah, I bet that is kind of what the Cowboys do think. You know what? That's a great example. The Mavericks traded Luka for what the Cowboys seem to think every free agent should be willing to sign with here.
I don't even think the Cowboys would have made this kind of trade. Honestly. I don't think that
you might be right.
I know that GM was not making a trade like that. For one, he loves stars too much. He loves star players. He would never make a trade like that for any reason. You couldn't offer him enough. And there was a time where I thought you couldn't offer the Mavericks enough. You couldn't offer them anything. It was ridiculous. It was laughable to even consider that Luka wouldn't be in a Mavericks jersey. That was a laugh. Anytime people would say it, I would laugh in their face and knock their drink on the ground and then help them pick the drink up and then knock it down again because it sounded that stupid. And here we are with a GM that was like, I think this is the best thing for the team. It's my job to make tough decisions here.
Now, Corey, you said that people fall into one of two categories, how they found out about this trade. Either...
Oh, yeah. I guess Jerry did trade Amari Cooper for a 5th or 6th round pick, so maybe he would.
This is even worse than that. But yeah, actually, I could see
It's not
that.
trading Amari Cooper.
All right. You know what? Let's trade Micah.
It's Joe Burrow. It's trading Joe Burrow for that.
Joey Bosa.
For Dak Prescott.
Yeah, let's trade. Yeah. Actually, yes. So I was not in the category that was still awake, nor was I in the category of people who found out in the morning. I went to sleep early on Saturday because I hadn't been feeling super well and I was supposed to rest my voice and stuff like that. Then my phone rang at about midnight. Well, Brandon was working, so I always check my phone to see if it's Brandon. It was not Brandon. And I was like, what the hell? Why is somebody calling me at midnight? So didn't answer that call. Looked at my phone and it said, you have 17 text messages. And I was like, what the hell? Why? Zoop. Swipe up. A bunch of the text messages, because you get like the preview text in there, and it was like, this isn't real, right? This can't be real. What the hell is going on? And it wasn't, if it was just one person, and the first person I clicked on, I was like, that's stupid. You're stupid for thinking this is real. And then I clicked on the next one, and it was the same thing about the Luka trade, and the next one. And then I clicked on our station text, which all started with Tim getting us fired up to go to Radio Row.
Hey, dude.
As we should be.
Let's go.
And it quickly devolved into, what the hell are the Mavericks doing? And I was like, hold on, what? This is real? And then I spent like the next 2 hours thinking about it, reading about it, tweeting about it, listening to that Bob Schneider song, and trying to make my peace with it before I went back to sleep. And then in the morning, my wife goes, wow, did you know that Luka got traded? I was like, yes, I did.
I spent most of the morning, Mike, explaining to my wife that it was her fault that this happened and she was like, no, it's not. Just because I woke you up and told you the news doesn't mean that it's my fault. And I was like, you're the one that gave me the news. I was asleep. I went to bed at around 11 o'clock that night. Woke up. She's shaking me. Hey, the Mavericks just traded Luka. I said, shut up. Go back to sleep. This is
My
stupid.
wife is stupid.
Pretty much is what I was thinking at the time.
Oh, my goodness.
And
that's what I thought about my son.
and that's what happened. Mike, she could have let me sleep another hour, sleep another 45 minutes, and live in a world where for 45 more minutes, we still had Luka. But she decided it was time to wake me up and say, let me give you spoiled news. Let me ruin your Sunday by telling you what just happened. And then the rest of the day, Mike, everywhere I went, and Alec and I have discussed this, everywhere I went, people could tell that I was pissed off about something. They could see it on my face because I would just shake my head no. Just at the thought of what just happened. No, there's no way that happened, idiots, is what I was going through my mind all day long.
Yeah, well, I just can't. I can't take it. Like the NBA was a struggle for me this year, and now I'm just like I can't.
Can you start that again? If let's just say people miss crosstalk or whatever. Can you go back to kind of like your mission statement and everything? Because this didn't just happen to you on Saturday.
This was before the Luka trade. I was just like, man, the NBA watching Spencer Dinwiddie and Maxi Kleber jack up like a combined 10 3-pointers a game. Like, they're not good shooters. And then you're watching 83-point shots a game, and you're watching you can double dribble, you can carry the basketball. It's a 4-step league now. You can actually triple jump, and they're like, it's fine. You've jumped 3 times, but it's fine. You can pick up your pivot foot multiple times. It doesn't like this isn't super entertaining. And then players don't play much. And then when they do play, you're wondering, are they caring about this game at all?
Yeah.
And I'm just like, this is tough, but I do love the Dallas Mavericks. They are my favorite team, or were my favorite team. Look, I appreciated Luka at times, hated Luka at other times, and I wasn't watching other NBA basketball games. I would turn on TNT or turn on ESPN. I'd watch 3 minutes and go, this isn't entertaining to me. I don't know what's happening to me. This was my sport that I loved watching the most. This sport is losing its entertainment value for me. And now with this news, with Luka now gone and the Mavs' future ruined, like their future is really, really bad. I'm like, I'm done. I don't need to watch it. I have no connection to Anthony Davis. Don't care about him. I don't hate him. I don't care about him. Kyrie, he's been great, but he's not a Maverick. Like, he's gone everywhere. It's fine. Kyrie's been great. Nothing against Kyrie, but I'm not watching Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving. I don't care about it. I don't think it's going to work out because I think they're going to struggle with injuries the next 2 years and then become a consistent lottery team. And I'm like, I don't need to go through this. I don't really like watching the sport anymore. I don't have superstars that I love. I don't like watching Anthony Edwards shoot 11 3-pointers a game. I'm not even making up that number. Like, that's a true number. Like, it's not fun. So I'm like, all right, if it's not fun, what's the point?
I do want to say, and I heard you yesterday, Kevin. I found out I heard you, and I heard you, Mike, yesterday. Our station was awesome yesterday. Like, that was fantastic work by all of our weekend hosts yesterday. Phenomenal job. But Kevin, he was fun to watch. You had a special dude on the court. You knew every time that he took the court, he was the best player on the court that night, or arguably the best player on the court.
They played Denver.
Either way, you knew that you were walking into a game and you were feeling confident that you were going to win, and you gave that up. Every GM searches their life to find that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And Nico said, you know what? I want to see what life's like without it. And that has every person in DFW that has ever paid attention to the Mavericks baffled right now.
Look, this is probably something that we can expand on throughout the show. I'm just curious. I want to start with you, Mike. I don't think it would have made a difference, but I just want to check. If it was something more like sub out Max Christie and we'll put in Dalton Connect. So it was Anthony Davis, Dalton Connect, 3 first-round picks, and like 1 or 2 first-round swaps. Would that have made any difference? Because one of the things you mentioned that I definitely agree with is the future part. Would that have made a difference? Because then you're like, well, this sucks to lose Luka, but now I got my 2 first-round picks this year or whatever, and then another one in 26, 27, however it would, or 28, however it would have broken down.
Yes, I wouldn't have been in love with the trade still.
Sure.
I think Anthony Davis is close to the end of his career. It would have made more sense, especially if you'd have said, what if I would have told you they almost said yes to Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and a first-round pick? And you're trading a second-round pick away. Not that second-round pick is like super valuable, but it's like you're not even gaining extra picks. You traded you got a first-round pick, traded away a second-round pick. It helps out, but I'd be like, well, if you're going to make me choose between the two, this is way better. I mean, I do know this. Look, one of my buddies who's an agent in the NBA used to be part of Max Christie. I'm assuming he still has the same agency. I do know this. When Max Christie worked out for the Mavericks in the draft, I believe that was the Jaden Hardy draft where the Mavericks loved Max Christie's workout.
Okay.
he got drafted in the second round. Like, it wasn't like they loved him so much they were trying to get into the top 10 to take him. They just loved that, like, if we can somehow get into the late first or the early second, we really want to get this guy. It ended up that they got into the early second and like Jaden Hardy more, or Max Christie had just been taken. I honestly forget. So I do know that out of Michigan State, they really liked Max Christie. Fine. For Luka Doncic, hell, why didn't we trade Bernard James for freaking Anthony Davis 10 years ago then? Why didn't New Orleans say yes to that? Like, that's about what we did here. But this is frustrating because if you'd have told me, hey, you know what? Big connection with Orlando. That coach and Luka seem to love each other to death. They both, almost look like they want to make out with each other when they're playing the Orlando Magic. How, like, when he's near the bench and everything, they're just smiling at each other like, I can't believe I get to see you again, my long-lost lover. All right. Then
I'll take Paolo.
Yeah, like, if you call up Orlando and you say, we want Paolo Banchero and Jalen Suggs, I think they have to truly think about that. We don't even want any draft
picks. They have
picks.
to think about it for sure.
We want Banchero and Jalen Suggs. Well, those, all right, they're younger guys. Maybe they're not ready to win a championship yet. But they got it. Dude, we're getting a 25-year-old who's like first-team All-NBA all the time. The coach is in love with him. They have a relationship. We might be able to keep Luka Doncic. This might make Orlando relevant again in the NBA. Like, they have to really think about that. You didn't want to make that call because 32-year-old broke down Anthony Davis is the best thing.
Or maybe they just saw how talented Kessler Edwards is, and they thought, you know what? We got the next one.
So
he probably played 50 minutes last night.
It is wild, Kevin. 2 years ago, you don't have any of your starters. Your starters are completely different. Whole new roster.
So we're about to talk to Devin Harris, and hopefully we'll get to this question there, but it's a question I want to continue to ask you guys throughout the day. I'm not saying this, but do you think, maybe in some weird way, the Mavericks think that Luka is coming near the end of his high level of play? Like,
sure.
That's
fine.
the only thing I can.
Then trade him.
Yeah.
I don't mind trading him. Yeah, that's a great thought. Trade him.
Get more. Yeah. I don't.
Maybe he has a major issue off the court.
Yeah.
That we can't say we know because we don't know, but maybe he does. And maybe his career is coming to a close in the next 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
That might be true. So
you still could have gotten. Okay.
Yeah.
Coming up next, let's talk with Devin Harris. See if he can help us make more sense of this, or, maybe we could talk about the game yesterday. We'll see. Next on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record.
when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika.
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
DFW Metroplex and throughout the state of Texas, and a newly opened office at the Legal Cafe across from the historic Fort Worth Courthouse on Main Street. Call 800 Law Office or visit their website at thetexasattorney.com. TheTexasAttorney.com. Let Bailey and Gallion, official law firm sponsor of the Texas Rangers, solve your legal puzzle. Call 800 Law Office, 800 Law Office, or TheTexasAttorney.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
Hey Tolos, it's Colby, owner of Tolbert Garage Door, DFW's #1 garage door company. Fast, friendly, and affordable. Call us today for your free estimate at 469-909-0956 or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It has been a wild sports weekend in the Metroplex, and if you missed the other news this morning, Myles Garrett, the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, has officially requested a trade from the Cleveland Browns. But right now, we bring on former Dallas Maverick broadcaster. We love him. It is Devin Harris. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
Terrified, Devin.
Yeah.
Horrible.
How did you find out about this? Because everyone continues to say, wow, it feels like a shock to most of us. How did you hear about this? And did you believe the first person who told you?
We'll say I found out like everybody else found out. Initially, I think when Shams put it out, I thought everybody thought he was hacked. And as the reports came through, it became more and more real. And it's just one of those things that you don't think it ever can happen. And there's been a lot of talk about the fact that like they kept this really, really tight and nobody got a wince of what they were thinking about. But yeah, I think just shocked and found out like everybody else.
The prevailing, I'll just speak to me. I'll just speak for myself. I don't want to lump everybody else in, though I know other people have this opinion. The thing that I don't totally understand, and I would love your take or whatever you can tell me about this, is If you wanted to trade Luka because you think X, Y, and Z, I get all of that. This just feels like an odd decision to shop a generational player at one place, which is what it feels like happened and why I feel like perhaps we did not get anywhere near fair value.
To speak to that, I would say what I've heard is we've seen with different situations when guys are shot publicly, a.k.a. the Jimmy Butler situation.
Right.
And I think they were just trying to avoid that kind of circus. And, yeah, now they might not have gotten everything back for him, but, I mean, they still got a pretty damn good player in AD. They really believe in Max Christie, and obviously you got a first-round pick on top of that. But I think they were just trying to avoid that kind of media circus distraction around the team, but they're still trying to win a championship here. They feel like AD definitely gives them a shot to do so, one of the better two-way players. And if you can avoid the kind of distraction that comes with a trade of this magnitude, that they were definitely going to go that way.
I don't know if you remember this at all. We were talking about how Max Christie and Jaden Hardy were in the same draft. Do you happen to remember going back? Like, I know Max Christie went a couple picks before Hardy. If the Mavs really liked him, if they would have taken him at 37 instead, had he still been available?
I have not heard that, but I think, Max and what he's done and as a starting player, I think he's turned a lot of heads as far as his two-way ability, his ability to shoot the three. The Mavs are coveting a wing defender. Now, we get a very young one that's coming into his own. And like I said, that's the first thing kind of Nico told us. He was like, don't sleep on Max Christie. We're really excited about, his addition and what he can do.
Devin Harris joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Was there ever a hint that there was tension on or off the court amongst anybody with Luka? Was that a feeling around there?
It wasn't a feeling. I just think with the looming Supermax contract up and coming, and Nico pretty much said this is in his press yesterday.
Yeah.
Once you put that on the table, like, you're on the clock. Now, whether he accepts it, which could be a great thing, or he declines it, like, you're on the clock. And they just felt like they wanted to kind of get ahead of it. I don't think, like you said yesterday, there wasn't any indication that Luka would not have signed it if it offered to him, but they didn't feel comfortable going that route, and that's why they made the move that they did.
So, Devin, I'm going to do this. I know you went to the Nets for Jason Kidd, and I don't know. I have no clue what your audience was like in New Jersey at the time. Like, if they were excited about you getting there, or they were just disappointed with Kidd. But leaving. I think Anthony Davis is not going to be welcomed here. I don't think he's going to get booed. Don't get me wrong. It's a very cordial fan base. I've played in New York. You've played in New York. It's different. Right. But I think, how's Anthony Davis going to feel when most likely it's not going to be a big reception for him here?
I can't answer that question for Anthony Davis. I do feel like my reception in New York was well welcome, but I think it's a different scenario where, J. Kidd asked out, right? As opposed to the team, just trading him without any consent. So I think that's the difference that we're looking at here. And I think Anthony Davis is smart enough to understand, the magnitude of what's happened. But also I feel like, although it may not be the reception of, coming down from the heavens, but this move that Nico made is about winning, and winning cures all. So if he can come here and win at the highest level, I think that's what they're banking on.
So let's talk about that a little bit more, and how you think, specifically Anthony Davis. I know you were just kind of talking about Max Christie as well. How Anthony Davis fits on this team. I know he'd wanted to play the four more. How do you see like Davis and Gafford working together, or hopefully once we get into the playoffs, Davis and Lively? Like, kind of give us your thoughts about how that front court could all break down.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to start him at the four. He may finish games at the five, but he's definitely going to play more four. Defensively, I mean, we're going to be a monster. I mean, between PJ and Max Christie and and AD and Gafford and Lively. I mean, we got defense pretty much covered. It's going to be fun to watch. Offensively, I think they still have some things to figure out philosophy-wise of how they're going to make it work. I don't think it's a concern, but from a chemistry standpoint, it's going to take a little time to gel. I mean, we saw the situation when we got Kyrie that didn't happen right away. But when we got PJ and Gaff last season, it was seamless. I mean, only time will tell what that chemistry looks like and how it all fits together. You hope we can get it figured out by the playoffs. But I think defensively, though, we definitely have one of the better defensive teams in the NBA now.
How do you feel like the guys in that room take it? Like initially, it's kind of feel like a shock to them too, and then they got to realize we got to go play basketball again.
Yeah, I mean, and I think what's. I mean, yeah, I think everybody that I talked to yesterday, I mean, from the staff, from players, everybody was a little shocked, a little shell shocked. Now, have to go on to play a team like Cleveland after a move like this, I don't think everybody was in the right mindset. But like you said, yeah, we're still professional. Everybody's still got a job to do. Hopefully, guys coming back from their rest and playing against Philly tomorrow would be a better outing. But yeah, I don't think anybody would blame guys for being a little shocked and being out of sorts after making a move like this.
For Max Christie, you'd kind of talked about it, but for people not familiar, this is somebody who's moved pretty rapidly from second round pick to starting essentially half the Lakers games this year. What all does he bring to the table?
Well, he's been guarding pretty much their best player on a nightly basis. I think he's also shooting about 39% from three. So, we get another 3-and-D type of guy, young, athletic. And like I said, he just kind of fits into the time frame. And they're really excited about that addition. They were looking for another wing defender, and they secured that.
When you think back, though, to the Luka time, do you have a specific thing that sticks with you about him? Is there a play that you're going to always have like snapped into your mind about, and that's what that dude was whenever he was here?
I mean, there's so many. Mm-hmm. I mean, how can we just, put it down to one? I mean, my first year with him, I mean, the shot in the corner against Portland, right? Watching him score 73 against Atlanta. The shot against Rudy Gobert in the Western Conference Finals. I mean, those are some of the ones that just off the top of my head that always come to mind.
The tears. Sorry. Okay. The tears are starting to come right now.
Well, Nico remembers him giving up a wide open dunk when the Mavericks started off 5-7. He remembers he couldn't emotionally control himself in Game 3 of an NBA Finals that was still available. So that's what Nico remembers.
What would be your message, Devin, then to the fans? Because I know Nico's kind of concerned with the fans. More importantly, you've said it a couple of times, it's about winning and winning now and potentially in a tight window. What would be your message to the fans who are I don't know what to do this morning? My favorite player is gone. Yeah. The guy who I have all the jerseys of is gone.
Yeah, it's definitely tough emotionally, especially when you're so much invested in a player. And I feel like when you draft a guy and you watch him grow into this global superstar, everybody's kind of with him. But I would just probably say, let's look for a little bit of patience. I mean, we don't know what this trade is going to be like. This is going to be kind of a wait and see type of thing. But the motivation behind the front office is, they believe this move gets them over the hump. Now, whether that happens or not, only time will tell. But we got a pretty good player in return, and whether you think it's enough or not, I mean, Anthony Davis is a great two-way player.
Yeah,
and he's won on every level that he's played at.
What's the boldest thing? Go ahead.
I just got to ask for patience. I mean, like I said, I understand the upset of the fans, and I get it, but this front office made this move with winning a championship in mind. And whether you agree with that or not, I would say just give them a little bit of patience.
I'm really glad that in my personal life or my professional life, bold moves that I make don't have to be addressed by everybody.
By everybody
I don't
in the
know
city.
how you feel about that. If you make bold moves in your life and only your family knows about it, and they're like, I don't know about that, but nobody questions you, that feels much nicer than I appreciate Nico facing the media and everything yesterday and answering the questions.
I mean, when you make a move like that, you gotta face the moves, and he believes in the move, and he's got everybody on board. Obviously, ownership had to sign off on it, and like he said in the press conference, like whether this happens and be successful, only time will tell, and that he'll be judged on that at that appropriate time. But I think right now, I think there should be some excitement about what this could possibly be in the near future.
Well, this is how I felt whenever you got traded away, though, Devin. So this is 2 times in my lifetime.
It definitely gave me a little bit of PTSD. I'm not going to lie. And J. Kidd brought it up in the press conference. Like, I've been part of big trades. I'm like, yeah, you have.
Well, man, thank you very, very much for all the insight, and we'd love to talk with you, obviously, anytime you're free.
Oh, for sure. Appreciate it, guys.
There you go. Devin Harris right here on 105.3 The Fan.
He's doing everything he can to try and help us get through this.
I get it. Look, and Nico did say one thing that I was like, I'm probably inclined to agree with that, but man, this is really putting it out there on the table. If it doesn't work, like this is all you'll ever be remembered for a lot of us. But he goes, and when you win, hopefully that will take some of that away. And I get that.
I don't know. This is the thing.
Interesting.
I don't know if Chicago had traded Michael Jordan, would they after the first 3 championships? You know, I mean, he leaves and everything. But they're like, now we're trading him. Are people like, you know what though, we won and that was great? Or are they like, no, it's the greatest player we've ever seen walk onto a basketball court. Why are we doing this? Why are we just going to give him to somebody else? He's the guy that we drafted. He wanted to be here. He loved this part of it. Why would you do it? It's one of those where you're just like, you just want to know the real why. A lot of times, Kevin, for me, it's how much of things are spin and how much of things have another story that we don't know.
Yeah.
And then how much of it's true. I think there's 3 things that are always involved there.
Plus, there can be people out there who believe what they believe that are just heavily in the minority.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't mean you're spinning.
Nico might completely believe that this move is going to be the difference because, man, we could not get him to stop whining to the refs. It was really affecting, and that's the biggest problem, or whatever it is. He could totally believe that.
This last part probably won't surprise you, but remember in 2020 when Mark Cuban said, if I had to choose between my wife and keeping Luka, catch me at my lawyer's office preparing for a divorce. Mark Cuban came out yesterday and said that he had nothing to do with this Luka trade.
Oh, so he didn't have to go to the lawyer's office?
Well, I chose his wife.
Yeah, I guess. Man, that would
came to show he really had nothing to do with this.
No,
he has nothing to do with it.
Yes.
He cheers for the basketball team like we do, except he has about a 7% ownership stake.
So the people that were crapping on this morning, I know we've done that in the past. This is not on him, although I do think it would have been hilarious if he put out on social media, I guess I chose my wife. Like, I do think that would have been a funny bit.
You know how women are.
Yes, I know, PJ.
Thanks, PJ.
Coming up next, reactions from players, media, and other famous folks to perhaps the most shocking deal in NBA history. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's day 1. Bridals will actually be in New Orleans. Ryan Leaf, Mike Sando will be amongst our guests. The Nation 2 to 7 on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola Fee products? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Mansfield, and the brand new elevated experience location now open at 900 South Harwood Street in Dallas. And how about them Rangers? Make sure to pick up some Hurtado at Globe Life Field with 2 locations inside the stadium. Pick up Brandon Hurtado's new book, Barbacoa, your go-to for everything Tex-Mex barbecue and for all your catering or private event needs. Visit HurtadoBBQ.com.
Log in and listen to this station for your chance to win an epic trip to Las Vegas. It's Slam Dunk in Vegas. Just create or log in to your free Odyssey account on the app or Odyssey.com. Search for this station, click the live button, then listen for a minimum of 60 minutes to get your daily entry. A chance to win a trip to Las Vegas for you and 3 friends with $20,000. It's Slam Dunk in Vegas. For more, go to Odyssey.com/slamdunk. This is a national contest.
It's a slam dunk prize for you and 3 of your buds. Picture this. The 4 of you fly to Vegas. Your flight and hotel are paid for, plus each of you are receiving $5,000 in cash so you can watch the first 2 rounds of college basketball's national championship. The best part, you don't even have to jump through hoops to win. It's so simple, and you probably do it already. From now until February 23rd, download the Odyssey app. Listen to your friends at the Fan for an hour, and you get your daily entry. That's it. It's all part of an Odyssey national contest. And if you listen daily already, just make sure you're getting it an hour a day. Download the Odyssey app today for your chance to go to Vegas, baby.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to let some folks call in at the top of the hour. But right now, I wanted to go through some of the other people reaction, or if you want to bring up the thing from Mark Stein, Corey, I think that
give me a minute,
that
Kevin.
is very fascinating.
I love Mark Stein. I unfollowed him too.
Because you don't want to know.
Explain that.
The
Explain
basketball
that, Mike.
things.
You unfollowed everybody?
I'm done with the NBA. The only people I'm following that could give me Mavs stuff would be Detlef Schrempf, Dirk Nowitzki, Dana Larson, and Leslie McCaslin. Everybody else, I love you if I unfollowed you. It has nothing to do with you. I don't want to follow this. I don't want to follow this league anymore.
The short of it was that the Mavericks were over Luka and his nutrition, him wanting to work outside of the facility on his nutrition and his health and injuries and stuff like that. That was part of it. That's a small part, but they were essentially, the word, Kevin, that we saw was over Luka. So that's from Mark Stein, and I'm
about as plugged in as it gets.
That
with the
feels
Mavericks.
like he was rubbing people the wrong way, and the talent, no matter how good it was, they weren't willing to keep working with it.
Now, Dirk tweeted out the face. I think a lot of us with the kind of raised eyebrows and worried, like, what? Yeah. Patrick Mahomes on Saturday evening tweeted out, "Wait, what?"
Yeah, that's the reason Patrick Mahomes was at the sitting on the side of the edge of the court.
I think they might lose the Super Bowl because of this.
That would actually be amazing if he's like, I was shook.
He was
by
there.
Luka. And he followed up and he goes, I'm sick right now. And
he was literally there to watch him
yes,
a great player play greatly.
Tyler Smith said it's got to be a glitch in the Matrix. Some people at Laughlin's were just, you got to be effing kidding me, bro. And Tristan Thompson, Luka getting traded from Dallas has to have a deeper story behind it. This doesn't just happen on a random Saturday night. Max Crosby, excuse me, they did not just trade Luka. And CJ McCollum, it goes on and on and on. McCollum goes, I can't really tell what's real or fake anymore on these apps. Luka really going to the Lakers or not? I think it was O'Shea Jackson.
Yeah, I saw his video.
Yeah, he's
doing a wrestling podcast.
Yeah, and they were like, hold on. He's telling his co-host, hold on. I'm sorry. Stop. Hold on. Wait. What? And like, you could tell the other guy on the podcast like was very concerned that like
and
something,
almost irritated.
Yeah, but like he couldn't be all the way irritated because he was like, if something happened to like his family or something,
yeah,
I definitely need to like relax. But then it was like Luka got traded, and then was it Devin Booker who said Luka, a different Luka? Crap, I'm blanking on the last name at the moment. And he was like, that Luka? And he was like, no, the Luka that you're thinking of. And he goes, what?
You guys, yeah, everybody thought it was a joke. Every single person.
So let's go to Kevin Durant, cut number 5. And he told us this. This was not on one of his Twitter accounts. I think he usually gives out frequently very well thought out answers. This is Kevin Durant reacting to the Luka trade.
Insane, it's crazy. Yeah, would have never thought Luka Doncic get traded at this age, mid-season. Yes, NBA is a wild place, man. If he can get traded, then anybody's up, for grabs, So yeah, for fans, somebody spectating is pretty fun. I know it's kind of nerve-wracking, probably for Luka and everybody in Dallas, LA, AD, so everybody involved. I'm sure their heads are spinning right now.
I really like that he included us Mavericks fans, and he was like, everybody involved in the trade. He's like, I get it. You guys are involved in this trade. Like, you might not technically be involved, but you're involved. And he goes, but if you're just a fan of sports, you're probably like, man, this is effing wild. And Jalen Brunson, April Fools, right? Micah Parsons, yo, what the F is going on? Joel Embiid, wow, no effing way I'm going to start. No, I'm just kidding. He just said, no effing way. And it goes on and on. Ariel Helwani said it was one of the most stunning trades in North American sports history. And it happened at almost midnight on a Saturday when plenty of people are making mistakes. Mm-hmm. So you could see how if you open up social media, or maybe you're trying to ignore that one text that you shouldn't respond to, but you kind of want to respond to, but you probably shouldn't respond to, Alec. And you see and you see all this news and you're like, that can't be real.
Luka Garza was what Booker said.
Luka Garza, yes, thank you. Sorry. But that just
Garza?
shows you. That's who Devin Booker was like. They traded Luka Garza. Also, like, who cares?
Mm-hmm.
But
the people I appreciate the fans that went down to the AAC and had the little funeral they carried. Did you see the video of them carrying the casket and the signs that they were putting up? And I was like, man, I would love to see even more people out there. Like that would have been, but I didn't know how long that would. I know they were tearing it down this morning. They were like, nah, let's get all this stuff down from here. We can't leave this up here.
You can get 50 to 70% off your Luka jerseys at your local Dick's Sporting Goods or Mavs shop here pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm really glad we didn't carry over any Luka Mavericks stuff for Peace-a-thon. Like, we actually do have some carryover Peace-a-thon items that, like, maybe we got right after or, like, right before the auction that I was like...
You think Max Christie will donate next year?
Yes.
Sure.
Right.
Hey, I hope you want...
We lost one Max.
Yeah.
Gotta get another.
We'll get that one.
We got Max? We lost it?
Maxi Kleber.
We have two. We still, I guess we have two Maxes.
Did you see Rhett Lashley's tweet?
Yes, I did.
I'm a ball coach in the sports world, so I really try not to be critical of other coaches / sports leaders for obvious reasons. But after almost 24 hours trying to figure out the reason to trade away a generational player, I've still got nothing. Feels way overthought. I sure hope it works out for everyone, but sure hate it for our city to lose such an icon who embraced Dallas. Thank you, Rhett Lashley, for speaking out on that. I really do appreciate the coach in Dallas at SMU speaking out that way about it.
So I want to go to cut number 7 because I just want to get this in from Shams Charania, and then we'll go to David Aldridge, who might have had my favorite social media post about this whole thing. This is Shams first.
This came out of nowhere. This is maybe the most stunning trade, definitely that I've been a part of in recent NBA history, as far as it was never clearly out there. And you saw two teams in Rob Pelinka with the Lakers, Dallas Mavericks, Nico Harrison there, doing this deal. And I'm told Luka Doncic, Anthony Davis, LeBron James, the players, coaches, a lot of people on both sides with the Mavericks and Lakers had no idea. I can assuredly tell you it's a fact. LeBron James had no idea this was coming. Anthony Davis had no idea this was coming. I'm told Luka Doncic is still stunned about this trade.
Now, that leads us to David Aldridge. David Aldridge has been around this league for a long time. This is the tweet he put out. And I feel like this encapsulates a lot of things for a lot of people.
Nico won Game of Thrones.
Yeah. I've been covering the NBA. This does kind of feel like the 9th episode of the first season of Game of Thrones, because you're like, that's the main guy.
Yeah.
The whole show. What?
Why?
So I don't.
Sorry.
I'll figure out later how Max Christie and Anthony Davis and Nico fit into all of this.
Mm-hmm.
But David Aldridge, I've been covering the NBA for 37 years. Almost nothing that happens. Deals, free agent signings, coach hirings, firings, rises to the level, as the great Ben Bradley used to call them, holy S stories. You just get used to the unexpected.
Yeah.
This is a holy S trade.
We don't even know what to say. I've unfollowed David Aldridge too. Sorry.
Okay,
David.
so
not your fault.
If you said anything useful in that segment, Mike has unfollowed you.
You know, the other thing too is Mike's gotten rid of all baskets in his house and most of the balls, but he's still
Did you
a baseball
put your clothes
guy.
in the laundry basket? And he's like, no, I put them in the laundry hamper.
I'm honest, and this isn't against Luka. I'm gonna sell every Luka card I have. I'm going to sell I have a couple of Luka shoes that I bought that I never worn. I'm getting rid of everything.
Dallas Card Show coming up next month. All right. Coming up next, if we're out of things, we could turn it over to the people.
Let's do it.
877-881-1053. One of my questions is, did the Mavericks fail Luka? But you can give us whatever Luka thoughts and opinions you want, as long as you don't swear, like I did a couple weeks ago. 877-881-1053. We'll take your calls next on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece Show.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Join my YouTube channel, John Clay Wolf. GimmeTheVin.com. They don't call me America's best car buyer for nothing.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I wasn't sure about this, but Corey demanded it. He came in and pounded on the desk that we actually all use and said, let the people talk.
I am a man of the people. Always have been.
So 877-881-1053 if you want to call in a minute, because I think our lines are all busy at the moment. But you have the opportunity to call in. Corey, you're going to be the decider on this. Where are we going?
I think we start with Rodeo Ron. Rodeo Ron, you're on DFW Sports Station, home of the Cowboys and Rangers, but the Mavs really hurt us yesterday. What's going on, Rodeo Ron?
Well, I don't know who the dumbest GM in Dallas is now, Jerry or Nico. Luka for AD and a 2029 first-round draft pick. At least we got rid of Kleber. But what are you thinking, Nico? That the Lakers going to suck in 2028? And what's with this Luka first-round draft pick? We're going to have the last pick in 2029.
So
makes no sense. I just hope, CY, you don't make the same freaking mistakes that Jerry and Nico's making. But on a different note, Mike Bassik.
Yes.
How do you feel that WrestleMania just became Yeet Mania this year? Yeet, yeet, yeet. And remember, if you're not day drinking with Rodeo Run and that Jim Beam, listen to that 105 through the Fan. Where the F you at, baby?
There it is.
Rodeo Ron, I love it. He did the Royal Rumble, and the ladder match was stinking insane.
And I would have thought, like, that's what I told Reggie. I go, I really thought we were all just going to enjoy the Royal Rumble on Saturday evening.
I had a
and,
blast.
Yeah, and then that was going to be what we talked about. And then poor Jey Uso, and not poor Charlotte Flair, I don't think anybody feels bad for her, had all of their thunder stolen.
She thonged it in the ring.
Yeah, her pants were not working for her.
And they weren't tight enough.
Yeah,
either.
they were not working for her. But I will say this. I kept waiting for the memes, or I guess in my head I kept expecting like that Scooby-Doo meme where they pulled off Nico's mask and it was really Jerry Jones. And he was like, ha ha.
Yeah, I would have done it too if it wasn't for those kids and that dastardly dog.
Exactly.
By the way, he's right. Rodeo Ron's right. And I don't think Chris Young is going to make a mistake like
should
that.
be day drink?
It is, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
But it is definitely, hey, it's Rangers time to shine, baby. It is definitely time for them to take over Baseball Town.
We're not going to talk baseball today, but I do think that the Rangers have an opportunity here, and they understand. They don't understand what the Mavericks did, to be honest. But they're like, oh my gosh, if we can have a good to great year, we capture this Metroplex.
We will do that tomorrow. I promise. We will be at the Super Bowl, but we won't just be talking Super Bowl stuff. The biggest story in the sports world at this moment is not the Super Bowl. It's not. It's this. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Go ahead, Corey.
Let's go to JC on line 1. You're on DFW Sports Station, home of the Cowboys and Rangers. What's up, JC?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Fan Tolo. I work in the building, and I'm just going to kind of come out and say this, that, like, the Addisons haven't really supported our company in the building. They've been pulling a lot of stuff away from us, kind of like the renovation stuff, just helping us be a better company within the American Airlines Center. The writing's on the wall at this point. Mavericks, I don't know. I hate to say it, but I think they're gone. We're all walking in the building scared about what's going on. I'm just saying, like, it's nuts. I probably shouldn't be saying it anyways. But, I mean, at this point, dude, I don't know, man. It sucks. Like, it's just so defeating because one of the reasons why we work in that building is because of Luka Doncic, is because of Mavericks and the stars. Like, the perennial people that are there. And now that's gone, I'm gutted. I'm absolutely gutted. Marky B, you're my boy. I'm out. Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks, JC.
So hopefully that's a pseudonym, right? And not his real name, because he called in and he was like, I probably shouldn't even be saying this. So,
Jesus Christ?
No, not. I just hope his name's like Sean or something.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, yeah, so he was deep-throating it.
Phrasing.
Deep
For the
throat
glove
is
of God, Corey.
From the White
Phrasing.
House, whenever he did
No, I understand the reference, but the way you phrase that, next call.
Officer Hughes in Dallas. You're on DFW Sports Station, home of the Rangers and Cowboys. What's going on, Officer Hughes?
Man, they hurt us yesterday. They hurt us this weekend. But I want to say this. I'm going to come from a different perspective. In 2011, when Lamar Odom was traded to Dallas, Kobe Bryant went out and said that you don't trade your asset to your rivalry. And the same thing when in 2007, when Dirk had an opportunity to get traded for Kobe, Mark Cuban went to Dirk and asked him. I feel that's disrespectful to Luka to not to let him know what's going on prior to about hurting those relationships.
Okay, I think that's actually a really good point and a really interesting point. Like we heard from Shams a little bit earlier, and he said Luka is still in shock about this. If nothing else, it does seem really odd. Like, I don't know if that phone log that got posted, I never saw that attached with Luka's account, so I can't say if that was actually real. But it does seem odd to not have at least had like a conversation, like I don't know. With your
also
star
seems kind of cowardly to be like, I don't think he wants to talk to me. You didn't talk to him. Like, of course, like I wouldn't want to talk to you either, man to man, look you in the eye. That being said, if there was another problem that I don't know about that existed before, then maybe he didn't feel like he needed to look him in the eye.
And that's the thing. I guess I can't totally speak to that. It seems on the outside. I should couch a lot of these comments with it seems on the outside like perhaps they didn't have that conversation. Maybe if Nico was on and he got the truth serum, he'd like, bro, we had like 4 come to Jesus conversations, and it just never happened. I don't know that.
Even Jerry Jones has told us. He told everybody, I want to look Tom Landry in the eye. I need to be that person to do it. That's not an easy thing to do. It definitely is not an easy thing to do, but I do think it's the right thing to do. Let's go to Glenn in Fort Worth, the great city of Funky Town right there. What's going on, Glenn?
What is up, man? I have never sports cried a day in my life. I'm 44 years old, and this morning it happened for the first time. And it's not just the fact that we traded away the next LeBron, Michael, whatever, generational talent. It's that we traded away our future, and to watch Nico sit there and do a worse impersonation of Jerry Jones by basically doing a shiesty trade in the middle of the night, not bringing in his assistant GM, Michael Finley, not telling anyone in the organization. It seems like the darkest, deepest secret because he knew everyone in the organization, not the Adelmans, everyone else would say you were a royal idiot. You have Jason Kidd sitting up here like Weekend at Bernie's looking like a puppet, and he doesn't even get to speak for himself. I've seen Jerry Jones neuter his whole organization, but I've never seen somebody do it with such cockiness and arrogance and non-connection to how the fans. He said, well, winning will just take care of it. Bro, I don't care if we win another championship. We could win this year. How you treated him, how you threw dirt on him, how you did it in the middle of the night, how you ended up basically making us feel silly for even caring about this. On paper, it doesn't even make sense. We traded for a guy who has the nickname of Mr. Glass. So you're telling me for our future and for our present, we're better now, and you were so confident about this, you didn't talk to anyone? You did this because you knew everyone would shout you down.
Okay. So there's a couple of things.
Damn fine work, Glenn.
There's a couple of things there. First of all, I would like to revisit that conversation about the if and when hypothetical of the Mavericks winning, because I'm also curious about how people would react to that.
You think it started whenever he got to 12,089 points and he was 300 points away from Finley's top 5 record of
No, because Finley had no idea. But what I wanted to bring up, if we're going conspiracy, here's my conspiracy thing. The reason why they were able to keep this so secret is aren't Nico and Rob Pelinka like really close?
Yeah, and he talked about it multiple times.
Yeah, and so
then that goes from his Nike days.
Yeah, and so it just felt like that's how they were able to keep it so secret. That's how nobody knew, because it was two really good friends having a conversation. It's like, hey, you can't tell anybody about this except for your ownership group. And he's like, you can't tell anybody about this except, well, don't tell anybody about this. And so that's why they were able to keep it so secret from everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the part that makes you feel even more gutted about it, is it just feels like a backdoor trade. You know, something behind the scenes that was done in a very dark lit room or a booth at a bar, at a dive bar somewhere. They were like, look, nobody needs to know about this at all.
Because you know what my first reaction, and this is so unfair, and obviously it's proven untrue. When I first heard this trade was really going to go down, then we'll go back to the phones, was freaking Luka, man, asking out. You know, like
because nobody would think of ever doing that.
Because why in the world else would the Mavericks do this trade? And then Mark Stein's like, for the record, Luka did not ask for a trade. And you're like, ugh.
Even if you do this, and I don't think it was a financial thing, to be honest.
Neither do I.
Even if you do the Washington Nationals Juan Soto thing, this happens everywhere. Hey, we're willing to offer you right now 10 years, $400 million. Because I'm not doing that. Like, if you don't do that, we have to trade you. They didn't.
Yeah, we didn't do that either.
I know it's not extension time. You talk to Bill Duffy, the agent, and you talk to maybe just him, but you say, hey, look, we're not going to do that Supermax. It does not make sense for us to build a championship team around a player that makes that much money. I can't do it. It'll restrict my trades, all kinds of things. And he says, well, if you're not offering the Supermax, then you might as well trade him, because he will only sign with you guys for these Supermax. Like, then you have to tell them, well, you understand you're going to lose about $116 million if we trade you.
Yep.
But that never happened, so here we are.
Cody and Burleson, you're on DFW Sports Station, home of the Cowboys and Rangers. 105.3 The Fan. What's going on, Cody?
I try to be a glass half full kind of guy. So as a Kentucky fan, I've got PJ and AD on my favorite NBA team. I don't understand the trade, the return, the way it went down. As you've said, everyone thought it was a joke. I was sitting around a campfire with some friends, puffing on cigars, drinking some whiskey. My buddy texted me. I called BS multiple times. I just sat there staring at my phone, watching ESPN, and drinking more. And while I never really respected Luka, because everyone in the Metroplex got on their knees for him like he was dirt, bro, I don't know. Shocked is to say the least. I don't know if they know something about his body or the concerns for his body in the future before the opt-out, before the Supermax. I don't know. No one knows. And I'd like to say I don't think anyone has high expectations for the Mavs now, but I don't think anyone has any expectations for the Mavs at all.
So one of those things that I love about that story is if you're around the campfire, I'm not paranoid. You're paranoid. They did trade Luka. And then you're like, dude, nobody traded Luka. Calm down. Yes, they did.
Look,
I know they did.
I see it right now.
Calm down.
Chill out, man.
Cody.
Everything's
and they're like,
gonna be
it did happen.
fine.
I told you this
He
happened.
just grabs the bottle, and Cody just sitting there just chugging right out of the bottle for the rest of the night. I get it, man.
Just so you know, people who are not always on Cody's side, you're going to have to hear this argument in the future when Cody has an outlandish idea, and they're going to be like, you didn't think they traded Luka either.
That's right, yeah.
So that's what's going to happen.
You know, Kevin, the Dave Matthews Band has an album called Big Whiskey and the Gru Grux King.
That's right.
They came up with it in New Orleans whenever a homeless man said, let me get a drink of that bottle. And he goes, man, that's a big whiskey right there. So we're going to New Orleans tonight, and I feel like Big Whiskey is on its way.
So the name of your next album will be revealed
the
this
name of my
week?
night is Big Whiskey.
Oh.
Coming up, actually right now, Kevin, let's go to Chris. Let's go to Chris in Meridian. Chris, you're
Okay.
on DFW Sports Station. What you got, man?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. I'm on the Anthony Davis side of this. I'm all for Anthony Davis. I want him to be here. Welcome to the neighborhood. I think he's going to fit in well. He plays harder than Luka. He's a full-court player. Luka needs to stay at half court. And, you know, maybe if he would have got an Ozempic prescription, he'd still be here. That's what it is. He's a toxic player. And welcome to the Lakers, buddy, because maybe LeBron will leave there too. I mean, that's the kind of people they're going to get there now is toxic people. I think that's the industry. And I think we're a better team today defensively. It's sad to see Luka go. Go sell those cards right now, Mike, while they're at the highest value because they're going down from here.
That's interesting.
They
because there
actually
was a bump.
They went up about 15-20% after, you know, pretty much
Lakers fans are
yesterday. Yeah, Lakers. It's like, even though it's weird, Cowboy cards don't sell well, but you have so many fans that are Laker fans.
Yeah.
So now all of a sudden, and he's on the most popular team. They're going to have the most national games next year. So
you want to do one more?
We can do one more. Yeah, let's
It's
go
up to you.
to Uzi in Arlington. Uzi, you're on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. What you got, man?
Hey guys, I'm actually pretty excited about this in a way because Luka drove me nuts. He didn't want to go back on defense, and honestly, before Nico, this team was a mess. He got rid of bad contracts, and this team is tougher now. Like our front court is huge, and I'm actually pretty pumped. I think we're gonna win a title.
All right. I appreciate that, Uzi. I will say this.
Man,
that's
a lot.
Up until Saturday, Nico had more trust, just as much trust as Chris Young. Everybody in DFW was like, at the end, whatever you ended it with, it was, but I trust Nico.
I will just speak for me. Absolutely.
And
I trusted Nico.
And every move he's made so far, you look at it and you're like, damn, that was a good move. That was a nice trade. All these moves have looked pretty good so far. I'm not defending this because I loved watching Luka. I loved it. But I do say we did trust him until now. So what? It's because of the one player? Because the player was so great that we changed our mind on it? Do we not trust him anymore for the future? I don't know.
Rudy Gobert got 5 first-round picks.
So
that's
what I go back to.
That's the irritating part.
So this is like the Travis Frederick deal for me because you go back to when the Dallas Cowboys drafted Travis Frederick at the end of the first round. Turned out to be Travis Frederick was the most kick-ass player you could have imagined.
And
out
they
of
got a
that spot.
receiver. They got another pick to get a receiver.
The thing that bothered me about that is I thought you could have got him a little bit later in the draft. And so it had nothing to do with Travis as much as it did. I was like, hey, you could have increased your assets. Now, I know there's other people who were like, I think people were higher on him than you might think. And so like that, but that was my argument is get more assets. And that's my argument here.
Mm-hmm.
All of that can be true. All of those 3 calls that were like, I think you got bigger, stronger, tougher, but all of that is true. I just still think you could have gotten...
You could have done better.
If not Anthony Davis, I still think you could have gotten somewhat of a equivalent or potentially discounted 15% player and 3 more first-round draft.
Matter of fact, I have a list right here of 5 teams that you could have gotten a better deal from.
Okay, I want to go into that and mix in some wanker of the weekend because I am going to take a wild guess that maybe some people will still talk about the Mavs.
Who?
In wanker of the weekend.
Nobody would think
just
that.
Wild guess.
Nobody's going to thank the Mavs there.
Find out next on The Fan.
Commercial-free KNC? Delicious.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking
This is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And we're going to hear more from your thoughts about Luka. Also mix in some wanker of the weekend. I also have trade odds for Myles Garrett if you want to hear them. But first, we go to Corey.
Just seeing this video, you're not a huge fan of Chandler Parsons.
I am not.
Unfollowed him this morning, too.
He said, I texted Mark Cuban and said, I'm so confused. And he wrote back, that makes two of us. Was
this about the Chandler Parsons signing all those years ago?
This is about what happened over the weekend.
I just
Kevin.
need to clarify. I'm sorry.
That being said, that's the other part. Like, Cuban was one of those guys that was loyal. That would have never happened with a Cuban, right?
Look, I will admit that.
But he probably never would have turned everything over to Nico the same way either.
Yes. Somebody texted me this morning and was like, I hate Mark Cuban for all these stupid moves. And I'm like, look, there are some things that Mark Cuban did that I very much don't agree with. This has nothing to do with him. There is no way Mark Cuban would have done this.
And then from the 682, ponder this, guys. And I think everybody's kind of here. We're just not ready to move there yet. Trade deadline still is 3 days away. There is time to make something else happen. I don't know exactly how you can make what you're going to make happen, but
so when LeBron gets traded to Golden
I'm not
State,
saying that.
Is that what you're saying?
Oh, and so all the moving and everything.
Okay,
gotcha.
Never mind. We're not. Don't worry about that right now. All right, let's do some wanker of the weekend. Feels relevant, although for the record, we normally do wanker of the weekend on Monday anyway. I will take you to CBS Sports and SBNation.com. Did I cherry pick these? Yes. Yes, I did. Trade grades for the Luka Doncic trade. Okay, and with all transparency, I do believe that ESPN gave the Mavericks a B-. So I'm really going to be fair on here.
I'm sorry, what?
I need to, yeah.
They gave us a B-.
Yeah, by the way.
We got Anthony Davis. Listen, man. Mike, we just said this in the break. Any other time we get Anthony Davis, we're all losing our minds.
Yes.
We were asking the Mavs late in Dirk's career to make that trade so they could get Anthony Davis. But because you lost Luka in the process, it doesn't look as good.
Did you hear what Kendrick Perkins said about this?
No.
Okay, so maybe we'll go to that cut.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And he also was like, don't vote for white people for MVP. Like, he might have said that as well, but go to cut number 9, where I feel like Kendrick Perkins goes from the Mavs won the trade to both teams won the trade to watch out for Los Angeles. There's a lot in there.
This is the most shocking trade in NBA history. But guess what? Both sides won. Dallas won in the aspect of they showing the world that, hey, we believe in Kyrie Irving. And if we pair Anthony Davis with the pieces that we have in this system, and P.J. Washington, Spencer Dinwiddie, the guys that we have, we're seeing that Oklahoma City Thunder is the only team that looks really stable and a legit threat in the Western Conference. We can make some noise. And then on the Lakers standpoint, they're looking at it and saying, hey, should we leverage our future and try to keep LeBron James and Anthony Davis together? What is a piece that we could go get to move the needle? It's not one. So how about going get an international superstar in Luka Doncic that we could build, and a guy that could come in and represent one of the most historic franchises in the history of sports, the Lakers, in great fashion? Both sides won, in my opinion. I'm curious to see what went on behind the scenes with the Dallas Mavericks to make them, because we just saw that Shams reported that the Dallas approached the Lakers. Mm-hmm. What went on to make them trade Luka Doncic is what I want to know.
So he said the Mavericks are the second best team in the NBA, in the Western Conference. Charles Barkley echoed those statements this morning and thinking that the Mavericks are now the second best team in the Western Conference. However, SB Nation gave the Lakers an A+. Gave the Mavericks D+.
Yeah.
CBS Sports gave Lakers A+. Gave the Mavericks An F.
Okay.
So there are definitely some outlets who do not love what the Mavericks did. Or
I'm surprised at how many texts, Kevin, I've seen that are like, hey, this is good.
Man.
Like, I'm very surprised how split it is because of how this weekend looked.
And I appreciate wanting to dive into the basketball aspect of this all. Zach Lowe, he texted a sample from some of the NBA executives who texted him. And he goes, this is the first time I've been legitimately shocked and could not move. What a terrible deal from one GM. No further clarification. But another one said, and I quote, to the best of my capability because of, FTC rules and whatnot. What in the F-a-D F? Which I feel like if I tried to go any further, I would mess up like a couple weeks ago. But that seems to be the consensus. So if you want to put the Mavericks in that group, I understand that.
I did see one, somebody asked high up, and they said, what would you have given up if they'd have called you? And he said, everything. And that's where a lot of people are in that mindset of,
that
I would have there are other people that would have given up a lot of things to get it. And that's the part of me that's just kind of still trying to cope with it all.
They didn't even need clarification. Everything? Everything.
I'd give up everything right now.
And I guess to keep it so quiet, if Anthony Davis, if he has to be the guy, there's no other player in the league that you want besides Anthony Davis. If you tell the Lakers, we got to get 3 first-round picks, I can't do this without Max Christie and 3 first-round picks, they'll start calling around. Now, I guess that means it gets out. Other owners, general managers, and they're like, hey, you won't believe this, but Luka is going to the Lakers for Anthony Davis. They just have to find an extra pick or two to make this happen. So then, obviously, it gets out to the Shams of the world and stuff like that, and I guess they're like, screw it. We would rather not pick up extra first-round picks or other prospects because we don't want this to get out until it's official.
And at the very least, I feel like the Lakers had another extra first-round pick ready to go.
They had another one to trade.
Yeah.
And the Mavericks like, we don't want it.
We don't need that. All right. So there are other non-Maverick wankers this weekend.
All right. My wife.
Oh, my goodness.
For waking me up and telling me about the Luka trade.
Yeah.
I'm blaming her still.
I'll have to tell you off air the interesting analogy my mom made about this.
No, you've told me already.
I know.
And I know you can't tell that on air.
I don't want to say it on air because I was like, huh. So are the Minnesota Timberwolves in the wanker category as well? They lost to the Washington Wizards. It was the Washington Wizards' first win since January 1st. You might be like, hold on a second, Kevin. You must have said that in error because it is now February 3rd. I did not. The Minnesota Timberwolves had lost 16 straight games.
Jeez.
Or excuse me, I'm sorry. The Washington Wizards.
Okay, yeah, I was
had
like, hold
lost
on.
16 straight games before they defeated the Minnesota Timberwolves. That would have really thrown my idea of the West into array even more. But yeah, so the Minnesota Timberwolves lose to the Wizards. Look out. Nobody.
I guess they're done.
Yeah, no, I mean,
go ahead and trade Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, trade Anthony Edwards for LeBron James.
Yeah.
You'll get they have a first-round pick still available to trade.
Man. Or you know what? Maybe even
they have to
trade.
include Bronny though in the deal.
Maybe even trade for Booker. You know, maybe make that swap. Send him down to Phoenix.
Oh my God. All trades feel possible.
Everything
now.
feel yes.
Christ.
You know what? Maybe that's what Nico did. He was like, look, I want to really open up everybody for this. If I trade Luka, then everybody will be like, oh no, we're all the trades are possible.
I can't remember who told me this. It might have been my son. I can't remember, but he's like, oh, this might trade like how teams have to trade now that Luka only got a first-round pick. 24 hours later, like, nope, didn't change anything.
See, and that's what I wanted to see. If some people were going to be like, Rudy Gobert got 4 first-round picks, and I'd be like, Luka only got 1.
Yeah.
So I'm giving you nothing for this other player. And they're like, no, that's not really the way we're going to do it.
Kyrie Irving's reputation when the Mavs traded for him was so horrible. It was shocking that the Mavs gave 2 unprotected first-round picks. Luka's reputation is that bad around the league? Because it doesn't sound like it.
Doesn't seem like
Nico even said in the press conference, he even said, here's going to be our issue. Teams, so plural, have been saving up money 2 years from now to offer Luka $70 million a year. So teams we're looking 2 years in advance from now going, we got to open up $70 million so we can get into a Luka war because we might have a chance.
Yeah.
You never called any of those teams.
Nope, you didn't. Now, I want to leave out the other sports. Let's go to hockey.
Stars, baby, let's go.
Yes,
Thank
actually.
you.
No, the Stars are nowhere near Wanker of the week.
No, that's what I'm saying. Thanks for being awesome.
Made a great trade.
Going all in.
Made a really good trade. I have questions about the defensive guy.
All in.
Yeah, that's fair. But I want to take you to the Chicago-Florida game. Chicago, the Blackhawks, they score 7 seconds into the game. Landon Slaggert set the team record for fastest goal ever for Chicago. 7 seconds in, boom. Chicago 1, Florida nothing. Final score, Chicago 1, Florida 5. Now, what happened in this ensuing 59 minutes and 53 seconds? You would think.
Where was the game?
Yes. I think it was in Florida.
Ice melted.
Okay, maybe. But
Crocodile got on the ice.
Wouldn't that fire you up? No, I don't think anything like that.
I thought you were making me guess.
No. But wouldn't you think something
Nachos got thrown on the ice.
would fire? Oh my gosh.
Cheese froze up.
We almost lost him one day because of that conversation.
Yeah.
So maybe we should back off.
Yeah. And then let's go to Nebraska football. Nebraska,
where the furniture mart is.
Has canceled their spring football game.
Because of the Luka trade?
No.
Matt Rule.
That is a fair question.
They're all like, we can't do this.
That kind of ties into my mom's analogy about the Luka trade. I'll tell you about that off air. But last year, more than 60,000 people went to the Nebraska spring game. So it's not a lack of interest. But Matt Rule said the word tampering doesn't exist anymore in college football.
He's right.
It's just an absolute free, open, common market. I don't necessarily want to open up to the outside world and have people watch our guys and say, he looks like a pretty good player. Let's go get him. And I don't think you can do like a Nebraska football history quiz for every single person that's trying to get into the door.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's smart on his part to say, I'm not letting people see my players in the spring and come try and take them from me. Kevin, we've just been notified of this, according to @Rangers_Nation. This is smart play. The Rangers are going to have a City Connect batting practice hat this year.
Ooh.
The same hat that you have, Mike, with the white and the T, but the colors are the City Connect colors. So we were just discussing this off air last week.
They should never lose that hat.
No, absolutely not. This is awesome. And again, this is why the Rangers are leaders in what they're doing here in DFW, because they are the best. Say it, Kev. They won a World Series here.
I'm not sad about that.
I heard Cleveland's interested in Leody Taveras. Could we trade Leody Taveras for Emmanuel Clase? We'll throw in a future first-round pick in 2021.
And Chicago.
Ooh,
Chicago
okay.
to Cleveland.
So since you guys brought that up, I've got one more trade option for you. Myles Garrett, the favorite to land Myles Garrett, which I don't really understand why this
Lakers.
is. It is the Dallas Cowboys at 4-1. So,
because you do that to get gambling going.
He played about 6 miles down the street. Martin, right?
Yes.
And he asked Jerry Jones to come get him in the draft before the draft. You remember that? He was like, Jerry, come get me.
The last A&M future Hall of Famer who wanted to play defense for the Cowboys, and the Cowboys went and got him.
Greg
Von
Hardy.
Miller.
No, they didn't.
Von Miller. No, they did not. Yeah.
No, he's not on the Cowboys?
No, he never. They lowballed him an offer.
I thought they always say it's Miller time.
I say we trade Sam Williams for Myles Garrett.
We'll be all in.
Deal.
Boom.
Thanks, Jerry.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Is Mike crying?
It's time for Gridiron Gravy, where even Adam Schefter tried to make a comp for the Luka trade. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's day one.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Breaking sports news with lots of laughs included. Together, we're making this happen, Tolos. And we're so grateful that you are our teammates right here on The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Gobert's up here. Doncic maneuvers for the lead. Got it!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan as we celebrate Luka Doncic after the, I'm still going to say, the most shocking trade in NBA history. I did want to kind of read or go through or paraphrase did you see the Dear Dallas note that Luka left that we have up on our Facebook page?
It's the line where he says, I thought I would always be here.
Yes.
That's the one that just crushes my soul.
Dear Dallas, 7 years ago, I came here as a teenager to pursue my dream of playing basketball at the highest level. My first ever interview in the Metroplex was on the KNC Masterpiece. Okay, it doesn't say that,
It should.
but that is factually accurate. I thought I'd spend my career here, and I wanted so badly to bring you a championship. The love and support you all have given me is more than I ever could have dreamed of. For a young kid from Slovenia coming to the U.S. for the first time, you made North Texas feel like home. Now, there's a lot more to it, but at the very end,
Go ahead.
Dallas is a special place, and Mavs fans are special fans. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. And
right. I didn't read it because I was like, I'm not reading any of this.
I get it. It's not going to make you feel any better. He wasn't like, and you could take this city and shove it. Like, It was very nice.
Go ahead and mark that.
And
okay.
Yeah, that's
Dang
true.
it.
And you didn't read the parentheses part where he put, I was trying to do anything to win a championship for the Mavs unless it's game 3 of the NBA Finals and a ref pisses me off, and then I will I'll destroy this whole game to show the ref how much I hate him.
This is a report, Kevin, from Kirk Goldsberry he was on with Bill Simmons' podcast. And he said the trade originally included multiple firsts and Dalton Knecht. And then a deal got whittled down, and I think Rob Pelinka was able to convince the Mavs that Luka is a lot of risk, his drinking, his weight problem. That is what Kirk Goldsberry said with Bill Simmons.
Man.
That he thinks Pelinka convinced Nico, this guy's a prop. You just take this and we'll be fine. He Jedi mind tricked him.
See, because I think it's Chat GPT that said something to the effect of 2 or 3 first-round picks and 2 young players like Christie and Knecht. I know they got Christie, not Knecht, who was cooled off since having a really hot start to the season. But it's interesting to hear Bill Simmons say that too. And I promise we'll get some football in as well, because Bill Simmons puts out The Athletic, they have like their, the trade value chart. And I know Bill Simmons was kind of the anchor for a lot of this to start with. Luka was number 4 on the list of most valuable trade chips. And when you see that and you get Anthony Davis, who's not a bad player whatsoever. We're going to get into that.
Is he top 10?
At least top 12.
Anthony Davis?
Yeah, is what I would argue.
If he's healthy.
And we can get into the fact that he's played more games in the last 3 years than Luka has. Like, we can dive into that in just a minute. But he's also 6 years older than Luka. And so to only see 1 first-round pick come back, it doesn't make any sense.
Is that the first time we've heard the public part of the drinking?
Yes.
So we know about the weight thing. We've teased about the weight. We've talked about the weight. We hear things. It's not, sometimes we just don't, we have other things that we might know, but we can't say, not just about Luka, but Cowboy players and stuff. We have to be very careful. So when somebody else says it like this, I'm not saying now we open up on this, but I was wondering how quick this would start getting out that we knew about this. And a lot of people knew about this. Is now it's starting to become public. That Michael Finley taking the beer away wasn't maybe just about, let's just not have you have a beer tonight.
And that's going to come down to people have already made up their minds whether or not all the information that comes out about Luka now is, now it makes sense, or you're just disparaging his name. Like, I'm sure people have already made up their minds about that. And so I don't know. I don't think there's going to be anything that comes out that for a lot of Mavericks fans is going to be like, now I get it. I just don't think that's going to happen.
And if you're just joining us, because I know it's around lunchtime, I don't like this trade at all.
Yeah.
I don't know about this report, Kevin. The guy has about 14,000 followers and he works for Clutch Sports. You want me to say it?
Maybe not.
We'll talk about it off air.
With the way agency? Is Clutch Sports an agency?
We'll talk about this off air and then try and come back to it, because it would have been a significant move had that happened. But we'll discuss this and then come back. We might bring it if we agree, then we can bring it up to the air.
All right. You guys want a quick hit, a couple of minutes of gridiron before we get back into this? All right. Let's go around sort of part of the NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And of course, we start with more talk about basketball. I know that's confusing. Stay with me. Adam Schefter. He tried to make an NFL comparison of this, and he did very poorly. So Adam Schefter said that trade with Anthony Davis and Luka was the equivalent of the Ravens trading Lamar Jackson plus to the Bengals in exchange for Joe Burrow plus. But not really, right? It's more like you traded
Jamar Chase. Lamar Jackson for Jamar Chase. Two different players that do 2 different things.
Or the one that popped into my head was Josh Allen for Matthew Stafford. That's kind of what it feels like.
Lamar Jackson for Myles Garrett.
Man,
Because you're trying to
would be a
convince everybody.
confusing trade.
Look, I know our offense is going to take a hit because the entire hub of the offense is now gone, but our defense is going to be better, guys.
But if defense wins championships, stop playing Spencer Dinwiddie.
But I appreciate his attempt.
And
but
Klay Thompson, too.
people on social media, they didn't care for that comparison whatsoever. And they let him know about it. All right, let's stick with the Ravens. Did you see 3 more people came out to accuse
Justin Tucker?
3 more massage therapists specifically came out to accuse Justin Tucker of inappropriate behavior. So now it's up to 9 in the span of 4 years. More does not automatically make you guilty by any stretch of the imagination, but it's not a good look.
No, that's not a good thing for Justin Tucker at all. And that coupled with a bad season, just doesn't it seem like an easy way to start distancing yourself?
That is really interesting because if you'd have been lights out, like the special teams player of the year on Unbelievable, I wonder if people would have been like, let's see what we can figure out here.
Exactly.
I really don't know. Now, a couple things. Jamar Chase said he wants to get what's fair in his next contract after a career year. Now, that is very debatable, but I think the argument has been made pretty consistently. Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb. If it's not in that ballpark, what are we even talking about?
Yeah, that's exactly where that money needs to be. I mean, because he's the best. He right there in that mix of being the best. That's where the money needs to start. Do they have it, or are they just cheap?
I think they're just cheap.
I think they are and always have been. That's why their defense, whenever their quarterback was throwing out an MVP caliber season, they were like, "Oh man, we still can't add to this defense." Though.
The NFL, once again, considering measuring first downs with an electronic system that's not necessarily football-based, like in the football base, but they're going to try to find another way to try to chart it.
I don't understand, like, Gavin Dawson would have to explain this to me more, because he's like, just put a chip in the ball. Or people, how do I know when the knee, the chip's in the ball? The chip doesn't read when the knee hit the ground.
Yep. So,
or the elbow, like maybe
but then
close.
you can know when. You're right about that. But
You
you
have to
would
put
know
chips in
where
their
the
knee
ball
pads?
was. You could at least measure where the ball was when you think their knee went down. But again, if you don't know where their knee went down, if you can't see that, then you're having
A
problems.
whole bunch of sumo wrestlers are in my way right now. I can't see the quarterback where he's at. Like, I don't know how this is. But we electronically had a line somewhere. Well, I can't see crap. There's too many huge guys out here.
The Raiders are hiring Chip Kelly as their offensive coordinator. Eric Bieniemy is joining the Bears as the running backs coach. And
Bieniemy keeps going down.
Man, that is weird. Mike Evans said he sees this Pro Bowl flag football stuff that just happened as practice for the 2028 Olympics. So that's why he's like,
oh, did they play that thing or whatever?
Yeah, it happened.
Good for them.
He wants a gold medal, huh?
I mean, don't we all?
For Mike Evans? Yes.
I want a gold medal for Mike Evans.
Who would be the top 3 people
Just
in
give
the NFL?
every person who plays professional football a gold medal. Does any other country play football?
I mean, they whipped our butts this past year.
That's true. Japan or
Everybody.
China,
Canada, all of them
destroyed us. But that was
football.
And flag football, yeah.
All right.
We got to figure it out,
We
Mike.
got some stuff to work on.
It's like, I think it feels more like if you went to play wiffle ball. You know, there's dudes that are good at wiffle ball, and then there are pro players, and it's just a little bit different.
Well, that was exciting. Go football.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
I don't think he meant that.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, is this the most shocking trade in NBA history? And maybe more importantly, the most shocking sports transaction in your life? Because I came up with 2, but I don't know if either one will compete. We'll do next right here on The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Cool. I mean, of course you don't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. So I want to get some folks' opinions on this. 877-881-1053 Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line if you want to get in on this. Is this the most shocking trade in NBA history, or maybe more importantly, the most shocking sports transaction in your life? Because I don't want to fall into recency bias, and I did see some people say like Wayne Gretzky getting traded, and I'm not going to dispute that.
Was I alive?
But I guess, yes, you were.
Right.
But I guess it just it didn't impact me as much because I wasn't like a Edmonton Oilers or LA Kings fan. And so the ones that I thought of were more Dallas-centric because I cared about them the most. And the two I could think of the firing of Tom Landry, and then honestly, when we got A-Rod, I remember being stunned that the Rangers, I was like, what? The Rangers got the best player in baseball? Get the hell out of here. So those were the two that I immediately thought of, but I really want to open it up if people have thoughts about what the biggest trade was in their lifetime, because this is right up there.
When it comes to, I don't know if it's necessarily trades, but Magic Johnson was a huge surprise. Like, that one shook me to my core whenever.
Who did he get traded for?
I don't know. He had AIDS, Devin.
HIV.
Yeah, that's.
He never got AIDS.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you very much for the facts. DeGrom was pretty, but DeGrom doesn't touch Luka. Seager and Simeon was pretty shocking.
Yeah, because it was in such proximity and stuff.
Having Nolan Ryan as a child, like, that's the first one that I can remember aside from Herschel Walker, because, you know, Tony Dorsett not being a Cowboy broke my soul. He was my favorite running back ever.
Sure.
But whenever I found out that Nolan Ryan was going to be a Texas Ranger, I was like, hold on, this dude throws 158 miles an hour and nobody can hit him. He leads the world in strikeouts. He's the best. Why would anybody let him go? Why would anybody not want that dude who is the best on their team? So that's where the connection for me is, Kevin, is Luka's the best. He's the best we saw around here for sure. I mean, we were already sitting here going, hey, man, you can start tabbing him as better than Dirk in his career. And here we are. So, like, that's where the big shock is that you don't move on from the best. You don't trade generational players. You just don't do it. And the Mavericks felt like they needed to do it.
If you do, you just get so much, and you still lose the trade. But whatever.
True.
Let's just get a pick.
Is this the most shocking?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Now, we're talking about locally, right?
I want to know.
In our
I want to know where it stacks up.
I don't remember this. Obviously, I just graduated high school, or right around, senior year of high school. I'm sure Shaquille O'Neal going to the Lakers had to be a pretty darn big deal, as Shaq had come into the league and made the NBA Finals, and Penny Hardaway, and you're like, dude, Orlando's going to eventually be the team. As soon as this Michael Jordan thing runs out, it's Shaq's league. And it was. It's just for the Lakers.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I went back because people are like putting pictures of Babe Ruth in a Red Sox uniform.
Yeah.
And I get it, because then he ends up being arguably the greatest baseball player of all time, obviously of that time for sure. You know how many years he had hit before the Yankees traded for him? Because this is so back in the day.
I do not.
1 year.
Oh, really?
Like, he had hit a little bit, but in 1919 for Boston, that was his first time to become a full-time hitter while pitching still a little bit. So you're like, he wasn't like a 5-time MVP at that point. Now, they probably didn't even have MVP back then. He did win it in 1923 as I'm on his page. So they eventually
started doing MVP.
But like, this is insane. That's why it's going around the world. Like, what just happened? Not that trading Luka's the worst. I want to say this. I understand trading Luka. I do. I just don't understand trading him for this unless, and we haven't heard this, unless everybody knew he had major issues off the court and you were struggling to find a team to take those major issues.
Yeah, but it sounds like you didn't even have conversations with other teams about those issues in the first place. From the 214, it's only shocking because no one had a clue. I think that adds to the shock.
That's fair.
I don't think it's only shocking because of that, but I think because I would be shocked to hear Luka's name involved. The other one, Kevin, and I was thinking this.
Yeah.
How Mike's talking on the national level, how big when LeBron decided to take his talents to South Beach, how much of a massive move was that?
That is a good point. We had a whole freaking TV special about that. You know what? That is a great one. I will put this behind LeBron just because I felt like
Cleveland wanted to keep him.
Yeah, and society stopped down to like watch that special and everything.
Yeah,
like that.
we all did.
I do think it's tough to compare free agents to this.
Exactly. Because like you at least knew, that's the thing. Like you knew. You could even look it up. Like remember when we used to have the channel guide going on? You could look it up and see when it was going to be. This happened when you make poor decisions on a Saturday night. Like if you would have told me that so-and-so got caught with a DUI at midnight on Saturday, I would have been like, well, sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't have thought, hey, super gigantic NBA trade midnight Saturday-ish. I know it's like 11:30-ish, but
Yeah, I think the LeBron thing, I know it was a free agent thing too, but even still, it was very much like Jackson Jeffcoat's going to sign with which college? You kind of knew there was an allotment about 4 and maybe a mystery team, and then all of a sudden he's like, hey, I got this one. And by the time you got there, you're like, I'm pretty convinced that. You didn't have any time to be convinced of anything with this one.
And I think the other thing that we brought up, because we've talked about this off air a lot today, there's some people who were like, there's nothing you could have traded Luka for. I think that is patently inaccurate. Just right off the top of my head. And like, I know a couple of these players are older, but if it would still be shocking because like Luka got traded, but if you traded Luka for Jokic, I would be sitting here today saying you got the better player. If you traded Luka for Giannis, I could make an argument you got the better two-way player, of course. I don't know if people think overall Giannis is better than Luka, but it's like pretty comparable.
What about his star, those 2 stars?
What do you mean?
Luka and Giannis. Is Luka a much bigger star?
Yeah, for sure. And I think Luka's a much bigger
Giannis was a nobody. No, he got drafted late. I mean, it was like, obviously Don Nelson stood on the table and said, this is the next. And everyone's like, you're a dumbass. We're taking Shane Larkin. His dad's a Hall of Fame shortstop.
And I think Luka's a way bigger star than Jokic. I don't think he's as good as Jokic, but...
Right.
And you were going to say Shea.
Yeah, Shea, Anthony Edwards. Like, those are just 4 players.
Jalen Brunson.
Not that.
Okay.
I would have taken a chance on Paolo Banchero. I mean, obviously we didn't mention Wemby.
Yes.
Can you imagine that phone call? They pick up the phone and they go, all right, we'd like to offer you Luka.
I get it.
Wait, what? To run along with Wemby? And they're like...
You don't have you don't have Anthony Davis on the Spurs to get. I mean, it looks like Pop has a puddle of slobber every time he's coaching against the Mavs because of how much he loves Luka.
Yeah.
So I'm sure San Antonio, who just gave up 3 first-round picks for De'Aaron Fox, might have doubled that. The problem is I get from the Mavs standpoint, they have a 2-year window to win a championship, and then you go into trash Mo McGee mode.
And then there's the other aspect of that, because somebody texted this in right there. Even if you got Giannis, Shea, Jokic, would we love them because they're not ours? And that is a complicated part of this.
He's our little baby that showed up on our doorstep.
Yeah.
And we've been, coddling him ever since.
Because I feel like I would.
Cuddling him.
I feel like I would be like, oh my God, we won the championship. It would be amazing. But I can easily accept and respect the fact that for a lot of people wouldn't be anywhere close to how you would have felt if you won the championship with Luka.
Yep.
Because you saw all the peaks and valleys along the way.
Well, it was like watching, Dirk, our baby, again, go through that next level of things, watching that thing grow into it. Wanted Romo to win one because nobody else knew who he was.
Sure.
We had him. Luka was ours. I mean, that's the headline right now on the front of he was ours. Nobody had something special like what we had. And we took a lot more every time he made a shot. I told you last time, Kevin, every time he made a shot in somebody's face and walked around the court pointing in people's faces, every time he did that, I took a little pride in it.
Yeah.
Because that dude's he's on my team. If he wasn't on my team, I'd be ticked off about it. But every time he did that, I was like, yeah, you did that today because you're on my team. Kevin, it's going to happen. Every time you were talking about it over the weekend, when the Lakers games come up, every time he makes a shot, he's going to look at the bench, smile,
my God,
point over at Nico and Jason Kidd and everybody and laugh, and then he's going to run up the court, not play defense, get the ball back, make another shot, point and laugh at everybody, and he's going to make a mockery of the whole thing the entire time, and it's going to make you feel nauseous while he's still not playing defense.
That's good. And then we'll get the transition basket really. But that would have made more sense to me if it would have been like one of those younger or equal or better players. Anthony Davis is really good. He's not as good as Luka. And then the other one that would have made sense to me
is the top 3.
I would argue top 4.
Offensively, he might be the best.
Yes.
It's just tough to rank him at times because defensively, out of the top 10 players in the league, he's by far the worst.
But I feel comfortable at 4.
Okay.
And Anthony Davis, like I said, there are times when he absolutely looks like he's top 6, but probably more top 10. If you went with Paolo Banchero and Jalen Suggs, for example, in Orlando, or Jalen Green plus from Houston, or Oklahoma City for some reason was like, hey, we will give you Chet Holmgren plus, I would at least get what you're trying, because there would be draft picks to go along with it. And you're like, hey, we're going to take this player that's not as good, but we're also going to get like 3 first-round draft picks or whatever. But the Mavericks got 1 first-round pick and gave away a second-round pick. You might be like, who cares about a second-round pick? I think you only have 1 second-round pick left for like 5 years.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Because we did kind of mention it last segment, and it was the report from Bill Simmons' podcast about weight and drinking problem. Is this the kind of thing that would wake him up?
Nothing's woke him up so far. So yeah, you can say that now.
I'm not saying I'm asking.
I think we're going to do that
I don't
tomorrow.
know.
Okay, all right, we'll do that tomorrow then. We'll push it off till tomorrow. I don't want to talk about it anymore anyway.
Okay. You can talk about it now, but I think we can really go in depth with that tomorrow. And so last night's trade was really frustrating with all those things in mind, because you see a clear, just inferior to Luka player, still a damn good player, in De'Aaron Fox get moved, and you get back Zach LaVine, who's having maybe the best year of his career, and 5 picks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a lot of picks.
Every single one of those picks, by the way, is before the Mavericks get their draft pick.
And that's
Lakers.
Something that can help them completely renovate their roster. Like, completely change their roster up and do something big to build around it. Like, that's something they can utilize.
Yeah, when those draft picks are playing the Las Vegas Mavericks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, we could talk about that more. I do not believe that it's going to happen, but I know there are a lot of people who do think that's going to happen. Are you going to, by the way, I was going to ask if you're going to follow Luka's career, but I guess not, because you hate the Lakers.
I hate him.
He hates the Lakers more than anything.
That is true.
I'm honestly done with basketball. I'm not going to watch the playoffs. I'm not going to watch Anthony Davis play for the Mavs.
You don't think you'll get back playoff time?
No.
Okay.
Who's the last player we sent away like this that we would care this much about?
Hey, we sent Jalen Brunson away for nothing.
So I'll kind of keep up with it like that.
I was being sarcastic on my answer.
I'll keep up with it like that then. The way I do with Jalen Brunson, where I'm just going, good God, what could have been? Like, that's about it. Other than that, I'll just be upset every time I watch it, Kevin. But yeah, Joey Gallo's definitely a good one there, Mike. He is missed. All those times that he would send the baseball into the glove behind him.
I'll tell you what. If I end up hurting as much in this as I did for the Joey Gallo thing,
you were inconsolable for
fine.
a month.
No, I'll be fine. Totally fine.
Oh, man.
I mean, we don't have this with the Cowboys. They get rid of nobody.
That's true. That is very true. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's move into the lunch rush in the expressway. We'll do some Mike Likes It. We will take your calls. And I'm also curious, Mavs fans, don't you deserve better? Next on The Fan.
Grab snacking staples at Whole Foods Market. Get 3 Kettle and Late July.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it?
Razor Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has a lower fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but
School and sports physicals. CareNow Urgent Care is here to help you feel better fast. Find a location near you at carenow.com and use our convenient web check-in today.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Controlled by the Mavs. Here comes another heat check from Luka. Doncic again, another three. Got it! He's a flamethrower! He is on fire! 20 points!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Can you guys receive photos to this number, 877-881-1053? Because I got a meme for you. Unfortunately not. Or unfortunately yes. Because I just saw the one where it says, "Hey Siri, show me generational basketball fumble." And it was KP, Brunson, and Luka all with the Mavericks 3 years ago. And now none of them are with the Mavericks.
Mm-hmm. What about that time in 2007, whenever they went to the finals? Was it 2006? 06. They went to the finals, and they were looking pretty good, and then Dirk missed 2 free throws.
Okay, how does that help?
You were talking about a time.
No, that
Avery
makes
was
me
panicking
sadder.
on the sideline, and then Josh Howard got confused and called timeout. And then we didn't have any timeouts to advance the ball to midcourt. That was awesome.
That happened.
Okay, that's not really. That's not really what I'm
Devin Harris
shooting
was
for.
on our show today. He phantom fouled Dwayne Wade at least 12 times, and they gave him 24 free throws for it.
Kevin, if you want to send a meme to somebody, though, you can send it to the KNC Masterpiece Facebook page or Twitter page at KNC1053, or you can hit us up on the Facebook at
That's right.
The KNC Masterpiece
With an ampersand in there. I still don't really know how to say
said it
that
close
word.
enough.
All right, we're going to open up the phone lines. Once again, 877-881-1053 if you want to call in. And Corey
Let's start
is,
it.
once again, the arbiter of the phone calls. So if your phone call doesn't get heard or he thinks it's stupid, I can't control that.
Let's go to JK in Plano. You're on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. What you got, JK?
Man, great show. I'm a Tolo, even though I haven't been able to listen to every second of all the shows, so I may say something that you've already heard or talked about. But a couple things. One, this was a total Bill Belichick move. I long for Jerry Jones, even if it's a bad move, to actually get active and try to do something that says he wants to win. Nico may be an idiot. This may have been a terrible trade in the end, but if he's doing it to try to win and it's not a conspiracy issue, then at least he's trying to win. And third, when you guys think about how good the trade was for the Mavericks, do we not have to consider the fact that whoever we traded into had to feel like they had a good chance to re-sign Luka? Otherwise, we wouldn't have got all these things that you guys are saying that we could have gotten?
Yes, I agree with that last part. I'm sure. The Lakers, look, as much as I don't like the Lakers because they've beaten my teams before and they magically always get the best players, like, now, the Lakers are the Lakers. I would be shocked. But then again, here we are. I would be shocked if Luka was like, I'm good. I'm a pass on the Lakers or whatever. I bought a really expensive house in Dallas. I'm going back. Like, I would just be shocked if he didn't re-sign with the Lakers.
Let's go to Isaiah in Burleson. Hello, Burleson. You're on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. What's up, Isaiah?
What's going on, guys, man? Good afternoon. Man, I'm headed back from work right now, and I just still can't figure out how, if upper management really has a problem with his weight and this, that, and the third, and they're hiding stuff behind closed doors, get him out of here, but set yourself up for the next 3 to 4 years. Pick the team you want, first round. And you just didn't do that, and it's just a smack dab in the face to the DFW and, like, the loyal-hearted fans, man, that been there and watched the dirt ride out and statues and all, and we just didn't get that. It's just sickening, man.
I agree with that. I think, and I don't know.
I thought we were going to put a Luka statue next to Dirk's, Kevin.
Man.
I really did. I really thought we were going to have a Luka statue.
Christie.
Maybe. You know what? Honestly, Corey, I'm not even kidding. I could see that. And I bet a lot of other people felt that same way. And that's why I feel like we deserve better in terms of an explanation.
Yes.
Like, I heard Nico
we can't
yesterday.
Sign. We got ahead of not signing him.
No,
what?
I'll call him BS on that. there has to be something else, because it was going to be a tumultuous summer, and maybe the Mavericks couldn't re-sign Luka, who just bought a super awesome new house here in the Metroplex and has always signed the deals he was given and was going to be offered the biggest contract in NBA history, and seems to really like the Mavericks because, if nothing else, they are okay with the way he kind of conducts himself or screws around, although I guess maybe not anymore.
Reportedly cried whenever he found out the information.
Yeah, you can't just say, oh, it's going to be a tough summer. Why? Because you weren't going to have salary cap space? You don't have salary cap space now. Even after you made this trade, you still don't have salary cap space. All right. And then the other thing is defense wins championships. Okay, here's what I'll admit. I think I might not be with the majority on this. If the Mavericks win 2 championships in the next 3 years, and everyone's like, man, this is the most amazing defense I've seen since the late 80s Pistons or whatever, then I'll be like, great. Nico, you're a genius. Sorry, Luka, hit the bricks. Or I'm glad you hit the bricks. Just the way I was with Steve Nash. I know people were heartbroken when Steve Nash left. You went to the NBA Finals the next year, and you probably should have won. But I think a lot of fans are just I don't care because these aren't my guys. And I get it, because at least that team still had Dirk. I want my team that's in my city to win. And I will admit, if somehow the Anthony Davis, PJ Washington, Daniel Gafford, Kyrie Irving, Derek Lively collective goes on a run, then I'll be like, I'm sorry I doubted you, Nico.
Yeah. No, like I said, he's made some really brilliant moves so far, but we just always thought it was a brilliant moves to build around Luka. And now I'm not sure exactly who they're building around. Is it Kyrie? It's not Lively.
And I hate saying this because he's a great player and he's had a great season. But that just feels like a confusing strategy to build on an early 30s, lots of basketball miles on you, Kyrie Irving.
Yes.
It'd be different if Kyrie Irving was like, I played 30 games a year at Duke for 4 consecutive seasons. I didn't enter the NBA until I was 24. But
and he's on his 4th team.
Yeah, he came to the NBA straight away. He's played a lot of minutes.
Yeah, and 4 teams down. So again, like you said, doesn't necessarily feel like ours, even though the city embraced him because he was such a great companion for Luka. Let's go to Don in Dallas. You're on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. What's going on, Don?
Hey, what's happening, man?
Chilling.
I'm going to tell you what's wrong with this. See, exactly. It's not about money. It's not about contract or anything like that. It's personal. That's what it is. Thank you.
It's what? Christmas? Is that?
I'm sorry, Don. Did you just hang up already?
Yeah. Did he say Christmas? I couldn't understand the word he said.
Criminal.
Okay, criminal.
Oh, it's criminal.
I'll take that. I'll take criminal as an option there.
The lack of checking out options is what I go back to time and again. If you think he had conditioning problems, whatever problems, I'm not here to argue against any of that because clearly the Mavericks know Luka Doncic, the basketball player, better than anybody on the face of planet Earth. I still, with all of that in mind, think you could have gotten so much more.
I just want to say I agree. Part of the story of the Grant Williams and taking him and just destroying him in practice, you know what we overlooked at the time because we were all on Luka's side, and not that I hate Luka, I don't hate Luka, is Grant Williams was saying, hey, you never try and practice. Okay, you're going to call me out in front of everybody that I don't show up to practice ready to go or to help out my teammates or anything like this? Watch this. And then he just, Michael Finley tells a story here on 105.3 The Fan on how he totally destroys Grant Williams for the whole practice, embarrasses him beyond belief. But part of that is, so Grant Williams, who had been on the team for a month, was like, this dude hasn't practiced hard 1 second of this season. And then I got him to practice hard. He totally destroyed me, and it kind of ruined their relationship.
But it proved my point.
Yeah.
You're that talented. Just imagine if you gave that. And that's the thing. We always use the Michael Jordan comparison, right? Michael Jordan was demanding, almost diabolical in the way that he talked to his teammates, the way that he tried motivating them with fear or whatever way he could. But they always knew whenever they got to the place, he was already there working out. And he was working harder than anybody else on the court. They all knew that, and that's why they respected and said, whatever that dude's doing, we'll follow because we know that he's given the same effort, if not more.
By the way, some people speculated that our last caller might have said personal.
Personal or principal.
If personal is the case, I can't argue against that because how many people, you just said it, Corey, and maybe we'll get into this tomorrow as well. How many people do you know, maybe you are the people, that have a Luka shirt or jersey or one of the clapping sticks, that they give you in your chairs whenever you go to the AAC, or maybe you built your card collection around Luka because he was your dude. Like, you brought him in, and make no mistake about it. Remember the way it went down. When Luka got drafted, we were on live at the American Airlines Center. Yep. About 85 to 90% of Mavericks fans were against this draft pick.
They didn't have a clue. Kevin kept telling me, he kept saying, no, I think this guy has a really high. You kept saying he's ready to play now.
He's ready to play now.
You said, I don't know what his upside is beyond that, but he's ready right now.
And then it turned out he's ready to play now, and his upside and ceiling was still ridiculously higher.
And we still don't know that he's tapped it.
Than that. And people fell in love with that. It took a minute, but people fell in love with that, and now he's gone.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that. And there's nothing you're going to say today, tomorrow, whatever, that's going to change that. And perhaps if the Mavs do win a championship, I'm not calling for that, but if they were to win a championship, people would be like, hey, great. I don't connect with any of these players.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
Let's go to Jason in Dallas. You're on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. What you got, Jason?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Chilling.
Yeah, same. My wife and I are season ticket holders at the Mavs, and one of the things that I haven't heard people really talking about is just, the business side of all of this, right? Like, we split season tickets with my parents and a good buddy of mine. We split it a third each way. They've already reached out to us and said, hey, we're done. So,
wow.
Those tickets cost about $18,670 a year, including parking. That's 2 tickets, right? So people all over the Metroplex are going to have this apathy, and there's going to be people not buying tickets, people not showing up to these games. The other day before we played the Pelicans, I looked up. I could have bought 8th row seats at the Pelicans for $43. So if they think this was a good business move, let's take basketball away. If they think this was a good business move, apathy can set in quickly in these NBA stadiums, and I think it's just terrible.
I think he brings up a great point. I was alive. I can remember going to a Mavs game, and I sat front row at Reunion Arena. I think it was the last game Richie Adubato ever coached. And they lost by 40-something points to Gary Payton and Sean Kemp. And it was for a decade, literally a decade, you couldn't get 5,000 people to show up in this Metroplex to Reunion Arena. It was a fight to get 5,000 people in that building, unless the Lakers or the Bulls showed up. That was pretty much the only thing. Like, everything had been ruined by the time you got to about 93. Like, it's like, it's over. Now, Kidd and Mashburn and Jackson brought a little bit of hype, but they couldn't sell out the place. They got it like, oh, we'll get to 10,000, and that thing fell apart. You're back to 5,000-6,000 people. You could sit anywhere you wanted at Reunion Arena.
Yeah.
That's going to happen again. I really do believe that. I think that they're going to lose. They probably gained season ticket holders the last couple of years with going to conference finals, and then I know the next year stunk. Then going to the NBA finals. Probably 30% season ticket holders are going to dump these and go, I'm not doing it next year.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to show me, because there's no connection to Anthony Davis. There's no connection to Kyrie Irving. We love PJ Washington. He's here. He grew up here, but it's going to be tough, I think. And the Adelson family doesn't care. She's worth over $32 billion. She's the 44th richest person in the world.
Wow.
They don't care about the money thing. They don't care about the TV thing. Hey, how come the Rangers didn't do what the Mavs did? 1, they're not allowed to. 2, they don't have $32 billion as an ownership group, where they're like, we don't care. The Mavericks are losing money on TV, and they don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just like you were saying, with one player, this changes the season ticket holders' minds for that franchise. That doesn't work with the Cowboys. Jerry's made it to where you are connected to the brand so much, but with the Mavericks and the Rangers specifically, and the Stars, you're not connected to the brand as much as you're one player. It really can hook you and bring you in.
I got to tell you, I honestly, in a bizarre way, cannot wait to see what happens when the Mavs are back at home against Houston on Saturday. And like,
I know Anthony Davis ain't playing.
Yeah, and just like Luka probably wouldn't. And for Sacramento that Monday night, like, what is that fan base gonna be like? Are they gonna boo? And like the Mavericks players who are still here is like, hey, I didn't make that trade. Or are they just gonna chant Luka, Luka, Luka to start? Like, I really want to know.
We still love PJ, right?
Yes.
You know, there's still guys on this team we love. It's just,
but people need to vent.
They're
You
going
don't
to
buy
feel
tickets to go see Derek Lively.
Yeah, they're going to feel a wrath from this all.
That is true. And so I'm just curious, those first couple home games, like, is it going to be everybody wearing their Luka gear, people chanting for Luka, or
signs,
are they just
lots of signs?
Or is it just going to be, I'm done?
You just walk up and just stand outside in a trench coat with your jukebox over your head.
Playing Peter
That's
Gabriel.
going to be a tough thing for the people that call up all these people, and they're going to be like, hey, we want to renew, and the playoffs are coming up, and they're going to go, don't want them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know how I know that's a fact is because I thought about it at a way lower level. Every single year, talk with the Mavericks. We talk with a whole bunch of people to help get us stuff for Peace-a-thon. Talk with the Mavericks, and usually, eventually, they get us like a Luka autographed basketball, which is super cool. And now I'm just like, so what's the next thing I want? And how big is that price drop off?
Yeah.
I mean, Kyrie would be the
Yeah,
thing
but
you'd
that's
hope to get.
still a giant price drop off.
Yeah.
And that's at a lower level of like trying to get people to spend $500, $1,000. Now, if you're trying to get people to spend potentially tens of thousands of dollars.
From the 214, Kyrie's not box office for y'all. And I think
he is just not the same.
Yeah, I think it's just a different level. Like, it's a different level of box office.
How do we know Kyrie's going to be back here next year?
Don't. How do I know he's going to be here
I don't
for
know.
the next three days?
I don't know.
By the way, Tashard Choice going back to UT, Kevin.
Oh, so he's not going to be there?
He has more eligibility.
He also got a raise.
Coach.
Oh.
He got a raise in an excess of $800,000, according to Clarence Hill.
Transferring from Georgia Tech, right?
Man, and no. So does it kind of feel like we just couldn't afford that? Like, did we just got the Cowboys just got outspent by the University of Texas?
Well, yeah.
Like, let's be honest about that.
Or maybe he was just like saw this the whole way. He was
That's
like,
a good
you know
point.
what? I can definitely.
He's such
I
an
love,
awesome dude.
He loves where he is too. UT's a great place to be right
Yeah,
now.
I don't want to rule that out. But part in my head, that's
no.
probably because I'm especially bitter today with the Luka trade.
And that's what we're used to with the Cowboys is we find out
Yeah.
that we needed to spend $1 million more dollars and we wouldn't do it.
Okay, Jerry, all I need you to do is match the offer from UT. And he's like, well, I would if I could, but I can't.
We offered him $115,000.
Okay, sorry, Jerry.
We offered him $115,000 and he said no to that.
Eric Bieniemy will be available next year.
That's a very good point. From the 585, there's no shame in losing a bidding war to the University of Texas. That's fair. There's shame in losing a bidding war to nobody because you asked nobody else if they wanted to make a trade. It feels like, you know how like when the Rangers got A-Rod, we talked about that earlier. Like if the Bill Simmons thing is correct and they were like, it feels like the same thing with A-Rod when they're like, hey, top bid. Like 150. Can you beat that? I'll give you 250. And they're like,
hold on.
Hey,
that's $100 million more.
Okay, deal. Did Rob Pelinka really go to Nico? I don't know. This is what Bill Simmons says. And like, hey, if you're really serious about trading Luka, we'll give you Anthony Davis, Dalton Connect, and 2 first-round picks. And Nico's like, yeah, how about this?
Defense wins championship.
I'll take Max Christie, Anthony Davis, and 1 first-round pick. Boom. Can you handle that trade? And he's like,
And he put
Yes?
everybody on. He put it on hold real quick. He laughed amongst the room.
Danced around.
They danced for a little bit, and they came back and they said, "You're really squeezing us here on this one, Nico. But we think we can manage it."
Yeah. I don't know that's the case, but I just want to point this out from the 972. How long are you guys going to be heartbroken about this? He's gone.
Today.
Man, what a weird take that the first day we're back on radio, like, just get over it.
Today.
But also, for the very next person for the 806, I feel like a family member has died. Now, I don't necessarily feel that way, but that does show you how important this is to so many people. I'll be sad for a while. We'll talk about more stuff tomorrow, and we'll talk about the basketball implications of Max Christie and AD. But today, come on.
I will say I'm gonna be excited to watch Anthony Davis whenever he comes back, whenever that is. I have no clue when he'll be healthy. Isn't it around the same time? I believe, Kevin, I was listening.
They were kind of on a parallel track.
I was listening
return.
yesterday while you were on with our weekend hosts, and I think it was Kevin Walker is who you were talking with.
That's correct.
And I was thinking to myself, I heard you say that. They kind of have, you're getting them back around the same time, and you're like, man, he's not even helping us in this stretch to get to that place yet.
And look, I don't know how long this is going to last, but if we're devil's advocating all of this, Anthony Davis has played more games in the last 3 years than Luka.
Are you serious? I would never have thought that.
So, like, if we're just saying injury prone, I hear you. I'm more concerned by the fact that he's 6 years older.
Anthony Day to Davis, as you've dubbed him?
Day to Davis. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, Mike likes it.
Hey, guys, do you remember when Kyrie Irving led all his teams to the conference finals and the NBA championship?
No. I remember when he won a championship with LeBron.
He did, didn't he? Do you remember when Anthony Davis was leading all his teams to conference finals runs and NBA finals championships and stuff?
Once again, I remember when he won a championship with LeBron. Oh, man, who are we going to go get next?
So what's interesting
Remember when Dwayne Wade was leading all his team? Well, he did have the one. So I guess
but I think this is a tough thing that we haven't talked about yet, is these have been great number 2 players on championship teams. They both have championship experience, and they both were very valuable pieces. Obviously, Kyrie Irving hit the big shot to beat Golden State.
That was a great shot.
He wasn't the best player on the team. He wasn't the MVP of the series. He had a great series. I'm not downplaying that at all. Kyrie has been a very good player this year. But we've seen in the playoffs, I'm not saying how easy, but it's not as challenging to stop a 6'2" small guy.
Sure.
In the playoffs. So, like, if you're like, hey, but this is going to work out perfectly. Where's Anthony Davis been carrying the Lakers these years? And where was he carrying New Orleans those other years until he grew tired of that place?
Injured.
He did have a couple of injury years where he missed giant.
And I remember, I want to try to remember this. I can't remember the year, but I think that he was like averaging 40 in the series against Golden State, but they lost, and everybody thought, oh my gosh, here he comes, and then he could never figure it out, and then he got tired of New Orleans situation. But I think this is a tough thing. I'm not telling you Luka's perfect. He's not. But Luka so far has carried a team to a conference finals at 22 years old, and then and not a bad team. I'm not saying he carried a team at 22 and he carried a team at 24.
The team he went to the Western Conference Finals with the first time?
He was 22 years old.
It was a bad team.
Right.
That was a bad team.
Right. I mean,
like that, nobody else could have taken that team.
Brunson took off unexpectedly late.
That's true.
And so you had this guy who's now turned into a superstar in the NBA, but that was a team that nobody expected. You're playing Maxi, Kleber, and Dwight Powell 48 minutes combined as your big guys.
Yeah, that you had 2 players that were role players that were playing way above their head.
Yeah, Dorian Finney-Smith played way above his head. Dinwiddie would have moments.
And you were just a Timmy away from winning it all. Yep. You know, that's what they tried the next year.
So I just look at this and I go, I think these 2 guys are very good NBA basketball players.
Yeah.
Their careers are almost over. Like, look at where Steph Curry is right now. Look at where Kevin Durant is right now. Now, they're both not 40. I get that they're not. There's a little bit of separation. There's the 07 draft, if I have, is it 9 for?
I think
it might be
so.
2008 or 2009 for Steph Curry. And these guys were drafted a little bit later. But you understand that these guys are regressing. Kyrie's game is not the same as it was when he was with the Cleveland Cavaliers. It's still great. I'm not saying it's not great. And Anthony Davis is not the same guy most of the time where he was that young man putting up 40 points a game against Golden State. I was on San Francisco radio today, and they were talking about, dude, if you guys play Golden State, you got us beat because Anthony Davis plays unbelievable basketball no matter who's on our team. Like, he just destroys the Golden State Warriors. I didn't know that about him, but I guess he destroys the Warriors. I guess so if we have the 9 versus 10 matchup against Golden State, that'll be a hell of a game. In fact, I will say this. It will be tough to not watch if the 7 versus 8 matchup is Dallas versus the Lakers. I don't know how they would get to like a real 7-game series, but like if it was a play-in game, maybe, because I think the Lakers are going to be pathetic defensively, like the worst defensive team in the NBA the rest of the way.
Who are their bigs?
LeBron.
Luka.
LeBron's their big.
Maverick said he's a fat ass. Got to get rid of him.
I didn't hear anybody say that.
That's not what I meant.
Yeah. So I just look at this and go, so this is the tough part when you trade a guy who looks like he can carry teams. I get there's a lot of issues with Luka, but he's proven at age 22 and 24 he can beat teams in 7-game series. He can take out. I know now we don't look at it as that fondly, but everybody thought Chris Paul and DeAndre Ayton and Devin Booker were bound to win the championship that year, and he beat them. And then you look at what he did last year to Oklahoma City. You look at what he did last year to Minnesota. I get he effed us over big time in Game 3 against Boston. You wouldn't have been there without him, but he really screwed you over in that game, because if you win that game in Game 4, yeah, Boston probably still wins it, but at least you've put yourself in a best-of-3 series. But he couldn't handle the referees in Game 3 and quit. And I get that's why Nico's like, I can't. What am I supposed to do about a guy who can't emotionally handle the NBA Finals? And I get he was only 24 he might have been 25 already, like just turned 25. But I just look at this and I go, all right, you got two great number twos, which has never carried anybody in the NBA to a championship. Maybe the best case scenario, you could look at the Detroit Pistons because they had 5 starting all-stars.
I could see that.
Chauncey probably wasn't a one. Rasheed Wallace was a psycho, but a really good player. Ben Wallace, unbelievable defensive player. Rip Hamilton, Tayshaun Prince, all-stars, but not superstars. So you're like, well, if we put 5 all-stars together on the court with some decent backups, we can maybe take out Kobe and Shaq. We can maybe, and they weren't able to, maybe take out Duncan, but ultimately Duncan was like, I'm the best. I'm the best player in the league, and you can't take me out with just all-stars. You got to have a superstar to match me. And obviously Duncan had a great team around him, but I look at this and that's what's kind of like, okay, you're going to try to go with kind of this team philosophy, and it's rarely worked in the NBA. I can't say it's never worked, but it's rarely worked in the NBA. There's usually a superstar that carries you to the playoff rounds and then ultimately the championship.
Yes, and I know that Kyrie is a great fourth quarter player. We know that. Like, we've seen it over time that happens. But you go back and you point to those the Kawhi Leonards, the championships that have happened. You have a guy that becomes transcendent, makes big shots, does things significant when it matters the most. And you expected that was Luka because of the type of player that he was.
Because Luka had the size to do it. Yeah. Kyrie doesn't. Like, you can shut down. We just saw it throughout last year. You made the NBA Finals, and we saw how much Kyrie could struggle. And you're just like, crap, they put a 6'6" dude on him. And it's tough for him, and he's a little guy, and little guys, Isaiah Thomas, I guess obviously Steph Curry. Yeah. Like, it's tough in the history of basketball to be like, hey, these guys that are 6'4" and under can actually lead you to a title or titles.
Yeah, because then you bring up the Iverson of like, I can get you to a certain point for sure.
So I guess the next thing is this. We haven't talked about it. Help me out. I know that maybe you want to save this for tomorrow, and I don't have to get into it. I think there's a possibility of this thing being totally destructed. I don't even know if that's a word.
Obliterated.
And
can you tell me why that is?
If this doesn't work out the next 2 years, and both of these guys are like, it didn't work out. We're old. We can't carry a team anymore. We got to go try to play as a number 3 on a championship team somewhere else. We can't even be a number 2 at 35 years old. And so you don't have a pick in 27. You don't have a pick in 28. You have the Lakers pick in 29. That doesn't help you if you go 20 and 62.
Yeah.
You don't have a pick in 30. So you can't even get better through the draft. So if this doesn't work, I don't know how I think we're going to give Brooklyn a top 5 pick. Ooh. I think we're for that Kyrie trade, it's going to cost. And I need to look at all the protections but I know we did the unprotected crap with Brooklyn. I thought, just protect it top 3, just in case.
Just in case.
Yeah. And they're, no, don't need to do that. So it's if this goes bad, If Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving decide 2 years from now it didn't work together, and they could decide after next year it didn't work.
Yeah.
You can't lose. Like, if you can, but you don't even benefit from losing.
And that's why I would have thought there would have been more draft assets in there. Like, I would have thought 27, 28 pick swap, 29 or something like that. Instead, they're like, you get the 29 first round pick. I'm not saying that would have fixed anything, but at least then I would have been like, well, I guess we have our pick this year. We have a pick now in 27. We have a pick swap in 28. We have a pick now in 29. But instead, it was you got the pick in 29, and that's it. So how are you going to rebuild? You know what this kind of feels like, Mike?
I do like Nico, but I think he's like, I don't care. If this doesn't work, they're going to fire me anyways.
Oh, well, okay.
That's a fair point.
And throw that in. We complain constantly that the GM never gets fired in Dallas for the Cowboys. This is a guy making moves, although that's a really weird move because he's like, I only have a short window anyway. I might as well do everything I can to win because if I don't win, I'm not going to be here any longer.
And I will admit one thing. Look, it's a little different because you didn't get rid of like the massive star player, but it does kind of feel like they're going down the Philadelphia Eagles path of like, that's a massive issue in 2 years. So I'm going to deal with it later
in 2 years.
And go with this now. But it has the potential to blow up. You're absolutely right.
And I know I'm out of time, and maybe we'll discuss this tomorrow in New Orleans, but I do look at this, and I never believed it, and Broadus brought it up a year ago. I do believe it now. If this gets destroyed like this, there's going to be less than 10,000 people in that building. Mark Cuban can't do that fake sellout thing.
There's precedent for it, yeah.
Is that you get 10,000 people in a 20,000-seat basketball arena on a consistent basis, and you have no draft picks, so nobody to even get excited about.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the state of Texas doesn't pass the bill to gamble and put casinos here. That's why I think there's now, I won't put it at over 50%, but I'm getting to a 50-50. Like, if this is 2030, that lease is up.
You think they're going to move?
I think there's a good chance they say, we're going to Vegas, and then the Dallas city picks up New Orleans or whatever. Like, they won't leave Dallas without a basketball team. But I do think the Adelsons look at this and go, by 2030, if we're not getting attendance and we are not getting the casino, because they want to build a casino here and in El Paso and in San Antonio and in Austin and in Houston. And if they don't get it, they're going to be like, I know where we can build a stadium with a casino, and it's where we live, Las Vegas.
Coming up next, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Well, we can stick with some more of this or how this guy got this thing stuck to the ground next in the fan.
You've made us number one in DFW.
Don't care what they say.
Thank you for laughing and enjoying.
Forehead. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for the C Block. Starring Corey Major.
Will you ever care about basketball again? 877-881-1053. Mike says no.
Done.
All right. Next segment.
No, I'm just saying, for me, not done with your segment. But I don't really love the game of basketball, the way it's played now, the way the rules are.
So because if that wasn't happening, this would have still hurt, but it wouldn't have been like the death nail for.
Furious with the Mavericks, this and that, and just like, you got to get more for Luka. Like I said, I'm not opposed to trading Luka. I get all his flaws. I get all his great traits too. But the way that the rules are and the way I have to watch 80 3-pointers a game, and I wish I was exaggerating that number. But like,
no, I got
Maxi Kleber. There's an offense where you want Maxi Kleber shooting 3-pointers. Like, that's insane. They give a 0% chance of the ball going in, but that's the way the NBA says. I'd rather have a 0% chance of it going in than actually take a 15-foot jumper by a person who could make a basket.
So our suggestion, Kevin, I know you're not done with basketball completely, but our suggestion is
I am not.
Pitchers and catchers report very soon. So be prepared for pitchers and catchers.
Well, yeah, how are we going to know any news about the Rangers?
I believe we're 7 days away from that.
Yeah, 7 days away, plus we're heading to spring training very, very soon, where we will give you all the best coverage you could possibly find. Hell, last year, Mike went down to the backfields just to watch Sebastian Walcott.
Yeah, now he's Keith Law's number 2 prospect in all of baseball.
Yeah, Mike was telling you about it last year, and then he described exactly what he saw when he fielded a grounder. I think he also got up to the plate one time and may have hit a double. I'm not really sure.
I can't remember that. I remember Evan Carter was in that game, and then there was some pitcher that they're like, he's having a great spring, and he didn't help him.
He didn't make it.
But I will say tomorrow, big news for Mike Likes It.
All right. That's going to be.
There's the tease in New Orleans to start off the Super Bowl. Big news.
In the Big Easy.
In the Big Easy.
Oh, that's
during Mike Likes It.
I
got to be listening.
I got 2. I'm going to go ahead and go with this. This question's kind of, I've heard the weekend show kind of talking about this, and they were saying callers were saying this. And I'm kind of curious how y'all felt. They said callers are saying they don't even care about future championships. They don't even care if the Mavericks win 10 championships in a row. They just wanted Luka. 877-881-1053. Where do you stand on that?
So I think I might actually be in the minority on this. I don't agree with that. just because I've been a Mavericks fan long before Luka came here. I was a Mavericks fan probably before Luka was born. I'll be a Mavericks fan after Luka is no longer in the NBA, God willing. And so I cheer for the Mavericks because I was born here and I love the Mavericks. And it's the same reason I can't quit the Cowboys. If they were to win the championship somehow, Anthony Davis comes here, stays healthy, rock and roll, and you're like, holy crap, this defense is the answer. And you go back to the NBA Finals, I'm going to be going nuts. But I do kind of think I might be in the minority on that.
You'd take how many championships? One championship?
Yeah, never won a championship with Luka.
Oh, in your face, Luka.
You won. You already have one. You have one with Dirk, dude.
No, that's true.
Jeez.
Hold on, are you telling me I get to do this for once? Are you telling me if the Mavericks won this championship, you would be like, eh?
I would.
I believe, and I do believe that.
I mean, if they
Corey,
win,
I don't think you would be disinterested.
This championship?
This championship.
This year?
This year.
I would be coming on radio every day talking about how excited I am that the Mavericks are in the championship.
Okay.
I would.
And I'm going to take it one step further. I think if the Mavericks were to win this championship this year, it validates everything that Nico did with this trade.
I agree. I mean, if they win the championship, this is is the greatest move that almost everybody thought was like.
You would forgive Nico completely.
Yes. I would be like, he's a genius. He just got us. The Dallas Mavericks have been here for 45 years. And he just got us the second championship ever. Now,
and in his time, he got to the Western Conference Finals 3 times.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, the issue is, I don't believe that is about to happen.
But no,
so
I'm
it's
with you.
so it's easy for me to say that on the other side. But yes, I will tell you, as frustrated as I am today, if the Mavericks win the championship, I will say, you're good.
I just want to point out that is further proof that you root for laundry, not player. I just want, I've been saying this for years. We root for the laundry.
It's not the concept. It's your specific line and reading of it that I don't care
What if
for.
they change the sport? Because it is getting close to this. What if you didn't have to dribble in basketball anymore? What if you just watch guys run up and down the court like a running back?
This is ridiculous. What are you doing?
I always was curious why slam ball didn't take off.
Well,
more.
we're getting close to that, where dribbling is optional. You can take 4 steps. You can hold the ball with your palm underneath it for 4 steps, and then I put it back on the ground. That still counts as I kept my dribble alive.
That's the biggest thing. I could live with the steps as long as we got rid of the carrying. The carrying drives me crazy.
I understand where you're in this moment right now. Every fiber of my being is like Luka. I would rather watch Luka, but I know that if we're in the playoffs and we're heading to round 3, my heart is starting to go, hold on. Can you believe this happened? That's where I would be.
I'm with you on that, but I just look at it and I can't see this happening. I think that your guard defense still is not good. Kyrie is not a good defender. He tries hard. He is not a good defensive player because of his size. He lacks the ability to be a good defensive player. He is giving effort. Klay Thompson can't play defense anymore. He just can't. Spencer Dinwiddie is as bad as Luka.
This is
defense.
where they're going to. I'm not.
Jaden Hardy can't play. He's trying, I think, but he's just.
This is where they're going to point to Max Christie as being part of for whatever, it being part of that guard defense.
Yeah, and then here's the deal. If Kyrie is getting shut down a little bit, let's just say you make the real playoffs. I'm not even sure if they're going to do it, but let's just say they make the real playoffs. Kyrie's struggling offensively. Do you start posting up Anthony Davis? Maybe that's the answer. You don't really have another offensive answer.
Yeah.
Gafford works off of Luka alley-oops. And other people too.
Mm-hmm.
Derek Lively's whole offense so far has been alley-oops. And I love Derek Lively's potential. PJ Washington he'll have a random game, and I love him. But you can't count on him to score 20 points. It's going to be weird. Defensively, for sure, they got better. Offensively, they got a lot worse.
Now, the other part of this, you make it to the Western Conference Finals.
I'm rooting for the Mavericks. If your question is, are they going to play if they play the Lakers?
I know who you're rooting for.
Okay.
But then Luka destroys the Mavericks on his way. Are you destroying Nico on the way out there?
Sure. Absolutely, and I'll be like,
sure.
and that's why this was a bad.
This was stupid. You traded a superstar, a dude who looks like can carry a team with a lot of issues, for two guys that have been the Robin to the one Batman, LeBron James.
And what would happen is Luka would be driving in the lane and Kyrie would be standing there and he would see that train coming, right?
Yeah.
But he's not getting out of the way. And Luka runs right over him and the ball rolls out of Kyrie's hands and the Peaches end up winning.
So
just like in a league of their own.
First of all, she dropped that ball on purpose to help her sister
So is
out.
Kyrie. That's what he's going to do.
That's a fact. All right. But also, the thing is, I feel like Nico set these expectations. Like, obviously he had to. Everyone knows these are expectations. But I appreciate Nico sitting down and going, the winning will help with all of that. It was essentially like, I know you're upset now, but when we win, it'll help with all of that. And like, this deal will take care of itself. Either the Mavs win or they don't, and there's a good chance while they're not winning, Luka's looking good, and he'll lose his job.
I'm going to be honest. I'm sad we lost Luka. I will never root for him to win another game the rest of his life.
Oh, because he's a Laker.
Yeah, I
get it.
I am now a Luka hater. Not like Dwayne Wade. He didn't do anything to the Mavs, but I'm not rooting for Luka. I can't root for the Lakers. I will almost never root for the Lakers. I guess when they were playing Dwayne Wade, if I can't remember those matchups.
Yeah, I get you.
Like, screw it. I'll root for the Lakers because I hate Dwayne Wade that much.
I got this from our buddy Skip, Kevin. Dallas County Commissioners declared July 6th Luka Doncic Day. Do we still celebrate that?
Ooh.
Like, do you celebrate a day for a man that's no longer around? I guess, wow, that's...
I feel like we have a lot of holidays.
There's a lot of holidays that are based on that, but just like he's no longer a Maverick. Do we just go, hey, let's just redact that one? Let's go ahead and redact that one, take it out of the loop. Alec,
When's Michael Vick coming to open up our city?
He's got a key. He's got one of those keys.
Why did he get that key?
So that he could open every door.
The guy who gave it to him, I forget, was a big Michael Vick fan and wanted to meet him.
Oh, that's so weird.
Alec, I know you were very numb. You told me that the people at the gym could tell that you were wearing it all day. But somebody just texted in and said, tell him, Alec, Nico's not done yet. Is that where your heart is right now? Or
yeah. I don't know why I'm being dragged into this, but yeah, I seriously do. Like, I feel like this was just a precursor to something else.
Okay.
And I agree.
I don't know what scale that's on, though. Is it a Giannis? Is it somebody that you haven't heard of, like Max Christie? I don't know. Like, I have no clue. I feel like there's at least one more deal coming. I just have no idea what it is, because if you just stop here, that says you gave up on this year to me. To me personally, it says this year you are done. You're not trying to be competitive. Next year or not.
Wait, what do you say then to? I'm just going to say Charles Barkley, because the other person who said that I think has preposterous basketball opinions. What would you say to the Charles Barkleys of the world who said the Mavericks are the second best team in the West because of this trade right now?
I'd say it's true because you have the OKC Thunder's number for some weird reason. That is the only way you can tongue-in-cheek say that. I don't understand it. I understand the idea that the West is so confusing and it's so inconsistent right now. And the fact that you are having such crazy movement across the league that happens to involve the Western Conference right now, that might not be done. Like Corey said earlier in the program, we got 3 more days for some wild stuff to happen in the NBA. So I understand saying, look, the West is weird. Don't count them out. Don't call them the second best team. There's no merit to that. There's no proof right now. And you just saw it yesterday. You were down by 1 billion points at halftime. You almost let up triple digits in one half. Like, I don't remember the last time I've laughed audibly watching the Dallas Mavericks play basketball.
You weren't alive in the 90s.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Exactly.
I'm going to be honest. That game last night, and I didn't watch any of it, was every game of my childhood.
Yeah, and I hated every second of it.
After the Roe Blackman, Derek Harper, it was just like this. That was every night as a Mavs fan.
I just laughed. That's all I could do.
And then, Kevin, I figured you might like this. I believe this was Friday night in Spain. There was a 10-man MMA Royal Rumble in Spain.
1,000,000%, Corey. I watched this.
With no weight classes.
1,000,000% I watched this, not because I knew about it ahead of time, but because the second those key words came up on Twitter, I was like, we were watching a movie. I paused the movie because I was like, I got to watch it because it was like 2 minutes long. And if I saw an edited version, it feels like I saw the whole thing. That was crazy. Did you watch it?
No, I just know that it was
crazy.
And when it says no weight classes, that just makes me think Broadus, Lucius, Alec, and Carter Freeman all in the same ring at the same time.
Legit, they aren't kidding. Because it comes down to like 3 people, these 2 like normal sized fellas, and this one really big dude. And it's you should watch it. It's amazing.
There you go. And
I have no idea what else happened on that show, but it was amazing.
That is the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, former Stars assistant GM and the Metroplex's general manager. Frank Provenzano returns because the news was just too big not to. Next on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball nuggets you won't find anywhere else. Get your fix with Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, and Southpaw Mike Bassik. Weekdays at 10:40, right here on The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
The best place to go for days.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your
haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
14 for Luka on the logo. What is going on here? He is on one tonight.
And now he's on his way to Los Angeles. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Our final segment with you, and then we're going to go hop a plane to go to New Orleans for Super Bowl Radio Row. But the news was too big. Frank Provenzano demanded to jump back on with us. We haven't talked with him in several years.
We have to explain Frank and how this all
where
happened
he's been
before we talk to him. Yeah, we have no clue what he's been doing. Frank Provenzano was on with us nights. He would hop in with us and hang out, but he was the assistant GM for the Dallas Stars. And so we said, "Hey man, you've made decisions. Let's make decisions like you're Jerry Jones. Let's make decisions. You're DFW's general manager." And it always turned out, man, he gave us some great advice, some great information. So whenever I heard from him this morning, I was like, I feel like we need to talk to DFW's GM. And right now, he joins us on the phone. Frank, how you doing today, man?
They got the band back together.
Yes, they
Hell
did.
yeah.
Yes, they did. It's
if
good
the
to
Stars are going to make an offensive trade and a questionable defensive player along the way, I am here to talk about it.
Do you want to ask?
Well, wow, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I since we're doing takes on where did you hear this, I'd watched the Lakers beat the Knicks on Saturday night because my son and I both had the flu, and then he fell asleep. I was literally watching a Davis Cup tennis match, Canada-Hungary, and the ticker scrolled across the bottom saying the Mavs have traded Luka Doncic to the Lakers. And the first thought in my head was somebody at the Tennis Channel is going to lose their job because they're playing a joke, and it actually got on the air.
Were you then also concerned that they were going to break in on the Davis Cup match, and they're like, "Hey, this story's too big. It's going to take over the Tennis Channel too."
Yeah, exactly.
Frank, as a person who's been in these kinds of contract negotiations, discussions, front office discussions, can you try and help us make any sense of why would you move on from a generational player? Why would they make a move like this?
Yeah, the fan part of me has had the same sort of visceral reaction that everyone across DFW has had. And that was, first disbelief. And then the front office side of my brain was fascinated at the theory of the case, because the Mavs didn't wake up Saturday morning and decide to do this. So this has been some sort of ongoing discussion for some period of time. And I mean, typically on a decision of this magnitude and of this level of risk, it's for reasons, right? It's team construction or team chemistry. It's just not working. Or there's some sort of contract situation, whether it's an impending UFA that you're looking at, or you don't like the size of the bet of the next contract you have to do to keep the player here.
And that seems to be the prevailing wisdom, Frank, is that part right there.
Right. But that's prevailing wisdom from the outside.
True.
Or it's an off-court issue, or I guess issue number 4 is some sort of ownership cash issue, which is not obviously the case here. So those are typically, how you go down this path. And what will be fascinating and compelling is that, and sometimes when you're on this, you've come to the conclusion for whatever reason that either you have to do something now to get out in front of either him leaving via free agency, if it is a contract situation, or you don't like the $345 million you're going to have to sink into the guy. The only thing I would say on that and or team construction is you're already in February. Why not wait 10 weeks and make this a full-blown auction when Luka's sitting back in Slovenia?
Yeah.
It reminds me to some degree of way back in 2005 when I was working in Washington and the Boston Bruins traded Joe Thornton to the San Jose Sharks in November. And, if you look at that trade and then look at the outcome of it, and maybe Mavs Nation should avoid doing that today because they won't like the outcome for Boston. But it was very similar. And I just remember, Joe Thornton was picked first overall. He was the captain of Boston. He had just signed a new contract. And then in November, they traded him to San Jose for 3 players that were good players, but nothing great. Joe Thornton went on to play 15 years in San Jose. He won the scoring title that same year he was traded. I just remember being in our office in Washington thinking, man, if Joe Thornton was available, why didn't Boston reach out to us? And I guess for me, that's the part of this that if it is a contract situation or team construction situation, you're 4 months or 5 months removed from an NBA Finals appearance. So, and then all you got to do is get through 10 more weeks. You've got another year on his deal to dangle in front of someone. I would maximize the value of this.
Okay, couple things. First of all, and I need you to be honest, did you stop short of saying the Art Ross trophy because A,
I did.
You didn't think we would know, or B, you didn't think people worldwide would know what the hell that is?
When you in an earlier segment tried to just get out the Florida Panthers game against Chicago and were roundly bullied off of that.
I know, right?
Art Ross has no chance.
Yeah.
I thought you would be like, he was traded for Art Ross?
Oh, that's because of the nacho thing.
Yes.
Okay, that's what he's talking about.
That's very fair. And then secondly, what I'm really curious about is obviously media people hear stuff, and you've talked about how there are media people as a front office person you can identify to get out the message that you want. If there's an issue with the player that is not on the ice, on the court, whatever the case is, how difficult is that to keep that a secret from other teams? If you're like, hey, this guy's a problem because of something not related directly to the sport, we need to move him. How difficult is it that to keep quiet with whoever you're trading with?
I mean, it's pretty difficult in the one hand, but on the other hand, it does get muffled by the stature and ability of a player like this. Because there's an element on the other side to be like, do the deal before they change their mind. I will say one thing, when you talk about messaging, because it's that door to me that it's like, is there like 9 massage therapists that are about to come out with, allegations on this guy or something? Because it does feel like more of a situation like that in terms of the secrecy around it and the suddenness of it. And I will say, if you're not going to go down the path where you're like, you know what, we're either going to lose him or we don't like the contract we're going to have to give him, let's get to the summer and then we'll just make it known that he's available and we'll move on and have more teams that are able to maneuver their cap situations or what have you. The one thing I will say, if you're not going to do that, you have to be prepared to control the narrative maybe a little better than seems to be the case around this move.
Frank, there's a theory floating around out in the world that because of new ownership, they didn't get the gambling that they wanted, that they're not going to get that resort, that casino, and they're going to force the fans to be apathetic about the team, and that'll be the perfect time to leverage that either against legislation or say, hey, we're out of here. How much of that is a reality?
Well, I think it's zero. I think that's just people searching around for some sort of sense to this. And listen, it's not like they just gave them away. You know, they made a basketball trade, number one. Number two, there's a reason why they call these franchises. You can't just go and be hopping around. First of all, you don't want to abandon the fifth largest media market in the United States. Point one. Point two, I'm pretty sure that the NBA, to the extent they're looking at Las Vegas and the other NBA owners, that they're looking at Las Vegas as a NBA market, would rather not relocate there. They'd rather expand there, because then the owners get 1/32 or 1/31 of the expansion fees. And if the NHL's expansion fee is $1 billion, let's call the NBA's $2 to $3 billion.
Okay.
I mean, that's a pretty good cut for each team. So I don't buy that in a nutshell.
All right, there it is.
Wow, by the way, and just a few years ago, the NBA said they wanted $2.5 billion as their potential expansion fee.
Good job, Frank. Nice work there, man.
So, yeah, nice call on that.
What are you up to, Frank? What are you doing, man?
Like at this moment or in
you
general?
Just chilling? You just hanging around? You ever
he can answer the question on nacho cheese hits the ice. How hard does it get?
I love nacho cheese hitting the ice. I thought that was first of all, if you're a goaltender, why are you focused on nacho cheese and not on the puck carrier on the
If
shot?
something came flying out of the stands, you don't think an onto the ice that would catch your attention?
Not more than the guy with the puck, though. I'm sorry.
Okay.
How quick is the cheese freezing, though?
Well, is it cheese?
That's a good question.
It's an in-arena food and bev product. So is it really cheese, or is it? It may already have congealed and been partially frozen before it ever hit the ice.
See, Mike, this is what Frank always fit with us, because he's irritating the crap out of Kevin right now just by taking part in this conversation.
You go back to your palace with your 8,000 washers and dryers and just leave us be.
Well, I can only say it was a great blast from the past to be back with you guys, and it's been fun listening to you guys. My kids love listening to the show, so that's why you hear from me from now and again.
I love it. I appreciate that.
Hold on. So it's not because you listen to the show.
Because kids love us.
Because your kids listen. You can't even give us that you still like the show?
Harmon and Killebrew.
I like listening to Mike. That's been a
Thanks,
nice
Frank.
addition.
All right.
But the rest of you guys, I was done with you years ago.
God. All right, Frank, I was going to call you about stars next time, but
he
likes my stars nicknames.
Time has run out.
See you, Frank.
Talk to you later, man.
We gotta go to New Orleans.
All right.
We do have to
watching
go.
the doucher shoot one in.
We got to go.
There you go, Frank Provenzano. Coming up next, we hustle out to go catch our flight, and the G-Bag Nation takes over right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, we are live at Radio Row, brought to you by Stella, with a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway. Mike Florio at 8 a.m., Thurman Thomas at 9 a.m., and of course, we ask Reddit in the Expressway. It's a Tuesday morning on The Fan.
The big game is almost here, and it's now or never. Don't miss out on the last football game of the season with Prize Picks, the best place to win cash while watching the big game.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
All righty, thank you very much, Alec Medford. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. A little bit early today as the KMC Masterpiece heads on out to the airport. We will rendezvous with them later on this evening over there in the Big Easy, getting ready to cover the Super Bowl. I'm Gavin Dossett along with Wolchuk and Chiafalo, and Brian Broaddus is on Radio Row in New Orleans. And a good afternoon, Krusty. How the hell are you?
Doing well, General. Thank you very much. It's always great to hear your voice. Yeah, we're right in the middle of it all right now. And, Eric, you'll be really happy. The wings are probably a little soft sand wedge away from where our broadcast position are. The Bounty folks they got you taken care of, bro.
Soft sander away? That's beautiful, man. What a
soft little sandy away from being eating wings. They look good. The people next to me are eating wings right now. They look delightful.
How the rest of the creature comforts? We're close to restrooms. Do we have enough elbow room around our broadcast position?
Oh, geez, we got plenty. Tim Collins, they took care of us at Odyssey here. We've got we're in the middle of Kansas City. We're in the middle of Philadelphia, but we got some really nice banners. Everybody knows who we are, and we're back here in the back end. As soon as you come into the convention center, boom, straight ahead. You go right to the broadcast position. Man, this thing is a big undertaking. A lot of tables. Folks are starting to kind of file in, and it's the hotel right by where we're at, so just a couple of block walk. So everything's really A-OK with this thing so far.
Well, we do have a big guest list here for day one on Radio Row. Ryan Leaf is going to join us coming up at 2:20, the former NFL quarterback turned sobriety coach, maybe sobriety clinic founder. He's got a lot going on. We'll catch up with Ryan Leaf coming up at 2:20. Mike Sando of The Athletic talking football with you at 3 o'clock. Craig Gass, our comedian buddy, is going to join us at 3:40. Tim Cato, All City Dallas at 4 o'clock. I know Bobby Marks of ESPN is going to join us at 6:20. We're efforting Dave McMenamin as well. So we have a number of NBA guests who are set to join us, guys. This is really just unbelievable. You know, I know this is going to be a good couple of days for radio ratings or whatever, because everybody wants to talk about it. We're going to take your phone calls and people want to find out what everybody else is saying. But this is just unbelievable. You know, we're getting ready to cover something much bigger. Who gives a crap about getting to cover, oh, great, big story, Luka traded. We're getting ready for 7, 8, 12 years of a golden era of Mavs basketball.
Yeah.
You know, they'd finally acquired the 3-and-D players. They had the Batman and the Robin. They had 2 centers. And just like that, it's done. I feel like we have just suffered a major sports life tragedy, right? Now, nobody passed away, thankfully. This is not on Kobe Bryant's level, right? But this is as bad as it can get when it comes to personnel in one of your team. And I just don't know how to make sense of what we witnessed other than to say Nico Harrison should absolutely be fired. I'm looking for a way to justify it, right? Like maybe the other thing is going to fall, but whenever you go through that, and sure, maybe you want to trade Luka, right? I can go with that, right? But to not get anything and not shop the deal around, it's just massive organizational negligence that you'll never recover from. You'll never get these years back.
Yeah, it shows you how bad, though, he wanted Anthony Davis.
Screw Anthony Davis. That's part of the problem.
Hey, I'm just telling you, bro. I'm just telling you. This guy, this general manager, and he is the general manager of the Dallas Mavericks, and you have to give him credit for building the team the way he has. You look at the team, the way it was able to get to the conference finals and then, get into the championship. So you have to
and
give
this
him
erases all that. I've been on Nico's side, Brian.
I know you have, but this just goes to show you, though, that as a general manager, you do not think you're in this for the long haul. You just don't.
Yeah.
You do not. I mean, you know what? He can wreck this thing, and you know what he can do, Dawson? He can get right back on a plane and travel to Beaverton, Oregon, and they'll give him a job tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I
As
think
a
I think he's in line for a Lakers job next. If you
Well,
ask me.
I'm just- Yeah, Rob but Pelinka yeah. might give him a
maybe the
gig.
league
No,
office.
but
No,
that's
thank
where
you, Nico, for saving the Lakers and saving our ratings.
No, this just shows you how bad he wanted that particular player, and I think this is like 2-3 years in the making.
And this is
what
a good GM saves you from. This is what a coach should want. Oh, I need the player now. Sorry, we can't get you the player because we're going to be busy getting 6 first-round draft picks. You know,
right?
And
right.
you're going to have to coach through this if you want to stick around till the end.
He wanted this player so bad for this particular run, and if it doesn't work, then it's somebody else's problem. Look what my guy Bob Myers did out there in Golden State. Yeah. Bob Myers went from being a general manager of a dynasty to like, bro, I'm out of here, man. This thing's about to kind of get a little shaky. Don't think maybe I could be on the NBA network here.
And this is also where you needed an owner. You know, this is the first time where I feel like, oh crap, Mark Cuban leaving really hurts.
Yeah,
there's no way Mark would have done this. You needed somebody in the chain of command to be like, we're not doing this. What the hell is going on? You're trying to win one championship and giving up 10 years of a generational talent. You know,
the more we dig in,
I hope you're not defending Nico's actions, Brian, because it kind of sounds like you are.
You know what? But you're going after him though too. So I have to be.
Well, I should be.
I'm just trying
at
to be fair about this,
877-88. Why would you want to be fair? He just ruined basketball in DFW. How is that not fair?
Dawson, he also built this team that went to the finals. I mean, you got to give him credit for that too. I mean, this is not I know, but like I say, you're asking to get the guy fired, and I'm just saying. Fired. Yeah. I'm just saying though, this is not one of those things. Let's see what happens. Because
I can't believe I'm getting
if it doesn't work out, well, yeah, you're getting pushback because again, I've been in that situation before. Not to make one of these massive deals like what we traded for Brett Favre, gave him a first-round pick. Everybody's like, "What the hell are you doing? Are you nuts?"
The Falcon guy should have been fired for that one.
Well, that Ken Hirock, I told Kenny Hirock, I said, "What's it like to give up 2 Hall of Fame players?" He gave up Deion Sanders too. Yeah. But I'm just saying though.
Well, so did Nico. He let Jalen Brunson go.
Exactly. You know, this is where it's at right now. So what you have to do is, like I say, I'm not defending the guy. I'm just telling you though that this general manager, when he looks at the bottom line as far as what he's got a supermax deal in the works, or did in the works for Luka. And it's not a small sample size when you start to talk about health and you start to talk about the thing dealing with trainers and doctors and, hey, we need availability and all that. They just didn't feel comfortable giving this guy, and I get it, he's a generational player. They did not feel comfortable, obviously, giving him $300-something million.
And I can understand that. I can definitely understand.
I mean, we get on Luka, and you're on this quite a bit, and I say this in a respectful way. Luka's out of shape. Until he gets conditioning, until he stops doing this, until he stops doing that, he's got to lay off the cigarettes, the pizza, And I've heard it, and I'm like, damn, Dawson's right. Dawson's right about this guy. So
but somehow he still had major trade value, and they traded him like he is Jimmy Butler.
I know, but see, that's where this thing's at right now.
Got more for De'Aaron Fox.
Exactly. But they covet the player now. They don't care about 2027 and 2028 and 2029. They don't.
And that's
care
why I'm saying they should be fired. Well, they don't. They
you know what, Dawson? They very might well be. If this thing does not work, Nico Harrison is going to pack his bags, and it's going to be the worst trade. It's going to be like the Mike Ditka trade for all those draft picks for Ricky Williams. It's going to go down in history as that. But somebody else will step in, and we'll talk about rebuilding the team and this, that, and the other. So, that's where this is at.
You go into a rebuild and you pray that the basketball gods can smile on you enough for you to get a Luka. More likely, you're going to get a guy like Rudy Gay or Trae Young, and you're being like, we'll try to make the most out of it. We got Colin Sexton, a nice player.
Yeah.
That's usually what you get. Basketball gods don't smile upon you and give you the ability to win matchups like they did with Luka, and Nico, for what he has gotten in return, this will likely go down as the worst trade in DFW's.
They can love Anthony Davis, Brian, but the return that they got for that is shameful and disgraceful, and the rest of the NBA is laughing at you, especially if the reports are true.
They don't care.
All of
They don't
laughing
care.
at you.
They
It's
don't
just
care.
Well, they're going to care to your point. When they're fired and they don't have a job.
There you go. There you go. And then they go back to work at Nike, and the rest of us are left talking about it and picking up pieces. They don't care. They just don't care what we think.
I do.
Well, and I'm glad you. Hey, I'm glad
you might want to let them off the hook because they don't.
I'm not
care.
letting anybody off the hook. I'm
Sure
just
sounds
saying
like it
though.
to me.
I'm not letting these guys off the hook. I'm just telling you. I'm giving you why. I'm giving you the why
Well,
right now.
I understand why,
Because
Brian.
we're all over there right now
I'm giving
talking
you
like
the what.
fans.
I'm giving
we're
you the
talking
what.
about. We're talking like fans that
No.
were all mad and disappointed.
We're
and
talking like
we're
the
never
other
going to
front
be
offices
fans
and
again
owners.
and all that.
I'm not saying
just
that.
telling
I'm
you-
going to still be
I'm
a
just-
fan. This
I'm
is what
just
fans
telling-
do.
But I'm saying though, if you want to try and figure out why, that's our job to try and figure out
It's
the why.
obvious the why. I don't need a lecture on why. I need a better GM that doesn't pee away
You
your
were
opportunity.
praising this guy the other day.
I was.
You
I
were
didn't know how
praising
stupid he
this
was.
guy.
I didn't know he was considering this, Brian. And up until this point, he has done one hell of a job, right?
That's what I'm saying.
But
Though
if-
you've got to see this thing through. If it fails, then by all means unload on this guy.
Well,
Just
I
unload.
don't.
mean,
I don't
you're
need to go watch this fail. I've already seen enough. Just like Tyler Guyton, already seen enough on Mozzie Smith. Don't need to see more. You make a mistake like this, it is career ending. No team will ever trust Nico Harrison again.
And he'll go right back to work at Nike and be pushing stuff, or he's going to go get a job, and then Wolchuk is going to book him from on ESPN for us to talk to, or he'll be on the NBA network talking about it.
And then he'll never be on the NBA network.
Matt Millen.
He doesn't have the presence or the command to be on television.
Matt Millen he drafted back-to-back wide receivers. These guys F up drafts. Mike Tannenbaum Fs up drafts. These dudes and gals, they continue to get jobs. Hey, they're going to do what they want to do. They don't care what you think. They don't care. And you know what? Fine. I mean, I'm the same way. I'm just telling you, though, this is what's going to – I'm just trying to say this is why they did what they did. It doesn't – like I say, right now, does it look great? No. The return? No.
I can't believe you of all people, Brian, the way you went after Jason Garrett for all those years, coming after me for going after Nico.
Oh, that was personal, though.
Garrett
Come on,
never
Dawson,
did
that was
something
personal.
this bad.
You know that was personal.
Let's officially start
this
the
is
show
personal
here.
now. They took our guy, damn it. They took our guy, Brian.
It's historical. Brian just made it more personal, I feel like. And that's some bonus content here in the G-Bag Nation. We're going all the way till 6:45 tonight. Then we're going to take off for the airport. The Fan After Dark guys are going to jump in with us. G-Bag today's coming up at 2:30. What do you think? Fire up the text machine. Leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous next year on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. The question, why did they do this? Is there anything worse that you can think of in DFW sports history? I mean, these are the kind of dreams, the kind of trades that you dream of benefiting your organization, not taking away. Holy cow. After so many years of wondering why won't the big fish come to Dallas, you just give one away. Wow.
They gave away our beluga whale.
That
was our beluga whale.
They did. And, you know, I think that there is quite a case to be made, and those whispers are going to turn into vocal reports, and, you know, people are going to say what they need to say about how Luka could be difficult. He might be the most toxic superstar I've ever covered. I'll just leave it at that. I could understand the reasoning, okay? So if you want to get rid of him, I get it, you know? Just get a lot more. I mean, all the picks that Phoenix gave up, you know, to assemble Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant, all the picks that, like, Russell Westbrook was traded for at one point or another, the Paul George trade, you know, you had the opportunity to stock your first-round pick coffers so massively, and they're like, nah, we'll take Anthony Davis. Hey, Max Christie, I did hear, maybe the best on-ball defender on the team now.
They love some Max Christie, man.
Yeah.
That's going to help you against Boston in the finals, boys.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be huge. He's going to combine to be the Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and Porzingis stop.
He's a 3-ball stopper.
He's one of the rare talents that can guard 3 guys at once.
He's got 6 arms, I heard.
I mean,
You'll see it.
I do love the idea of becoming great defensively, you know, and your front court now and your perimeter is just so outstanding. I have a feeling they're going to come into a major offense crunch against some of these better defenses.
Yeah.
Like, where's your playmaking?
At some point, you might miss the best talent offensively.
We're going to get about 60% of the rebounds. We might lead the league in blocked shots, but I don't know where the offensive efficiency comes from. We saw how OKC could stifle Kyrie Irving, and then Boston definitely did. You know, and Luka, but not only Luka, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, LeBron James, Tim Duncan, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Hakeem, guys with great height that can pass and break down. Jokic, you know, can break down the opposition, have a massive advantage in this game. And that's why you could not throw a defense at Luka that over a 7-game series he wouldn't figure out and find a way to get guys wide the freak open looks.
Right.
You're just giving that away now.
Yeah, and the fact that he's an assassin.
Yeah.
His postseason numbers get better. He's one of the best we've ever seen as it comes to an offensive player in the postseason. And it's Game 7. It's a big moment. He's ready to go dagger on you on the road, and he's going to let you know about it. He's a killer.
Yeah,
and that's what you just gave up. It's still unreal to fathom that level of incompetence at the height of sports. Nico Harrison doing this is just as uncalled for as anything that you'll ever see. I'm completely blown away, and that it makes sense that there's conspiracy theories going around.
Oh, yeah.
This doesn't pass the sniff test in any way.
No,
there's got to be something else.
So weird that this was just like a one-on-one conversation here with Rob Pelinka and the Lakers. You're not opening up to get a bidding war going on. I mean, can you name how many more valuable trade assets in all of sports can you even name before Luka? Like Wemby? I mean,
yes.
with the Spurs, but in the NBA, I don't know. Like Giannis, because of the age factor, you're probably taking Luka as more valuable. Same thing with Jokic. Maybe you can say they're better players right now. Yeah. But it's you just had one of the most valuable trade assets in sports history, and the return that you got for him is mind blowing.
You're looking at Ohtani and Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I mean, because this is Nico Harrison picking up the phone and going on the offense here. you immediately undercut. Like that's a total signal up, code red for whatever team's receiving this. Like, why do you all of a sudden want to get rid of Luka? Now I'm having to feel like, okay, what really is wrong with him? Now I'm a little bit more tentative about wanting to give all that I would just in my mind think, of course, I would give for Luka, because you're calling me?
Yeah.
What's wrong with this situation now?
Yeah.
So you picked up the phone and called me. So you want to do this deal. I'm playing with the leg up here in negotiations. And it still makes no sense that you couldn't get astronomically more. You should be getting every Lakers draft pick in perpetuity until no human beings are on the planet anymore.
He went for the player he wanted. He went for Anthony Davis. That's where this is all about with him.
He has no understanding for what level of basketball players are when you're going basically Luka for AD. You have no understanding for basketball. You truly are. You're the shoe Nike guy.
Yeah.
It all goes back to that. You are the truest form of you have no idea what you're doing. And for somehow he fooled us this entire time.
He did a really nice job, putting the pieces around Luka and Kyrie over the last year and a half.
The Kyrie deal, he was, none of us knew would that work. It did, and we gave him credit for it. PJ Washington, Daniel Gafford, every single move that he's made within the last 2 years has been brilliant. And then it just feels like you're taking multiple steps back. I understand from a basketball perspective what he's saying about defense. And it just feels like you've kind of constructed a team right now, unless they make another move. Maybe there is another move on the horizon. Maybe they're not done. But you're very similar now on paper to what we saw Minnesota have last year, where you've got Anthony Edwards and you got two big front court players in Cat and Rudy Gobert. So now you've got, Anthony Davis, who is better than Cat. But then you've got Gafford. Hopefully Lively can come back for the postseason, assuming you make it there. But then you get Kyrie. And you made a great point. OKC shuts down Kyrie. Well, then who else is going to step up for you? Is that P.J. Washington? Maybe. Maybe it does allow for these other guys to then shine, and the Mavericks are going to be fine. They're trying to cash in on maybe a 2-year window before OKC, San Antonio, Houston. Now the rest of the West is eclipsed you. So maybe they are just saying, hey, just trying to make sense of this thing. We got 2 years to really capitalize on this, and we feel like this does make us a better player. With all of that, even if you do think basketball, this is the right decision to make because you want to get ahead and move on from Luka. You don't feel good about giving him $345 million. You don't think that's going to age well. It still doesn't. You got to maximize your value as a general manager. That's your job. You can love the player, Brian, and get Anthony Davis. That's great. But why aren't you getting the Lakers' other first-round pick? Why aren't you getting Dalton Connect, the young player as well? They just took in the first round. You've got to go ahead and squeeze every little bit that you can possibly get if you're going to move on from a Luka Doncic.
Yeah,
Did you just trade all NBA player for all NBA player? Is that what you just did?
It's the first time it's ever happened.
Help me with this, though. I'm just trying to understand.
Broadus, you traded a young assassin who has the potential to be one of the greatest players in NBA history because he's banged up all the time.
You're trading him for the
too. You're trading him for the poster boy for that, who's 7 years older, who's never put a team on his back and done anything significant in the postseason.
Did I trade for an All NBA player? Did I trade an All NBA player?
Is he still an All NBA player?
I'm just asking. That's what I'm saying. I work with basketball experts. You guys, I trust you guys.
I don't think Anthony Davis is an All NBA player anymore.
Okay.
I don't think he's a top 10 NBA player anymore. Just put this in perspective, Brian. Luka top 3. I think you can argue Jokic, Giannis, Luka, and then he's not even the best big in basketball anymore because Wemby's definitely taking that thrown away from Anthony.
Isn't he having a career year though right now?
Anthony Davis?
Yeah, he's going off right now.
Yeah, and defensively you're much better.
We didn't get Poochies. We did lose Luka, but we didn't get Poochies. Yeah, I say we should grab more during that trade and whatnot. It looks kind of fumbly to me, but we can't poo on Anthony Davis.
Anthony Davis is a phenomenal player. But
he was a first-team All-NBA player back in 2020 was the last time he was considered that.
And he's still All-NBA defense.
And the issue, the defense, he's a first-team All-NBA defensive player 100%. The issue is availability with him, though, as well. If that's one of your biggest things is Luka, the availability, the injury concerns, he's got his own team that you're not agreeing with. Anthony Davis comes with his own bag of hair when it comes to injuries. Anthony Day-to-Day Davis, street clothes, come on. These nicknames were there for a reason. Yep. And he's hurt right now, too, when you're making the trade. I know Nico's saying, he's fine. They're not that worried about the injury. They'll get more information. What is he going to say?
He's Tyron
Once he makes the trade, he's got to go ahead and put a lipstick on a pig here.
He's a game-time decision at all times. He played over 60 games last year for the first time in what seems like forever. So, and again, this is a guy who's 6 years older. and a guy that is not a number one. You didn't just trade a number one for a number one. There's levels to this. Sure, you're an all-NBA player. You're a very talented player. How long have you been in the league, and when did you ever do anything significant in the postseason that didn't involve a bubble and LeBron James? When? This is not apples to apples from a player standpoint. All-NBA, my rear end. This is two completely different levels of player at every level. The only thing you can say, Anthony Davis plays defense, great. But your biggest issue with Luka was that you didn't like how disciplined he was, and you didn't think, you're betting that he's going to be the next Joel Embiid. And you're gonna see him 50% of the time, and the other half of the time you're not going to see him. But Anthony Davis is literally the poster boy for the last decade of superstar player who is underachieved because he can't stay on the court. It's him and Kawhi Leonard. It's like, at least go get a guy with the cleanest bill of health possible, and maybe a guy that's not already in his 30s, and maybe a guy who you've seen put his team on his back like Luka has and go to at least a conference finals.
At 877-881-1053, your text messages are welcome, and they're flying in very quickly. Wolchuk, if you see some you want to get in, I'd love to hear from some of these folks. I think if you want to give the benefit of the doubt to Nico in any way, it would have to be in the form of, what could we not know about Luka that could help this make sense that they don't want to share right now?
There you go.
How bad is the medical situation? How bad is the outlook once you give him $70 million a year? How tough is he to coach? I think it's
not
very
too tough
clear.
to keep you from the finals. Not that tough.
No, you're right about that.
And no matter how, he's 25 years old. You're just maybe they know something about his calf that he's had perpetual issues with. That is just like, this thing's about to go.
Maybe they don't want to give him $350 million.
Of course they don't. That's evident. They're talking about they were fearing a tumultuous summer because they had no intention of giving him the money.
I think there's, like I say, I think that's when we talk about this, there's obviously a lot more to this. This is not a small sample size, guys. This isn't like a year or 2
even
years.
Even if all that stuff is true, it's the word's not out. You could still trade him for more.
You have anonymous general manager saying right now, what would I give up for Luka? Everything.
Yeah.
And so you fell in love with Anthony Davis, as you mentioned, Broadus. You fell in love with Anthony Davis. And you were so scared that this was going to leak out to people that you didn't want to involve anybody else.
Yeah, but you're also, if you think about these teams you're trading, now who are you going to trade Luka to? And I'm just asking from a standpoint of, can I know what team I'm trading to? Am I trading him to a team that's always going to be outside the lottery? That's where I'm looking at. When you start talking about multiple picks, multiple first-round picks, is this team always going to be outside the lottery? That's where that's the question I would ask when you start to talk about potential suitors for Luka. Sure, every NBA general manager would love to have Luka. Don't get me wrong. But you have to look at, though, okay, all these multiple first-round picks that you're giving me, are they always going to be outside of the lottery? That's the things that help me. I listen to you guys tell me all the time we talk about the draft in NBA, and it's like, there's 5 guys. Oh, there's 6 guys. You got lucky. You picked the kid from Duke at 10? So sometimes it helps, but you also, these teams that are talking about multiple first-round picks, are these teams that are lottery teams or traditionally lottery teams, or these teams that are always going to be picking at the back end?
You're trading Luka. If you're trading Luka, you have to understand that team's going to do some serious winning. Because that's clearly his track record.
And there you go. And
that's why you want multiple firsts over a variety of years, preferably from multiple sources. Some of these teams hold first-round picks from multiple different teams.
Right. It's assets.
That's what I'm saying. If I'm going to trade him, if I'm trading him, I'm not trading him to a team that I think is going to win every damn week or every year. Excuse me.
And if you trade him, you would call all 29 other teams in the league and see what they best had to offer.
Absolutely.
It's mind-blowing what we've witnessed here. As we have 5 hours to talk about it with you, we have Radio Row
great Ryan Leaf,
kicking off. Ryan Leaf's getting ready to sit down.
Yeah, sure is.
So we'll take a quick break and get back with the former NFL quarterback next in the nation.
All right, let's talk.
Commercial-free KNC. Delicious. Spend your lunch.
to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Mexican Bar Company.
The big game is heating up, and so are the flavors at Mexican Bar Company. Get ready for an unbeatable lineup from zesty tacos to handcrafted margaritas that bring the perfect kick to game day. Voted Best Mexican Restaurant and Margarita in Plano 2024, it's the spot everyone's talking about. Visit MexBars.com for more info.
Welcome back, Nation. 4 of us here in DFW. Broadus is on Radio Row in New Orleans. We'll rendezvous with him tonight. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or loved ones injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Yeah, first team All-American in 97 at Washington State. Second overall pick of the Chargers. Former Cowboys quarterback Ryan Leaf joining us now here on your home of the Cowboys. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing really well. It's good to be on with you guys.
It's good to hear you. What brings you to Radio Row this time around?
Well, I'm usually here every year. My job was SiriusXM. I had my NFL radio show every Monday morning. The opening drive with Solomon Wilcox. Been doing that for, I think, 3 years now. So we kicked it off. I think we might have been the first show out the gate this morning at 6 a.m. local. We're the only ones here on Radio Row to get it started. And so then, we take advantage of the rest of the day, kind of talk about the things that we're doing that are meaningful to me and my family around giving back and trying to be of service. And so, yeah, it's a fun day. We missed last year, first time we'd missed since Super Bowl 50 because we had just had a baby, and so we stayed home with her, and this year we get to go back out and about.
What do you remember about your time with the Cowboys? What sticks out to you? Any wild stories of teammates or maybe yourself?
I think that for somebody who grew up a Steelers fan that always looked at the star, kind of disliked it, But as a player, you don't really compartmentalize that. But I'll tell you something. Playing for Jerry Jones, it's like if you wear that star, I don't care who you are, and you're in that locker room, Mr. Jones and his family. I mean, they bring you in. They just put their arms around you, and it's a different feeling, and it's one of the best. And I get why when players end up, retiring from there or ultimately leaving, there's fond memories of being in Dallas and playing for Mr. Jones and his sons and his whole family through that process. So those are my fond memories. I got to play with Rocket and Joey Galloway. I got to hand the ball off to Emmitt Smith. I mean, wow, Mark Cuban had just recently bought the Mavericks, and me and Darren Woodson shared courtside seats with the Mavericks that we'd go to. And, I mean, there's just real fond memories there. And I think if they would have had a better, idea what kind of offense they would have run, it wouldn't have just been a one-year thing with me. I really was enjoying my time there. Wade Wilson was an incredible, incredible coach and friend. And, so, yeah, just a ton of fond memories for me, on my second to last stop in the NFL.
Ryan, you brought up the Mavs. What did you think about that Luka trade to the Lakers?
I'm going to be honest with you, man. I haven't watched a stitch of basketball in the NBA for about 6 years, so I was kind of like, what's a Luka Doncic? All right, Yeah, I really don't. I mean, I was on Mad Dog Radio today, and so they were trying to have me compare it. So in a comparison, you could say because of how great both players are, it was a Myles Garrett traded to Buffalo for Josh Allen is the way I would probably correlate it. Comparatively, if this guy played in the finals a year ago, I was told, and has been incredible, and it was a guy that could get Kobe out of his house in Orange County to come watch football or come watch basketball in L.A. when Luka showed up. So I think that probably speaks volumes too. It's probably a big deal there. I mean, everybody in Dallas, seemed like a pretty beloved character, kind of like when I was there and it was Dirk, what's the name of the deli like down in Turtle Creek area kind of? They made these great sandwiches. I can't remember the name of it right now, but they made the most unbelievable sandwiches. And every morning, midday, all of a sudden there'd be the 6'11" and 6'6" guys standing in line, and me and Dirk are just buying deli sandwiches in this deli in Turtle Creek in Dallas. So, there's some pretty beloved players that played basketball for that franchise. I think he was probably one of them, definitely.
Well, I saw you were at the Senior Bowl getting around some of those quarterbacks. Did you like any?
Yeah, not just the quarterbacks. I spoke to the entire 2 teams, all the participants Friday night, and that responsibility is not lost on me. It's 27 years ago, I was right in their place. I was in a very good place. I was about to be the second pick in the NFL draft, and I got all the answers to the test, man. I got all the right answers, and I got all the wrong answers. And so, I'm the perfect guy to be able to speak to them and talk to them about what's ahead, what they need to do, and what they don't need to do. And incredible. Yeah, I got to spend a lot more time with the quarterbacks, of course. I thought Riley Leonard just kept going forward and forward. I think he was really limited in what Notre Dame did offensively, so that's why they used his legs a lot. He was placed into a pro-style offense this week, and he was asked to make every throw in the book, and he did. He got better. What a great leader. It was really great for him to be home. He's about 20 miles from where he grew up there in Mobile. And what Jim Nagy puts on there for these guys is a great deal. And we've been trying to put this together for me to come speak to the teams over the last few years. And the schedule finally worked out, especially with it being in New Orleans for the Super Bowl. So I was able to jump over yesterday and drive over, and it made it really simple. So, yeah, grateful for that.
It's Ryan Leaf here with you, Brian. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that,
No,
Gavin.
my bad.
How could Ryan Leaf used Ryan Leaf 27 years ago, or at the time when it was? How, if you were, as you said, you were the second overall pick, and rightfully so, outstanding player. But how much could you have used a Ryan Leaf in your life with that time?
There were some there. I had Drew Bledsoe. It just was a matter of whether I was willing to hear it or not.
Yeah.
And I clearly wasn't.
Right.
I thought I had all the answers, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
You have to be a sponge at that moment. You haven't done anything. You've been really great at college,
Right.
college football, and it's a whole different monster. And so if I would have listened to the right people, it probably is a different story. But also I wouldn't be who I am right now,
Sure.
having not gone through what I did. And I'm really grateful for everything that's happened. As it turns out, to get the life of my dreams, I thought it was going to be all-consuming of football,
Right.
and as it turns out, it's just a matter of you being a flawed human being, trying to be better every day, and I'm really grateful for that.
Even with all the heartache, even with all the suffering and that you've been through, is it what you are now? Is that?
Yeah, and I don't think it was all that. I think it was life. I think everybody goes through what I went through.
Sure.
I think mine was very public, and I think a lot of the people that are going through the things that I went through do it in the shadows, and they're gone. I was forced to face the consequences, and do the work. And if I didn't, I was going to be gone. And so, I appreciate that. Listen, I appreciate people that, like to see it as a redemption story, or just, I think it's just life. And I just handled life poorly for a long time, and now I'm just dealing with life on life's terms in a better, more healthy way now. That's all.
Ryan Leaf, former Cowboys quarterback. Before we let you go, prediction on the game, buddy. Are the Chiefs going to get this done again?
There's no evidence at all that shows that they won't. There's no example of them in any situation in these types of big games where they don't get it done. And Tom Brady isn't showing up in this game. He's just not. And that's the kryptonite to Pat Mahomes. I'm sorry. They have the best play caller. They have the best coach, best quarterback in terms of time management, game management, end-of-game management that there is. So I think this is an incredible game. I think that the roster's better in Philly, and I think the defense does a better job with only 4 down to get pressure on the quarterback. But bottom line, it's going to be a one-possession game, and Kansas City wins that game. I think it's going to be a high-scoring, fun game, 31-28. Kansas City gets their 3rd in a row and does something no team has ever done before.
I love it, man. Thanks for the insights. Thanks for the story, and thanks for doing what you do for these young players that need the message, brother. Best of luck to you. We'll see you next year.
You bet, guys. Thank you very much.
There he goes. Cheers to Ryan Leaf here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Lucius, get you back of the day.
Hit hard like Van Grief. I play quarterback like Ryan Leaf.
Yeah.
Old school Swisher House freestyles.
Nice.
2025 is given, boy. It is given.
Yeah.
It is given so far.
Not my favorite.
I'll tell you what. All right, let's get to this. I have a lot of audio right here. Our winner and champ so far is Texas Rangers insider for the Fan, Jared Sandler. Just talking crazy on the mic. Talking crazy. Here he is talking about his crush, Blake Lively.
Well documented, your celebrity crush is Blake Lively. Have you been paying attention?
Yeah,
to the
I think her
mess?
farts smell awesome, and I would stand behind her if she wanted to fart in my face.
Okay, all right, let's go. Let's go.
Just react to that.
For the rest of time,
All right,
I
let's
think
go.
is where he was going with that.
I didn't want that man to get in trouble. Wow, buddy.
Sandler.
Hold on.
Well documented, your celebrity crush is Blake Lively. Have you been paying attention?
Yeah,
to the
I think her
mess?
farts smell awesome, and I would stand behind her if she wanted to fart in my face.
Okay, all right, let's go. God, no.
Did you hear how tickled Broadus was when he heard that?
I was very tickled. I really was.
But that wasn't the only thing he was talking crazy about.
Jeez, Jared.
The Rangers Hot Stove was right after that, the next hour, and he was talking to Dave Raymond. And why are you talking like this, Sandler?
So I just think it's a really, really exciting time.
Yeah, after yesterday's announcement, Chris Young walked over to you and put his hand on your shoulder and said, Dave, your ability to carry these broadcasts is going to determine whether or not we've got the money to sign the next Corey Seager. So no pressure on you or anything, but the hopes and dreams of Rangers fans in your throat, really.
Wow.
Thank you, Jared.
Mid-season form there from Sands.
Farts and throats.
That is Dave Raymond's most important body part, right? His vocal cords.
Yeah.
If you had to whittle it down.
Yeah,
Probably
so.
The brain.
Eyesight.
You've got the body, and I've got the brain. I'm not going to say throat. I was going to say throat. But
Dave's got the throat.
Yeah. Y'all see them photos of Luka arriving in L.A.?
Hated
Heading up to L.A. side?
Yes.
With a little chubby face?
Yeah. It was a smart move to go with the one size too big black hoodie.
Yeah, you can fit the beers in there.
But he was chubby. Chubby.
He had a cigarette getting off that plane, just hanging out of his lips, and just threw it right in the tarmac.
Hey, but he is arriving with LeBron. LeBron is all about, working out, practicing hard, going hard.
Dude, that's a fear, man.
That's a fear, bro. And then, made him mad, Luka, a little bit.
Yeah,
you
now
done
you've ticked him off.
Spited him some.
Yeah.
He might start working hard on you, bro.
He's going to be mother bleeping the Mavs.
He's a new single boyfriend, Like once you go through the breakup, it's like, I got to, let me refocus. Gym. That's the first place.
Protein.
I'm going to go live there for a while.
Yeah.
And he's got Nico's face to remind him every day probably at his
You
locker.
said Nico. I've been saying this all Sunday.
Nico don't know what he's doing.
Nico don't know what he's doing.
All Sunday, bro.
Nico don't know what he's doing.
Broadus, you were talking a little crazy on Friday. You didn't mean to.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh, no. Come on. Yeah, you're talking about, Dawson's girl is sick. You said something about getting him a sleeping bag or something like that, or getting her a sleeping bag or whatever. The place you referenced, of course, is going to get Chia follow on his toes.
I would have gone and bought a sleeping bag from Dick's or one of those sporting goods stores and just said, here, listen, just get in that. If you get cold,
Zip it up.
Zip
It's a
it
mummy
up.
bag.
Yeah. I can't. I just can't be sick.
Well, speaking of Dixon Sports, big L to all of us. We lost.
I knew you were going to do something with that.
Well, we lost.
I was thinking of another sporting goods store, and I couldn't think of another name, like Oshman's or something like that.
Sports Authority Academy.
I couldn't. Yeah, and Dick's immediately came into my mind. Pause.
Hey, you
Pause.
said it. You said it with your mouth. That was your mouth that said that.
You tried to slow down, too. I felt you, dog.
Well, he just loves dicks. Sporting goods.
Winner. You wouldn't let me get to the death of Dick Button.
What?
Yeah. That was the real tragedy of that clip.
That was a real tragedy. Yeah, Dick Button.
Hold on, let me play it again.
I couldn't. Yeah, and Dick's immediately came into my mind. Pause.
Pause. You paused yourself. That's amazing.
That's
Wow.
crazy, dog. That is wild.
I'm so bad at this job.
You need to chill.
I'm so bad.
You tried to pump the brakes, man. It was just too late. You was on black
tried.
ice.
I slid right into the barrier.
Oh,
It is
man.
Super Bowl week. Right on brand over there.
Hey, speaking of black ice, this is not one. This is not one. But Houston had snow a few weeks ago, last week, week and a half or something like that. And there's a video of a grandma falling on ice. And her little niece laughs at her.
No.
Granddaughter laughs at her. Whoever, which one she is related to. But listen to her response.
That shit ain't funny. Hit me up, stupid ass little girl.
Yeah. That was a big fall.
That was a big fall, bro.
That was loud. Big fall.
That was a big fall.
She just ate it too. I mean, she wasn't
ate it,
screaming or she didn't have any like.
That's a tough grandma.
Yeah.
Tough grandma.
Adrenaline.
Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. Did you see that guy in church with his Luka jersey on? It went viral. Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, he's probably cursing the Mavs out. God, if you love me. Listen to this preacher right here. Said it's real tough being married because there's beautiful women's out here.
It is a contract until death do you part. It is sacrifice. It is work. It is difficult. You don't go blind because you married. I see titties and booties every day.
Oh, jeez.
Look at the dude on the
Hallelujah.
Yeah. Brothers, y'all gonna leave me out here? I need the men to stand up and say amen. If you ain't said nothing, all church.
Amen.
Thank you, brothers.
I see him
Thank
too.
Dude on the organ is crazy.
I didn't hear him.
Hold on, look.
He got hyped.
I see titties and booties every day.
Every day.
He is crazy.
Every day. I call him the promised land.
He understood the assignment. I'm not saying hallelujah, though, if my wife is next to me.
No.
I'm not saying
I don't know what
hallelujah.
he's talking about, huh?
Because somebody screamed,
I feel so seen.
Yeah.
Is it our Texas Rangers insider Jared Sandler in midseason form? Is it Broadus would have bought a sleeping bag? You had grandma falling on the ice. Not a nominee, though, Brian. Don't even think about it. CA.
What? Don't even think about it. Nico don't know what he's doing.
Preacher says it's tough.
Freaking beard.
I don't know who to vote for, Chief. How about you?
Oh my gosh, I think I'm going to go for Broadus.
Lucius?
Yeah, big
Wait a
time
minute.
brought us in the building, baby.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minent. Dawson set this up. He's voting last. He knows he's going to cast the deciding vote.
I'm sick of you making a tie, is what that is. Wolchuk?
I'll go Broadus.
Brian?
I'm going to vote for Broadus. How about that?
Look at that.
There we go.
I'm going to vote for CA by a score of 4-1. Your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Brian Broadus. Talking about the sleeping bag I should have bought. That's a good idea. Perfect for quarantine. Just zip you up in here.
Zip you up.
Throw in some chicken noodle soup every couple hours. Mm-hmm. Best of the weekend's coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking it?
Well, there's not much best to speak of. Where were you when you got the news about the most incompetent trade in sports history? Next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, we are live at Radio Row, brought to you by Stella with a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's a classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealer in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024, y'all.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. 4 of us in Dallas, 75 and Fitzhugh. The Nosebleed guys and I are going to fly out after tonight's show. Join Broadus, who is in New Orleans already on Radio Row. Mike Sando is going to sit down coming up at 3 o'clock. Time now for the Chief.
All right, 877-881-1053. Where were you when you got the news about the worst trade, the most incompetent trade in sports history? The 817, I was in my living room Sunday morning. See, a lot of people got this news right before they were going to church. And that's a tough place to be. Get super angry, and you're trying to go praise the Lord, and all you can think about is how dumb Nico Harrison is.
You hate that kind of distraction when you're trying to connect with the Lord, man.
I've never in my life thought I'd be like praying to be ball sacked on something.
Yes.
And that's what I wanted this to be.
Dude, it's felt surreal really since then. I woke up Sunday morning and looked at the fan group text because I was like, what do I have 25 texts? And
that was me too. That was me too. I went to bed at 9:30 on Saturday night, unbeknownst to me, disasters were taking place.
Yes, I hit the button just to go to the top of the group chat to the first one. And I'm trying to guess because for like the first 9 or 10 texts, nobody said Luka got traded. So they're saying it's one of the most surprising, it's one of the worst. I figured Micah got traded for about a minute as I'm scrolling down, and then I'm like, what?
The Cowboys wouldn't have foresight. This is the ultimate foresight.
No, they wouldn't trade a superstar.
But they would definitely get about the same amount as Nico got.
Yes, that is for sure. I opened my phone and I just start seeing all the texts from the group message and the screenshots. I had the ESPN notification that had come at like midnight or whatever, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I cannot believe what's happening. I just froze for a moment.
Yeah.
And then I ended up I was at the gym just overhearing people talking about it in the locker room. It's like everybody's like, I wish I didn't check my phone this morning. This is Sunday morning. I get to church and all my buddies are just like they have 1,000-yard stares. Like this we're all just like we're putting our, like, we don't know what just happened last night.
Yeah.
What just took place? I cannot believe this happened. And the 817 was in his living room. It was Sunday morning. He saw a YouTube reaction video titled "Craziest Move in NBA History?" ? And it had Luka in a Lakers jersey. And so he thought it was just a clickbait video, but then he flipped on the fan and he heard what was being talked about and he pooped his pants, he says.
I mean, literally did.
It's something that Mike Fisher would write about constantly. Like Laker trade for Luka, and then you read on and it's like a hypothetical. It's just clickbait.
It's like there's no way this trade would ever happen. No one in the world would be dumb enough to do that.
Yeah, I figure, if you've decided that Luka's going to leave anyway in the summer of 2026, and the best you can get is AD, you just hang on to Luka for the 2 playoff runs and then say sayonara. But you don't decrease. Like, the Vegas odds of winning the championship went from 20-1 to 40-1. They got half as good with this trade. I don't think Vegas is going to make a big mistake like that.
No, it's insane. I must have gone to bed like right before this news came out. So I woke up at like 4 or 5 a.m., had to go to the bathroom. Thank God I was already on the throne when I got this news.
1 or 2.
It was a 2-ski situation.
Wow.
It started off as a 1, but as soon as I saw this, it was like, I'm going to sit down. And then I had to tell someone.
Yeah.
So I woke Maya up. I'm like, Luka just got traded. She doesn't care. She's like, you'll be fine. Just go back to sleep. She doesn't care. She doesn't get it.
Jeez.
She's so detached. I wish I could be like emotionally detached.
Yeah, it was earth-shattering stuff. It really was. You have people on the text thinking that we had fast-forwarded to April 1st, thinking that it was some type of just ridiculous joke. I mean, you could understand, especially with the contents of the package, of like the worst package in the history, where you're going, wait, okay, this could be fake, because there's no way this is what the trade would be. Of course this is fake. We're only getting Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and a random draft pick. That's all. There's no way this could be real. Even Shams was like, when I was getting the phone calls, I thought I was hacked. I mean, Rob Pelinka thought Nico Harrison was ball sacking him. Like, there's no way this is actually real.
It still feels like it could be a bad dream.
This is a great in real time reaction on ESPN. It was the Gonzaga game on Saturday night, and the news is breaking, and so the guys calling the game just acknowledge it to be like, hey, after the game, SportsCenter is going to be all over this. Listen to them in real time announce it.
We're just receiving word of a massive trade in the NBA. The Lakers have traded Anthony Davis to the Dallas Mavericks in exchange for Luka Doncic. What? In a 3-team deal.
The what from the color guy there was everyone when they opened up their phone to see the news. Like this, what? Yeah. And just the blindsidedness of it all, where usually there was no preheating of this oven. We just took this thing to 1,000 degrees, and you either right before you were supposed to go to sleep, good luck going to sleep after that, or right when you woke up. It's just the biggest trade in sports history / worst, and it's your guy.
Yeah, at a time when Nico was really earning the trust, I think, of everybody involved. I think he kind of got into a situation here where he really needed to use somebody as a sounding board. And Rob Pelinka framed this as, you remember what happened with the Chris Paul deal? You remember what happened with the Anthony Davis deal? It turned into a big, nasty, ugly problem. It made it worse. It drug it out. We got to do this thing in silence. Rob knew once Nico told anybody else, it was going to blow up in his face. If I'm Nico at this point, my 2-decade friendship with Rob, who used to be a great agent and I've done lots of business with as a Nike executive, it's over. Like you have totally pantsed me in public and spanked me and abused our friendship.
Nico don't know what he's doing.
Okay, so I think Nico Harrison feels great about this.
Yeah,
Nico Harrison doesn't feel like he got swindled at all. Now,
he's in denial right now.
Yeah, he absolutely must be, and the presser was an absolute joke. But there was then an influx of Mavs fans that basically just stormed the AAC and the Dirk statue, and it was pretty amazing. Just the all-out disdain
was incredible.
Casket, where's somebody on a whim like that just randomly waking up on a Sunday morning?
Get the casket, bro. We're going downtown.
Where do you have a coffin within striking distance?
Yes, dude.
Like, how do you pull that off? Is
perfectly
We've
timed.
been waiting for this moment.
Does every
Get
neighborhood,
the casket, boys.
Does every neighborhood have a guy?
They probably had it since they had that funeral for the Clippers. I don't know.
Okay.
There have been some great prop caskets used over the years.
And you just keep that one tucked away in the garage.
You're
waiting
guaranteed
for your
to
moment.
get on the news with it. You're going viral with a casket at a sports thing.
And Steve Nash
That's
left.
a Dallas Cowboy one. That's a Cowboy one. They just kind of transferred over to to the Mavs is what they did.
Okay, well, so there was a bunch of Mavs fans gathered around, and they all hate it. They treated the Dirk statue as if it was just a full-on Mavericks memorial. People putting their, dropping their resignation letters as fans. We have free agents now.
The written signs that said "Investigate Nico" were hilarious. Investigate Nico, bro, was great.
So imagine this: you have Fox 4 just doing random talking to the angry fan stuff. I pulled 2 of these clips and I just smashed them together. But imagine there is another guy in the background who's just holding a sign that's a big sign, and it just simply reads with letters in the middle, "I'm sick." He's just holding up a sign reading he's sick. That's in the background, but here is the clips from very, very sad, frustrated Mavs fans.
I was confused because, in my head, I'm thinking to myself, what is your mindset, right? Why would you trade Luka? And if you are to trade Luka, why would you not get the best trade package available for him? That was just such a horrible perspective. That's just such a horrible trade.
These guys, this Nico, they finished with my dreams, okay? And this place, the American Airlines, the Mavericks, this was my safe place. And now I have nothing. Basically, they screw up the best sport thing in Dallas. I'm so sad, man, for real. I'm sad and disappointed.
Absolute heartbreak. His dreams have ended, and that was his safe place, the WAC. And now I wonder, is this going to be a boycott situation, or are you so angry that at least for this, when they come back during the weekend or whatever later this week for their next home game, is this just going to be hate watching and mother bleeping Nico loudly?
I think there's going to be a little bit of both. I think a lot of people are going to be out. Some people are going to be hate watching. I want to see how good it can be. I think this team could win a couple of playoff series, still very interesting to watch. But yes, I do think they cost themselves a lot of fans, because when you have a superstar like that, it's like a giant magnet that just continues to pull people in. And then when it's gone, you have this feeling of helplessness, like it'll never be that good again. He was the greatest player the organization's ever seen.
When they drafted him and developed him. Luka was our guy. Now, even with this team, and hopefully they do have a bunch of success. I mean, I still think they are a good quality team on paper, and Anthony Davis can come in and hopefully make this team successful in the postseason. But AD, you just traded for him. Kyrie's been here, 2.5 years? I mean, Clay just signed here. You don't have anybody. I guess PJ Washington would be, because he's a local guy. Maybe you can try and attach yourself to him, or Lively, because you drafted
Duke.
But but Lively's out for 2 months.
Yeah,
but he's the only guy that you've drafted. But it's not even comparable to Luka. You're talking about an all-time great.
I wasn't comparing him to Luka.
That's the only guy that maybe is your guy.
Okay, but he's a player you talked about, homegrown, or guys you've kind of developed and drafted. That's a guy.
Yeah, and
he's a good player.
He is a really good player. But for right now, the guy, he's not on the court. So he's not helping you today.
No, and it could be an awful long time. We're going to have to go through some healing years, some forgetting years, and then they'll draft the next potential guy who can get you on your feet and win playoff series, and you'll hope that at that point you don't have a GM that fumbles the bag so brutally. Mike Sando of The Athletic. Is Myles Garrett going to be traded out of Cleveland? That's next right here. G-Bag Nation, the fan.
It's afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. We're approaching 48 hours since the Mavericks kicked Luka Doncic out of Dallas, and the trade might make less sense now than it did Saturday night. What the bleep were the Mavs thinking? I simply cannot wrap my head around any reason to be done with such a talent. But fine, if you had to trade him, why wouldn't you put him up for auction to the entire league? I'm Andrew Bogish.
When disaster strikes, the food supply is the first domino to fall. It can start quietly, an emergency alert, a breaking news headline. But within hours, reality sets in. People rush to grocery stores, emptying shelves of everything from bread to canned goods. Lines stretch out the door, tempers flare, and desperation takes hold. And no matter who's in charge these days, you simply can't rely on the government to bail you out. That's why having an emergency food supply on hand is the right move for you and your family. Right now, you can get $50 off a 4-week emergency food kit at mypatriotsupply.com. They're an American company trusted by millions, offering 2,000 calories per day with essential vitamins and minerals to keep you strong during a crisis. This food will be there for you when you need it, since it lasts up to 25 years and can ship out to you next day. Go to mypatriotsupply.com now to get $50 off your 4-week emergency food kit. That's mypatriotsupply.com.
It's time to fall in love and find your luck during the $1.8 million Lucky in Love giveaway at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant. This is your chance to win a share of $1.8 million in cash. Play with your Choctaw Rewards Club card starting January 26th. Cash every Saturday in February and March. Don't miss your chance to get lucky. It's the $1.8 million Lucky in Love giveaway. Get away to it all at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant.
Let's talk Prize Picks, shall we? If you're not playing Prize Picks, what the heck is wrong? Go ahead and make sure you download that Prize Picks app, Tolos, because it is the big game, and they're giving away a free pick for the big game. Patrick Mahomes only needs one passing yard for you to win one square. That's right. Go ahead and pair that with another player for a chance to win up to 1,000 times your money. It's super simple. You just go 2 or more player picks for a chance to win up to 1,000 times your money. So you want to pair that free Patrick Mahomes, one passing yard square with a Saquon Barkley to rush for more than 200.5 rushing yards. How about Travis Kelce, more or less than 62.5 receiving yards? Those are just a couple options for you. And they also have basketball, hockey. They'll have baseball for you, MMA, boxing, you name it. They've got it for you. And Tolos, download that Prize Picks app. Use code TOLO. That's TOLO to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code TOLO on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with satisfaction guaranteed. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
This is your skipper, Bruce Bochy. Rangers coverage like nobody else, right here on The Fan.
KRLD-FM.
have, Kirk Cousins or whatever, even though there's a good chance that Kirk Cousins is going to be better than Drake, right?
Right.
And so
right.
There's almost this appeal of the unknown of what the young guy could be versus we feel like, well, Brian Schottenheimer's been around time. He's probably a solid coach, right?
Right.
And that's an interesting component to me. I think that he was well thought of, though, had a good run there. And, I think he was solid. But I don't think anybody was feeling like, they were, oh, my gosh, did you see what they were doing this thing that had never been done before?
Sure.
It was more just solid.
Sure.
It's Mike Sando here with you on The Fan. Between him and then their new OC, Clayton Adams, it's pretty clear they want to get back to running the football. What do you think of generally trying to run the ball more in today's game?
Well, the pendulum's swinging back. I think there was a period 5-6 years ago where the offenses figured out that defensive coordinators were number one thing, we got to stop the run. That has been the focus in the league for 100 years. And there was a period there where the offensive guys were like, okay, if you're going to do that, we're just going to pass on first and second down all the time. And there was remember, people thought this was the way it's going, and there was huge explosive plays, and scoring went up and all of this. The defenses got smart to that, and now, even Patrick Mahomes is here not because they're making a bunch of huge plays. They're having to sustain drives. So I think the offensive guys now are saying, hey, we want to have a run game now to be able to because they're playing pass defense. They're playing pass defense all the time. Now, the kicker on top of that is if our quarterback's a run threat too, now we really got something because the numbers game changes, and that's what's so difficult about stopping Derrick Henry or Saquon Barkley. Those guys are great backs on their own, but there's also a chance that quarterback's going to take it and run too. So I think that's something I would love to have as well, even though you don't really want a quarterback who has to run. I would love to have the good back, the coordinator who wants to run the ball, and the quarterback who's a dual threat. Man, that seems like to me where it should be headed.
Mike, you had an interesting piece in your Sando's Pick 6 about the Eagles and their offseason, and specifically free agency compared to other Super Bowl teams. One thing we criticize the Cowboys about is they just don't seem to be players in free agency. What stood out to you when you were kind of researching that? How difficult would it be for a team to make a Super Bowl run if they are going to just say, hey, we're not going to play in free agent waters?
Well, I think you can do it, but I think really it's just about what are all of your ways you can improve your team. It doesn't mean to do stupid stuff. I think Jerry Jones has been around long enough to know he lived that world where they charged on the credit card and then had the big reckoning. It doesn't really happen as much. I mean, the Saints are in a bad spot, but they had a lot of money in players who weren't good. I think if you have good players, I think you can push the envelope more than the Cowboys have. Now, we could get 5 cap guys together here and make them all be anonymous, and they could tell you that the Eagles cap has some issues and they have less flexibility in the future. But I think as a Cowboys fan, you'd say, okay, I would put up with that. I want this feeling like we're pushing all times. There's almost kind of an insecurity with the Eagles where they're just like, and it feels like Jerry is kind of a made man. He's got his gold jacket, and that's why when Steven does the air quotes around the drought, it's kind of like, hey, we're the standard here, But I think as a fan or you're watching this, you want to feel like they've taken a couple more swings, and you'd put up with a miss here or there. When I live in the Seattle area, there was times when they traded for Percy Harvin and it didn't work out. Right. But they were always trying something. And they got Michael Bennett. They got Cliff Averill. Those were the pass rushers they needed to get over the top and win a Super Bowl. And then they missed on, like I said, Percy Harvin or Jimmy Graham. They probably overpaid for. It didn't pay the dividends, but they were trying. I think as a fan base, you want to have more evidence probably right now that Jerry's on the edge of his seat, like he's trying to get a second gold jacket.
Yeah.
Don't you want? I think they could convey that better. Because they've done solid in the drafting. They have a good team, and for 3 years there, they had the second best record in the league. They went 12-5 3 times. But do you feel the striving? And they don't convey that. So I think two-pronged there. You could do a couple more things in free agency, and then you could just seem like you're more disappointed than you are.
It's Mike Sando of The Athletic with us here in the nation. Myles Garrett, a local legend here in DFW, requesting a trade. How do you see this playing out?
Well, I mean, there's a chance that something could happen because when a player goes out publicly like that, it's on the table. I just don't know that. I think they have actual challenging cap issues on their team. So, if they can somehow get out of the Watson payments, I don't know how they can do that, but he had a second injury. Is there some kind of protection? They could maybe be in a different world to do that, but how could you get rid of clearly the best player on your team? That'd be a hard one for me. I mean, he is a needle mover on that team. So be interesting to see how maybe he's watching the Luka stuff happen.
Yeah, exactly.
He's trying to take some agency here for his future and say, hey, we've had a bad run here, and they just extended the coach and the GM. We don't have a quarterback. So he's trying. I get it.
Yeah.
Do you think the Eagles have a chance
to get him?
No, not to get him. Winning the Super Bowl. Are you picking the Eagles? Where do they have the advantage?
That's two different questions because I thought there was a better than 50% chance the Bills would beat the Chiefs. I can see a complete pathway for the Eagles to do it, but you just in the end you can't pick against the team that wins all the games. I mean, Patrick Mahomes, it'll be a close game, and he'll find some way to do it late in the game. But I can totally see a pathway for Philly because on the lines of scrimmage, I think they have an advantage. Their defense could possibly be a little bit better than the Chiefs' defense. Just what are you going to do? How are you going to pick against Mahomes? It would be foolish at this point.
Yeah, the coach. You feel like that Kansas City has the better coaches, though, right?
Yes. Yeah. I mean,
overall,
probably overall. Yeah, probably. Yes, I would say that. I do think that Vic Fangio is good.
Yeah.
I think he's been a very good addition for him, for them. But I feel like Spags in a big moment is more likely to come up with the perfect call.
Right.
I feel like Vic Fangio is the body of his work over the whole season, but I'm a little nervous in 2 minutes. I'm a little nervous in certain situations. Yeah. So that's why I think Kansas City is sort of almost uniquely positioned to win these games the way they win them because the quarterback can run or pass. He has a great feel for the game, and he's going to do just the right thing. He's going to, and then they've got the coaching stability there. They didn't just hire Kellen Moore. These guys have been together for 10 years, 7 years. They know what to do. They know how to use them. This is a perfect Mahomes running that 4th and 1 in the first half from their own 38. The perfect play call with quick tempo. Stuff just doesn't happen.
Right.
And so I do think that Kansas City just has the situation. Even Chris Jones, not an every down, all-out effort guy.
Right.
But guess what? When it's on the line or in a playoff game, he's top 5 defensive player in the league. So they have a bunch of great situational masters, I think, on their team that lets them pull these things out.
Mike, it's an honor and a pleasure to have you, man. An absolute treasure of NFL insights. Thank you for joining us here and enjoy your week in New Orleans.
Hey, thank you.
Cheers. There he goes, Mike Sando of The Athletic, a must-follow, must-read for your NFL news. Okay, Luka traded. Dave McMenamin, ESPN NBA reporter, joins us next on The Fan.
Well, Tolos, after a long, stressful sports weekend like we just had, you might be losing your hair. I know for many of us it's...
remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah, buddies, welcome back. ESPN NBA reporter Dave McMenamin joins us now here live from Radio Row. No, live on the telephone. Live on the telephone here as we're covering the Luka Anthony Davis story here on 105 through the Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. Thanks for joining us. How the heck are you? Okay, Dave's going to join us shortly. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Yeah, I guess either, Nico just totally got owned, in his first big trade of his career. I mean, he's had some really nice trades up to this point. Either he got owned, maybe, his friendship with Rob Pelinka cost him, or, maybe Rob was a predator and saw detected weakness in his friend Nico, who used to work with him at Nike and, helped negotiate a lot of the Kobe Bryant deals. They had a long history together. And, if that's the case, I would love it if there was a more experienced ownership right now. I think this is maybe the first time since Mark Cuban sold the team that I'm like, oh, my God, what have we got into with owners that maybe, don't know the right time to step in, as now they are an organization down a superstar in a league defined by superstar eras, as Dave McMenamin joins us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm a little fatigued from a long road trip being punctuated by the wildest trade I've ever had the privilege to cover. So, just kind of a little bleary-eyed, scratching my head still a little bit 48 hours later. But
yeah, I think a lot of people in DFW can definitely relate to that right now. I'd say that describes a lot of the audience. Now, let me ask you this, Dave, since we're looking for an explanation on why and how this happened, the NFL answering a lot of questions about conspiracies with the Chiefs getting all the calls. Does conspiracy have any place in this Luka story? Did we lose Dave?
Did we lose Dave?
Oh, man.
Davey.
I heard a little bit of a dupe. And maybe it's the
the Bluetooth
maybe died.
I think the Bluetooth went out, or maybe that was the
Dave said the call dropped.
Maybe that was the NBA overlords, checking in on the line. They didn't like the nature of my question.
Big NBA
ratings are down. The Lakers are getting old and stale. You need somebody to reinvigorate that. I mean, that makes about as much sense as anything. The other one is, somebody thought in an era dominated by on-the-ball superstars, a power forward who can rebound and block shots is, just as good. Dave, hey. Welcome back to the show. Did you catch my question? Is there any room for conspiracy in this Luka Doncic trade story?
I think there's a natural human response to kind of look for a conspiracy, because on its face, it just doesn't make sense. If the reasoning, as Nico Harrison has presented, is purely that the team is frustrated with Luka's ability to stay conditioned, take care of his body, and wonder what that investment will look like down the line. If that is purely the reason, then one would think that the first step over the next year and a half, before you'd have to make that decision to offer him a $345 million extension, would be to leave no stone left unturned and give every single possible resource to your strength, performance, and conditioning staff to help him with that. ESPN's Ramona Shelburne and Tim McMahon reported that actually the Mavericks fired some people on the performing staff that Luka had strong relationships with. That's kind of counterintuitive to me. So because of that, as we struggle to make logical sense with this deal, the conspiracy thoughts can come in. Now, if your conspiracy theory you're going to present to me is that the NBA made this happen, well, why? Like what? What's the incentive to the Mavericks that the NBA is giving in order for this to occur? That's why, I'm just kind of like, I get why people would have the instinct to have a conspiracy theory, but then you got to tell me what the theory is.
Okay, so Lakers get Luka, ratings in the league go up, and I think here the worry is that the NBA would help you move the team to Las Vegas.
Yeah, I have a hard time seeing that happening because the plan for Las Vegas is expansion, not relocation. There's new ownership groups that are ready to buy in at a premium into this league for Las Vegas and Seattle. The NBA has been vetting those potential buyers for years now, and Adam Silver has said repeatedly that his goal was to get the new long-term television contract finished, and then the priority for the league would be expansion. So I just don't buy that one. I did see some kind of Twitter thread floating around today, putting the pieces together, claiming that the new ownership group for the Mavericks have had some troubles with their gambling aspirations in Texas, and may want to try to bottom the team out and then move them in order to be able to have their kind of casino operation up and running in Las Vegas. It seems like a pretty far cry, and also like it seems like something where why would Nico Harrison attach himself to that? Nico could get another job. It's not like it's one and done. The only time he could run a front office would be with the Mavericks. I just don't buy it. It doesn't pass the smell test for me.
So do you think Nico genuinely believes that he got fair value in the trade then?
Again, I am processing it just like the rest of you guys are, all the fans are in both markets, in Los Angeles and Dallas. The only thing that would make sense to me, and again, I'm not saying this is a justification, but it could make sense to me, is that these habits that Nico has talked about, that Luka has, make him just so frustrating to be around that in Nico trying to establish a culture, decided that, we could win that way with Luka because he's tremendous, but there's another way that we could win as well, and I prefer to go that way. That's the only kind of like logical, wrap my head around it, humanistic response that I could somehow justify Nico's decision.
ESPN's Dave McMenamin with us here on the G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. We've spent a lot of time about Luka because the fans here are mourning, but Anthony Davis, what do you think about that fit now as a Maverick? What's the version of Anthony Davis that Dallas is getting? How's his health from your understanding right now?
Dallas is getting a tremendous player, a guy at 31 years old who is smack dab in his prime, who's been playing the best basketball of his career consistently now for 24 straight months. When the trade happened, I looked back and I added up all the regular season games, the playoff games, the in-season tournament games, and the play-in tournament games from January 2023 to January 2025, now February when this deal went down. And Anthony Davis in all those games, that was close to 200 games in that time frame, had played in 92.5% of them. So the street clothes moniker, it's old, it's inaccurate. He is a true two-way talent. And talk about, being around the guy every day. He is a breath of fresh air. He treats people with respect. He's humble. He's driven, great teammate, and a heck of a talent. So he is ready to plug in with this Mavericks team and play championship caliber basketball on a nightly basis. What's
the funniest response you've gotten from any league personnel or GM or something around the league?
Someone texted me that, I know the league does drug testing for players. We need to start doing it for executives.
Yeah, are teams upset that this has made the Lakers potentially great again?
I haven't heard that. I mean, I think there's always a level of professional jealousy that comes with the Lakers, and people think they are. Yeah, I think I did a podcast with Craig Kilborn earlier today, who's a big Wolves fan. He described the Lakers franchise as being born on third base. So, I mean, yeah, they have an inherent advantage being in Southern California. It's being by the ocean, and it's a cool place to live. I would say this: as the league has changed so much and so many ownership groups have turned over, the Lakers in some sense are at a disadvantage because they are a mom and pop shop. This is the lone business that the Buss family is involved with. So it's not like this is their side quest while they're making all their venture capital money as their main gig and have endless resources to throw at the team in order to make it competitive. They work hard to keep this team competitive just like everybody else. Of course, they have the advantage of a location, but listen, with the new CBA, that advantage has been flattened as much as possible, and they're under all sorts of restrictions, just like other teams are. So, I'm sure there's always going to be some professional jealousy just because of the Lakers brand and the 17 championships and all that stuff. But I think most teams are better off figuring out ways they can win than figuring out ways to try to stop the Lakers from winning.
Okay, speaking of winning, final question. Do you think the Mavs could do anything else here as the deadline approaches? Could you see this roster back in the finals?
On the second question, certainly, yes. I think I could see them back in the finals. I think that's part of the reason why I was a fan of the Lakers, even if they didn't trade for Luka or something like that, trade for something with the team, because I think the West is a lot of parity there. OKC has the most wins, but I think they're beatable in the 7-game series, as the Dallas Mavericks proved last year. So certainly I think the Mavericks, if they have health on their side, there's a pathway for them to get to the finals. In terms of other moves to be made, as we saw with the Fox deal going down last night, we're going to have a very active period leading up to Thursday with more deals. And so as more deals occur, there's more deals that come on your plate that you might not even have a vision as being available until another deal opened that up. So I would imagine the Mavericks stay active. I don't look at their roster and say, like, they need X. Another player we haven't mentioned, Max Christie, he's been great for the Lakers the last 25 games or so. Mavs fans are going to really like him too. So no, I think the Mavericks are in good shape, but obviously with AD at 31 years old and Kyrie at 31 years old, they should be in win now mode. So try to get that team as good as it can be.
I'll drink to that, Dave. Thank you so much, and I guess you can rest sometime in June at this point, buddy. Best of luck to you.
That's right. Thanks, guys.
There he goes, Dave McMenamin, ESPN, here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Kind of compared it to a Pat Riley saying goodbye to LeBron situation. Like, dude just does not match our culture and what we've built, and I guess the Heat have gotten back to the finals once since they let LeBron go. So
yeah, but I mean, even Pat Riley was flying from South Florida to Vegas to sit down with LeBron and his team to still try and convince him, despite all of their disagreements and issues that they may have with each other. It's still LeBron James. It's still the talent. Can we please find a way to make this work?
Yeah. Well said. Okay, so we have Tim Cato, All City Dallas, coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll get a local insider here to talk about this massive Mavs story. But Krusty's Corner coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, we've got a guest that will be on with us
Oh, that's right,
shortly.
Craig Gass.
Craig Gass is standing right here in the wings. He's in the bullpen, and I'm bringing him in for Krusty's Corner. We'll do that next.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We're all flying out to New Orleans tonight. Brian is already there with our next guest. It's comedian Craig Gass. Wrote on Saturday Night Live. He was on the Howard Stern Show. You've heard him on The Family Guy. Loads and loads of voices and content. And comedian Craig Gass joins us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I am great. I'm guessing that by default, you guys are all rooting for Kansas City. Is that what happens?
Damn right, Craig.
Yes, sir.
Let's go Chiefs.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. You want Kansas City to beat the rivals. I totally get that. It's so quiet out here right now on the Monday. You see some people kind of floating around, and then it just gets crazier each day as you pick up heading towards the game. But it's great to be on with you guys, man. I'm excited and just happy to be in a very festive town this year.
Man, it's amazing. We met you in Vegas last week. Speaking of festive towns, how'd that go for you? You tear it up pretty good?
In Vegas?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just started my first residency in Vegas. Here, 2025, I'm doing a year of shows at the new Jimmy Kimmel's Comedy Club on the Strip in Vegas, which I'm really excited about, and excited to see what happens here this week. Last year, I got in a little bit of trouble when somebody snipped my thing with Patrick Mahomes and made it look like I was more of a jerk.
Oh, no.
Yeah, man. So a couple years ago, I asked Patrick Mahomes, I said, hey, man, I'm a comedian. I do voices, The Family Guy, and American Dad. What's the key to doing an impression of you? And he said, I sound like Kermit the Frog. I sound like Kermit the Frog. And I was like, oh, okay. And then that didn't go anywhere, so I asked him a couple more questions to get some funny stuff out of him. And then last year in Las Vegas, I said, hey, Patrick, I'm Craig Gass, stand-up comedian. Last year, you told me you think you sound like Kermit the Frog. And he said, yeah. And I said, do your best Kermit the Frog impression. And he said, right now. This is me. This is me. This is how my voice goes. I'm doing it right now. And somebody snipped it and put it on TikTok, starting with, do a Kermit the Frog.
Oh, no.
And, I'm doing it right now. And so people are like, the media sucks. I hate the media. I was like, dude, I told him he was the one who said it. I didn't start off by saying, come on, man, dance for me. Oh, man. Yeah, it just felt terrible. But you guys ever get in a situation like that where something gets misinterpreted or
clipped all the time.
Yeah?
Yeah. Dawson and Gavin and I got clipped one time for an injury. We acted like that these fans thought that we were cheering for injury of a particular player.
Oh, wow.
What we said, Craig, was the only way the Cowboys could beat the 49ers if Christian McCaffrey got hurt. And they kind of spun that into they're rooting for him to get hurt. Yeah.
And the next thing you know, the whole Northern California was on the whole San Francisco 49er nation was on us.
Oh, that's hilarious. I've actually learned, I don't know if I should say this because this happened in Dallas.
Say it.
I've learned over the years to stop asking this question every time I go in to do a TV appearance, every time I do a local TV appearance, just to make small talk. I will ask the producers, hey, you ever had a moment on your morning show that was so crazy that it went viral? And I stopped asking that question because people would go, why? What are you planning?
What are you planning?
Viral moment ever in television history was a woman who is, and you can find it on YouTube. It looks like an 8th generation VHS tape when you find the video on YouTube. It's a woman looking right in the camera, dead serious, and she goes, when we come back, we're going to tell you about a man who climbed Mount Everest, even though, get this, he's gay. Oh, my God. I'm sorry. He's not gay. He's blind. But the look of intensity on her face when she goes, this little twink, you're not even going to believe what happened. This twink climbed a mountain. You're not going to believe it. And so I'm telling this guy at the ABC affiliate in Dallas, and he goes, oh, my God, He goes, she's here.
Oh.
He goes, she's here. She's at this. And I go, you're kidding. And he goes, no, she got fired because of that. And now she's here. Don't bring that up. And I went, oh, okay. All right. No problem. And I was like, I can't tell her that I'm a huge fan of hers. Like, I love that. But yeah, it's interesting the amount of people that come through here and comedians. I've been talking to a bunch of comedians that are coming down. Bert Kreischer is coming to town, and Adam Ray and Mark Norman. So we're all looking forward to catching up with each other and talking football. So
I saw you were roommates with Mitch Hedberg, right? Is that your best friend in comedy?
Mitch was I've had two famous roommates, Mitch Hedberg and Eddie Van Halen, which is I lived at Eddie Van Halen's house for a period of time back in 2004. I lived in his recording studio, and Mitch was my first roommate in New York, and he passed away almost at the end of March. It'll be exactly 20 years that Mitch has been gone. But yeah, he was a very good friend, and you know, his career was just starting to take off when he lost his life. And then Eddie Van Halen's house was just like a bizarre. I ended up living in his recording studio, which is, it's more interesting than it is funny because there was a lot of weird stuff that happened while I was living there. It was just very strange to not only be living at the house of a famous guy, but a famous guy who was famously a hermit, and he never went out. And you know, it's kind of, there was a lot of strange stories that happened. Like, I met a girl at a concert one night. I took Eddie's assistant to go see a Metallica concert, and I met this really nice girl. The reason I was living at Eddie Van Halen's house is because I just got out of a really toxic relationship, and Eddie said, dude, you can just, he would always smoke cigarettes, and he said, dude, just pack up your stuff and move in with me. And I said, is that okay? And he said, yeah, dude. He goes, you can stay in the recording studio. Stay as long as you want. The only thing is, don't tell anybody, but the band's getting back together. So it's going to be noisy at night. And I went, so the only thing I have to worry about is the fact that Van Halen is going to be playing in the next room. And he said, I know you're working on your TV show. So, you know, and I said, all right. Because I just started filming a new TV show called Las Vegas with Alec Baldwin and James Caan. And so that period of my life in early 2004 was me hanging out on a TV set all day long telling jokes to James Caan and Alec Baldwin. And then every night I'd come home and Eddie Van Halen would be in the next room. And I'd knock on the door and go, hey, man, is it okay to listen for a little bit before I go to bed? And every night he'd go, dude, I'm lonely. And listen to him play. And a few months into living at his house, I went to a concert. I brought Eddie's assistant to the concert, and I met this nice girl, and we started texting each other throughout the concert. Very flirty. She was really nice, very pretty. And then at the end of the night, at like midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, she called me and said, hey, what are you doing? And I said, I just got home. What are you doing? And she said, I just dropped off my girlfriend. So do you want to hang out? And I went, sure. I don't know. Let me ask if that's okay. Let me call you back. And she was like, oh my God, I'm sorry. Do you have a girlfriend? And I said, no. I'm completely single. And I didn't know how to say it. So I just went, I just live in a very unique situation. So let me just find out. And I found Ed, and I was like, I go, hey Ed, I don't know if Maddie told you, but I met a girl tonight. Is it okay to bring someone to the house if I'll keep them at the studio? And he said, dude, get some ass. So I called her up. By the way, that wasn't the body part he said, but I had her meet me at a grocery store at the bottom of this. It's Coldwater Canyon that he lives at the top of, and then I had her meet me at the bottom. There's a Ralph supermarket, and we meet, and she gets in the car, and I said, I have to drive you. I can't bring both cars up. And she's peppering me with questions like, why do you need permission? And I said, well, it's just a really unique. So we pull up. There's 2 gates to get onto the property. I got to go through the back gate and open the door to the recording studio. It's a big living room setup. She walks in first. And I haven't said anything, but she looks around and goes, wow. Is your friend like the biggest Van Halen fan on the planet or what? And I go, yeah, he's kind of. And then she starts looking at plaques and going, how do you even get something like this? And I went, do you hear the noise in the next room? Yeah. That's Eddie Van Halen. That's Van Halen. This is Eddie Van Halen's house, and I'm just living here for a while until I get back on my feet. And she said, oh, Okay, and that's, yeah. And to answer the next question that every guy asked, it was probably 10 minutes. So, yeah. But by the way, working on that TV show with Alec Baldwin, that dude was an impression champion. That guy would knock on my trailer door every day and go, "Hi, it's me. Do you mind doing some impressions for me? I'd love to hear some of your impressions." And I'd always have people visiting me from out of town, and I'd go, "Yeah, hey, real quick, this is my buddy Tim. He's visiting from Dallas. Can you do some of your Tony Bennett for my friend Tim?" And he would do a Tony Bennett impression that you'd go, "What does Tony Bennett sound like?" And he'll just grab an empty martini glass and go, "Yeah, I'll tell you what. I used to date Marilyn Monroe. Marilyn Monroe was a real foxy lady. I once made love to Marilyn for up to 12 hours until the paramedics came along and said, 'Tony, she's gone.'" Like the material was really dark.
That's Craig Gass,
really
comedian with you here on 105.3 The Fan. Would love to let you just keep on rolling, my man. You're so good at it. You have something amazing going here with Steve Gleason this week, though, right?
Yeah, Steve Gleason is going to help me do interviews with the Chiefs and the Eagles. I've known Steve Gleason. So Steve Gleason is this legend here in New Orleans. He's royalty in this town. Steve Gleason played for the New Orleans Saints. And during his time as a professional football player, I believe it was during his time with the Saints, he was diagnosed with ALS. And this guy documented his physical decline and made it into a documentary. It's a really tough documentary, but a very honest one. And he now communicates using a kind of like an iPad. He uses his eyes to form sentences, and the iPad communicates. And I met him through another musician friend of mine who plays in the band Pearl Jam. Steve Gleason is a massive Pearl Jam fan, and my buddy is one of the guitar players in Pearl Jam. And he, I just got like an aside from like this guy. This is name dropping guy, but
DJ sitting next to him.
So Gleason, I've run into him a few times at my buddy's house, and he's always backstage at Pearl Jam shows. And I ran some ideas past him. I said, I think it'd be really funny if I had you help me interview the players. And I submitted the questions, and I already knew what his answer would be. I knew that he'd be up for it, and he's like, absolutely. He said, it's just a matter of timing. He's like, because it's going to be slow. It's hard for me. And I said, well, can we load all these jokes? Dude, this guy, one of the ideas was that he would walk up to a player and that his computer thing would go off and say, "Domo arigato," and then he pauses and says, "Sorry, that was Japanese mode." And he's totally into it. Like this guy, I remember one of the first times I met him, I saw him at a Pearl Jam show, and through his machine he said, "Hey, Craig, can you entertain my friends?" And I said, "Absolutely." And I go, "Are you guys all here with Steve?" "Hey, man, I'm Craig. I'm a comedian. I do impressions. You guys want to hear some impressions?" So I'm doing impressions for everybody there. And I'm telling them about how I learned how to do impressions, that my family's deaf. And Steve Gleason said, "I'll bet that's how Craig got good at impressions, is because his family is deaf." And I said, "Oh, my God, that's true. Yeah, what Gleason is saying is true. I couldn't learn how to talk for my family. I learned how to talk by watching TV and copying all the voices I heard." And Gleason goes, "My kids will probably end up sounding like robots." And I was like, oh, my God. So, yeah, he's got a great sense of humor, and he's going to film some stuff with me this week with the players. So I'm very excited about that.
Thank you so much, Craig. If next time you're back in Dallas, just let us know. We'd love to come watch you. Keep killing it in Vegas, man. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, buddy. You guys have fun this week.
Cheers. There he goes. Craig Gass, comedian with us here in the G-Bag Nation, live on Radio Row with Broadus. 2 hours down, 3 to go. The Luka trade, big story of the day, and Tim Cato, All City Dallas, joins us next to continue to break it down here on 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat with you about my friends at Men's Tea Clinic, though, as we continue on here into 2025. Are you...
Uber Eats has low food products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Joins us now to continue to cover this Maverick story. And a good afternoon, Tim. How the heck are you?
I am a little light on sleep and still processing in some ways, in my own weird way, what this means. A player who I've covered my entire career, a player who I went to Slovenia to try to figure out what he's all about. But I'm okay. I'm okay, guys.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, you know, but this just feels like a massive life-changing story over the course of, you know, in sports media in that context. You know what I'm saying? Like, your job is going one way. We're getting ready to cover possibly a golden era of Mavs basketball with multiple finals trips, and all of a sudden that is all, you know, under review once again. Do you think this can still be a championship contending team, Tim?
I can tell you that Nico Harrison believes it is an even better contending team, genuinely believes that this is a move that is likelier to win Dallas a championship in the next few years. I have less doubts, or more doubts. I have more doubts about that. I think this team is good. I absolutely think that, it is not Anthony Davis's fault that I really wonder if he's going to get booed by Mavericks fans, in starting lineups and stuff like this. But he is a incredible player. Nobody is disputing that. I have long, admired him as an on-court figure, as a two-way, monster, as an all-NBA guy. This team, as currently constructed, I don't think is a title contender, and I think is, quite frankly, constructed too weirdly, with only one real shot creator in Kyrie Irving, to have any meaningful playoff success. But it is possible, and I know Dallas is still very active, and I know that the emphasis is to win now. And so those first-round picks they have available, one more than they had before, because they got one back from the Lakers, those are absolutely, things that may be traded to upgrade the roster. So I'm still parsing all of this. I know the team is definitely still good, but how good is something we're going to have to see exactly how things shake out this week.
From your understanding, Tim, is this a solo mission, Nico Harrison, or is there a collective inside the organization that is totally on board?
Yeah, no, this was Nico Harrison's doing. He said it. He owned the decision. He, made it very clear how few people were in on this process. Including Jason Kidd. I have got people who, I've heard from a lot of people within the organization, and a pretty common thing that a lot of them are saying is some version of, well, Nico's the GM, and this was his decision. Dallas's front office under Nico Harrison had become a lot more siloed. The major decisions, the major negotiations, one smaller than this, but those were contained to a very small subset of people. That was already something that had happened increasingly under Nico Harrison. And yeah, he said, and there's been a lot of reporting to this point that, and it's also my understanding as well, is that, yeah, this was pretty much his decision the whole way, along with Patrick Dumont, who is obviously the team's new owner. And, it was something that Dumont signed off on. And, and also based off my understanding, Dumont is not as likely to, not very incentivized to be in a Mark Cuban type role where he would, interfere with what Nico was trying to do. But at the same time, this was still eventually something that Patrick Dumont said, go ahead with.
Tim Cato, All City Dallas, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. I know when we were talking yesterday, Tim, you stated how it kind of felt like a death, and you're right. I think a lot of Maverick fans are mourning that loss as well. How much did you hear behind the scenes about the weight stuff being a massive problem that could lead to a move like this? Is there anything else maybe that could possibly have been a massive factor in, Luka's not a guy we want to tie ourselves to. We don't want to go ahead and do a max contract with him, a super max this summer, and let's get out in front of this, because I'm just searching for some answers here, Tim, that makes this make more sense.
Yeah, I have heard about Luka weight stuff and his bad habits, just like we all have. But, I've heard stuff for years now. Like, this is not a surprise. This is a known a known frustration with him. He has been a frustrating player for this organization to work with at times. That is absolutely true. What I'll say is that I've not heard anything new or nothing that has taken it to another level. And at no point, whenever hearing about all this stuff, was it described to me in a sense of, oh, well, the Mavericks have to move on from this player. Now, there's frustrations. Of course there was frustrations. Absolutely. There was times that he missed games, not because of an injury that would have prevented him from playing, but because of weight issues and because of conditioning issues. These things are all true, but these are also things that were shared with me, throughout the years, and I think some of them are starting to be reported on. I've reported on an instance or two, and these were things that were shared, as explanations and as things that would hopefully spur and motivate Luka to, take this stuff more seriously. But yeah, the fact that it would lead to, the team just outright saying, we don't want you on our franchise. And when I say team, again, I should say Nico Harrison. He owed this trade, so this is his decision. I had not understood that, and there was no one in the organization that I was talking to that was saying that. Obviously, over the past few months, I think most specifically, Nico Harrison got to a point where he felt like it was too much. I don't know how shared that opinion is throughout the Mavericks organization. But for Nico, this was the decision he felt made sense.
Hey, Tim, how much have you heard of Nico's just desire to have Anthony Davis on the roster? I mean, is this just like, was this his one opportunity to strike a deal and he just went for it?
Yeah. Yes, I think there's absolutely some truth to that. Anthony Davis is a player that Nico has always, wanted in Dallas ever really since he took the job. But Nico Harrison also has a number of guys around the NBA. He has a lot of people, players with Nike that he has really these close relationships with, and with Team USA as well. And I think we all understand how drastically this roster has changed. And up until this weekend, most people would have said much, for the better. I certainly, praised Harrison for how much overhaul this team needed and how much he was willing to do it. But the more you think about this move and you try to contextualize and rationalize why this move made sense, I do think there's something to the fact that, Nico Harrison really liked, Anthony Davis. He was also very close with Kyrie Irving and, brought him in. And Luka did not fit kind of that whole mindset of, obviously Nico was he was Kobe's guy for a long time. His representative at Nike. And in some ways, Kobe and Luka, their competitiveness, their desire to win is the same. In other ways, it's not. When it comes to all of these off-court struggles. So I do at least understand how Nico and Luka. Nico viewed Luka, maybe in a slightly different way. That it wasn't quite the type of player that he envisioned leading his team. That he has been, overhauling its culture since taking over. That said, I at no point am saying that's a justification for actually making this deal, but as an explanation, it does make some sense.
Tim Cato, All City Dallas, with us here on The Fan. You mentioned that they're still actively trying to pursue other trades. What do you think that could look like? What do you think they're looking for?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't have a lot of direct intel or anything on this. In fact, I remember I was finishing an article with with some stuff I had heard about what the team was interested in when the Luka trade broke. And because Nico was conducting this so specifically and individually on his own, the team was operating on a lot of different tracks. And there were other moves that they had been pursuing leading up to the trade deadline. It would have to be a guard, though. It would have to be a shot creator. It would have to be somebody who can provide offense. Anthony Davis is absolutely a very good offensive player. But if you're asking Kyrie Irving to be the main creator for this team at all times, that's just going to get really difficult, especially now that, and this is kind of funny, but now that Luka's gone, Kyrie's going to get picked on defensively even more. He's going to be the guy, especially if you put out 4 good defenders and Kyrie's going to be the guy taking all of that brunt and all of that attention, rather than, Luka often being the guy targeted on defense. So it's going to be very interesting. And I personally just based off this trade and when it happened and how the roster looks, I would be kind of surprised if there wasn't a deal by Thursday. But what exactly it is and what exactly they're pursuing beyond just another offensive player is not quite clear to me just yet.
This might be a totally unfair question, but do you know how Kyrie has felt about the news of the deal? We haven't heard him yet. I know some like Clay, Najee, Marshall, some others talked yesterday, but Kyrie was not one.
Yeah. Obviously, with him not playing in the game, sitting out as basically as a rest day, they punted a game against Cleveland. No post game availability for him. As far as I know, I can't speak to how he feels about it, how he feels about Luka. Early indications are that Kyrie is probably going to resign in Dallas. I do think that the on-court element is a big deal with this. But I think Kyrie is still very appreciative of Dallas as a franchise, and the way that they have embraced him and believed in him. And, he has viewed it for a decent time now. And he has viewed his career as one that he wants to end it, with his legacy intact and just make sure people understand, the player that he believes he is. And he is, a very, very good NBA player. And so, we'll see. And if the on-court product doesn't quite look as good as envisioned, maybe that's something he would reconsider. Certainly part of rewriting a legacy or making sure his legacy ends on a good note is playing winning basketball. But as far as I can tell, I do think that he is likely to stay in Dallas.
When do we see Anthony Davis, Max Christie out there?
Max Christie probably soon. Anthony Davis seems like is going to be out a few games with a minor injury, but both. It sounds like Anthony Davis will be on the court before the All-Star break.
Tim, the future of Mavs basketball isn't quite as fun, but I sure hope you don't move to L.A. to keep covering Luka, man. We can't lose you, too, out of this deal.
Well, I appreciate that. I know I'm going to run long, but I just wanted to say I really do think it matters, the fan reaction and how everybody has taken this news. I really think that's important. I do not believe, and I reported this today on alldlls.com. I don't think Nico Harrison quite expected or understood how big this reaction would be. And I think it's just a real bummer that sports are increasingly becoming more corporatized and becoming more business-like, where a move like this, because a person, who's been in charge for 4 years thinks it helps them win a championship, will just be done even at the expense of a fan base that, has all this appreciation and adoration for a player who was theirs and a player that meant something to the franchise because of Dirk and because of what this franchise has represented. So I think that's all a bummer, and I think that shouldn't get lost in it. And sorry for taking up a little more time but yeah, just wanted to say that.
Well said, Tim. You're the man, and we look forward to talking Mavs basketball with you again sometime soon.
Absolutely. Might have to do it by Friday. We'll see what they do.
Man, that would be fun.
Let's do it.
Tim Cato, All City Dallas, and he's dead balls on right. You can like this roster right now, but if they want to be serious about contending, they need another creator, and there's some big names out there. Does this put you back in the mix for Jimmy Butler? Should it? I mean, that's the exact kind of player that they need. Damian Lillard not going well in Milwaukee. What if Phoenix can't get Jimmy Butler? Do they want to blow it up? Do they want to put KD out there? Those are the kind of things that could go from, I guess it's okay if you lost Luka if now you have Anthony Davis and this guy, but can you pull it off? Top 10's coming up next. Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
Your favorite Luka Doncic memories as Luka Magic is no more. We've got the top 10 biggest trades in NBA history, but we remember Hallelujah. That's next in the nation.
But
Uber Eats has a Lola Fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Her name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your.
As today, it's still stunning. It's jarring. We did get some Cowboys news as they've added to their staff. It is official that David Overstreet II has been hired as cornerbacks coach. He's coming over from the Bears. He was their nickel coach during the 2024 season. So he's an Eberflus guy. I know Brian had that on Friday out at the Star, the Omni there in Frisco. Cowboys also making a couple other additions to the staff. Running back coach has now been filled, as it's not Tashard Choice. It is Derek Foster, who is coming over from the New Orleans Saints to be the new running backs coach. He's 38 years old, served as the Saints coach last year, was also with the Chargers 2021-2023, overseeing Austin Eckler's rise. So there's an important hire for Shoddy staff. And then the Cowboys are still looking for a wide receivers coach, but they filled the assistant wide receivers coach position as Tyquan Underwood, former NFL wide receiver, is going to be joining the staff. He's with the Patriots last year, had interest from Florida State before making the call to stay in the league, and now he's going to be the Cowboys assistant coach. And he is a member of the all-time hair team, I will say. If you look at Tyquan Underwood's photo, outstanding hair for that guy right there. All right, 877-881-1053 as we get into the Willy Bully Top 10. What are some of your favorite all-time Luka memories, and what are some of the biggest trades in NBA history? The Dallas Mavericks did put out a video, and I know, Eric, you'll ask, hey, what's the last time you sports cried? Well, this was the last time I sports cried, was seeing this morning as the Mavericks paid tribute to Luka Magic.
There in the corner, Luka! Goes in! How did he do it? How did he do it? That is Luka Magic!
Luka Doncic from Ljubljana, Slovenia, and Real Madrid.
Basketball has given me so much. Since a little kid, I always had the ball in my hands. On the court, you can see, gives me joy. Since the first day till the last day I'll play. But off the court, I met so many people, and just gave me so much.
I enjoy watching him be a father. I enjoy watching him develop as a person first, and then the basketball stuff will take care of it. We all know how skilled he is. We all know his numbers and stuff like that. But no, he's just a good kid.
Now it's Luka. Doncic for the win. Oh yeah! And he's about the best dunk we've ever seen out of Luka. Still loose. Luka got it back. Scoop to the hoop with a ball. Point 71 and 72. Turnovers for the lead. Got it. What a shot.
Wow. I understand why you shed some tears. Was it like
man.
a Noshan Moreno manly one tear out of the right eye, or was it a full on boohoo?
No, it was probably like more Noshan Marino. Like I was trying to hold it together. I was like, man, damn it! Like he's really not ours anymore.
That's when it really set in for you.
It hurts. It hurts seeing the Mavericks have that tribute video. And then what really ticked me off is afterwards, I'm getting ready for the show, and Kurt Goldsberry is on with Bill Simmons. And he had this to say regarding the trade, and Nico apparently ended up saying, you know what, man, Rob Pelinka, you're making a lot of sense here. I don't even need to be asking you for as much as I am right now. Let's go ahead and just rein it back in a little bit. Here was what Kurt Goldsberry had to say.
And there's a weeks-long process. One of my sources inside the Lakers was indicating that the deal was bigger, and I think you guys were literally joking about this last night, that there were 2 firsts, and there was Dalton Connect. And the deal got whittled down because I think Rob Pelinka was able to convince the Dallas Mavericks that Luka is a lot of risk. Yeah. And you guys are right for trying to look at this way because this guy, is drinking or is whatever, his weight problem, whatever it is. So they were able to convince it. This was a weeks-long process. That's another thing that came out today is this was and Dallas
almost
started
3.5 weeks.
Dallas started it, dude. This fell in Rob Pelinka's lap, And then he was able to reduce the outward Lakers assets to such. Dude, Mikal Bridges commanded 5 first-round picks.
It's unbelievable. It is.
Goodness gracious, dude. The process on this, we always criticize the Cowboys for their process on things, and if they do something right, it's sort of accidental because the way they went about it was just so incompetent. This is the pinnacle of that. Everybody else will be fighting for second for the rest of time when it comes to negotiating incompetence. I cannot believe, and this is part of Nico still trying to do the win now thing. Usually when you're moving on from the superstar, this is now we look at things big picture.
Rebuild.
We're going to go bird's eye view with this and think about the next 5 years, and we want to just stock up on assets. Nico's like, I'd rather have the immediate Max Christie or whatever instead of other first-round picks. Clearly just wanted all the defense possible. He's trading away the best offensive player in the world just so that he can get as much defense here as possible.
Yeah, and
he got the worst package in the history of negotiating.
And some of the pushback on the complaining of the picks is I saw some fans that are talking about oh, you don't know how those picks are going to turn out. No, in the NBA, this isn't like the NFL where I'm trading for a first-round pick and I'm hoping to use that first-round pick and draft a guy. The likelihood of you holding onto that pick is not high. I'm not trading for this pick and thinking of I'm probably using it. I'm using this now to trade it away as an asset.
Right.
That's now just more treasure in my chest that I have to be able to build my basketball team. I'm not looking at it as, okay, 2029, who knows with the draft class. I don't care. I'm looking at that as probably moving it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So it's crazy. Maybe we will look back and Nico's a genius. I don't know. But this certainly today was a sad, sad day. Yesterday was a horrific day, I know, for a lot of Maverick fans. And so many great memories. The Celtics double whammy in 2021. He hits the Celtics dagger twice. The step-back 3 to take the lead with 0.1 seconds left on the clock. The Knicks miracle was one that was an outstanding run for Luka. They're able to force overtime against the Knicks. The insane shot.
Is that when he throws the ball at the goal?
After the missed
gets the rebound and makes it, bro?
Dude.
That's something that happens like you're playing your brother in the backyard.
Crazy.
Nobody would ever believe that you made that happen. It has to be on camera. God dog it, man.
And then last year, the Western Conference Finals. The Rudy Gobert. You can't guard me.
For sure.
We're talking about a dude who... They beat Minnesota. Minnesota's we got to go back to the drawing board now. We got to move Cat. We got to rebuild around this thing. They just destroy the Suns. Game 7, Luka goes off. Yeah, this isn't going to work.
Yeah.
We got to go ahead and just blow this thing up right now. The back and forth with the Clippers.
That's the one that stands out to me as the first
bubble. The bubble.
Yeah.
Remember the bubble make.
Yeah, the bubble 3 to tie the series. Where he hits the buzzer beater, you're down 1, he goes for the step back 3, dagger, buzzer beater, and you just tied the series. And that was when you had one of the first real tangible things to say, okay, this dude really is different. He's not just a super talent that we see in the NBA sometimes. Oh my gosh, this is a guy who's a complete assassin. And he is about to rain terror and the fear that he strikes into other fan bases and defenses. That was the moment you're like, oh my gosh, okay. We're dealing with something different here as it pertains to a true all-time legend.
Yes, somebody texted me.
I'm sorry, Eric. I think about him, bro. He's he'll go to your court, talk to your bench,
yes,
then hit the shot and look back at your bench on your court,
Let
bro.
you hearing about it.
Come on, dog.
The trash talk, man.
Just a different level of not just a great talent.
Crazy.
A dude that his postseason numbers are historical and his big-time moments, must-win game or must-win possession. This dude has the eye of the freaking tiger.
And here's the difference to me.
Walk in your trap, take over your trap.
817,
Yes.
hey, don't you guys are acting like Anthony Davis is a bum. No. Anthony Davis is awesome. And maybe Nico has a big picture here. There's another trade. They end up winning a championship this year, and I don't care what anybody says. You win
I'm
a
getting drunk
championship.
at the parade.
You're feeling better, right? You're feeling better about everything. No doubt. We're gonna party for that, Brian. But
Yep.
the difference here is you go into every single postseason series with Luka Doncic, unless you're playing the Bucks in the finals with Giannis, or you match up with the Nuggets. I've got the best player on the floor every single night. Anthony Davis isn't that guy. He's really, really good. he's not the same as Luka as I'm going into that series with that most crotch-first confidence. Because I also know, like, one thing about Luka, outside of Utah, where he missed that first couple of games and Jalen Brunson went crazy a couple of years ago on the run to the conference finals.
Yeah.
Luka was always available in the postseason. All right, you can talk about his weight, whatever the hell you want. Luka showed up, Luka played, Luka was a badass, right? Anthony Davis is a guy I'm not sure. Is Anthony Davis going to be available for the first round of the playoffs? I don't know. There's a lot of question marks here that go into this, but look, the front court is exciting to think about with Anthony Davis and Gafford and a Derek Lively, but it does stink to lose Luka Doncic and not get the return that you feel like you should have. Some of the top 10 biggest trades in NBA history, of course, this one's already going to be on it. The Baltimore Bullets sent Earl Monroe to the Knicks.
The Pearl.
Yep, back in 1971. Absolutely crazy. Then number 9, you've got the Blazers sending Clyde Drexler to the Rockets. And the General Gavin Dawson, I'm sure, would have a lot to say about that. Right now, he's trying to work on the phone, trying to get this washing machine fixed.
He's putting out fires right now.
I can see on his face.
Did we have a misdelivery? Did we have a washing machine get delivered to a different house? And now they're trying to act like they've already delivered it? I don't know. This is one of those...
the house that's got it now is using it. That's the problem. They went to the wrong house, and they've already got...
She sent the text, said, thank you, honey.
Yeah. They got it hooked up, ready to go, man. Here we go.
Stinks.
Yeah.
8 is the Sixers trading Barkley to the Suns, which, hey, was great for Barkley. 7, we've got the
Not for the
Nets.
guy that he threw to the panel, that glass window.
Oh, my
Not
God.
for that guy.
That's still great.
I bet he wish he was still a Houston Rocket or something.
Just keep him there.
Yeah.
The Nets sending Dr. J to the Sixers for $3 million. That is, I mean, you look back
A lot
at
of money back then.
October 20th, 1976. I wonder what that is for inflation now.
A lot of money, yeah. A lot of money.
6 is the Lakers trading Shaq to the Heat, which did result in a championship with Wade, and one that we don't talk about. Royals sending Oscar Robertson to the Bucks. Cincinnati going to the Bucks. That's a big one. You look back at that.
That would be 1971. That would be a championship for the Bucks.
It would be.
Yep.
You've got the Sixers trading Chamberlain to the Lakers. Oh, look, the Lakers get another star. Weird how this happens. How about number 3, the Mavs?
It's in their DNA.
It is. They find a way to get these guys. The Mavs trading Luka to the Lakers is already number 3. The Warriors trading Wilt to the Sixers is number 2. Sure they regret that. But number 1, biggest trade of all time, is indeed another Laker one. The Bucks trading Kareem Abdul-Jabbar to the Lakers. 3 of the top 5 stars going to L.A. to play for the Lake Show. Huh. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
Mom and pop.
Fishy to me.
This ain't passing.
Mom and pop.
This ain't passing the sniff test.
Mom and pop.
All right, where are we going next, Eric?
All right, around the rim, 2 Texas cities had 2 very different weekends next in the nation.
We are in New Orleans for the Super Bowl, and coming up on the show, can the Rangers take advantage of the Mavericks trade? More fallout from the Luka trade, and a big announcement during Mike Likes It at 12:45 on The Fan.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
When it comes to your finances, you want to work with people you can trust. You know, the TexasHoney.com loan officer has an average of over 15 years of experience in the industry, and that's right here in DFW. Call TexasHoney.com.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
3 of your buds. Picture this. The 4 of you fly to Vegas. Your flight and hotel are paid for, plus each of you are receiving $5K in cash so you can watch the first 2 rounds of college basketball's national championship. The best part, you don't even have to jump through hoops to win. It's so simple, and you probably do it already. From now until February 23rd, download the Odyssey app. Listen to your friends at the Fan for an hour, and you get your daily entry. That's it. It's all part of an Odyssey national contest. And if you listen daily already, just make sure you're getting it an hour a day. Download the Odyssey app today for your chance to go to Vegas, baby.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. Segment here of the G-Bag Nation brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Sorry I wasn't in last segment. I got a whopper of a story to tell you guys. Maybe later in the week as things cool down. Here's the Chief, though, with the rim section.
We did tease the idea that you were putting out some serious fires on the telephone in there. We know that it's a washer, and that's all we really know.
Okay, washer delivered, right? But it wasn't ready to install. So I just let it sit in the dining room in a box for like 6 weeks. Install guy comes today and he's like, okay, I'm ready to put it in. Opens it up. It's totally defective. It like fell off a truck. It's leaning to one side. It won't go in even into the slot, right? So I call up the company that I bought it from and the company that manufactures it, and both of them are blaming each other. Like, oh, no, it's not our fault. And they're like, I guess we could take it back and if you pay like a 25% restocking fee. And I'm like, what? You know, I just need one of you guys to make this right. And they're like, sir, you can't raise your voice with me. I gotta,
You're a pretty calm dude. Did you really raise your voice?
I cut him off. Hey, when he said 25%, I was like, listen, I'm the one being wronged. I ordered something. It was delivered defective. You have this weird 48-hour rule where if I don't call in the first 2 days, then I'm SOL. You know, that's not my problem.
Yeah, but you didn't drop an F-bomb on him or something like that. No. See,
I just told him I didn't appreciate
I would have done that.
Yeah,
I would have done that.
No. I told him, well, if you're going to continue talking and you say stuff I don't like, I am going to interrupt you again. He's like, well, I don't accept people interrupting me. I'm like, well, then let me talk to your boss. And he's like, okay, he'll call you in a little bit. So I might have to go.
Okay, so
we're on standby.
Okay, El Jefe, ringy ding ding. Let's get this done. All right,
screwed.
Let's go ahead and cut the lights out.
Back.
Yeah, you're totally.
They're not calling me back. They're not taking the washer back. I'm out another $700 for a new washer. Basically, is what I'm learning.
I think you can.
Can I ask a question real quick though?
Yeah.
Dawson, did you try and kind of like go behind the scenes and get a washer and dryer, or did you really legitimate try and get this?
You have full
you know what I'm saying?
I went to one of the two big box stores.
Did you go on the black market?
No.
Okay, I didn't know if you went on the black market.
I went to one of the two big box stores.
What are we talking about here?
And I tell you,
the white market.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Specifically, I think I went to the orange market.
Yes.
Okay.
Bright red.
They will be getting called out by name regularly if this does not go my way.
Oh yeah. This is gonna be real bad.
Maybe worse than Frontier Airlines.
I didn't think it could get worse than Frontier.
That's why they give you buzz balls.
That makes it worth it. At that point, you don't care.
A good deal, yeah. The blue ones.
I need a buzz ball after what Nico Harrison did to us this weekend, gentlemen. We cut the lights out. We put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer, and the G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always really a sad occasion when you have to sit there and watch the banner featuring Luka Doncic being removed from the AAC after being traded to the Lakers for pennies on the dollar. End of an era. As sad as it gets.
You hear how giddy Brian sounds? You sound so giddy.
No, I'm not giddy.
You're bleep hole of the week. I know it's Monday.
Okay.
We're not even at 5 o'clock on
Monday. You didn't ask me what I was doing when Luka got the news went down.
What, celebrating? Popping a bottle of champagne?
I was at the Mavs offices high-fiving Nico. He and I were like jumping up and down, high-fiving. Yeah, Nico, show him who's boss here. this city doesn't deserve this guy. Yeah, I was.
I'd put my hands on you if you were in studio right now.
Brian's like one step closer to Vegas. I told
Come on,
you, idiots.
What did you try and take? No, you don't want that. Take less. Take less.
Take less.
Come on, man. Be a real GM. Have some balls. Let's go.
Some balls.
We do have to admire the set of balls on Nico Harrison. He's either just so naive and he's in shock right now.
I'm
that
telling you, man.
Like he didn't realize what he was doing, or
he's in a
witness.
He's in a witness protection program now. Here, knock on the door. Hey, Nico, we need to put you in a safe house, please, for a few days.
I mean, the ball's on Rob Pelinka to keep asking to give less. It's like, hold on, Nico's on the phone again. I'm going to ask him to take just one first-round pick, guys. Hold on. You want to listen? I'll put it on speaker.
This is what happens when you pick up the phone to sell your 25-year-old superstar man beast in the sport. You've undercut what do you mean? You're picking up the phone and calling Rob Pelinka?
Hold on, guys. I'm going to take Dalton Connect out of the deal. Listen, he'll still say yes.
He's recreating the Wolf of Wall Street. They're all laughing at each other.
He thinks Anthony Davis is Wilt Chamberlain, dude.
How about this for some very, very sad irony? April 9th, 2019.
This is bad. This is not good.
Coming up on 6 years ago, April 9th, 2019, that was Dirk Nowitzki playing his final game in Dallas. And the Mavs held a 2-hour thank you Dirk ceremony post-game. Fast forward to what is going to be April 9th of 2025. It'll be Luka Doncic returning to Dallas for the first time wearing the purple and gold. And we will all be rooting for him to go wilt with a hundo. Everybody's going to be pulling for Luka coming back to Dallas.
MVP chance on the line.
Yeah, MVP chance, Bleep You Nico chance. They will be cheering as if it was him in a Mavs uniform and it's Game 7 of the finals and he's going off. I think that's what's going to happen here. That's what's taken place in a 6-year period.
I think a lot of people will. I don't think I will. You won't
be rooting for Luka to just absolutely. You want Nico fired.
He hates the Lakers. He hates the Lakers.
Complicated. I don't know.
He does. He hates the Lakers.
Hate the Lakers
there you go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, but don't you hate Nico more now?
I don't think so. No. And I don't like Luka very much now. Let me just say that as well.
Yeah. Here we go.
Come to my side.
I know he didn't want this, but I don't think he's that likable of a guy. I think the way that he alienated everybody around here is part of the reason that he had to go. So I would have put up with it. I'll put up with whatever sort of toxic stuff you can if you're a Magic Johnson level offensive performer, which he is.
Yeah, I don't care how out of shape you might be from time to time.
Yeah,
how frustrating you might be.
And you're so out of shape, you're still walking around basically averaging a triple-double. It's pretty crazy.
He's the Diego
It's
Maradona
amazing if he
of
was in
basketball.
shape. Yeah, if he was in shape, he'd be amazing.
Well, now he's with LeBron, the most in-shape dude in all of sports. So
he's going to watch him bring LeBron's game down too.
Luka
hey, dude,
he's
you could be a
everyone's
star.
games down.
No. You could be a star, but you could be a fat star. You could just listen. We'll go down to the grocery store. They selling Girl Scout cookies out front. We'll buy boxes of Thin Mints and just eat them all day.
You can be a star, or you can be a fat star.
Nice.
Listen to this, guys. You can be a fat star.
Let's make everything about Luka that much more impressive. Dropping 40 and 10 with a FUPA in a playoff game. Are you kidding
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
But that's our FUPA. That was our FUPA.
Let's see those. Like the equipment guy in Los Angeles is going to have a little problems with that 77 jersey. He hangs it in the locker.
Well, make it a size bigger every year. That's your biggest challenge.
I have some sound for you. I do believe this particular clip here is exactly the internal thoughts that Nico Harrison has about Luka.
I am a person that believes in second chances. I think America is the land of second chances, except for when it comes to this dude, Mr. Jabba the Hutt, you fat, slovenly, no good, lazy.
That I believe that's the inner thoughts that Nico has for Luka. This is the single.
Is he talking about Jason Whitlock?
That's what I thought.
Wait,
I think he was.
Okay, let's guess. Who's he talking about here?
It had to have
I think he's got to be talking about Jason Whitlock.
Yeah, the human smoothie, Jason Whitlock.
It's a fair guess.
He does look like Jabba the Hutt now that he says that.
Peanut butter skin.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That big old rack of hers. That can be around her.
Yeah.
Can't trust myself.
Yeah.
That was actually in regards to your LSU Tiger, Jamarcus Russell, bro.
No!
That was venomous towards Jamarcus Russell.
That was
What is he
venomous.
I thought it was
doing?
Whitlock because it sounded like there was a lot of hate, like some real anger coming out of him there. And
That's how he feels.
something
about-
happened with Jamarcus.
I thought he was talking about me.
Well done,
Jabba
Chief.
the Hutt.
A perfect rim session. Hit
Thank
all the
you.
right notes here as we take it all in on a Monday in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Our Radio Row coverage is off and running. Broadus is already in New Orleans. Couldn't even wait for us to hurry us onto the airport and get us on that plane on time.
It's for the best. We would have.
picking us up there, right?
I think he would have gotten jumped by all three of us if we were in person with him today. He would look 10 times worse than he did coming out of that Avis parking lot.
Let's go, Lakers.
Our Radio Row coverage is brought to you by
Lakers.
Stella Artois and by the Low T Center. And we're back for hour number 4. In addition to the finals, let's talk some football.
Yeah, let's go ahead and
what?
set the stage for
What?
Super Bowl week and the
Are you
details
kidding me?
of the Myles Garrett trade request. And we try and tolerate.
Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Expressway's coming up in 20 minutes. LA Live coming up at 5:40. Okay, it's time now to take in everything from another busy weekend in the NFL. Here's the Chief with the finest.
Walchuk just said right before the microphones turned on, he said, "Whoa, I would definitely trade Micah for Myles Garrett." That's
Myles Garrett's
that's what he just belched out 30 seconds ago.
Just for conversation, just for funsies, 510 text in blockbuster trade Myles Garrett for Micah is coming. And I think the Cowboys are about to sign Micah Parsons, and they're never going to trade him, which is fine. I mean, Micah's incredible. But if there was one player that's better, I think it's Myles Garrett. I mean, he is an absolute freak show. Defensive Player of the Year. He's on par with Micah. Now, the age, that's the one thing that popped into my mind. Like, okay, Myles Garrett's 29 years old. But I do think Micah has said like he doesn't want to play super late into his career. Like this might be the last big contract he signs. I don't know if he's going for a third contract.
Well, he's got all that Bleacher Report money to swim in as well.
He's super talented. He's going to have a bunch of offers outside of football.
Yeah, Myles Garrett has requested a trade today, ladies and gentlemen.
The thing that does make that interesting is Myles Garrett's probably going to end up costing half of what Micah does. The next 2 years of his contract are at $20 million.
If you're the Browns, though, are you wanting to do that, or are you just trying to get draft pick compensation because you're kind of in a tear down? We're still trying to find a quarterback. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know
question.
Well, I'd be looking at if I'm them and make that deal, and then I draft Abdul Carter, and now I've got Micah Parsons and Abdul Carter, and two Penn State Nittany Lions guys that are like they're going to be ride or die with each other.
What a waste of an awesome defense, though, that would be just to.
But there's not
just
a
to
quarterback.
Try out some schmo quarterback.
I mean, it's very possible that whoever they take this year could end up just falling in line with their other first round Bassik quarterback.
Yeah, no, I get that.
So,
I get
but
that.
You're right, but I mean, like if you're looking for, hey, what's a way to win without a really good quarterback? The best pass rush in football would be a good start.
Diana Rossini said she got a quote from an NFL executive. Buckle up. This isn't going to be clean or easy in the breakup between the Browns and Myles Garrett. It's going to be a wild few weeks. That's what an NFL executive said anonymously to Diana Rossini. I did like Paul Hembo from ESPN being like, man, if you're the Vikings, would you try and get in on this? The Browns need a quarterback. Maybe the Vikings decide, hey, we actually love Sam Darnold, and we'll trade you our J.J. McCarthy. Browns, you get your young quarterback, and we get a terrorizing force to add to what is already a badass Brian Flores Vikings defense. Now, if I'm the Vikings, I don't do that because I'd rather take the lottery ticket of J.J. McCarthy. We know what Sam Darnold is. Great season. Awesome. Totally. And then it all blew up in his face versus the good teams and in the playoffs there. So I wouldn't do that if I was the Vikings, but an interesting idea.
Brad?
I'm going to ask you this question, Wolchuk, because you've seen a lot of the top players. Is there a player on your board better than Myles Garrett at 12?
Absolutely not.
Okay. I mean, you got to think about making this.
And
trade.
I love Mike Green, don't get me wrong, but Myles Garrett is one of the rare all-time great defensive players.
Because that's where you're going to start. That's where you're going to start. If you feel like that, you can part with, say, the 12th pick, if you want to do that, if you don't do it, say, for Micah, then you know if you don't have anybody on your board that you like better than Myles Garrett at 12, then you got to think about this one.
Yeah, but especially since now you're the one.
It's going to start.
You're now saying we've got Myles Garrett and Micah Parsons, and the Cowboys have their quarterback in Dak Prescott.
There you go.
Whatever. I mean, even if we think different, they've got their guy.
Yep.
So now you've got the best pass rush in football.
I wonder if that's all it would take, though. I mean, the 12th pick is certainly
no.
nice,
That's where we start. That's where we start.
Okay, of course.
That's where we start. Yeah, that's where we got to start.
So we'll see how that one shakes out. That's going to be Myles Garrett. I mean, I'm fearful of the Commanders. I mean, Wolchuk we were talking about that off the air earlier. The Commanders getting involved in this.
A lot of money.
They got plenty of assets,
and that'd be a fun piece for.
They're
going to
add some good players. You know, that's for sure.
Yeah, they are.
I think you got to team build until you're a contender that, you're operating in your own vacuum and you need good offensive players right now badly in order to balance this thing out. I can't be spending resources on defense for a while.
This is likely, and I think I've said this before, this is likely the worst Commander team this quarterback's going to quarterback for. I mean, they're going to get better. That team is, this roster, they're going to make that roster better. And this is likely the worst roster that he's going to play for.
Yeah, this is a no-brainer move. If you're a team like the Commanders, you've got the quarterback on the rookie deal that you love, and you swing for the fences here to go all in for a championship run. I did see from the sports books, Cowboys are the favorite.
4-1.
They're trying to pull the okie doke on you. Don't get got by that. Plus 4 hundo.
Hometown hero, Arlington Martin guy. That'd be a blast.
Then it's the Commanders at plus 500. Then the Chiefs, Raiders, and Niners. Those are the odds right now to land Myles Garrett.
Watch the Niners show up.
Yeah, that'd be a very San Francisco thing to do, wouldn't it?
Yeah, here we go.
Right ahead of you.
Pick ahead of you, and they're going to probably throw in a player that they like over there in Cleveland.
We'll give you Debo.
Sounds like Washington to me. There's just no.
No, it does sound like Washington. Yeah. Sounds exactly like Washington. Yeah.
I think a lot of teams are in the mix, though. Because of his age, it's probably not going to be a total bevy of draft picks. Maybe a 1 and a 2 would be my guess. And then the contract, a lot of people could digest that. As long as he doesn't want a big extension at his next spot, I think a lot of teams are in the mix.
Now, Wolchuk is concerned about getting to New Orleans and once again being surrounded by Eagles fans. And Wolchuk actually uttered the words, "I might not even go to Bourbon just because the Eagles fans are going to draw me off sides."
Yes,
and
that
so
could be dangerous.
I am a little bit nervous about that because we know
I would get drawn off sides. I know me. I'm trying to put myself.
We remember Oxnard.
Well, and I got more to lose now, dude. 2 years ago, I didn't care. Now I do have a daughter at home. Her dad can't be thrown into jail for getting into stupid drunken fights with an Eagles fan.
Certainly not again.
It's not. I got to mature.
But if you do, let's roll video, Chief.
I'll be all over that.
Yeah. I shouldn't have. I knew I couldn't
audio.
confess that to you guys. It's going to work. It's not going to work out well.
That'll be on the fan Instagram page within seconds. But the Eagles are already being a little bit insufferable. This is sort of funny, but it's just this is who they are. This is what they do. Broadus, have you seen any Eagles fans walking around there in New Orleans yet wearing an Eagles shirt that reads "Bleep Taylor Swift" and it's all spelled out?
Oh, no. I haven't seen that one
Not
yet. But I did. I went up and talked to my guy Ike Reese, who I drafted in the '98 draft. He's doing radio two tables over. So that's the only Eagles connections I've had. But I haven't seen any Eagle fans at all coming over here.
Sure, your guy Elliott Shore Parks will be showing up.
I can't wait to run into Elliott Shore Parks.
He's here too. Ike and I were talking, and Elliott tried to kind of work his way into the conversation. So
weaseling his way into everything he does.
Yeah, he was trying to. He's probably going to be on his Eagle Fly podcast.
Probably charting who won the conversation.
Other than fake Andy Reid, he's the guy I'm most looking forward to running up on unannounced with the wireless.
I'm telling you what, man. This place that we're at right now is huge, huge. If you're running into somebody, you're going to have to make a walk because it is a big, big, big building over here.
That's fine. Tomorrow's lay of the land day, so I'm going to scout out the place. Walk around, paint the picture. And I got some stuff for Elliott Shore Parks, and especially now after the tweet that he tweeted out today. Did you guys see this?
No.
The Eagles fanboy Homer bleep hole.
I admire him for that.
This is unbelievable. Mm-hmm. He says Mahomes and Hertz are basically the same. That's how this starts.
Elliott, you got to love him, man.
Mahomes, after 5 seasons, 2 Super Bowl appearances, 1 Super Bowl ring, record 58-16, 159 touchdowns. Hertz, after 5 seasons, 2 Super Bowl appearances, 1 Super Bowl ring, in parentheses, if he wins this one. Record 51-23 and TDs 157. Mahomes and Hertz are basically the same players, says Eagles Homer.
Did he Stephen Jones air quote it? Did he do that?
No, he parentheses. He just put one. He already gave him the Super Bowl ring, but then as we're going resume for resume here, and then he puts in parentheses if he wins Super Bowl licks, because this is the Licks Super Bowl. So that's the status of Elliott Shore Parks. I cannot wait to run up on him and give him the business.
He's 2 tables away from you right now. Yeah.
Good. We're going to heckle him. We are. And I actually was going to run this by you guys. Do you like the idea of potentially, I was thinking about, we're going to have so many guests throughout the week. And some of them are going to be like football know-it-all guys and gals, and others maybe not so much. But I was thinking about hitting every single guest with a question that involves me referencing Dick Fangio. And they're going to know I didn't say
this.
Vic.
Yeah, we've tried to do this bit before. I think it's a great
I'm
bit.
saying Dick Fangio in the question, and then we need to set an over-under for how many guests will correct me, or will every one of them just flow seamlessly and answer the question? Will they correct the Dick Fangio question?
So what the number to set it at is the big question here, because I do think it'll be low, because I don't think we've ever had anybody correct.
Almost, I mean, the text does all the time.
Right,
but nobody
we
in
dropped it on
person.
several people we've interviewed.
But face-to-face, this is going to be face-to-face. We're out there. We're trying to act like we know what we're talking about.
What are we thinking, 2.5?
Over-under? What do you guys think the over-under should be?
I think we need to set it on a percentage of the people you ask. So if you ask 10 of them, I would bet 2 would correct.
Okay, so
maybe the over-under 25%?
I don't think we're getting more than 1. Correct.
I
One
really
total?
Yeah. I don't think anybody wants to embarrass somebody, unless it's a Philadelphia Eagle person that will probably correct you, but I don't know how many of those guests we're going to have.
Well, yeah, that's a good point.
Maybe Elliot Shore Parks will correct
I'll hit him with a
Actually,
Dick
He'll
Fangio
be the
question.
only one. He would be the only one.
You got to pepper him with Dick Fangio questions.
Just keep saying it.
Until he finally corrects. See if he ever corrects me.
No. As he's correcting you, just keep saying Dick Fangio.
Okay.
You just keep saying it.
Yeah, all right, whatever. Okay, so what do you think of this Dick Fangio deal?
Yeah. Elliot, where do you think this game hinges? Dick Fangio, do you think he can – well, it's and he's going to say it, and you're going to – no, well, Dick needs to, and then, you know what you do.
Where's Dick in a blitz?
Well, I was also thinking about, especially with Shore Parks, like really doing like a Cowboys homer it up thing. Like, man, if you guys – like, I feel like more people would give you your team a chance if you had Dak instead of Jalen Hurts. You know, like
just
other than Dak and Mahomes, like what is the quarterback you would like to have in this game?
And don't you think Adrian Smith Jr. would be an upgrade?
If you guys had Tyler Guyton at left tackle instead of Mailata, you'd probably be a lot better off.
You'd be going somewhere.
Yeah.
Saquon would have probably got 2K. By the way, if you're looking at thinking like doing some prize pick stuff, just saying, Devontae Smith versus the Chiefs and their defensive coordinator Steve Spagnuolo, he's racked up 7 for 122, 7 for a hundo, and 6 for 99.
Wow.
So apparently that's the guy that it seems like in past meetings, Spagnuolo's been like, hey, that's fine. We'll let Devontae Smith get his. A.J. Brown being more of the game breaker. Let's try and limit him. Maybe they double him, whatever it is. Maybe not even have to when you have a guy like McDuffie, to be fair.
Might be Dallas Goedert, too. They try and cover a little bit as well.
Goddard, of course, Barkley in the rushing attack. So I think Devontae Smith, track record versus the Chiefs, they're the guy that he lets eat. And so you can eat because of that on Prize Picks, Wolchuk.
Damn right
Hit the Moors on all things Devontae Smith for the Super Bowl, and your pockets will thank you.
And how is that record? Is it, besides the Super Bowl game, how'd the other two go? In these 3 games.
Oh, there was a regular season matchup, I guess, last season that the Eagles won.
Yeah, it was a Monday night game. That was when Nick Sirianni left and was like, F you, and then they completely fell apart after that game.
Great moment. Our Radio Row coverage of the Super Bowl is underway. Brian brought us live in New Orleans. Our coverage brought to you by Stella Artois and by the Low T Center. We'll hit the expressway, everything that's been developing throughout your broadcast day here on 105.3 The Fan. Give you the latest speculation and reports on the Luka Doncic trade and more. Than LA Live's coming up at 5:40, and we're back on The Fan. I have to chat with you about my friends at D&M Leasing. Before we do anything else, though, you're about to be heading home. Maybe you're heading home already. Heck, maybe you're heading to work. I don't know exactly what you have going on in life right now, but
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
This segment of The Fan It's brought to you by Care Now Urgent Care.
Care Now Urgent Care has over 50 Dallas-Fort Worth area locations open 7 days a week. From injuries and illnesses to school and sports physicals, Care Now Urgent Care is here to help you feel better fast. Find a location near you at carenow.com and use our convenient web check-in today.
All right, welcome back, nation. The Franklin Injury Attorney text line is open for you at 877-881-1053. Why'd the Mavs do it? Can they recover from this? And what does Luka's dad have to say? He's done some media today. We have the latest quotes from, I believe it's Sasha. I say it's Sasha Doncic?
Yes.
Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the On-Time Experts as well, and we're about 17 minutes away from LA Live with Lucius Alexander. Major League Baseball fired an umpire, Hoberg, for a shared betting account.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so that... Woo, hello.
This isn't helping the conspiracy stuff.
No,
that's a
ball.
ball.
Yeah, you got to go.
That's a ball.
Of course, Myles Garrett requesting a trade from the Browns. Leonard Hamilton, basketball coach, Florida State, stepping down at the end of the season. He's in some controversy. Players accusing him of not following through on NIL promises that he made during recruiting. So, and the Texans hired Rams assistant Kaylee as their new OC. So they're going back to that McVay coaching tree. They're doing it right, if you ask me. Okay. Let's get you these quotes here from Luca Doncic's dad. You tell me if you agree or disagree with his sentiment. I understand there comes a moment when you disagree with a certain philosophy. You don't like this or that player. All good. I get it. But I think that this secrecy, or should I say from some individuals, maybe even hypocrisy, this hurts me personally because I think Luka absolutely deserves better than this. And he said the conditioning wasn't even a problem last year, since I'm saying, again, one individual said he's not fit enough, that he played, 100 games, practically 40 minutes with 2 or 3 players constantly on him, that he was beaten, and you say such things about him. I feel that this is very unfair from certain individuals. You traded him, stand by your actions, but don't look for excuses or alibis. That's it. So I think you can expect to have family members coming to the defense of a player. Obviously, a sports parent, can be biased in a lot of these situations, and there's two sides of it. Sometimes some of the most toxic coworkers that you can be around, or people that aren't holding their weight, really have no idea that the rest of the building feels that way about them, or that it would be justified. Typically we like to judge ourselves and our intentions and others on their actions. And I think if you're inside that family, you see Luka as a consummate professional. And if anything's, going wrong for him, it's not a reflection of his character, or his basketball talents, or anything like that.
He's their meal ticket for sure. Think about it.
Yeah, and this was not the best financial move for sure. I mean, this
lost a lot of money.
Playing with the pockets there.
Yep. Sure
so
did.
I understand Dad having some level of bias there. I don't expect him to see anything other than his son is the man. And ultimately, the results should speak for themselves here. We've all talked about the things that bug us about Luka. There's plenty of it. But he's 25 years old. It's not like he's 35 and we've just understood this is who he is now and this is who he's always going to be. Let's leave some room for, hey, this dude can mature, as any adult can understand at 25, and the difference at even a 27 to 28, 30 years old. You put it on him at 25 years old. And again, despite all those things that frustrate you, where were you in June? You were in the freaking finals. And where were you a few years ago when you didn't think your team had a chance at anything? Western Conference Finals. He's putting MVP caliber seasons up. He gets better in the postseason. So I understand all the frustrations. The only way this makes any sense is if for unequivocal fact that calf is about to blow up.
Yes.
You know that's going to happen.
Is his Achilles about to blow, right? That's the only thing, physically. Is he not going to age well? The Mavericks do know Luka better than anybody. Otherwise, the trade makes absolutely zero sense. It's like the Cavs trading LeBron right after he dragged a sorry-ass team to the finals that didn't deserve to be there. Like, it is amazing to me, the Maverick fans that are for this, that they, did you not enjoy the success that you got with Luka Doncic? I understand the constant complaining with the refs. I get the technical fouls. Like, somebody texted in, oh, man, my favorite memory of Luka was that tech he got in that one game. I get it. There were legitimate basketball frustrations, but even with that being said, The dude is putting himself triple-double legend list, right? He's in all-time categories with Magic Johnson, Oscar Robertson. Yeah. It's unbelievable what he accomplished in 7 years. Hell, in 7 years, he's the second greatest Maverick of all time behind Dirk, and he probably would have ended up notching over Dirk at some point if he wins a championship. So he's already probably going to have his jersey retired. I would assume that'd be the right thing to do if he wants it. I don't know how he feels about the Mavericks after this.
It was perfect you brought up Oscar and Magic because, at their time, they were very unique players. At any given time in basketball, there's only been at most a handful of guys that are so brilliant that they can overcome and outmatch anything that opposing defenses are going to bring, right? And will break you down and will problem solve because of our guy and how good he is. And you never give them up, right? You make them leave you, or you wait until their issues have played out in a way that don't make them effective on the court anymore. And the Mavs have taken the very rare path of moving on from one of those very few players. I mean, it's LeBron who's past his prime, Jokic, Wemby's on his way there, but he's not there yet. Giannis. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Anthony Edwards haven't really proven that they're there yet. They haven't matured to that point of, hey, guys, we're going to the finals. Watch this. They got bested by a guy that they had a better regular season record than who was injured in the playoffs.
Isn't that weird? That makes it even stranger. You're living right now rent-free in OKC's heads. Right, Minnesota you've owned. Your two biggest challengers, Nico wants to say this is a win-now move. This makes our team better now. The defense. I get it.
How dumb does it sound to say it's a win-now move where we're trading away Luka?
Yeah, Vegas disagrees strongly. They cut your odds to win the championship in half after this move.
Well, because now it's Kyrie or bust. And we saw Kyrie against Oklahoma City. He got shut down. So there's probably another move. I'd be stunned if they don't make another trade before the deadline to add another ball handler. Because as good as Anthony Davis is offensively, and again, I want to stress, if AD's on the floor, he is a great player. But he's not creating his own shot.
Yeah,
they need somebody outside of Kyrie to take some pressure off. I don't know. Do they envision PJ Washington taking a greater role? We saw him the other night where he had 8 assists, but. Still, you had a proven commodity in Luka, who is a top 3 player in the NBA.
Especially for a franchise that has been starved for the superstar. And what does this do from a precedent standpoint now? Other stars around the league.
Or Derek Lively on your own team.
Yeah, the idea that you're going to get a superstar player to ever volunteer himself here is, as long as Nico and them are here, I don't see that happening at all. All of these guys are taking this as a personal affront. Giannis, listen to him talk about this. All these superstar players are going to look at this and be like, are you kidding me? Again, for a Mavs franchise that has been starved to get superstar players.
Yeah, it makes absolutely no sense. You dream of the ability to trade for Luka for decades, or a player of Luka's ilk for decades. You have one for,
and even him, the only
seasons.
reason you got him, you got fortunate in the draft.
Yeah.
You swapped.
So how does this happen? Help us make it make sense at 877-881-1053 if you want to text in. I think this firmly lies at the feet of Nico Harrison, right?
100%.
It's why would you decide to do this? The thing that's crazy is he's been such a good GM for the last couple of player acquisition windows. In acquiring P.J. Washington and Gafford, in trading for Lively, in figuring out how to get Najee Marshall. This team was dependent on Dorian Finney-Smith and Reggie Bullock a couple of years ago for their 3-and-D wings. Mm-hmm. Very devoid of skills, right? I could play defense on the ball and shoot. That was about it. He changes all those guys out. He gets you 2 centers in a conference that you got to go figure out a way to take down Jokic. He's done all these brilliant things. And then this? So... one explanation would be Nico's a horrible GM. He made one of the worst trades in sports, but that doesn't really jive with everything that he's done the last 2 months.
No, and he's taken a lot of risk in those moves, right? With the Kyrie thing, I think all of us were uncertain how that would work. Derek Lively, a lot of people in this very building were, that guy, that's going to be a bust. That's not a good pick. How can you be relying on a rookie center like that? Lively's crushed it. The Washington and Gafford trades. So that's why you just feel like you've taken so many steps back. And I know our buddy Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram, wrote an article today about, because we got all the rumors about the move to Vegas, right? He said, well, a spokesperson talked to the team, said Nico said there's no interest in them moving to Vegas. You can't really believe anything Nico's saying right now. 2 weeks ago in an interview, he talked about how committed they were to building a championship around Luka. So you've lost a lot of credibility with your fan base right now as well. I don't know. I'd love to give him the benefit of the doubt. You can't do that, though, in a move of this magnitude. This is one of the biggest trades in the history of sports. That's how good Luka Doncic is. And you're the one that gave that guy up. You didn't get that guy.
Yeah. If you want to give him the benefit of the doubt, I think you'd say, well, Anthony Davis is one of the best post players of this generation. When healthy, the rim protection, the rebounding, the finishing, he's going to give you all that. But a major line in the sand has been drawn over the last 20 years in the NBA where the post players who finish aren't nearly as valuable as the perimeter creator. I have the ball in my hand. I can create alley-oops for my big man. I can throw to wide open three-point shooters. I can break down one-on-one defense consistently. You have to double team me. And the idea of throwing it into the post and watching a guy like Anthony Davis work was great when it was Hakeem Olajuwon or Shaq or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar because they cook down there. But Anthony Davis isn't the kind of passer or playmaker that you throw a ball into and watch him cook. He's a guy that after you break down the defense with skilled players on the perimeter and create pockets, you throw it to Anthony Davis and he elevates and brings down thunder, right? To the tune of about 26 points and 12 rebounds. He is really, really good at that. But it's like the football equivalent of a running back. It's not going to go anywhere unless you have the perimeter type of playmakers like Luka Doncic is. And along with Kyrie Irving gave you a special chance of breaking down any defense. You know what defenses do now when you have a player like Luka is they collapse a guy into the paint, which eliminates what Anthony Davis does so well. So you need the second perimeter star to throw it over to on that side. He breaks down, and now the entire defense is chasing its own tail. You gave that up, for scoring and rebounding. So, I say all that to suggest and get your guys' thoughts on the conspiracy idea, Is there any way Nico is doing this as a favor to the league to make the Lakers relevant again, as a favor to his old buddy from Rob's agent days and Nico's sneaker days, as I don't know, what would be the payoff back for the Mavericks? I don't know what that is, but agents scratch each other's backs a lot, and I think these two GMs are more in that world than pretty much anybody else.
If you want to keep the move to Vegas thought intact, then by trading him to the Lakers, does the league now not go after the Mavericks if they want to move? Do they now get out of their way? Do they now we've had a lot of teams that have moved, these we get, injunctions and all kinds of things going on. It's not something that always gets blocked. So I just wonder if in fact that if you want to believe a conspiracy, okay, do this for us, and we're going to look the other way when you want to move this franchise. It seems impossible, but if you want a conspiracy theory, that would be a good one to I think that you're doing the league a favor, you're making the Lakers better, but you're also clearing a path where the league is not going to step in and block you if you potentially want to move.
Yeah, and I think that we were talking last week about how big the business of sport is, right?
It's huge.
A lot of it was the conspiracy theory around the Chiefs getting back to the Super Bowl, and the league wants these narratives to market around. And I think in the NBA, with ratings being down, with the Lakers being what they are, the most popular franchise in that league, and not being able to drive ratings right now through the Lakers, I think the business opportunity and the win is huge, right? So I could go along with that. But if you really wanted a team in Las Vegas and you're the Adelson family, why not just take the expansion team into Las Vegas and sort of not have to do all of this?
Because the league probably wasn't looking at them as the expansion people. Remember, Dave McMenamin was talking about they have investors ready to go. They've had work that they've already done. The Adelson family, they've already, as they say, greased the skids in Vegas. They know how Vegas runs. They know how money is made. They've got government officials on the payroll. Mm-hmm. They have various, avenues for okay, hey, this needs to be done. Adelson family's done it before. Boom, that's done. That's done. See, you get them involved. They know how Vegas operates. You don't want to bring somebody new in there and try and have an expansion team and all that, in my opinion. You want somebody in place that knows how the city of Las Vegas operates, that has all the government officials in their pockets, have all the lobbyists. They came here to think that they could switch with lobbyists, they think that they could switch gambling in Texas. Can't do it. They can't do it. For all the money and all the lobbyists they have, they can't do it.
So you think they bought the Mavs planning on bringing gambling to an arena in DFW? That's not working out, and they're pivoting to let's
and
go
now
Vegas?
now they're pivoting. Yeah, now they're pivoting. That's why 2 months ago I was looking at this and thinking, this is they knew that they weren't going to get an expansion team. Why not? Mark Cuban wanting to get out of the business. Mark Cuban very willing selling, you're going to give me $3 billion for this? Fine. I'll take it. I'll go get in pharmaceuticals and everything else. I'll wash my hands from all this. To me, the Adelsons did this because they knew they weren't going to get the Vegas franchise. And they want to be the first to move it back if they can. That's just my looking at it.
It's an interesting theory. I would hope that if this situation would play out, the Mavs would be then in line for an expansion team. And I got to tell you, it doesn't pass the smell test to me, Brian, because you have a successful franchise with a great fan base in a top 5 market. You're moving to Las Vegas that doesn't really have a built-in fan base. The population is about 30% of what DFW's is. That just doesn't seem like a big winning move for the NBA pie.
See, but the NBA, what they do is with the Adelson family already in place with a team there, they benefit as a whole. They have everything is laid out for them. They don't have to do any legwork. Just put the Mavericks there, let the Adelsons run it, and we're going to benefit from their expertise in the city. They're going to make us billions of dollars.
Okay, so we're opening up revenue streams inside Las Vegas with this team.
Yeah, they're teaching us how the gaming industry works. They've done all the legwork. We've done legwork, but not like the Adelsons. The Adelsons have made billions of dollars doing this. That lady's the 3rd or 4th richest owner in the league.
I would still say back from a league perspective, if the Adelsons are this willing, let's give them another team and have them sell the Mavs to somebody that wants to keep the Mavs there, because we can get everything. And you're speaking quite well about the value that you get having an NBA team in Vegas, but you're extracting unnecessarily from DFW.
Yeah, to me, the Adelsons came in here with they thought they were pretty bold, I believe, thinking that they could get gambling laws changed in the state of Texas. Sure. Now, she is and please, folks, don't hurt me on this one. She is the largest donor to the Donald Trump's campaign, okay? Does she call in now and say, well, wait a minute, how about Texas gambling, Donald? What about this? Why can't, can you make some calls? Can you get some people influenced down there? That's how I kind of feel like that she's aligned herself with the president, but also, though, that gives him an opportunity. She can maybe call in a favor or two to get what she needs done maybe in Texas. Texas might say, no, we're not doing this.
I know a lot of Mavs fans out there that might say good riddance at this point. I would say
mission accomplished then if they wanted to bottom out the fan base.
Yeah, that'd be tough. If I'm getting Vegas, I want Luke on my team anyway. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup. Man. Here's Lucius Alexander with LA Live.
Throw it to me on some bad news still, bro.
I know. I'm sorry.
That's still bad news,
sorry,
my guy. All right, let's see if I can switch the vibe up just a little bit, but it still won't be too much off this subject.
Okay.
Let's get into a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, Square.
Broadus, you've been on one today, boy. I tell you what.
Thank you, sir.
It'll make you dance, some of everything. Yeah. Everybody get high.
I'm sick. To quote Patrick Mahomes, I'm sick.
This is my best friend. Get a shot right in the head or something.
All right, so this is what everybody's saying to Nico Harrison.
You Nico.
Oh, wow.
You Nico.
Luka gave me hope, and Nico took it away.
They did Luka dirty. They did the fan base dirty.
There's no way the Mavs traded Luka.
Jerry Jones, Nico Harrison, all of them.
You sold him to a lady who's trying to make a casino. Stop giving me your talk. My God is God.
You sold it to a lady that's trying to make a casino.
That sounded like a casino.
That guy has been yelling all night.
I think that guy would be working at the casino if they opened it up.
That's a lot. That's a 2-pack a day.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, this is LA Live for Monday, February 3rd, 2025. And it's a cold, 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 cold day for a player. I'll tell you what, as the Mavs fans around the world mourn the trade of Luka to LA, he's now Laker Luka? Y'all want to call him Laker Luka? All right, LA Luka.
Sure.
He'll always be Fupa Doncic to me.
Fupa Doncic.
I guess Luka Magic works better than ever now.
Luka Magic. Does. If he went to Orlando, it would have been all right. Man, I don't even want to talk about where he is. He should be right here with the Don Carter hat on, bruh. They said Luka apparently cried after finding out he was traded to LA because he just bought like a $15 million crib here in the DFW.
Hit me up and say he was buying his old sister's house.
Damn.
That's something that hadn't been reported. I'm like, well, your sister, one, must be loaded. But I guess he was like already getting the staff to work at the home, facilitated. So he had no plans, it didn't seem, of leaving Dallas.
I am happy for that realtor, though. Snuck that one past the finish line right before it.
Yeah,
almost fell out on him.
Got one. Hook me up with that Tolo, brother. They said his sister almost was going to buy a $15 million house.
Yeah, it's impressive. Or maybe she, I don't know.
Reach out to her, just get some tips and points and things.
How'd you get so rich?
Facebook profile.
Yeah, Facebook profile. See what you're working with. Hey, my Sunday was great other than the Luka news. I was out there in DeSoto spending time with my horses, feeding them apples and carrots and, and petting them and all that good stuff. Went over to my sister's house because one of my little cousins just got out of the hospital. He's been there for a very long time.
Dang.
Yeah, he's got a new lease on life like Andy Dufresne.
Oh, thank goodness.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so we were catching up on
news.
all the news that was happening ever since, since you've been down.
Yeah.
And then this Luka stuff, he was like, this can't be real.
Wow. Put me back in the coma.
Yeah, this can't be real, bro. This can't be real, man. Let's see here. So I got a few clips of when it happened because it was just like a shot heard around the world. There was a DJ, like DJs were even getting into their set in the club, like, got a breaking news announcement.
Traded Luka Doncic, Maxi, Kleber, and Markieff to the Lakers for Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and a first round.
No way. It's real. Absolutely no way.
No way.
Just messing up the vibe in the club,
Yeah,
dog.
for real.
Never ever had enough. Put the Pepsi
Yeah, I saw some.
Me, Charlie. Oh no.
There were some house parties that just completely the air got sucked out of the backyard as everybody's having a Project X time of their life,
Yes.
and then all of a sudden it's like I just sobered up.
Yes.
And I'm
I'm
seeing
going
ghosts.
Guys just pour their drinks out. I gotta go home.
Yeah.
I gotta go.
It was Project X style too. Like it was the weather was beautiful out here in the DFW, so people were getting outside.
Yeah.
And they're just getting their hearts busted.
Kind of felt like the first weekend of spring.
Just getting their hearts busted. Hey, Pedro sent this to me. Chasing Wins podcast. They usually like live stream basketball games, and then like everybody jumps into the chat room, and you can just like watch us live stream, and we're talking back and forth and giving reactions, which is really cool. Mm-hmm. But they were watching the Phoenix and Portland game when the Luka news broke.
He know what's going on.
Breaking news.
He know what's up.
Wait.
What happened?
What happened?
What? No way! Oh my God! Is this real? The Mavericks are trading Luka, Maxi, Kleber, and Markieff Morris to the Lakers for Anthony Davis.
Whoa.
What? Oh my God!
Wait, what?
Oh my. There's no way it's real. It's real.
What the is happening?
Oh my God!
Is that the one Laker fan that keeps laughing? Like the
Laker fans are losing their minds.
I thought it was you, Broadus.
It did sound like me a little bit.
This happens every 4 or 5 years, I feel like, for the Lakers. Hey, best player in the game's coming to us again.
That's why this is super fishy. Like we went through the top 10 biggest trades in NBA history. 3 of the 5, they're Lakers getting a star. Like it's just that's why I usually say no to these conspiracy theories. This just makes no damn sense to me.
This is the first day I missed Mark Cuban since he sold the team, and the first day I missed David Stern.
I was curious to say we need a seance to bring David Stern back.
David Stern to block
He would kill this so quick, fam.
This is a ghost of David Stern.
I was hoping Danny
We're not doing
Ainge
this,
might,
guys.
from the Jazz side. Like Danny Ainge said he didn't know who the trade was for until 30 minutes before. Maybe he's like, no, never mind. We're not part of this third team deal. We don't want the Lakers getting Luka.
I mean, this wouldn't be the longest that a trade had been reported and then got rug pulled. right? We need a failed physical or something, or
maybe Luka fails
might
the physical.
you might get
I think
that.
both
You
of them
might
might
get
fail
that.
the physical.
There's a possibility.
Anthony Davis is already questionable for the next few games with the abdominal injury.
Anthony Day-to-Day Davis.
I don't know what I want more: Anthony Davis to run this postseason and go win the title, or for him to play 5 seconds in a Mavs uniform.
Do that. You don't want
No.
I don't know what.
Don't do that. No,
I don't know
don't
what
do
I
that.
prefer.
Eric wants a Corey
Eric,
Kluber
Eric,
moment.
Derek, don't.
he
in a
wants a
Mavs
tragic
uniform.
comedy, and I can't blame him for it.
We want a parade, Eric. We want a parade.
Hey, I would say this across the nation: people are with us. They're sad for the Dallas Mavericks fans. Unlike if this was breaking Cowboys news, we get laughed at. You know,
We get laughed at.
they're feeling us. I've noticed that.
Yeah.
Pause.
If
Noticed
Jerry
that.
had done this, they would
What?
be
Yeah.
be rolling.
Yeah, they would be
Jerry
rolling.
hasn't done something like this in 10 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah. He's thinking about it right now. Thinking about it right now.
Maybe I should trade that mock apart.
Jerry's sitting at his desk. God dang, Mavericks.
Stealing my
How'd they
shine.
get that news? How'd
They got about $25 million worth of advertising in 2 hours. Damn.
Steven!
Hey, so the Mavs fans, they're here for us, though. They said they're going to go January 6th on the AAC.
Oh, yeah.
Try to stop the trade today. I didn't hear any breaking news about anything happening down there, but I got a clip for you.
There's a new owner, Miriam Adelson. If you're watching this, you gotta sell the team by midnight.
What?
He works for the team, y'all. Get him. He works for the team.
Get him.
Get him! What's
Like a mob.
What the hell?
I agree. Insurrection in the stadium. I'm here to tell you guys right now. It's not over. Let me tell you why. The trade happened on the weekend. The NBA office is open tomorrow, 7 o'clock in the morning. Adam Silver didn't sign the paperwork yet. We got to sabotage the trade.
We got to sabotage the trade. It's on us, brothers.
We just have to give Jason Kidd a few more hours for his frustration to build so he can wring Nico's neck.
Were these one of the guys that was pardoned recently? What we do?
Yeah, it's the shaman, actually.
Wait a minute, I was just pardoned. Rally behind me. Come on. I've done this before. Come on. I know how this works. Come on.
A lot of them probably were Mavs fans. Come to think of it.
Hey, that wasn't the only trade that happened, though.
No.
De'Aaron Fox went to the Spurs.
De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, that compensation was a lot better.
Insult to injury, man.
Yeah. Man, the West is just getting strong, and we look good. Don't get it twisted. We just gave up a whole lot for a perennial all-star, like a generational type player. It's kind of crazy to me.
And Nico's describing it like, I was talking with Rob, and he's like, are you kidding me? And I'm like, I don't know, maybe I would. Like, when the other guy's laughing at you, you probably shouldn't do this.
Yeah. And then you made Jason Kidd sit there, like, looked all crazy.
He looked lifeless.
Yeah, bro.
He looked like he just heard somebody's family died.
It's tough because it's kind of par for the course for him. You know, it's hard to really.
No one's dying.
It's hard to really read it too much into it because he's just so lackadaisical.
Yeah.
I think Rob got him with the "I'm your mentor" stuff. You know, I think once he smelled weakness, you know,
Honey D'd him.
Yeah, he's like, oh man, your guy's still out injured, huh? Having a tough time coming back from the injury, probably because he doesn't trust your medical
You don't
staff.
want that guy's
Rob
fat
Pelinka,
housing.
Gaslighter of the Year. Can we award it now?
I think so.
Did that at mushrooms.
Heard your guy was drinking again last night. Sorry about that.
Got pictures.
Got pictures.
You got to be careful though, because in LA, can't you just go into like a CVS and get a bottle of booze? Like it's going to be within striking distance.
Yeah.
They stopped
At
on the
all
way
times.
from the airport. Yeah. Lucas stopped on the way from the airport to grab one.
I mean, look, you spending $15 million in a DFW for a crib. It's not the same as spending $15 million in LA.
No, that's 50. Triple it.
Exactly, bro.
It depends on where he wants to live. There might not be any available right now.
Yeah, you're right. Shout out to Altadena, man. My heart's with you. There is no city there anymore. Let's go to the Cam and Mace show. It is what it is podcast. Cameron called the De'Aaron Fox news way before it happened. It was like a week and a half ago, maybe?
Before we get to Jimmy Butler, I made some calls last night. And if it doesn't happen this year, De'Aaron Fox is going to end up in San Antonio next year.
There we go.
So I remember Mace, you was talking about that.
Yeah.
He's gonna end up this year. If it doesn't happen by the trade deadline, then he's gonna end up being in San Antonio. San Antonio next year. So
wow.
Remember I told you guys this.
Look at
We
it.
do, sir. We do, sir.
Cam on the phone breaking stories out here.
I mean, since Woj left, there's an opening. Jump
Yeah.
on in there.
That's true.
Podcaster/insider.
Hey, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a
I mean, that would be fun on ESPN.
He would be.
Yeah.
He would be.
Him and Rex Ryan can have a teeth off. More people will watch it than the Jason Kelsey show.
Whoa.
Are those ratings still bad?
I don't know. That was
first one
uncalled
was
for.
That was a shot.
I have so much
yeah.
Eagles hate pent up inside me right now. I'm sorry.
It just needs promo. The show just needs a little promo.
Yeah, they've done a horrible
Like
job.
it's on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, it's on.
Yeah.
I have no idea when or what time.
Yeah. Kendrick Lamar went 5 for 5 at the Grammys last night. Same week he's going to be performing in the Super Bowl. Wow.
It's on fire.
Music video of the year, best rap performance, best rap song, record of the year. That is for the producers and songwriters right there. And song of the year. Holy smokes, that's 5 in a row. What?
Lucius, which song do I need to bet on he's singing first?
Man, I don't know about the first song, but I'm thinking I might have the last one. I'm thinking I might have that one. I'm pretty sure he has to do this now. It's a mandate. It's a mandate. You have to do Not Like Us at this point, my guy.
He's got to.
Not Like Us. He's one for Not Like Us, by the way. That's in the streets. They call it the bullet that took down Drake. And I say that metaphorically. I say that metaphorically. The whole industry, well, I'll tell you like this. When they called Kendrick up there, to get his award, they played Not Like Us. And they played that particular part. The particular part. And the whole industry sang along